Chapter 1. The Matriarch's Proxy. In the dimly lit alley shrouded in darkness, Feng Yaozhi exerted every ounce of her strength in a desperate sprint, her mind racing with profanities that were particularly coarse. What the hell? Who among the time travelers is so unfortunate as to face the risk of being devoured by monsters upon arrival? Don't tire out those legs, run faster. If I don't escape now, I'm finished. Feng Yaozhi pondered incessantly, bewildered at how she had gone from lounging on her sofa in the afternoon, yearning for a brief nap, to confronting the oppressive presence of a monstrous creature. She had questioned countless times whether she was ensnared in a dream, however. The muscle aches from her frantic flight served as a stark reminder of reality. Damn it! To begin with such misfortune is one thing, but where's my golden finger? I need my healing items right now. Up ahead lay a corner, and with a deep breath, she summoned the last reserves of her weary legs, quickening her pace towards it. The ghastly figure pursued relentlessly, its limbs moving with an unsettling grace. With a guttural growl, it flicked its half-meter-long tongue, exuding an aura that threatened to extinguish Feng Yaozhi's very existence. As it rounded the corner, it lunged fiercely towards her. Being just an ordinary human and a newcomer to this world, how could she possibly contend against such an unknown beast? The fact that she had survived this long was already a testament to her effort. Sensing the chilling danger closing in behind her, her expression darkened. She could not simply continue running. The monster would inevitably catch up to her. She had to strike back, to gamble on a miracle. If it did not materialize, then so be it. Death was merely a triviality. Feng Yaozhi shook her head, bewildered by the unexpected depth of her thoughts. Her gaze fell upon a metal rod lying on the ground to her upper right, and a plan swiftly formed in her mind. The ghastly figure was nearly upon her. Just as it lunged, Feng Yaozhi executed a swift sidestep, lowering her body slightly and twisting to evade the creature's attack. Grasping the metal rod with all her might, she pivoted and thrust it forcefully towards the creature's neck. The monster reacted quickly, raising its palm to block the strike. In a moment of sheer desperation, Feng Yaozhi hesitated for a split second, stopping her thrust and, with a deft maneuver, inverted the rod to pierce upward. The rod grazed the monster's torso as she drove it forcefully into the space between its jawbone and throat. Roar! The creature let out a guttural cry, raising its hand to strike Feng Yaozhi with tremendous force, the rush of wind from its palm whistling above her head. Without a moment's pause, she poured all her strength into the rod, determined to pierce the monster's skull. Damn it! Today it's either you or me. Just as the creature's hand was about to descend upon her, a shimmering barrier materialized around Feng Yaozhi, rendering the monster's attack impotent. Momentarily stunned, the creature hesitated before attempting to strike again, but it could never reach her. Meanwhile, Feng Yaozhi had managed to drive the rod deep into the creature's skull, gritting her teeth as she twisted it within a monster's brain. Roar! The monstrous figure let out a thunderous cry as it fiercely struggled to break free from Feng Yaozhi's assault. Yet it found itself utterly unable to touch even a single finger of hers and was compelled to temporarily cease its attack. Just as it turned, a flash of golden light swiftly severed its head, instantly separating it from its body, with the head rolling on the ground, tainted by dirt, though it was never clean to begin with. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Feng Yaozhi gazed upon the creature's dismemberment without a hint of revulsion, despite the fact that in her memories, merely passing by a pork or fish stall of the market would have made her hold her breath. Her adaptation was alarmingly swift. Feng Yaozhi scanned her surroundings, wondering what that golden light had been. An extraordinary ability? A célestial technique? To be honest, she had no idea where she had traversed to, whether it was a physical or spiritual crossing, but she felt an eerie familiarity with this monster, as if she had encountered a similar description in a novel. Without unraveling her confusion, she turned to hastily depart, fearing another monster might pursue her. She truly could not endure any more. Just as she took a single step, the air suddenly rippled, and a rift abruptly appeared, widening to reveal a dark vortex. A figure, no, a deity emerged from the rift, clad in robes and exuding an aura of sanctity. The mere sight of him was enough to dazzle and intimidate. Feng Yaozhi stared at him in a daze. Wait, The description of that creature and this sudden appearance of a being radiating divinity, could it be that she had indeed crossed into slaying the gods? She vaguely recalled that prior to her crossing, she had been rereading the Slaying the Gods novel. Could it truly be as she thought? Huaxu's gaze was gentle, yet the presence of a higher being was strikingly formidable. Welcome, traveler from another realm. I am Huaxu. Huaxu, whose full name was Fenghuaxu, the matriarch of the Huaxia, mother of Fuxi and Nuwa, an illustrious tribal leader of ancient times who later founded the Huaxu kingdom. The character Hua in Huaxia derives from Huaxu. Feng Yaozhi slightly pursed her lips and inquired, "What is it that you seek from me?" Surely, he wasn't asking her to be a divine agent. Huaxu descended gracefully, her feet hovering a couple of feet above the ground. Approaching Feng Yaozhi, she extended her hand. "I have awaited your arrival for a long time. The deities of Huaxia require your assistance. From this day forth, you shall be my agent. Do you consent?" "I do." Feng Yaozhi was taken aback by this unexpected stroke of fortune, her eyes widening in astonishment. She hastily reached out in agreement, a wave of elation flooding her being. Goodness, this golden opportunity was truly generous. It was as if an extraordinary boon had descended upon her, warming her body and alleviating her coldness. As their hands met in the air, a sudden flash of golden light enveloped Feng Yaozhi entirely. A powerful force surged into her being, warming her from within, as if her entire meridian system had been unblocked, and the sensation was undeniably exquisite. Huaxu transmitted a portion of her primal power to Feng Yaozhi, smiling with satisfaction. A perfect match. Within you, besides my primal power, there exists the primal power of other Huaxia deities. You must seek them out and restore their primal energies, aiding them in their swift return to divinity. As a recompense, you may summon the divine power of Huaxia in times of peril, and you may also randomly acquire the skills of the Huaxia gods. The abilities I bestow upon you are the essence of divinity and the healing of life from the divine ruins. My children, Fuxi and Nuwa, need not have their source of power returned. You may call upon their assistance and utilize their skills." Feng Yaozhi nodded earnestly, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect towards Huaxu. Her voice carried an unwavering resolve. "Rest assured, I shall not fail in my mission." Huaxu smiled gently, her eyes shimmering with warmth. "Take care of yourself. The Huaxia gods are always with you. Remember, you must not leave the realm of Huaxia nor tread upon the mists until the return of the Huaxia gods and the heavenly court." To clarify, this narrative will alter a significant premise of the original work. There will not be countless cycles of repetition. This tale's initial meeting is truly just the initial encounter. Some plot lines from the original text will be briefly summarized, and the pacing may be brisk, focusing primarily on original content. Chapter 2. Dressed in? An outcast? I understand now. Feng Yaozhi asserted with a nod. Huaxu gently brushed her hand over her head and softly said, "As my emissary, choose a path of cultivation based on your true heart." Path? The path of all beings, the path of indifference, the supreme path of forgetfulness, the path of freedom, the path of slaughter. A myriad of questions swirled in Feng Yaozhi's mind. Huaxu smiled before transforming into a gentle breeze, vanishing from her sight. Once Huaxu departed, the corners of Feng Yaozhi's lips, which she had been striving to suppress, finally curled upward in unabashed joy. "Hee, I must be on a lucky streak. Perhaps I should buy a lottery ticket later and see if fortune smiles upon me." She muttered to herself while hastily leaving, aware that despite having divine assistance, she remained quite vulnerable and could not afford another encounter with the ghost-faced man. If she were to encounter the ghost-faced king, it would be even worse. It would be tragic to begin her journey at the pinnacle only to perish at the hands of the ghost-faced king, never having escaped the novice village, thus becoming the earliest deceased divine emissary in existence. In this realm teeming with deities and mysteries, she needed to cultivate her own strength. Moreover, as Huaxu had mentioned, they had been awaiting her for quite some time. What could that possibly signify? Was her crossing over not a mere coincidence, but rather a premeditated event? This is so vexing. I cannot make sense of it. Feng Yaozhi shook her head, temporarily shoving these thoughts deep within her mind. She quickened her pace, leaving the alleyway and venturing toward the bustling streets beyond. Her legs, once aching from the pursuit of the ghost-faced man, had been healed by Huaxu's divine essence. Feng Yaozhi felt an overwhelming surge of strength. She could run 5 kilometers without breaking a sweat. The moment she stepped out of the alley, she slowed her pace, standing at its entrance, momentarily bewildered by the throngs of passers-by. She seemed to have forgotten her identity in this world, her mind filled only with memories of her past life. A sudden jolt of realization struck Feng Yaozhi as she glanced around, finally spotting a clothing store. She hurried inside and immediately began searching for a mirror, politely declining the salesperson's recommendations. "I'll take a look by myself first," she murmured, staring at her reflection, her mind swirling with confusion. And she was utterly convinced that the reflection in the mirror was her former self, adorned in garments she had worn in her past life. The only distinction being that her feet were now clad in pristine white sneakers instead of slippers. Thus, it seemed she was not merely a soul transported, but a body reincarnated. The pressing question now was how she would navigate life in this unfamiliar realm. She was, after all, an undocumented individual, with neither wealth nor friends or family. Fate appeared to conspire against her. Feng Yaozhi dejectedly exited the clothing store, garnering puzzled glances from staff. What was the matter with this girl? She merely gazed into a mirror, yet looked as if she had lost her way. Wandering unsteadily to a nearby park, she settled upon a bench, fixating on the serene lake before her while letting out a deep sigh. Alas, even the birds perched on the branches nearby were frightened away by her lament. Was this what they referred to as sweet sorrow? The sweetness was certainly genuine, yet the bitterness was equally palpable. With a furrowed brow, Feng Yaozhi plunged her hands into her pockets, only to freeze in astonishment as she retrieved a smartphone. In disbelief, she delved into another pocket and extracted an identification card. The ID bore her photograph, depicting her in the very attire she currently wore, with her name, gender, and birth date unchanged. The sole alteration was her registered domicile, now listed as Shangjing City, marking her ascent to the status of a Beijing resident. Her hands continued to explore her pockets, ultimately discovering 3 bank cards. This she distinctly remembered fleeing without such possessions. How had they materialized now? Was this a beginner's gift? Feng Yaozhi's thoughts spiraled, and she activated her phone, effortlessly unlocking it with her fingerprint, and to her delight, she also accessed it using her customary passcode. Aside from the essential applications, her phone contained merely 3 banking apps. One by one, she unlocked them to inspect her account balances, leaving her momentarily stunned. My goodness, I am a wealthy heiress. A cursory calculation revealed that the total sum amounted to a staggering 100 million, along with a property registered in her Namia Grand Villa. She had indeed become affluent. Feng Yaozhi's mind raced as she tentatively called out, "System?" Silence enveloped her. No response came. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, she was suddenly greeted by a series of chimes. Ding-dong. Before her materialized a translucent light blue screen, displaying various pieces of information. Name, Feng Yaozhi. Gender, female. Age, 18. Divine proxy. Huaxia Ancestress of Huaxia. Task, locate the reincarnated Huaxia deity to restore the source of power. Can summon Huaxia deities and utilize skills collected. NWA, creation and rebirth. Fuxi, Bagua 8 trigrams, divination. Below are introductions to these skills. Creation and rebirth. This skill allows for the creation of beings and the revival of life, though it demands a significant expenditure of divine and mental energy. Thus, it should be employed with caution. The Bagua. Utilizing the Bagua formation for offense is possible, as is employing ancient arrays, which can also be used for divination to foresee the future use with caution, as the risks of foreknowledge are considerable. Feng Yaozhi gazed at the skill of creation and rebirth in awe, pondering whether this meant she could summon Nuwa to resurrect all the souls in Songnan City. This would eliminate the lengthy wait for resurrection, and Chun Mai and the others would not face death. Determined, Feng Yaozhi resolved to train diligently, aiming to revive all beings in Songnan City before the Divine War. Currently, there are 6 realms: Zhan Realm, Qi Realm, Chuan Realm, Hai Realm, Wuliang, and Klein. Alas, she had only just begun to comprehend these realms, likely not even reaching the Zhan Realm. The path ahead was long and arduous, and she had much to strive for. She now recognized that she was in the capital city. After a gentle caress of her abdomen, she decided to have a meal first, before returning to her grand villa for a good rest. Once she had eaten and slept well, she would commence her diligent training. Kunlun Yaoqi. The Queen Mother of the West felt a stirring within her and turned her gaze to a distant place, murmuring softly, "The aura of Huaxu, she has found that individual from another world. It seems the gods will soon return to their rightful places." The Queen Mother's beautiful eyes flickered as she raised a hand, allowing a strand of divine energy to drift away from Yaoqi, heading towards the capital city. In the capital city, at the headquarters of the Night Watchers, in the commander's office, Yi Fan was engrossed in work when he received a phone call from Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang's voice was deliberately lowered. "Commander, we have discovered a ghost-faced man in an alley to the south on Renmin Road." Yi Fan furrowed his brow logically. The ghost-faced man, being a lower-tier mystery, should not warrant such secrecy from Yuan Gang. Was there an unusual circumstance? Indeed, Yuan Gang's voice dropped even lower. "The corpse of the ghost-faced man bears the aura of a deity. It was slain by a divine being. None of the known gods match this description. It appears we have encountered a newly emerged deity." Chapter 3. 730th New Deity Emerges? Yi Fan pondered momentarily. "You have secretly brought this ghost-faced individual for me to see." Yuan Gang's voice resonated from the receiver. Indeed. Yi Fan set down the phone, yet lingered in his office chair, hesitating to continue his work. Who could this newly emerged deity be? Just as Yi Fan was engulfed in confusion, a wisp of divine power floated before him. The voice of the Queen Mother of the West echoed in his ears. "Commander Yi, the agent of Huaxu has appeared. This divine power will guide you to her. Bring her to the Yao Pool." Yi Fan was momentarily stunned, and a glimmer of joy and indescribable excitement ignited in his eyes. It was indeed the agent of his ancestral mother, Huaxu. At long last, the Xia had its own divine representative. Yi Fan promptly responded with reverence. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The divine energy from the Queen Mother swirled before him, gently beckoning him to follow. As Yi Fan walked, he contemplated. The first commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers, Niejin Shan, had knelt for 7 days and nights at Kunlun Yao Pool to beseech the Queen Mother to forge the Starblade, a weapon that would never shatter in battle. The Queen Mother was the first Xia deity encountered by humanity. The emergence of the agent of Huaxu would surely stir tremendous waves. The divine power was visible only to Yi Fan, and it floated languidly through the air, leading him to a small restaurant directly south of Renmin Road. Upon seeing the establishment, a familiar sensation surged within him. Surely, the agent of Huaxu would not be working as a waitress like Zhou Ping. Yi Fan watched as the divine energy hovered above a girl who was diligently eating, even nodding slightly as if in approval. Instantly, Yi Fan felt reassured. Fortunately, she was not a waitress. He had no desire to encounter a 2.0 version of Zhou Ping, facing the dilemma of having to work for them every time he needed their assistance. However, she appeared rather young. Perhaps she should be sent to the training camp for refinement in 2 months. Feng Yaozhi, deeply engrossed in her meal, suddenly felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Being sensitive, she was uncomfortable with anything hovering above her head, leading her to dislike being touched by others. She reached up to grasp at the sensation, only to find herself clutching something that seemed both tangible and intangible. Just as she was about to inspect the mysterious object in her hand, the sensation vanished, and a voice resonated in her mind. "Agent of Huaxu, I am the Queen Mother of the West. The current commander-in-chief of the Xia Night Watchers will escort you to the Yao Pool to meet with me." The current commander-in-chief of the Xia Night Watchers? That must be Yi Fan. At that moment, a man sat across from her. Feng Yaozhi looked up to see a middle-aged man in his 40s seated in front of her. The man smiled and greeted her. "Hello, I am Yi Fan, the current commander-in-chief of the Xia Night Watchers." Feng Yaozhi blinked, swallowing her mouthful of rice before responding. "Hello, my name is Feng Yaozhi. Please wait for me to finish my meal." Yi Fan chuckled. "Take your time, no rush." Feng Yaozhi merely responded with a word before continuing to indulge in her meal. Before long, she had finished eating and pulled out a tissue to dab her mouth. Having paid prior to her meal, she stood up and smiled. "Shall we go?" The two exited the restaurant. and Yi Fan led Feng Yaozhi towards the headquarters of the Night Watchers. Are you familiar with the Night Watchers? He inquired. Feng Yaozhi nodded. I am aware. Moreover, the Queen Mother of the West just communicated with me, instructing me to follow you. Yi Fan proceeded to ask a few basic questions. How old are you? 18. Are you in your senior year of high school, or have you already graduated? After a moment of recollection, Feng Yaozhi noted that her current identity was quite similar to her past life, albeit with greater wealth. I have graduated from high school. It was now July, a month after the college entrance examination, and the results had been released. How did you perform? 730 points. Yi Fan casually nodded. That's impressive. How much? Feng Yaozhi replied in an unperturbed tone, as if she had scored just over 500, 730 points. Yi Fan looked at her with mild astonishment. So, do you wish to become a Night Watcher? Such a high score. Feng Yaozhi nodded. Yes, I do. Will you still pursue your studies? Feng Yaozhi replied earnestly. I have applied to the National Defense University. The Night Watchers are part of the military and operate under semi-military management. If I become a Night Watcher, it is akin to enlisting, and I can request to retain my student status. Yi Fan nodded in understanding. Once inside the Night Watchers' headquarters, Yi Fan observed Feng Yaozhi's composed posture, and his tone suddenly turned serious. Yaozhi, you are the agent of Huaxu, the first divine agent of the Great Xia. At present, only I am aware of your identity. Once you become a Night Watcher, your information will soon be disseminated by those with ulterior motives, and you will live in constant peril, surrounded by danger. Are you certain you wish to become a Night Watcher? If you have any second thoughts, I can act as if I have never met you, and you may continue your tranquil life. We will not force you. Feng Yaozhi had long recognized that Yi Fan was a genuinely good person, even knowing that Zhou Ping had reached the pinnacle of human capability. He still did not coerce Zhou Ping, allowing him to make his own choice. She smiled brightly. I am certain I want to become a Night Watcher. As a citizen of the Great Xia, I cannot turn a blind eye to the crisis besetting my homeland for my selfish desires. Moreover, if the Great Xia were to face a crisis, do you believe I could still lead a peaceful life? Furthermore, I am the chosen one of Huaxu. I must fulfill my mission. Yi Fan looked at her with deep appreciation and extended his hand. Yi Fan, the supreme commander of the Great Xia Night Watchers, welcomes you to our ranks. Feng Yaozhi shook his hand in return. Thank you. Yi Fan returned to the matter at hand. What did Huaxu tell you? Feng Yaozhi candidly disclosed. Huaxu infused all the primordial power of the Great Xia deities into my being. He instructed me to locate the reincarnation of the Great Xia deities and return the primordial power to enable their swift return to their divine thrones. In exchange, I will gain the opportunity to summon them in times of need and be able to utilize some of their skills. Yi Fan's expression grew increasingly grave as he listened. Have you disclosed this to anyone else? Feng Yaozhi remarked. No, only the two of us are privy to this. Yi Fan's gaze darkened slightly indeed. Remember to keep the matter of returning to the source confidential. As he spoke, he produced two forbidden objects and handed them to Feng Yaozhi, one for defense and the other for offense. The defensive artifact, known as Holy Light, can activate the forbidden sequence 159, Holy Light Guardian, which can withstand 3 attacks from the Klein realm and significantly reduce the power of divine assaults. The offensive artifact, known as Absolute Zero, can invoke the forbidden sequence 132, 0-degree domain, causing the temperature within the area to plummet to a frigid -40 degrees, even capable of ensnaring a Klein realm entity for a whole minute. Chapter 4. The innate material of a Night Watcher. Feng Yaozhi took the two forbidden items with a sense of astonishment. Is this truly so extravagant? She mused, feeling the warmth emanating from the precious artifacts in her hands. Isn't it a bit hasty to bestow such valuable objects upon me? Yi Fan shook his head, asserting it is not hasty. There are many agents of the divine, but you are the sole representative of the Great Xia deity, hence you are deserving of this. Feng Yaozhi nodded, her gaze softening. Thank you, Commander Yi. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Commander, it is I, Yuan Gang, came the voice from outside. Yi Fan lifted his gaze slightly. Come in. Yuan Gang entered the office, gently closing the door behind him. Upon turning around, he was taken aback to see a young girl present. And who might this be? He inquired. unable to recall any mention of the commander having a daughter of such age. Furthermore, there were no notable figures among the night watchers in the capital. Yifan replied coolly, "She is Feng Yaozhi, the agent of the great Siam matriarch, Huaxu." Yuan Gang nodded casually, "Oh, I see." But then his eyes widened in disbelief. "What? She? She is the agent of Huaxu?" Yifan nodded with calm assurance, "Indeed." Yuan Gang gasped in astonishment. "This is astounding news. Our great Xia also possesses a divine agent." He quickly donned a warm smile. "Yaozhi, I am Yuan Gang, the deputy captain of the 006 team stationed in the capital." Feng Yaozhi rose politely and smiled. "Hello." Yuan Gang, remembering the purpose of his visit, retrieved the ghost-faced man from the storage artifact. The headless figure, with a gaping hole where its chin should be, lay quietly on the floor. Fortunately, Yuan Gang had placed a thin sheet beneath the ghost-faced man, preventing any mess on the floor. Yuan Gang glanced at Feng Yaozhi and pointed at the ghost-faced man. "Commander, the divine power contained within this creature cannot possibly belong to the matriarch, can it?" Feng Yaozhi examined the familiar figure and nodded. It was indeed slain by Huaxu. She succinctly recounted the encounter that led to her defeating the ghost-faced man and subsequently meeting Huaxu. Yuan Gang pondered thoughtfully, nodding in understanding. "I see." Yifan scrutinized the gaping hole in the ghost-faced man's chin and asked, "Yaozhi, have you practiced? The strength and technique displayed here are quite impressive. It appears you have considerable experience." Feng Yaozhi hesitated momentarily, reflecting, then shook her head. "I have not." Yifan expressed his admiration with a nod. "Remarkable. To wield such power without prior training, you are indeed born to be a night watcher." Yuan Gang's smile grew increasingly warm and inviting. "Yaozhi, welcome to the ranks of the night watchers." Feng Yaozhi, noticing the slightly peculiar smile on Yuan Gang's face, struggled to suppress a twitch at the corners of her mouth. "Thank you." With Yuan Gang's arrival, Yifan naturally articulated his previous intention. "Yaozhi, you will need to participate in the Night Watchers training camp in 2 months." After all, she was merely a recent high school graduate and needed to engage in training. Feng Yaozhi displayed little reaction, simply nodding, "Understood." Yifan's gaze shifted to Yuan Gang. "In 2 months, you will serve as the chief instructor for the Night Watchman's training. Remember to keep a close watch on Feng Yaozhi and ensure that no ill-intentioned individuals take advantage of her." Yuan Gang saluted. "Understood." After Yuan Gang departed, Feng Yaozhi remained seated, patiently awaiting Yifan to escort her to Kunlun Yaoqi to meet the Queen Mother of the West. Yifan swiftly processed Feng Yaozhi's application for membership, and upon completion of her training, she would officially become a night watchman. However, upon investigating her background, he discovered that she was an orphan, having lost her parents at a young age, and was living off a substantial inheritance they left behind. This child's origins were indeed tragic. Yifan stood and addressed Feng Yaozhi. "Yaozhi, let us depart for Kunlun." Feng Yaozhi smiled and nodded. Together, they left the headquarters of the Night Watchman. Meanwhile, confidential files of the Night Watchman were leaked, and the news of Feng Yaozhi being the agent of the great Xia ancestral matriarch, Huaxu, reached the ancient divine church. In the ancient divine church, the elegant figure of Yu took a sip of red wine, a smile curling upon his lips. It is unexpected that in the great Xia, where no deities have been seen, there emerges a divine agent, especially one representing the great Xia ancestral matriarch. How astonishing! Disciple, the third seat with a dark gaze, inquired, "Master, how shall we handle Feng Yaozhi?" Yu chuckled softly, nonchalantly crushing the wine glass in his hand. If she were merely a divine agent from another realm, there might be an opportunity for persuasion. However, as she is the divine agent of the great Xia, her fate is sealed. Such a pity. It is hard to witness a delicate flower wither. Disciple, the second seat displayed a cunning smile. "Rest assured, Master, we shall take care of her." At Kunlun Yaoqi, Yifan guided Feng Yaozhi from the foot of the mountain to its peak, observing her with approval. Her stamina and strength were commendable, showcasing exceptional talent. Standing atop Kunlun, his dark red cloak billowed in the wind. With a swift motion, the star blade was unsheathed, its shimmering edge exuding sharpness. With a slight exertion, he plunged the blade into the earth, burying it 3 inches deep. Yi Fan whispered a series of incantations under his breath. In the next moment, the air ahead parted, revealing a grand and ancient door. Yi Fan turned to the young girl beside him. "You may enter." Feng Yaozhi nodded and stepped towards the door. As she approached, it creaked open, stopping at a width suitable for one. Upon her entry, the door gently closed, isolating the interior from the outside. Once inside, Feng Yaozhi felt a comforting current envelop her, warming her entire being. She looked around, observing the emerald peaks shrouded in mist, where rows of celestial cranes soared freely, stirring the clouds. The beauty of Yaoqi was undeniable, yet it now felt eerily silent. Aside from the cranes, there were no other signs of life. At that moment, a magnificent, snow-white crane landed gracefully before her. The crane opened its beak and spoke, "Please climb aboard." Feng Yaozhi understood immediately. She moved forward and gently settled onto the crane's back. "I am ready." The celestial crane elegantly raised its elongated neck, emitting a melodious sound that resonated throughout the vast expanse of the ethereal Yaoqi paradise. With a gentle flutter of its plump wings, the crane took to the skies, carrying Feng Yaozhi aloft. The ascent was leisurely, with a gentle breeze caressing her face, causing the wisps of her bangs to dance lightly in the air. The crane transported Feng Yaozhi to a resplendent palace, shimmering with vibrant hues, enveloped in layers of silken clouds and ethereal mist, exuding an aura of solemn beauty. As Feng Yaozhi gracefully dismounted from the crane, she stood upon the ground and, emulating the gesture she had seen in dramas, clasped her hands in gratitude. "Thank you." The crane inclined its head slightly before soaring once more into the shrouded clouds. Chapter 5. The innate assassin's sacred body. Feng Yaozhi gazed as the immortal crane vanished into the mist, then turned to walk towards the palace gates. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated from within. "Enter, Agent Huaxu." Feng Yaozhi briefly halted her steps and replied, "Yes." She beheld the intricately carved palace door, approaching it steadily. The door remained firmly closed, yet as she drew near, it suddenly swung open, revealing the elegant hall within. Seated upon the throne in the grand hall was a divine being, adorned in luxurious robes, each gesture exuding nobility and grace. As Feng Yaozhi entered the hall and reached its center, she bowed respectfully, stating, "Feng Yaozhi pays her respects to the Empress." The West Queen Mother smiled slightly, saying, "No need for excessive courtesy. Come closer, allow me to observe you properly." Following her command, Feng Yaozhi approached until she paused at the foot of the steps. The West Queen Mother scrutinized the young girl before her, as if peering beyond her mortal shell to discern something far deeper. With a satisfied smile, she remarked, "Indeed, as expected of the agent chosen by Huaxu, you are worthy of the years the gods of Huaxia have waited." A perplexed look deepened in Feng Yaozhi's eyes. She could not recall such events from the original narrative. Could it be a consequence of her transmigration, a butterfly effect? Contemplating this, she inquired, "Your Majesty, what do you mean by waiting?" The West Queen Mother chuckled softly. "This is a matter of confidentiality. In due time, you shall understand. Just know that a transaction has been made with us by someone, that person safeguarding our essence, which you are destined to return to our reincarnation. Huaxu, as a matriarch of the Great Xia, is most suited to preserve our essence until your arrival, at which point it will be entrusted to you." Understanding dawned upon her. Feng Yaozhi murmured, "Thank you for the revelation, Your Majesty." Although she remained curious about the identity of the person the West Queen Mother spoke of, she resolved to wait, as the Queen had assured that the time would come for her to know. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She looked up at the West Queen Mother and asked, "Your Majesty, shall your essence be returned to you?" The figure before her was merely a manifestation, leaving Feng Yaozhi uncertain about the propriety of the return. The West Queen Mother smiled gently, indeed. Feng Yaozhi nodded, recalling that Huaxu had instructed her on how to return the essence. She closed her eyes, and an ancient formation emerged beneath her feet as she sought the West Queen Mother's essence within herself, drawing it forth with her mental energy. The moment the essence departed from her body, it uncontrollably soared toward the West Queen Mother. She gracefully raised her hand to catch it, yet refrained from absorbing it. Instead, she waved her hand gently, summoning an archaic reddish-brown wooden bracelet that floated before Feng Yaozhi. Instinctively, she caught the bracelet, feeling its chill. The West Queen Mother smiled. This is a spatial bracelet. As the name suggests, it can contain objects. However, it can only store inanimate items, not living creatures. Now, you must drip your blood to acknowledge it as yours. Feng Yaozhi nodded. Having read numerous cultivation novels, she was familiar with this classic procedure. Yet, she was merely an ordinary person at this moment, not yet having embarked on formal cultivation and lacking any sharp instruments. Just as she hesitated on how to alleviate the awkwardness, the West Queen Mother made her move. The Queen Mother of the West gently raised her hand, and with a flicker of divine power, a small incision of 5 millimeters was made on the fingertip of Feng Yaozhi, causing blood to surge forth and coalesce into beads. Swiftly, Feng Yaozhi allowed the droplets of blood to fall upon the wooden bracelet. As soon as the blood touched the bracelet, it was absorbed entirely. In the next moment, the bracelet burst forth with a brilliant light, and when the radiance faded, it obediently adorned Feng Yaozhi's right wrist. Feeling the connection between herself and the bracelet, she smiled and bowed once more to the Queen Mother. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Queen Mother smiled in silence. "You may return now." Feng Yaozhi respectfully saluted. "Farewell, Your Majesty." The Queen Mother smiled back. As Feng Yaozhi exited the palace, a celestial crane had been waiting outside for quite some time. She mounted the crane and arrived at the grand entrance, where the doors gently swung open for her. The moment she stepped outside, the door closed behind her and vanished. Had it not been for the bracelet on her wrist and Yi Fan awaiting her ahead, she might have believed that everything had merely been a dream. After all, it was astonishingly fantastical, akin to her own journey through time and space. Yi Fan observed as Feng Yaozhi emerged, his gaze lingering on the bracelet for a brief moment before he calmly turned away. "Let us depart." He had no intention of inquiring about her experiences within. If Feng Yaozhi wished to share, she would do so in her own time. On their descent from the mountain, Feng Yaozhi recounted her experiences at the Yaoqi. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed. By the way, I have found you a master." Feng Yaozhi was momentarily taken aback. "A master? You?" Yi Fan shook his head. "Not I. I am quite occupied. To protect oneself effectively, one must master both offense and defense. While you have the support of the deities of the Great Xia for your attacks, your defense requires diligent practice. Chen Fuzi, one of the 5 pillars of the Great Xia, excels in defense. He will be your mentor." Feng Yaozhi had no objections to this arrangement. After all, a pillar was to be her teacher. Wonderful. As they neared the base of the mountain, Feng Yaozhi spotted an ancient horse-drawn carriage, driven by a young boy clad in homespun garments. Upon seeing Yi Fan, the boy politely greeted him. "Greetings, Commander Yi." Yi Fan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Sounds emanated from within the carriage as the window was opened. Chen Fuzi, with a warm smile, looked at Yi Fan and the young girl beside him. "Yi Fan, is this my disciple?" Yi Fan replied with a smile. "Yes, her name is Feng Yaozhi, the agent of Huaxu." Chen Fuzi nodded, directing his gaze at Feng Yaozhi. "From this day forth, I shall be your master. I do not concern myself with formalities. A bow and offering of tea will suffice for your initiation." Feng Yaozhi promptly bent and bowed. Disciple Feng Yaozhi pays respects to master. The boy adeptly presented a cup of tea to Feng Yaozhi, who accepted it and offered it with both hands to Chen Fuzi. He took the cup, sipped the tea, and smiled kindly. "Good disciple." Yi Fan chimed in with a smile. "Congratulations." After exchanging a few more words, Yi Fan and Chen Fuzi parted ways. Feng Yaozhi entered the carriage, where Chen Fuzi asked her a few simple questions before resuming his tea preparation, and they enjoyed the tea together. At that moment, a light blue screen reappeared, and the section for summoning the deities of Huaxia had been updated. The abilities that can summon the gods of Huaxia and the skills available, already collected, are as follows. Nuwa, creation and rebirth. Fuxi, Bagua formation deduction. Zhuangmu, plague, capable of controlling and exterminating viruses, as well as spreading them. Feng Yaozhi was utterly astonished upon witnessing the powers bestowed by Zhuangmu, exclaiming, "What a formidable weapon for humanity! This ability is rather extraordinary." Soon after, the carriage arrived at the residence of Master Chen. located far from the clamor of the city. Nestled within the fresh air of the forest, not far from the island where the retreat was situated. Master Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Before learning defense, you should first practice your swordsmanship. The weapon of a night watchman is the star blade." Feng Yaozhi hesitated, replying, "Master, I do not wish to practice with a sword." Master Chen looked at his disciple, inquiring, "Why?" Feng Yaozhi blurted out, "There are too many sword practitioners. Just like swords, they are overly common. If I am to practice, I desire to wield a unique weapon." Master Chen nodded, understanding that children of this age often wish to stand out. "Then what do you wish to learn? A fan? An umbrella?" He suggested several weapons that aligned with the young girl's aesthetic, yet were not overly commonplace. Feng Yaozhi contemplated for a moment, then shook her head. "None of those will do. I want to learn something. What is it called?" She struggled to recall the name of a weapon, resorting to a hand gesture to describe it. "It's the weapon that fits on the fingers and can rotate with pointed ends." Upon hearing her description, Master Chen immediately recognized the weapon. "Ame piercers?" Feng Yaozhi's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. "Yes, that's it. I want to learn this. Can you teach me, Master?" Master Chen agreed. "Very well." Feng Yaozhi's face broke into a radiant smile. "That's wonderful. You are so kind, Master." Master Chen chuckled softly, then turned his gaze to the boy beside him. "Yifan mentioned you have decent skills. Practice with the boy for a while. Let me see your level." "Huh?" Feng Yaozhi's pupils widened in shock, wondering where Yifan had acquired such a flattering impression of her. She had never practiced. Reluctantly, Feng Yaozhi was forced to spar with the boy, both engaging in unarmed combat. The boy lunged forward with a punch aimed at Feng Yaozhi, who instinctively evaded by swiftly sidestepping, raising her long leg to deliver a whip-like kick to his waist, striking with speed and force. The boy narrowly dodged, but still felt her toe connect with his side, wincing in pain. "Did you actually practice?" Feng Yaozhi retracted her leg, glancing down at it with a bewildered expression, her tone tinged with uncertainty. "No, I'm just an ordinary high school graduate, and I'm certain I haven't practiced." Master Chen nodded with satisfaction, realizing that his disciple's skills surpassed Yifan's description by a significant margin. The boy, undeterred, declared. Again, they resumed sparring, and once more, the boy failed to land a hit, only to be on the receiving end of Feng Yaozhi's strikes. The boy, LLL, Feng Yaozhi. Oh, the boy's eyes were dazed. "Are you sure you haven't practiced? How could one evade my attacks repeatedly without prior training, and even counterattack with such swiftness and force? It is undeniably the mark of a true assassin. Are you certain of this?" Feng Yaozhi found herself increasingly perplexed and lacking in confidence. "I am at a loss as well. My body's muscles seem to possess a will of their own." Tongzi gazed at her, and suddenly clarity dawned upon him. "Could it be that you are the innate body of the assassin saint?" Feng Yaozhi twitched at the corners of her lips. Such an abstraction. The Yuzi. Chapter 6. The Gears of Fate encounter variability. Once Master Chen observed that the practice had reached its conclusion, he declared, "All right, the contest ends here." The young disciple felt utterly disheartened, while Feng Yaozhi appeared utterly perplexed. Master Chen turned to Feng Yaozhi, saying, "Yaozhi, please come over here." Without hesitation, she followed him as they made their way to the study, leaving the young disciple alone in the courtyard, pondering the meaning of life. Upon taking a seat, Master Chen brewed a pot of fragrant tea and inquired, "Yaozhi, Yifan has not shared your story with me. All I know is that you're the agent of Huaxu. How did you come to be a divine representative?" Feng Yaozhi recounted her encounter with the masked figure and Huaxu in a brief narrative. She also asked me to choose a path of cultivation. Path? Master Chen furrowed his brow. Throughout history, countless individuals in the Great Xia have sought the way and inquired about immortals. It appears that our ancestral matriarch is guiding you to find your own path, laying the foundation for your ascension to divinity. Perhaps you will transcend the limits of humanity and ascend to become a deity. Feng Yaozhi, however, did not harbor such grand aspirations. Yet the possibility of becoming divine lingered in her mind. Master Chen continued, "Have you decided which path you wish to cultivate?" Feng Yaozhi shook her head. "No, I have yet to make a choice." Master Chen offered a few suggestions. The path of detachment, the path of forgetting emotions, the path of the common people, the path of affection, the path of freedom. Which one appeals to you? Generally, cultivators tend to pursue the path of detachment. Feng Yaozhi blinked, a hint of something unusual stirring within her. I do not wish to pursue the path of detachment or the path of forgetting emotions. I feel as though I have forgotten someone important, and I do not wish to lose even this lingering thought. Master Chen's smile was warm and inviting. That is perfectly acceptable. Take your time to choose. There is no rush. The most important thing is to follow your true heart. Feng Yaozhi's eyes sparkled as she replied. Understood, Master. In the subsequent month, Feng Yaozhi practiced sparring with a young disciple in the mornings, learned defensive techniques from Master Chen in the afternoons, and engaged in her own cultivation in the evenings. Her skills had reached the realm of the lantern, and she was on the verge of breaking through to the pool realm. A week after she became his disciple, Yi Fan personally delivered 2 Amei daggers. These are a gift from Her Majesty. Feng Yaozhi accepted them with both hands, her smile illuminating her features like a crescent moon. Thank you. The sensation of holding the daggers was distinctly different, and she marveled. These Amei daggers seem unlike the starry blades. Although Master Chen had instructed her in wielding the Amei daggers, he had not neglected the starry blades, emphasizing versatility in her training. To facilitate this, he had borrowed starry blades from other night watchmen for her practice. Thus she was familiar with their feel. Yi Fan nodded with a smile. These are semi-artifacts specially crafted for you by Her Majesty. Once they develop a spirit, they may have the potential to ascend to the level of a true artifact. Feng Yaozhi was astounded, exclaiming, a semi-artifact. Joy washed over her, filling her with exuberance. Thank you, Your Majesty. You are truly wonderful. Of course, Feng Yaozhi did not forget to express her gratitude once more to both Yi Fan and Master Chen. Recognizing that the Amei daggers were a gift from Yi Fan and that the Queen Mother must have learned of her Amei training from Master Chen. Thank you, Commander Yi. Thank you, Master. Yi Fan smiled gently. Train diligently, and let me witness how far you can grow. Feng Yaozhi made an okay gesture, indicating success. In August, she bid farewell to her master and the young apprentice, embarking alone towards Songnan City. Her reasons were twofold. First, the time of Zhao Kongqing's demise was approaching. Second, Yang Jian, Neza, and the howling celestial dog were in Songnan City, and she needed to return the source. In the old district of Songnan City, within a dimly lit alley, a ghost-faced figure sprinted with great speed. It suddenly halted, its gaze fixated greedily in a particular direction. Fresh prey. That direction harbored 5 students from the second high school, just released from classes. The specter raised its foot, ready to pounce on the 5 when suddenly, a multitude of viruses surged around it, invading its body. Within moments, it collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Emerging from shadows, Feng Yaozhi retracted her pestilence. With an impassive expression, she observed the ghost-faced figure struggling on the ground. She rotated the Amei dagger in her right hand, tightened her grip, crouched down, and thrust the dagger into the figure's forehead. Whispering softly, she intoned Lihua. A bagua array materialized beneath her feet, and a flame erupted, swiftly engulfing the ghost-faced figure. Feng Yaozhi withdrew the dagger as the figure was consumed by the fire, reducing it to ashes that dissipated into the air. Gazing at the grime on the Amei dagger, she softly murmured, Qingzhu, water flow. The bagua array illuminated once more, and a stream of water cleansed the dagger, restoring it to spotless condition. Having dealt with the ghost-faced figure, Feng Yaozhi followed the students at a measured distance, ensuring their safe departure from the area. Subsequently, another ghost-faced figure emerged, blocking Lin Chie's path home. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Chie summoned the divine power of Michael to vanquish the specter, encountering Zhao Kongqing in the process. Yet this time, there were no casualties. The gears of fate encountered an unexpected twist. Upon returning home, Lin Chie engaged in brief conversation with his brother, Yang Jin, before retreating to his room. Yang Jin watched his brother's retreating figure, then turned to converse quietly with Xiao Hailai. Noticing his brother's door firmly shut, he headed towards his own room. As he opened the door, his demeanor abruptly shifted. With a resounding thud, Yang Jin firmly closed the door, while Xiao Hailai arched its back and growled softly. Both human and dog fixed their gaze upon the windowsill. Moonlight cascaded down upon a girl. Her hair styled in fluffy side braids, clad in a short-sleeved blouse with puff sleeves and light-colored denim shorts, casually perched on the windowsill. With a cheerful smile, she waved at Yang Jin and Xiao Hailai, greeting them. "Hello, Erlang Shun and the Howling Celestial Dog. I am Feng Yaozhi, the agent of Huaxu, here to return the source." Upon hearing Feng Yaozhi introduce herself and sensing the divine aura emanating from her, Yang Jian and the Howling Celestial Dog instantly relaxed. Yang Jian responded coolly, "Come in." "All right." Feng Yaozhi turned around, but just as she was about to land, she remembered it was the bedroom and that she wasn't wearing slippers. Stepping on the floor with shoes would dirty it. After a moment of contemplation, she decided, "I shall sit here. I don't want to soil the floor. After returning the source, I will seek out Neza." Yang Jian had no objections. "That works." As Feng Yaozhi closed her eyes, the ancient formation gradually materialized before her. She sought the essence of Yang Jian and the celestial hound within her being, and with her mental prowess, she extracted 2 spheres of essence from her body. The moment the essence departed from her, it swiftly soared towards Yang Jian and the celestial hound. A smile graced Feng Yaozhi's lips as she remarked, "All set. Until we meet again, Erlang Shun and celestial hound." She gracefully leapt from the second-floor windowsill, landing softly on the ground below, cloaked in the night so that no one witnessed her descent. With a light-hearted gait, Feng Yaozhi made her way to seek out Neza, who resided not far away. With a series of swift maneuvers, the list of available deities in Huaxia was updated once more. Available Huaxia deities and skills: collected Nuwa, creation and rebirth Fuxi, Bagua formation, divination, Queen Mother of the West, plague, ability to control and eradicate viruses as well as spread them. Yang Jian, heavenly eye, endows the original pair of eyes with the ability to pierce through illusions and falsehoods, allowing her to anticipate her foes. Neza, wind and fire wheels, divine artifact. Though the celestial hound is a divine beast rather than a deity, and even though Feng Yaozhi harbored its essence within her, it would not bestow upon her any skills. However, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that, aside from the skills of the deities, she could also wield the divine artifacts. Feng Yaozhi, with her newly acquired skills, set off to the night market to indulge in a late-night snack, brimming with delight. Chapter 7. Awakening the Forbidden Ruins in the Old District. The sky was shrouded in darkness, and the rain fell incessantly. Zhao Kongcheng unleashed the Forbidden Ruins, the unfettered void, engaging in a fierce battle with the ghost-faced king. Gripping the star blade tightly, he let out an exasperated sigh. Damn it, this opponent is truly formidable. Outside the unfettered void, Feng Yaozhi, clad in a raincoat, gazed at the sign before her, murmuring softly, "Break." Suddenly, her previously pitch-black eyes shimmered with a divine golden hue, and the celestial eye of the divine ruins cleaved a passage through the unfettered void, allowing her solitary passage. She hastened into the realm enveloped by the unfettered void, while the opening behind her gradually sealed, returning to its original state. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhao Kongcheng once again swung his blade toward the ghost-faced king. At that moment, the ghost-faced king unleashed its forbidden ruins. Zhao Kongcheng momentarily faltered, his expression darkening. Damn it, this ghost-faced king possesses forbidden ruins as well. Feng Yaozhi had now arrived at the battlefield, observing the ghost-faced king and the colossal visage of a demon on the ground. The sequence of Forbidden Ruins 176, the ghost-faced manifestation, could distort human perception and invert spatial concepts. What a pity I possess the celestial eye, which is adept at dismantling illusions. With a deft flick of her wrist, Feng Yaozhi twirled the imate dagger in her hand and charged toward the ghost-faced king, her eyes sparkling with a divine golden light. Despite the fact that the ghost-faced king was 2 realms her superior, the celestial eye, being a divine ruin, far surpassed the 176 sequence of the Forbidden Ruins. The celestial eye swiftly unraveled the ghost-faced manifestation. Feng Yaozhi closed in, piercing the ghost-faced king repeatedly with her razor-sharp imate dagger, leaving deep gashes upon its form. The hexagram of the earth element materialized beneath her feet, the Kuan trigrams positioned directly beneath the ghost-faced king. In an instant, the soil beneath the creature transformed, swiftly engulfing it like a torrent of water. Simultaneously, she brandished the offensive forbidden artifact, Absolute Zero, capable of restraining the ghost-faced king for 2 minutes. Seizing the opportunity while the ghost-faced king was momentarily incapacitated, Feng Yaozhi turned her gaze to the injured Zhao Kongcheng, offering a gentle smile. "Greetings, I'm a prospective night watcher, Feng Yaozhi. Zhao Kongcheng, I can grant you the chance to awaken the forbidden ruins. Would you care to try?" Zhao Kongcheng regarded the girl before him. The aura she exuded was strikingly similar to that of Lin Qiye, imbued with a divine essence. His voice lowered. "Are you an agent of the divine?" Feng Yaozhi smiled lightly. "I am the agent of Huaxu." At her words, Zhao Kongcheng's pupils constricted. She was indeed an agent of the divine from the Daxia. He had not anticipated that they possessed divine agents as well. The identity of this Huaxu agent, coupled with the confidence reflected in her eyes, prompted Zhao Kongcheng to take a gamble. "Very well, I accept the wager. If he succeeded, he would awaken the forbidden ruins. If he failed, well, it mattered little. After all, he had already intended to invoke the spirits to unleash his latent potential, despite the certainty of his demise. Yet, Feng Yaozhi's appearance had turned the tide, sparing him the peril of invoking the spirits. As the wind caressed her lips into a subtle smile, Feng Yaozhi approached Zhao Kongcheng. She raised her hand, and her golden eyes faded, revealing a hazy silhouette behind her, a figure with a human head and a serpent's body. The divine power of Nuwa's creation and regeneration was bestowed upon Zhao Kongcheng. As this power manifested, Feng Yaozhi felt her mental energy dissipate, and her complexion turned ashen. She swiftly retrieved a pill from her spatial pouch to restore her mental strength, and under its effect, her pallor gradually revived to a healthy hue. Fortunately, the essence of Huaxu protected her. Otherwise, the depletion of her mental energy would have posed greater peril. Zhao Kongcheng suddenly felt a surge of heat coursing through his body as his bones and meridians reshaped themselves. A divine energy swiftly traversed within him, awakening his potential and unlocking the forbidden realm. Boom! A force emanated from Zhao Kongcheng, revealing the Forbidden Realm Sequence 083, Moonlight of Oblivion, classified as a high-risk Forbidden Realm. He found himself in the Pool Realm, having awakened in the divine realm of creation and regeneration. Stunned, Zhao Kongcheng sensed the aura radiating from him and erupted in laughter. "I knew it. I am indeed a genius." Feng Yaozhi retracted the forbidden item, Absolute Zero. The Ghost-Face King, having just escaped the grip of Absolute Zero, was met with a black crescent that sliced toward it. With no means to evade, it was forced to lose an arm to Zhao Kongcheng's strike. Growing bolder with each confrontation, Zhao Kongcheng's eyes sparkled with vigor, his entire being exuding a radiant spirit as he reveled in the newfound power within him. Feng Yaozhi stood silently by, observing as Zhao Kongcheng vanquished the Ghost-Face King. At that moment, Lin Qiye's voice echoed through the air. Zhao Kongcheng engaged in a dialogue with Lin Qiye that mirrored the original narrative, yet this time, he faced the Ghost-Face King with newfound strength. The Ghost-Face King, already gravely injured from Chen Mai's assault, had exchanged blows with Zhao Kongcheng and suffered further wounds from Feng Yaozhi. Though now at the level of the river realm, it was on the brink of collapse. Before long, Zhao Kongcheng felled the Ghost-Face King, exhaling heavily as he turned to say, "Little sister, you." However, upon glancing back, he found the space where someone had stood now empty. Where did they go? So swift in their departure? Zhao Kongcheng sheathed the forbidden realm, unable to withstand the fatigue any longer as he sank to the ground, the star blade plunging into the earth, providing him with some support. Trembling, he reached for a cigarette and lighter, muttering, "I'm utterly exhausted." But a smile began to form at the corners of Zhao Kongcheng's mouth. "At last, I possess a forbidden realm. I can finally slay the mysterious beings like Captain and the others." As he spoke, his eyelids grew heavier and weariness enveloped him. How tiring this was! He longed for a good night's sleep. Surely, Captain and the others would arrive soon? Zhao Kongcheng gradually staggered backward. He was already gravely injured from his battle with the Ghost Face King. After awakening the Forbidden Ruins, he had relentlessly wielded his power to vanquish the Ghost Face King. Now he felt an overwhelming fatigue, not merely mental, but physical as well. Lin Xie, having broken through the boundless void, rushed over and found Zhao Kongcheng clutching the blade embedded in the ground, his body slowly collapsing. His complexion was ashen, his breath faint, and he could scarcely open his eyelids. Not far from Zhao Kongcheng lay a mysterious entity, brutally dismembered. An ominous premonition surged within Lin Xie's heart. How could Zhao Kongcheng, an ordinary man, have slain such a being? Zhao Kongcheng. Lin Xie sprinted towards him, urgency propelling him forward as if he feared that in the next moment, Zhao Kongcheng would vanish entirely. His anxiety blinded him to some evident signs. At this point, Zhao Kongcheng had already collapsed on the ground, feeling the raindrops cascade onto his face. He longed to open his eyes, yet they felt as heavy as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, rendering him unable to lift them even slightly. That voice belonged to that young man. How did he get here? No matter, I shall simply rest. Lin Xie reached Zhao Kongcheng's side, trembling as he attempted to raise him. Zhao Kongcheng, I will take you to the hospital. You will not die. You cannot die. The raindrops on his face blurred the line between rain and tears. In his arms, Zhao Kongcheng remained silent, his breath faint. Lin Xie murmured, Zhao Kongcheng, was it worth it? No one will remember your sacrifices. Zhao Kongcheng, please survive. He uttered many words, eventually gazing into the distance, into the night, and softly declared, Zhao Kongcheng, I promise you, I will join the Night Watchers, but only for 10 years. His spirits were low, weighed down by the fragile man cradled in his arms. Zhao Kongcheng. A faint voice, as delicate as a whisper, emerged. Are you serious? Lin Xie trembled, staring in disbelief at the Zhao Kongcheng he held, who was slightly opening his eyes and struggling to speak. You aren't dying? Zhao Kongcheng managed a weak smile. I'm just tired, not dead. So is what you said true? Lin Xie regarded him, a sudden twinge of regret washing over him. Had he known better, he would not have allowed emotions to cloud his judgment and made such a promise. Seeing his hesitation, Zhao Kongcheng chuckled, forget it. If you don't want to join, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Cough, cough. It's true, Lin Xie replied solemnly. I truly promise to join the Night Watchers. That wonderful Zhao Kongcheng could no longer hold on. His head tilted, and he lost consciousness. The hurriedly arriving Hong Ying and others witnessed this scene, feeling as if the sky were collapsing. Old Zhao. Lin Xie raised his gaze towards them, blinking his eyes. He was merely fatigued. They should hasten to bring him back. Upon hearing these words, Hong Ying's slender legs suddenly faltered, and she stumbled a few steps, her countenance filled with sorrow. Old Zhao. Lin Xie, upon hearing her voice and observing her expression, immediately realized her misunderstanding. He was not dead, but rather gravely injured and unconscious. A palpable silence hung in the air. Hong Ying-o. Chapter 8. The training camp. Lin Xie became a temporary member of Team 136, awaiting his formal induction following the training session in September. Accompanied by Chun Mai and Wen Qimo, he returned home to inform his aunt of his decision to enlist in the military for a decade. Although his aunt was reluctant, tears glistening in her eyes, she ultimately consented, watching as Lin Xie departed alongside Yang Jian and the Celestial Hound. Xiaoqi, take good care of yourself. In Team 136, Lin Xie practiced swordsmanship with Chun Mai and Zhao Kongcheng, while learning marksmanship from Lung Xian. At the foothills of Changbai Mountain, Feng Yaozhi held her phone aloft, conversing as she briskly made her way down the mountain. Hello, Commander Yi. Is there something you need? The training is about to commence, and this time it will be held in Songnan City. Understood. I shall proceed to Songnan City at once. Very well. The chief instructor for this session is Yuan Gang. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to him. After a moment as contemplation, Feng Yaozhi added, Commander Yi, since I entered the pool realm, I have discovered that I can foresee certain future events through the Bagua. I have sensed that among the instructors, 3 are traitors colluding with the ancient divine church. Perhaps soon I will be able to glean more precise details. On the other end of the line, Yi Fan's expression grew increasingly grave. I understand. Will foreseeing the future through the bagua harm your body? Feng Yaozhi paused, then replied, no. As it is a gift from Fuxi, the bagua will not adversely affect me. The closer I get to the time of an event, the clearer my foresight becomes. Very well. During the training, the use of any electronic devices is prohibited. Report any discoveries to Yuan Gang. Understood, Feng Yaozhi affirmed. The two exchanged a few more words, primarily with Yi Fan advising Feng Yaozhi on various matters, urging her to remain vigilant. After ending the call, she shouldered her backpack and headed towards the airport. Now residing in the Pool realm, she was among the highest ranking of the new students. Over the past month, she had tirelessly sought the gods of the Great Xia and had finally located two. However, she was somewhat taken aback when she found the fire god Zhu Rong, for he and the wood god Zhu Meng had perished 2 millennia ago, victims of the catastrophic event involving the Soon of the Crux divine repository. It was astonishing that these long-deceased deities could be preserved in their essence and sent to reincarnation by the figure spoken of by the Queen Mother of the West. Available deities and skills: collected, Nuwa; creation and rebirth, Fuxi; bagua array; divination, Queen Mother of the West; plague, capable of controlling and eliminating viruses or spreading them; Yangjian, heavenly eye, grants the ability to pierce illusions and deception with one's original eyes, enabling foresight of the enemy's moves; Neza, wind and fire wheels artifact; Zhurong, divine fired, sun shooting bow artifact 10 arrows. In September, the Night Watchman's training required the collection of all new recruits' data, revealing 2 divine agents on the roster, one representing the deities of the Great Xia and the other serving as an agent for the Seraphim Michael. The instructor was taken aback, his countenance shifting to one of grave concern. By the heavens, not only are there 2 divine agents among us, but one of them is, astonishingly, the representative of the revered matriarch of the Great Xia, Huaxu. Yuan Gang recalled the commander's admonition and remarked, once the Huaxu agent arrives, have her come to see me. Understood, sir. The instructors gathered around the new student roster, murmuring amongst themselves. In addition to the 2 divine agents, there were 3 exceedingly high-risk individuals, including the young heir of the Bailey group. This training session was indeed unprecedented, a singular event in history. News of the presence of a Huaxu agent and a Michael agent among the Night Watchman's training spread among the discerning. Feng Yaozhi, having hurriedly made her way, finally arrived at the training camp on the afternoon of the 2nd day of the new recruits registration. She gazed up at the imposing training facility and stepped forward to join the queue for security checks. Standing out somewhat, she carried only a backpack, having stored her personal items in a spatial bracelet, thus avoiding the need for a suitcase. When it was her turn for the security check, she handed over her identification. The officer examined it briefly, then looked up at the girl before him, his expression showing mild surprise. The Huaxu agent had finally arrived. He returned her documents and instructed the nearby officer, Feng Yaozhi is here. Take her to see the commander. The officer, upon hearing this, regarded Feng Yaozhi with renewed interest, realizing she was indeed the Huaxu representative. Turning back to her, the officer said, the commander wishes to see you immediately. Feng Yaozhi nodded. Thank you for your assistance. The officer escorted her past the checkpoint to the grand entrance of the training camp. After explaining the situation to the instructors inside, they cast curious glances at her. The instructor nodded, follow me. Feng Yaozhi obediently trailed behind him towards the chief instructor's office. At the door, the instructor knocked 3 times, his voice resonant. Reporting in, Feng Yaozhi has arrived. Yuan Gang, upon hearing this, lifted his eyelids slightly and immediately recognized the instructor and Feng Yaozhi standing at the entrance. He nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your efforts, Feng Yaozhi. Please come in. The instructor saluted and departed. Good day, Chief Instructor. After politely greeting him, Feng Yaozhi entered the office and took a seat across from Yuan Gang at his gesture. Yuan Gang observed her and suddenly smiled. Yaozhi, impressive. You have already reached the Pool realm, while the other recruits are still in the Lantern realm. You are quite remarkable. Feng Yaozhi smiled modestly in response. Once pleasantries were exchanged, Yuan Gang shifted to more serious matters. I have heard from the commander that you can foresee who they are now? Feng Yaozhi closed her eyes. Let me see. The Bagua array materialized beneath her feet as time ticked away. After a minute, she opened her eyes. It is Li Yaoguang, Wang Gui, and Wu Ruodong. Moreover, I can sense that there will be a calamity in the training camp 6 months from now. However, I am unable to predict the specifics until a month before the disaster occurs. Upon hearing the names of the 3 individuals, Yuan Gang's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated their involvement. He composed himself and smiled, nodding, "Thank you, Yaozhi. I shall take care of these matters. However, I may need your assistance in the future. By the way, will the foresight truly have no repercussions for you?" Feng Yaozhi shook her head. "Rest assured, Chief Instructor, it will not affect me. After all, this knowledge does not stem from foresight, but from my understanding of the entire narrative. Nevertheless, the divine artifact bestowed by Fuxi, the Bagua, can still be utilized for divination. I shall attempt it upon my return, but I fear that my presence may induce a butterfly effect, altering certain plot lines." Hearing this, Yuan Gang felt reassured. "That's good to know. The commander has informed you, hasn't he? Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will do my utmost to accommodate your needs. Once the 3 traitors are apprehended, I will petition headquarters for the Spark Badge. The influence of the traitors embedded within the training camp, affiliated with the ancient God Church, is quite significant, for you all embody the future hope of the Great Xia." Chapter 9. The Forbidden Ruins Talismans. Feng Yaozhi's smile was gentle and serene. "Thank you, Chief Instructor. If I foresee anything further, I will certainly inform you." As she spoke, she lowered her voice and whispered a few words. Yuan Gang's expression instantly turned grave. Just as he was about to speak, he met Feng Yaozhi's determined gaze. "Chief Instructor, rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation." Yuan Gang pursed his lips and nodded in agreement. "Thank you for your efforts. You should return and select your dormitory." "Goodbye, Chief Instructor." Feng Yaozhi bid farewell to Yuan Gang and made her way toward the girls' dormitory. The dormitory was self-selected. Feng Yaozhi arrived neither too early nor too late and chose a relatively good room. The dormitories were all shared, and after the instructor recorded her information, Feng Yaozhi entered her room, where her roommate had already arrived. Her roommate was a shy girl, petite with a cherubic face, appearing quite adorable. Feng Yaozhi nodded in greeting. "Hello, my name is Feng Yaozhi." The roommate's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. "Hello, I'm Nanchi." Nanchi then looked behind Feng Yaozhi and asked Yaozhi, "Where's your luggage?" Feng Yaozhi utilized her mental energy to extract her belongings from the spatial bracelet. "I have storage space." As she spoke, she handed a small gift bag to Nanchi. "The training days will be austere, so this is a little gift for you." Nanchi accepted the gift bag in surprise, her gentle smile brightening her face. "Thank you. Have you explored the training camp yet? If not, I can show you around later." Feng Yaozhi blinked and pondered for a moment. "Sure, I would appreciate that." Seeing Feng Yaozhi preparing to tidy her bed, Nanchi offered, "Let me help you." Feng Yaozhi smiled softly. "No need, just wait a moment." She surveyed the dormitory and softly uttered, "Transform, cleansing technique." A hexagram array emerged beneath her feet, and with a flash of white light, the entire room was transformed, devoid of any dust. Nanchi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Can the Forbidden Ruins be used this way?" Feng Yaozhi, satisfied with the pristine state of the room, clapped her hands. "All done." As she stored the hexagram away, she began to make her bed. "Yaozhi," a gentle voice called softly in her ear. While arranging her bedding, Feng Yaozhi curiously replied, "What is your Forbidden Ruin?" Nanchi inquired. "I am from the Forbidden Ruin series 092, Talismans. I draw symbols using my mental energy to attack. The attack is instantaneous upon completion of the drawing. As my realm advances, I can draw more symbols, but it consumes a significant amount of mental energy. At my current level, I can only draw 5 symbols a day, which is why talismans belong to Series 092, categorizing them as high-risk Forbidden Ruins." As Nanchi spoke, she observed Feng Yaozhi closely. "I sense a stronger aura emanating from you. It must be the pool realm. I've heard this batch of recruits includes 2 divine agents. You wouldn't happen to be one of them, would you? Feng Yaozhi nodded. I am. Nanshi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Which deity do you serve as an agent? Matriarch Huaxu. Nanshi's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, I never anticipated that the divine agent would be my roommate, and moreover, a deity from the Xia. Yaozhi, you are truly remarkable. Feng Yaozhi turned around with a gentle smile. Thank you for your kind words. She shook out her blanket, swiftly tidied her bed, and organized her belongings. Upon turning her head, she noticed Nanshi staring at her with sparkling eyes. The corners of her lips twitched as she decided to divert Nanshi's attention. Nanshi, are you able to draw any talismans? Nanshi's focus was successfully redirected. Not exactly. I can only draw talismans within the limits of my abilities. As she spoke, she let out a wail. No, I just recall my previous days of hardship. Ever since I awakened the Forbidden Ruins, I've been endlessly memorizing various talismans. I used to be raised in a more carefree manner. My grandfather even stuffed a comprehensive talisman book into my luggage to ensure I wouldn't forget. Boo-hoo. Feng Yaozhi inquired with curiosity. Is your grandfather's Forbidden Ruins also related to talismans? She shook her head. Only I possess the Forbidden Ruins in my family. My grandfather and the others are celestial masters, hence they can draw talismans. Celestial masters? At the mention of this term, Feng Yaozhi's interest piqued. She had always been fond of metaphysical novels in her previous life. She eagerly posed numerous questions about the metaphysical realm, and, fortunately, Nanshi had been nurtured in this knowledge from a young age. Had she not awakened the Forbidden Ruins, she would have also become a celestial master. Thus, she answered all of Feng Yaozhi's inquiries in detail. This exchange deepened the bond between the two girls significantly. Nanshi led Feng Yaozhi on a tour of the training camp. On the third day of the new recruits registration, Feng Yaozhi, having just awakened from slumber, was startled by the raucous commotion outside. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up in bed, lost in thought. Nanshi dashed in excitedly, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Yaozhi, did you know? There's a fabulously wealthy chubby man outside, adorned with a dozen expensive watches on his arms, distributing them one by one. Nanshi exclaimed, shaking her head in disbelief. How extravagant! What is one more wealthy person in the world? Feng Yaozhi chuckled softly, rising to approach the window. Leaning out, she had a clear view of the chubby man distributing luxury watches, along with the indifferent Qingzhu and the disdainful Mo Li. Just as the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, Instructor Hong and several other instructors arrived to quell the lively scene, causing the new recruits to fall silent instantly. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the training ground was to assemble. Instructor Hong declared this command before storming off with the other instructors. Nanshi, pouting as she leaned against the window, lamented, it's starting so soon. I thought we would have to wait until tomorrow. Feng Yaozhi smiled, pressing her lips together. The days ahead will become increasingly challenging, but if we endure, they will pass. Nanshi, Feng Yaozhi. At 1:50 in the afternoon, Feng Yaozhi and Nanshi donned their military uniforms and made their way to the training ground together. By this time, the expansive training area was already populated with numerous recruits, standing in a scattered formation. Feng Yaozhi pulled Nanshi toward the back of the group. Nanshi, puzzled, asked, Yaozhi, do we need to stand this far back? There are spots available in the front. Feng Yaozhi mysteriously spoke up. I have a premonition that this assembly will not be straightforward. For caution's sake, let us stand at the back. Nanshi, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement, all right. Soon, the new recruits began to arrive one after another. Feng Yaozhi's gaze quickly fell upon the figures of Ali Pangpang and Lin Shiyi, who were standing at the rear of the formation. She subtly withdrew her gaze and directed it towards the training platform. Over 20 instructors led by Yuan Gang stood firmly on the platform. Yuan Gang, positioned at the forefront, scrutinized the loosely assembled new recruits with narrowed eyes. Behind him, an instructor bellowed, "Stand at attention." The booming command jolted the recruits, transforming their previous languor into a more disciplined stance. Observing the somewhat acceptable formation, Yuan Gang initiated the customary opening remarks that are delivered at every annual training, with the term rookies being reiterated several times. In a cold voice, he questioned, "Is there anyone among you who doubts this?" I doubt it, responded Qingzhu, lazily raising her hand while chewing gum, her demeanor decidedly nonchalant. I also refuse to accept this. With one person leading the charge, an increasing number of recruits expressed their dissent. Following this exchange, Yuan Gang let out a cold chuckle, a hint of a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his lips. Very well, step down. No sooner had his words fallen than an unusual phenomenon occurred in the sky. 7 figures abruptly materialized, plummeting towards the ground at an alarming speed. The masked squad had arrived. Chapter 10. The subtle fragrance amidst the snow surrounding them were continuous exclamations of astonishment, with even Nanshi gazing up at the sky in wide-eyed wonder. She grasped Feng Yaozhi's arm, suppressing her excitement. Ah, Yaozhi, did you see that? They are so handsome. Feng Yaozhi smiled and replied, indeed, strikingly handsome. But do be gentle, all right? Her arm was nearly dislocated from the force of Nanshi's grip. Nanshi sheepishly released her hold, saying, let me massage your arm, Yaozhi. As she spoke, she extended her hands to gently knead Feng Yaozhi's arm. Feng Yaozhi, contemplative, watched the descent of the mask team and inquired, would you like to experience the sensation of flying later? Nanshi nodded vigorously yes. Good, just follow my instructions. All right, Nanshi enthusiastically agreed, relishing the prospect of this delightful experience, knowing that such an opportunity was rare. Before long, the mask team landed on the training platform, their series of actions leaving many new recruits in awe. The newcomers gazed at the mask team in stunned silence, and soon a cacophony of excitement erupted. Wow, those masks! That charisma! Could they be the mask special team? My heavens! I'm witnessing them in person. I can't believe how handsome they are. Did our instructor really invite the mask team? Aren't they busy with missions? Such murmurs filled the air. Wang Mian was the first to speak. Hello. We are the mask team. But, just as expected, an unexpected incident occurred. The swirling water spirit knelt down, offering an early New Year greeting to the new recruits below. The newcomers were left bewildered. The mask team, the instructors. Wang Mian could hardly bear to look. The swirling water spirit had made quite the spectacle. Nanshi watched in astonishment, her self-doubt creeping in as she asked, is this the mask team? Yes, understand that every team has its standout member, Feng Yaozhi replied, though Feng Yaozhi was already aware of the swirling spirit's antics. Witnessing it firsthand was a different experience altogether, offering a more potent visual impact. Nanshi nodded slowly. This little interlude was quickly smoothed over by the swirling spirit. After the mask team introduced themselves, Yuan Gang spoke up. Do you think you are formidable? If so, I present you with a challenge. Starting at 2 o'clock this afternoon, if any one of you can remove a mask from a member of the mask team before 9 o'clock tonight, I shall concede that you are indeed impressive. Of course, the entire mask team will lower their levels to match yours. Yuan Gang, perhaps considering that there were 2 divine agents among the new recruits, refrained from making bold claims of graduation upon mask removal. Upon hearing this, the new recruits were filled with fervor, believing that a 240 versus 7 scenario could certainly wear down the mask team. Wang Mian chose to conceal their weaknesses, asserting, against you, we only need 5 members. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Gang's heart sank. Although he understood that Wang Mian intended to conceal their weaknesses, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. The new recruits erupted in astonishment. Goodness, how audacious! Is this the prowess of the special squad? Yuan Gang surveyed the new recruits below. All weapons are in the warehouse. Feel free to unleash your skills without concern for damage. With that, he departed the training platform alongside the instructors. Feng Yaozhi, witnessing Tan Xiang and Xing Hen descend from the platform, subtly moved her lips. Qian, disorderly gold strike. The hexagram formation swiftly materialized beneath her feet, expanding rapidly. With the Qian hexagram positioned directly beneath the mask squad, instantly decelerating their perception of time. Wang Mian was taken aback. This bore the essence of divinity. Lin Qie, equally astonished, turned to gaze at Feng Yaozhi, recalling that she was the one who had rescued Zhao Kongqing. Feng Yaozhi held a higher rank than the mask squad, which was suppressed within the realm of the pond, while she and Wang Mian, both divine agents, found themselves at different echelons. with Fuxi's status surpassing that of the god of time. This disparity allowed Feng Yaozhi to confine Wang Mian, the divine agent of time, for a full 15 seconds, a substantial duration for myriad actions. After declaring the entrapment of the masked squad, Feng Yaozhi grasped Nanshi's hand and swiftly commanded, "Sun flight." A gust of wind swirled beneath her feet, propelling them away from the scene. Nanshi, unfazed, clutched Feng Yaozhi's hand tightly, ensuring their escape. With her free hand, Feng Yaozhi conjured a horn, exclaiming, "If you don't run now, are you waiting to be annihilated?" In the final 5 seconds, they had soared far from danger. Many new recruits, upon realizing the situation, took flight, while some, lagging behind, were sent flying by the hammering strike of the rose, freed from the disorderly gold strike. The masked squad, having rushed in without reviewing the new recruits' profiles, were only aware of the presence of a divine agent among them. As they dealt with the slower recruits, the Vortex remarked, "I can't believe there's even a pawned realm among this batch. Is her ability divination?" Wang Mian replied coolly, "She's a divine agent." The scales of fate seemed to spark a realization. Wait, I recall there recently emerged a Huaxu agent, and that girl's ability is divination. Could she possibly be the Huaxu agent? Wang Mian nodded, "That is likely." The Vortex murmured, "Huaxu is the progenitor of Huaxia. Captain, her divine status surpasses yours." Yu Guei delivered a sharp slap to the back of the Vortex's head. "Be quiet." The slower recruits were swiftly subdued, their figures flickering as they searched for others. Feng Yaozhi led Nanshi in search of weaponry. Though she possessed cold weapons, she lacked firearms. The warehouse door was locked, and she extracted an innate dagger from her spatial bracelet, swiftly severing the lock. In search of suitable weapons, as the masked squad was likely approaching, Feng Yaozhi gathered explosives and a bow, for firearms seemed of little utility. Nanshi took up a sword and some bombs. They turned and found themselves face to face with Lin Chia, Bailey Pang Pang, and Molly at the door. The five exchanged glances before quickly averting their eyes. Bailey Pang Pang, curious, looked at the two. "I am Bailey Pang Pang. This is Lin Chia, and this is Molly. What are your names? By the way, are you both divine agents like Chia?" Feng Yaozhi nodded slightly, her tone calm. "I am Feng Yaozhi." Nanshi smiled and introduced herself. "I am Nanshi." Bailey Pang Pang pondered for a moment. "Feng Yaozhi. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Isn't it from the poem Plum Blossom? Yaozhi is not snow, yet a subtle fragrance lingers. Am I right?" Bailey Pong Pong's focus always seemed a bit peculiar. Feng Yaozhi nodded gently. Lin Chia looked at him with curiosity. "You are quite cultured, aren't you?" Bailey Pang Pang, puffing up his cheeks in indignation, retorted, "What do you mean? I'm not that uncultured, am I?" Chapter 11. Bow drawn, aim at the mask. Bailey Pang Pang sincerely invited Feng Yaozhi and Nanshi. "Would you like to team up with us?" Nanshi instinctively glanced at Feng Yaozhi, wishing only to be a mere bystander, indulging in a comfortable life. Feng Yaozhi looked back at Nanshi, her eyes silently inquiring. "Do you want to go?" Nanshi responded, "I'm fine either way. I'll follow your lead." Feng Yaozhi turned to Bailey Pang Pang. "No, we prefer to operate independently. Farewell." Upon finishing her words, she took Nanshi's hand and departed. Bailey Pang Pang lamented behind them. "What a pity. They are so formidable. Collaborating with them would likely make defeating the masked squad much easier." Lin Chia nodded as he observed Feng Yaozhi's retreating figure. "Indeed, but if they are unwilling to join forces, there is little one can do." Feng Yaozhi led Nanshi stealthily, evading the masked squad, until they arrived at a more secluded area. "Nanshi, can you inscribe a tracking symbol?" Although puzzled, Nanshi nodded. "I can." "What is up?" Feng Yaozhi smiled mysteriously, producing 5 arrows. "Try to engrave the tracking symbol onto these arrows." Nanshi's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape. "You mean to?" Feng Yaozhi chuckled softly. "Precisely as you thought." Nanshi nodded earnestly, patting her chest. "Leave it to me." She began to diligently inscribe the symbols. Her first attempt at applying charms to physical objects, but she felt confident. Feng Yaozhi gently lowered her eyelashes, closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, they shone with a golden hue. The divine eye of the realm opened. Instantly, she perceived the surroundings within a 300-meter radius. Nanshi had successfully inscribed the charms onto the arrows, achieving success on her first try. Before long, she had engraved the symbols onto all 5 arrows. Feng Yaozhi beamed with praise. Excellent. Nanshi beamed back. Feng Yaozhi stowed the arrows away and stretched. Let us go. It's time to shoot at the mask. Nanshi, filled with determination, exclaimed, Let us go, go, go. Meanwhile, the battle intensified, resonating with explosive sounds. The masked squad, recently battered by Lin Qiye and his companions, found themselves surrounded by Shen Qingzhu and his men. A faint smile curled at the corners of Shen Qingzhu's lips as he spoke. It's time, mask. Xuanhua gritted his teeth, wondering why this new batch of recruits was so troublesome. Captain, hurry up and act. If we don't, we're going to be in trouble. Just as Wang Mian was about to strike, a familiar 8 trigrams formation suddenly appeared beneath their feet. The members of the masked squad felt their pupils constrict in shock. Damn, I almost forgot about the Huaxu agent. With a thunderous roar, the heavens darkened, clouds gathering ominously, and with a resounding crash, lightning streaked across the sky, striking down fiercely. At this moment, Wang Mian no longer rushed to deal with Shen Qingzhu and the others. With a crisp sound, the Yuan sword was drawn, instantly freezing the surrounding space, halting all attacks mid-air. Feng Yaozhi smiled faintly, her eyes glimmering with golden light. The divine eye was activated, and within 3 seconds, the spatial stasis created by Wang Mian was shattered. Had Wang Mian not suppressed her realm, she would likely not have so swiftly and effortlessly shattered his spatial stasis. Yu Gue gasped in astonishment. What the hell, Captain? Why isn't your divine ruins working? Wang Mian, taken aback, lifted her gaze to the girl standing on the rooftop not far away. Was she not the agent of Huaxu? How could she possess so many divine ruins? First the Bagua, and now the ability to break his spatial stasis. Wang Mian did not ponder long. The yuan was fully drawn, and she swung the blade in her hand, the gleaming light slicing through the air, countering all incoming attacks with a myriad of cuts. Feng Yaozhi, aware that there was no time to linger, turned and departed. Her objective was not to defeat Mask. Unfazed, she made eye contact with the surveillance, a subtle smile curving her lips. Everything was proceeding along its designated trajectory. Lin Qiyi faced Wang Mian. Bai Li Pang Pang confronted Yu Gue. Chao Yuan met Tian Ping. Shen Qingzhu squared off against Vortex, and Mo Li went against Rose. The new recruits had nearly all been eliminated, with only 7 remaining in the arena. Nanshi's forbidden talisman was no longer usable, and she obediently nestled beside Feng Yaozhi, transforming one into 3,000 slay. Master, may your journey be smooth. The 10 combatants were locked in a fierce struggle, the intensity of the battle stirring the blood of those who watched. Nanshi instinctively gasped. What the? Seeing the moment was ripe, Feng Yaozhi deliberately chose a central position that aligned with the clash of the 10 fighters, fortuitously under the gaze of the surveillance. She gently raised her slender, elegant right hand, a surge of divine power erupting from her being, gradually coalescing in her hand. A tremendous pressure emanating from the longbow at its center and radiating outward. Everyone was drawn in by this formidable divine power and pressure. What was happening? Was she about to summon a deity? Was she playing with such high stakes? The deity did not appear. Instead, a fire-red longbow manifested in Feng Yaozhi's grasp. Bai Li Pang Pang, accustomed to extraordinary items, was nonetheless astonished by the longbow in Feng Yaozhi's hands. What in the world is this? Is there such a powerful forbidden item among the forbidden artifacts? Lin Qiyi and Wang Mian halted their actions, both being divine agents. They understood that the divine power emanated from the longbow. It was indeed an artifact. Shen Qingzhu displayed a look of astonishment. This individual possessed such an extraordinary weapon? Speculation rippled through their minds. The longbow was likely an artifact, and in the legendary myths of Xia, there was but one renowned longbow. They hesitated to contemplate further. If this were true, was she about to obliterate the training camp? In the underground base, the instructors felt the artifact's imposing pressure and were momentarily stunned. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as Yuan Gang seized the opportunity, snatching the microphone. His voice resonated through the loudspeakers, echoing in everyone's ears. Feng Yaozhi, do not use the artifact, the sun-shooting bow. Are you intending to blow up the training camp? Feng Yaozhi smiled with satisfaction, a playful curve to her lips. Rest assured, Chief Instructor, I want to use the divine arrow. I will simply shoot ordinary arrows with the sun-shooting bow. The vortex swirled with astonishment. My goodness, the sun-shooting bow. Feng Yaozhi gracefully grasped 5 arrows, lightly resting them on the string. Her delicate fingers curled slightly as she drew back the bow, shaping it into a crescent moon, aiming the arrows directly at the moon demon in the center. A gentle smile graced her lips. With a full draw, I shall shoot the mask. Whoosh! With a swift sound, the 5 arrows sliced through the air, propelled by a fierce gale and a faint divine energy, aimed straight at the moon demon. The moon demon, witnessing the arrows hurtling towards him, felt his pupils constrict sharply. He opened his mouth in shock. What the heck? The moon demon was left utterly shattered, pondering whether today was a day of misfortune for him. First, he had approached with confidence to assault Qingzhu and her companions, only to nearly be blown away. Then, he attempted to ambush the seemingly weak, chubby fellow, only to be utterly powerless against by Li's overwhelming financial prowess. Had it not been for the emergence of the vortex, he would have faced utter defeat. Just when he had narrowly escaped the transformation into 3,000, he was besieged by the frenzied Chao Yuan's attacks. And now, why must they still come to attack me at this moment? Sister, this is a divine artifact. Could you please exercise some restraint? I have but a few lives, and you are toying with them so recklessly. Chapter 12. Baiting with myself, Yuan Gang observed Feng Yaozhi as she drew her bow, her gaze intense. Yesterday, in a hushed tone, she had confided in him. Chief Instructor, I possess a method to unveil the 3 traitors. They are currently adept at concealing themselves. Thus your investigations yield no results. However, should I serve as bait, we can successfully lure them out, compelling them to divulge their secrets to the ancient God Church. I am aware that there will be a drill with the mass tomorrow, during which I will wield the divine artifact, the sunshot bow, and then. He had initially intended to decline. The peril was too great. If the existence of the sunshot bow were to be disclosed, the ancient God Church would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to eliminate her and seize the bow. Perhaps it wouldn't only be the ancient God Church. Those outer gods would also be restless. Yet, Feng Yaozhi's eyes radiated determination and a hint of confidence, as if she were assured of her safety. Her foresight suggested she knew her fate, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, Yuan Gang sensed there was more to her conviction. Feng Yaozhi watched as the moon ghost panicked, desperately attempting to evade the arrows. A gentle smile graced her lips, her exquisite features illuminated by mirth. The sunshot bow transformed into a streak of golden light, merging with her being. With fingers as delicate as those peeling scallions, she softly uttered, "Divide." Instantly, 5 arrows diverged, slicing through the air at breakneck speed towards the others. Vortex, initially poised to rescue the moon ghost, halted abruptly. Disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the arrows careening towards him. What the? He exclaimed in astonishment. Feng Yaozhi's smile widened as she stood atop the ruins, gazing down upon the 5 members of the masked team with an air of superiority. A friendly reminder. These arrows are inscribed with directional tracking runes. The arrows, imbued with divine power from the sunshot bow, could not be easily eluded by the masked team, who were already suffering from the burdens of suppressed realms and mental fatigue. Moreover, Lin Xie and his companions were lurking nearby, poised to strike. Nangxi, standing atop the ruins, cheerfully cautioned. Moreover, once the arrows lock onto the masked team, they will exclusively target them. Consequently, the 5 members of Lin Xie, who had initially hesitated, now joined forces with the arrows to assault the masked team without a moment's pause. In the underground base, a coach remarked weakly, "I can't shake the feeling that the masked team is bound to lose." Be more confident. Erase that feeling. The masked team is destined for defeat, another instructor retorted. A coach attempted to defend the masked team, stating if they were to fight without suppressing their realms, they would not lose. Indeed, had these new recruits been of similar age to the masked team, they would have been even more formidable. Instructor Hong, observing the unfolding battle on the screen, fell into deep contemplation. Commander, it is fortunate you have not made any grand proclamations. At that moment, Yuan Gang felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that his intuition had restrained him from uttering any bold declarations. Soon, as the arrows struck the 5 members of the masked team, Lin Xie and his companions swiftly either severed or removed the masks from their faces. It was now 8:30. The members of the masked team gasped in shock, their expressions a blend of disbelief and horror. Lin Xie and the others. Nanqi joyfully jumped on the spot. Yaozhi mask has lost. Feng Yaozhi smiled slightly. Yes, mask has indeed lost. Yuan Gang gazed at the screen, a gentle smile gracing his lips, filled with satisfaction. The younger generation is formidable. This batch of recruits shows promise, but we must not allow them to become complacent. Yuan Gang's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he picked up the microphone and declared in a grave tone, "All personnel, assemble at the training ground." Feng Yaozhi and Nanqi descended from the lofty ruins, meeting up with Lin Xie and the others on their way to the training ground. The Moon Spectre, whose mask had been severed, cast a resentful glance at Feng Yaozhi, seemingly questioning her decision to unleash a barrage of arrows upon him initially. Unfazed, Feng Yaozhi replied, "You just happened to be in the middle. Naturally, the arrows were directed at you." Wang Mian observed Feng Yaozhi, then glanced at Lin Xie. "Both of you are quite impressive, and it appears you have concealed your true abilities. Especially you, Feng Yaozhi." Feng Yaozhi accepted the compliment without a hint of embarrassment. Of course, being the sole survivor, it is only natural to possess multiple advantages. Wang Mian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, after all, you are the first divine agent of the Great Xia." Feng Yaozhi smiled subtly. Truth be told, even when her powers were suppressed to the realm of the mask, the entire team could not match her prowess. After all, her advantages were indeed numerous. The group of 12 strolled along, engaging in casual conversation. Rose linked arms with Molly, both sharing laughter, though Rose's thoughts were far from innocent. Baili Pang turned to the quietly observant Nanqi. "Did you draw the tracking symbols on the arrows?" Taken aback by the question, Nanqi nodded in surprise. "Yes, I did." Baili Pang pondered thoughtfully. "Your forbidden realm is the sequence 092, talisman, correct?" Well-versed in forbidden realms and objects, Baili Pang inquired. Nanqi nodded again. "That's right." Lin Xie glanced at Feng Yaozhi and suddenly remarked, "Thank you for saving Zhao Kongqing." Feng Yaozhi maintained her gaze ahead, her tone calm. "No need for thanks. We are compatriots." "You are right." Lin Xie could hardly fathom how he would have reacted if Zhao Kongqing had perished that day. He suspected he would have been utterly devastated. Vortex raised an eyebrow at Shen Qingzhu. "You're quite bold, aren't you?" Shen Qingzhu snorted dismissively, turning his head away in silence. Vortex muttered, "So arrogant." Tian Ping stared intently at Qiao Yuan, remaining silent, which made Qiao Yuan feel increasingly uncomfortable. Reciting a line from a Buddhist scripture, Qiao Yuan weakly remarked, "You were the one who urged me to draw my blade. Do not blame me." Tian Ping continued to watch him in silence. As for the Moon Spectre, he regarded everyone with an equally resentful gaze. Shen Qingzhu, Baili Pang, Qiao Yuan, Feng Yaozhi, and Nanqi. Wang Mian patted the Moon Spectre's shoulder. "Moon Spectre, do not dwell on it. I understand your grievances." Today, the Moon Spectre was particularly fortunate, choosing to confront only the most formidable opponents, each of whom countered him effectively. The Moon Spectre maintained his melancholic demeanor. The 12 individuals who had just engaged in fierce combat now conversed amicably, creating a strangely harmonious atmosphere. Feng Yaozhi seemed to be lost in thought. She spoke to Nan Shi before slowing her pace to walk beside Wang Mian. "Shall we chat?" Wang Mian replied with some surprise, "Sure." As they decreased their speed, they quickly reached the end of the line. Feng Yaozhi got straight to the point. "The divine ruin bestowed upon me by Huaxu is life-healing. I am aware that your ability to reverse time depletes your lifespan, so I can assist you in reversing time without further shortening your life. However, you must understand that there are limits to time. It cannot be reversed multiple times or for extended periods." Wang Mian's first reaction was to wonder just how many divine ruins she possessed, realizing that the Bagua was not granted by Huaxu. His second reaction was surprise. Are you serious? Feng Yaozhi's expression was earnest. Indeed, but my current realm is insufficient to alleviate all your concerns at once. However, it is feasible in the short term. How long is the short term? Wang Mian inquired. Approximately 2 years. Wang Mian continued. If I utilize the time divine ruin, it will shorten my life. Will using life healing have any consequences for you? Feng Yaozhi pondered for a moment. It seems not. Wang Mian visibly sighed in relief. Then I appreciate your help. No need for thanks, Feng Yaozhi replied. She formed hand seals, and an ancient array emerged beneath her feet, with a vague protective silhouette of Huaxu appearing behind her. Activate the divine ruin, life healing. The 10 individuals ahead felt the surge of divine power and immediately halted. Upon turning, they saw Wang Mian and Feng Yaozhi standing opposed, an ancient array materializing beneath them. Yu Gui hesitated. Are they fighting? Lin Chie's eyes flashed with a glimmer of gold. Wang Mian hasn't activated the divine ruin, but Feng Yaozhi's divine ruin encompasses Wang Mian. Li Pang inquired curiously. So what are they doing? Chapter 13, My Disappointment. Lin Chie gazed intently at the 2 individuals within the formation, his tone laden with hesitation. Feng Yaozhi appears to be transmitting divine energy to Wang Mian. Transmitting divine energy? Is not the captain also a divine agent? Wait a moment. The realization struck Vortex, his eyes suddenly alight. Feng Yaozhi is the agent of Huaxu, who is the matriarch of the Huaxia, the mother of Fuxi and Nuwa. Does this imply that the matriarch has endowed Feng Yaozhi's divine ruins with the power of life? Rosa pondered thoughtfully. Vortex, are you suggesting that Feng Yaozhi is extending the captain's life? Vortex nodded vigorously. Precisely. That is the implication. Extending life? Bai Li, the plump one, inquired with curiosity. Does Wang Mian's use of the divine ruins to reverse time shorten his lifespan? Indeed, this is the penalty of time. Yu Gui pressed her lips together. The captain is merely in his 20s, yet his appearance betrays an age several years beyond his actual years. This is the consequence of his past temporal reversals. Each instance of time reversal consumes not only his mental energy, but also his lifespan. If given the choice, they would prefer not to witness the captain resorting to time reversal, for it would signify that he has aged further. Perhaps one day, despite being only in his 20s, he would present the visage of a man in his 60s or 70s. Qingzhu regarded the 2 figures within the formation with a detached gaze. One hand resting casually in his pocket, his simple stance revealing a distinct difference from the others. His posture exuded an undeniable air of superiority. Chao Yuan's eyes sparkled momentarily at the mention of the power of life, but soon dimmed. He had forgotten. It had been over a decade since they had passed away. An overwhelming vitality surged forth from Feng Yaozhi, flowing through the formation into Wang Mian's being. Wang Mian felt a warm, indescribable comfort enveloping him. Wow, has the captain become a tad younger? Tian Ping exclaimed in astonishment. Molly squinted closely, seemingly confirming the observation. Yu Gui murmured. The effects are surprisingly swift. Rosa clapped her hands, unable to disguise her excitement. Does this mean the captain can perform time reversal without the fear of shortening his lifespan? Lin Chie remained focused. That seems likely, but time adheres to its own rules. Even if he will no longer suffer a shortened lifespan, it must not be misused. Vortex suppressed his exhilaration. No matter. As long as the captain is no longer at risk of losing years, we shall protect him diligently, ensuring he refrains from engaging in combat. Lin Chie cast a glance at the members of the masked team, understanding why the night watchmen undertook their missions as a collective, not merely for strength in numbers, but to possess a band of comrades who would stand by one another through life and death, unwavering and loyal. Before long, the application of life healing reached its conclusion, primarily due to Feng Yaozhi's significant depletion of mental energy. She struggled to maintain her composure. She delicately pressed her pale lips together, striving to stabilize her stance, her slender, fair fingers lightly tracing the formation, which rapidly dissipated. It was a success. A faint smile graced Feng Yaozhi's lips. When the life force within you begins to wane, I shall seek you out to replenish it, until my own prowess is sufficient to resolve your issues in one fell swoop. Wang Mian gently caressed his face. Even without a mirror, he could discern the improvement in his skin. He had truly regained his youth, or rather, restored the visage befitting his age. Holding the yuan in his grasp, he slightly bowed and clasped his fists in a gesture of traditional Huaxia courtesy towards Feng Yaozhi, saying, "Thank you. I shall owe you this favor. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me." Feng Yaozhi, casually chewing on a spirit-restoring elixir extracted from her spatial bracelet, nodded nonchalantly. "All right. Not only the captain, but all of us. Whatever your needs may be, the masked squad shall fulfill them." The 4 members of the Rose team rushed over, standing resolutely beside Wang Mian. He sighed, "You all." Vortex chuckled. "Captain, we are a team. We must face everything together. You cannot abandon your beloved comrades." "Indeed, indeed." Yu Gue vigorously nodded in agreement. Nancy approached, her concern evident as she inspected Feng Yaozhi from head to toe. "Yaozhi, are you feeling tired or dizzy?" Feng Yaozhi smiled and shook her head. "I have taken the elixir. I am fine now." Nancy scrutinized her closely, and, upon seeing her lips regain their rosy hue, she finally relaxed. "That's good." Bai Li, plump and cheerful, waved at them. "Come on, hurry up. We're coming." The group of 12 once again assembled into a cohesive unit, making their way toward the training ground. They arrived just as the new recruits were gathering. Feng Yaozhi and her 7 companions stood confidently in the ranks, meeting the admiring gazes of the newcomers. The instructor stood firmly on the martial platform, while the 7 members of the masked squad positioned themselves at the edge. Yuan Gang's piercing gaze swept over the recruits. He let out a heavy sigh before speaking. "I am quite disappointed." Instantly, the recruits, along with the masked squad, lowered their heads in shame, except for Feng Yaozhi and her companions, who stood tall amidst the crowd. Yuan Gang observed their embarrassment with satisfaction. Through this training exercise, you must have gained a profound awareness of your shortcomings. Your foundations are weak and your spirits too arrogant. In short, you are inexperienced yet overly ambitious. He delivered a series of rehearsed remarks. However, a twist emerged in his discourse. "Yet among you, there are indeed qualified new recruits. Those who have managed to unmask the masked squad. You must be well aware of who they are and strive to match their caliber." Instructor Hong glanced at Shen Qingzhu, who stood rigidly, falling silent. How could one align with Shen Qingzhu and still be a standout? Ultimately, Yuan Gang revealed the crux of his message. The training period will span 1 year, divided into 2 parts. The first being physical conditioning, and the second, practical application. Prepare yourselves for a nightmare, rookies. Wang Mian continued to employ time reversal to reconstruct the dormitory building. That evening, 3 figures emerged from the dormitory, converging at a secluded area of the training camp. Despite being in different locations, they engaged in the same endeavor, to relay the day's events to Lord Yu. Each individual sought to claim credit for the information. Li Yaoguang had just penned half of the details when, suddenly, a loud snap echoed. A sudden, intense beam of light enveloped him completely. Yuan Gang emerged with a cold sneer, declaring, "Li Yaoguang, we have you now." Momins Lete, Li Yaoguang, Bungi, and Wu Ruodong found themselves apprehended and brought into the brightly lit conference room, where the instructors regarded them with unwavering attention. Yuan Gang smirked. "Now tell me, what were the 3 of you up to just now?" The trio staunchly denied any wrongdoing. "Chief Instructor, we were simply unable to sleep and decided to take a walk." Yuan Gang suppressed a scornful smile. "Do you take us for fools?" An instructor skilled in decryption adjusted his glasses and reported, "Chief Instructor, I have decrypted their message. It has not yet been sent, and the recipient is the Church of the Ancient Gods. The content reads, 'The wind knows of the sun's shooting bow.'" At this revelation, the faces of Li Yaoguang and his companions turned ashen. Chapter 14, as for how they discerned that the recipient was the dreamer. It was not due to the adept deciphering skills of the instructor tracking them down, but rather because Li Yaoguang and his companions had explicitly addressed the letter to the esteemed dreamer at the outset. Upon seeing this, Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong fell into a contemplative silence. The instructors, wide-eyed, observed as Instructor Hong adorned Li Yaoguang and his companions with the truth rings to interrogate them. Fortunately, they managed to extract a modicum of useful information. After consulting with Yi Fan, Yuan Gang resolved to first keep Li Yaoguang and his companions under control, to ascertain their true intentions while simultaneously misleading the ancient God Church into believing that the three infiltrators had not yet been exposed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Feng Yaozhi, after completing her ablutions, sat cross-legged on her bed and began to use the divine ruins, bagua, for divination. As divination is essentially a glimpse into the secrets of the universe, her mental energy was swiftly depleted, forcing her to consume a medicinal pill for recovery. However, her efforts were not in vain. The deviation in the narrative was minimal, suggesting that the anticipated attack by the ancient God Church on the training camp would likely proceed as foreseen. Nevertheless, she planned to conduct another divination in 4 months. At 3 o'clock in the morning, a piercing whistle shattered the silence, rousing most of the recruits from their slumber. Upon hearing the whistle, Feng Yaozhi immediately opened her eyes and sprang up, hastily donning her attire with remarkable speed. She did not forget to urge Nanshi, who was groggily sitting up on the opposite bunk, to awaken quickly, warning her of a possible time constraint and the penalties for tardiness. Upon hearing the mention of punishment, Nanshi suddenly found herself wide awake and swiftly dressed. The two of them dashed towards the training ground like the wind, with Feng Yaozhi utilizing the divine ruins, bagua, to enhance their speed. When they arrived at the training ground, only 3 instructors were present, and Lin Xie arrived in sync with them. Instructor Hong, observing the trio's near-simultaneous arrival, nodded in satisfaction. Other recruits gradually made their way to the training ground. Once everyone was assembled, Instructor Hong commenced his address. From now on, whenever you hear the whistle, you must arrive at the training ground within 3 minutes. Those exceeding the time will automatically be dismissed. Those who arrive within 3 minutes may rest in place. Upon hearing this, Nanshi immediately felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had arrived alongside Yaozhi and Lin Xie, thus there was no reason for her to be penalized. As new recruits trickled out to jog, some were called out by Instructor Hong to run as well. The recruits who arrived on time settled into a cross-legged position on the training ground, listening to their chatter about the absence of the forbidden ruins. Nanshi felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Upon sensing, she realized the forbidden ruins were indeed imperceptible. Both she and Feng Yaozhi were 18 years old, having just completed their college entrance examinations. Had it not been for the awakening of the forbidden ruins, she too would be preparing for university. Leaning closer to Feng Yaozhi, she whispered softly, "Yaozhi, can you sense your divine ruins?" She recalled feeling Yaozhi invoke the divine ruins when they ran together, as their speed had suddenly surged. Feng Yaozhi replied quietly, "I can sense it, though its efficacy has been diminished." Nanshi nodded slightly in understanding. As dawn broke on the horizon, the latecomers among the new recruits had all completed their runs, prompting Instructor Hong to dismiss them. Feng Yaozhi, accompanied by Nanshi, settled onto a stone bench not far from the training grounds, awaiting the sound of the whistle once more. Breakfast time was approaching, and it was likely the whistle would blow again soon. Thus, they decided to linger there, for sitting was the same regardless of location. She found it tedious to return to the dormitory only to hastily descend again at the sound of the whistle. After all, the training camp had not imposed restrictions on wandering during non-training hours. Nanshi obediently sat beside Feng Yaozhi, placing her blind trust in her companion. Indeed, a few minutes later, the whistle sounded again, and Nanshi's gaze towards Feng Yaozhi held a hint of admiration. In less than a minute, they reached the training ground, leaving Instructor Hong momentarily astonished. How could they be so swift? Had they sprinted? Soon, the other recruits began to arrive in succession. Instructor Hong, glancing at her stopwatch, exclaimed, "Very well. You now have 20 minutes for breakfast. Those who fail to arrive on time after 20 minutes will face the consequences. Disperse." The recruits meandered towards the dining hall, some eager souls hastening their steps. Upon entering the dining hall, all were taken aback. Nanshi stared at the steamed buns and raw beef on the table, her vision darkening. What on earth raw meat and buns. Even though Feng Yaozhi had anticipated the prospect of encountering raw meat, the reality proved somewhat difficult to digest. Not just she, but all the new recruits fell into silence upon witnessing the raw meat. After taking their seats, Nanchi opted for a bun over the raw meat. Biting into it and falling silent, she tapped the bun against her bowl, producing a sound akin to stone striking metal. Is this really a bun? Are we certain it isn't a stone? Feng Yaozhi, scanning her spatial bracelet with her mental energy, discovered it contained several fasting pills. She whispered, "If you truly cannot eat, I have fasting pills. One can sustain you for an entire day." Nanchi was taken aback, recalling the pills Yaozhi had consumed the previous day. Where did you acquire such pills? Given the scarcity of alchemists, such elixirs were indeed rare. Feng Yaozhi herself was uncertain of their origin. After bonding with the spatial bracelet, she found it filled with numerous pills, including fasting pills and various healing elixirs. She fabricated an answer. My master provided them. Nanchi simply acknowledged this without further inquiry, declining Feng Yaozhi's fasting pills and continuing her struggle with the raw meat and buns. Gradually, more recruits began to consume the raw meat, and Nanchi mustered the courage to close her eyes and take a small bite of the raw beef. It was not unpleasant, nor particularly fishy, though her inner self still found it challenging to accept. Observing her peers eat the raw meat, Feng Yaozhi inhaled deeply upon seeing the dishes brought to the masked team by Elder Sunday. After a brief mental struggle, she picked up a piece of raw meat and placed it in her mouth. After taking a bite, Feng Yaozhi realized it was tolerable, lacking any fishy taste, though it was not particularly palatable, just the flavor of fresh meat. Consequently, she quickened her pace, consuming several pieces in succession. This action left Nanchi, who had spent an entire year preparing herself mentally to avoid retching, utterly astonished. Nanchi clutched a piece of raw beef that had only been nibbled at, gazing at the industrious Feng Yaozhi, her astonishment gradually spreading. Yaozhi, is she truly that formidable? She swallowed hard, then shut her eyes and stuffed the entire piece of beef in her mouth. Ugh! Nanchi stifled a gag, opting instead to take petite bites, as downing the meat in one go was somewhat beyond her capabilities. Yaozhi, would you care to join me for a bite? Qiang Wei cheerfully beckoned to Feng Yaozhi. Wang Mian and the others also turned their gaze towards her, their eyes inviting. Feng Yaozhi swallowed the raw meat in her mouth and waved her hand in polite refusal. Thank you, but I'm quite satisfied with what I have. Upon seeing Feng Yaozhi decline, they called out to Lin Chia, who happened to have a question for Wang Mian and approached, yet he too declined the masked team's meal. The cafeteria fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the sounds of chewing raw meat and gnawing on buns. Chapter 15. Textbook Performance. A sharp whistle pierced the air, prompting the recruits to hastily swallow their raw meat or steamed buns and rush outside. In the morning, Instructor Han taught the recruits the art of wielding a knife. Following his encounters with Shen Qingzhu's formidable prowess, Bai Li's extraordinary capabilities, Lin Chia's knife skills, and Xiao Yuan's devastating technique, Instructor Han's confidence had suffered a significant blow, leading him to contemplate resignation. However, under the encouraging guidance of Instructor Han, he ultimately regained his composure and continued to impart his knowledge of knife techniques to the recruits. The morning's training session was fulfilling, and at noon, the recruits once again consumed raw meat and steamed buns, though this time accompanied by a small dish of pickles. Nanchi cradled the small dish of pickles as if it were a treasure. Finally, at last, there was something decent to eat. Woe is me! Feng Yaozhi's lips twitched slightly. She pushed her own dish of pickles towards Nanchi, urging her to eat. Moved to tears, Nanchi's address shifted. Gigi, aren't you going to eat? Upon hearing that endearment, Feng Yaozhi felt an unusual flutter in her heart. How peculiar. She suppressed the feeling and replied nonchalantly, You go ahead. I can manage the raw meat and buns. All right. Nanchi's eyes sparkled with admiration as she sweetly proclaimed, Gigi, you are the best. The two sat not far from Lin Chia and the others, allowing Feng Yaozhi to witness the scene where Qiao Yuan offered his pickles to Lin Chia. She shifted her gaze from the pickles to Qiao Yuan's face. What a blatant display of infatuation. Nanchi whispered, What a devoted admirer, shortly after their meal. the recruits boarded a bus led by their instructors for extreme training. Feng Yaozhi and Nanshi sat together, with Nanshi by the window, curiously gazing at the scenery outside. The bus carried them away from the training camp, winding along a narrow path into the mountains. Nanshi blinked. We wouldn't be going for survival training, would we? Feng Yaozhi pondered for a moment. Something like that. What? Nanshi exclaimed, astonished. Before long, the bus came to a stop, and the recruits disembarked, gazing blankly at the dense forest before them. Instructor Hong stood at the forefront, announcing the details of the extreme training, while Instructor Han distributed small knives. Instructor Hong looked at Bai Li and Feng Yaozhi. You two must remove your spatial devices and any forbidden items and hand them over to me for safekeeping. Bai Li complied reluctantly, surrendering all his belongings. Feng Yaozhi extended her delicate wrist, pointing to the wooden bracelet adorning it. Instructor Hong, it's not that I don't want to remove it, but my spatial bracelet has bonded with me. If someone attempts to forcibly take it off, it will manifest as a mark on my wrist, and should I perish, it will self-destruct. Thus, it cannot be removed. Instructor Hong, skeptical, declared, let me give it a try. Feng Yaozhi confidently offered her wrist for him to test. Nanshi and Bai Li stood nearby, watching with intrigue. Could this spatial bracelet really be as impressive as it seemed? Just like the ones in novels? As Instructor Hong grasped the bracelet, attempting to remove it, a flash of white light erupted, and the bracelet vanished, leaving a greenish-blue plum blossom on Feng Yaozhi's wrist. Instructor Hong was momentarily taken aback. This spatial bracelet was indeed exquisite. He waved his hand. All right, let us get moving, and no using the spatial devices. As the wind whispered, Feng Yaozhi noticed the spatial bracelet on her wrist had transformed back into its original form. She glanced at the envious tears streaming from Bai Li Pang Pang as he looked at Instructor Hong's free space. This spatial bracelet is truly exquisite, far superior to the free space. Nanshi, seeing Feng Yaozhi approach, gazed in astonishment at the spatial bracelet. Ji, your spatial bracelet is remarkable. It recognizes only you as its master, she exclaimed. Feng Yaozhi smiled shyly. It's nothing special. Let's not dwell on that. We should head into the mountains. Nanshi nodded earnestly, shouldering her 35-kilogram burden as they ventured into the jungle, while Feng Yaozhi appeared effortlessly at ease. The duo maneuvered through the forest, avoiding drones. The entire Jinan Mountain had been transformed into a labyrinth by the instructors using forbidden items. However, Feng Yaozhi possessed the heavenly eye, though its efficacy was diminished. It was sufficient to navigate through Jinan Mountain. Follow my lead. The terrain here has been altered by the instructors, she instructed. Nanshi nodded in agreement. As Feng Yaozhi guided Nanshi in the correct direction using her heavenly eye, they evaded the drones. After 2 hours, the sounds of new recruits being eliminated and responding to various embarrassing questions while wearing the truth ring echoed from their burdens. The vastness of Jinan Mountain, coupled with the need to dodge drones, naturally slowed their pace. Noticing Nanshi's struggle, Feng Yaozhi softly offered, let me help carry some of your load. I can manage. Nanshi shook her head, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. No, I can still hold on. She smiled brightly, revealing a row of pearly whites. Though it's exhausting, this is also a form of training, and for me, a means of growth. Feng Yaozhi regarded her for a moment before nodding. All right, just let me know if it becomes too much. Okay, Nanshi replied with a determined nod. After 2 hours of trudging under the weight, Nanshi acutely felt the disparity between herself and Ji. She was utterly spent after 2 hours, while Ji only appeared slightly breathless, a sheen of sweat glistening on her brow, yet her spirit remained undiminished. She couldn't afford to lag behind. She aspired to become a competent night watchman, and if possible, she wished to be on the same team as Ji. Feng Yaozhi deftly wielded her knife to clear the branches and underbrush obstructing their path, as the drone relentlessly pursued them, and the two raced through the jungle. 5 hours into their trek on Jinan Mountain, Nanshi was utterly exhausted, her steps faltering. Yet she grit her teeth and persevered. Feng Yaozhi helped shoulder 20 kilograms of her burden. Despite her fatigue, Nanshi still had the energy to jest. Ji, your stamina is astonishing. Have you trained before? Feng Yaozhi pursed her lips, a look of confusion in her eyes as she shook her head. I don't think I've trained. It must be innate. Nanshi's eyes glistened with envy. How wonderful. Feng Yaozhi continued forward, lost in thought. Her stamina seemed unusually exceptional, as did her agility. Could it be the essence of the myriad deities of Huaxia manifesting within her? Unable to unravel the mystery, she chose to focus on navigating through Jinyan Mountain. Soon, Nanshi could no longer endure the strain. She leaned against a tree trunk and slowly sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Gigi, I can't go on any longer. Please take my burdens, she confessed, accepting her embarrassment. The weight of shame was overshadowed by her exhaustion. Feng Yaozhi returned the 20 kilograms of weight to her, while she continued to bear her own 35 kilograms. I can manage my own load, she replied resolutely. Then, leaning closer to Nanshi, Feng Yaozhi whispered, if you pretend to faint, the instructors 1T be able to question you with the truth ring. In the original narrative, Bailey Pongwan had successfully feigned unconsciousness to escape a predicament. A spark of inspiration lit up Nanshi's eyes as she broke into a confident smile. Gigi, you're about to witness a textbook performance, she declared. Now, hurry, the drone is approaching. Feng Yaozhi did not linger. Before departing, she chuckled lightly. Let the illustrious actress Nanshi show me her textbook skills. With a playful blink, Nanshi replied, you can count on it. In the next moment, she tilted her head and collapsed onto the ground. Feng Yaozhi swiftly took off, darting through the thicket with agility. Two instructors, carrying a stretcher, promptly located Nanshi and lifted her onto it. They lamented, what a pity. If she is unconscious, we can't ask her anything. It's fine. I've already learned so many secrets, one remarked. Indeed, Chapter 16, incredible. Feng Yaozhi skillfully navigated through the jungle, evading the paint launched by drones. To put it bluntly, she resembled a nimble monkey, leaping and darting through the underbrush, her burden hardly hindering her agility. Her path was unmistakably clear as she sprinted towards the finish line. Instructor Hong gazed at the red dot on the screen, astonished. Feng Yaozhi's stamina is remarkable. She rivals even the seasoned Special Forces veteran Zheng Zhong. Her direction is unwavering as she races towards the goal. Could she possibly be using some kind of cheat? Instructor Han nodded in agreement. Indeed, only 3 participants remain on Jinan Mountain. Besides Feng Yaozhi, only Lin Qie and Qiao Yuan have yet to be eliminated. Look, Lin Qie's course has also stabilized. He too is heading towards the finish line. With Qiao Yuan eliminated, it was now just Feng Yaozhi and Lin Qie. Both were divine agents. Yet in terms of overall strength, Feng Yaozhi clearly held the advantage, leading Lin Qie by several kilometers. It seemed this cohort of recruits was poised to witness 2 miracles. Feng Yaozhi dashed forward, acutely aware that she was nearing the finish. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for the sound of her breath and the crunch of leaves and twigs beneath her feet. With only herself and Lin Qie remaining in the competition, no eliminated recruits were left to voice their mortifying confessions. Nevertheless, the memory of the responses she had overheard during her run brought a smile to her face. Shen Qingzhu, who had not been eliminated yet still faced social death, and the one who had, upon elimination, absurdly penned 114 love letters. Qiao Yuan, who harbored ambitions for married women. The absence of Nanshi's voice from the speaker hidden in her load indicated her successful act of feigning unconsciousness. After a relentless sprint, Feng Yaozhi finally reached the finish line in the 9th hour of her journey on Jinan Mountain, where the instructors had been waiting for some time. Instructor Hong, his face reflecting astonishment, observed the seemingly unscathed Feng Yaozhi with disbelief. What manner of creature are you? After such a prolonged run, you still possess energy. How do you feel? Feng Yaozhi took a moment to assess. Not bad, just a bit tired. In a moment of curiosity, Instructor Hong inquired, have you trained for this? Feng Yaozhi, looking bewildered, replied, no, but perhaps it is due to my divine domain, which is life healing. Instructor Hong considered this and found it plausible. After all, while the town seal tablet could suppress forbidden domains, her divine domain would naturally not have the same efficacy, making her performance quite reasonable. As he reassured himself, an expletive slipped from his lips. Normal? What nonsense! Wang Mian and Lin Xie are not nearly as extraordinary, and Lin Xie's divine domain symbolizes miracles. In an instant, the instructors gazed at Feng Yaozhi with complex expressions. Truly, she was a phenomenon. In contrast, Feng Yaozhi remained composed, quietly stretching her muscles and engaging in light conversation with the instructors during her wait. Finally, after she had plucked an unknown number of blades of grass while seated on a stone, Lin Xie arrived at the finish line. Instructor Han extended his hand to steady the nearly exhausted Lin Xie, casting a glance at the seemingly unfazed Feng Yaozhi, his heart swelling with emotion. This was the epitome of a normal recruit. Unlike Feng Yaozhi, who had traversed the jungle for 9 hours without a hint of fatigue, the once formidable Lin Xie appeared somewhat diminished in the presence of the even more extraordinary Feng Yaozhi. When their weary gazes met, Feng Yaozhi responded with a bashful smile. All hail the matriarch. She had undergone a complete transformation, emerging as a force to be reckoned with. The instructors led the recruits back to the training camp, where each one was prepared a medicinal bath. After indulging in the bath, Feng Yaozhi felt an invigorating relief wash over her, banishing the fatigue and muscle soreness that followed intense exertion. Upon seeing Feng Yaozhi, Nanshi chattered excitedly, her tone brimming with enthusiasm. Ah, Gigi, you are absolutely incredible. You've shattered the record. I'm so happy to have you as my roommate. Feng Yaozhi responded with a gentle smile. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, for months had passed. During this period, the recruits underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, shedding their youthful appearances and growing resilient. After training, Feng Yaozhi sought out Yuan Gang in the chief instructor's office. An intricate array of trigrams floated upon the floor, nearly enveloping the entire office. As Feng Yaozhi seated herself cross-legged at the center of the formation, Yuan Gang stood outside the array, watching anxiously. This session of divination was merely to verify whether the narrative continued along its predetermined path. It proved that nothing had changed. The Serpent Woman still attacked the missile launch base number 39 in the training camp. After a moment, Feng Yaozhi slowly opened her eyes and rose, the array gradually dissipating. Yuan Gang observed her closely for any signs of distress and, finding none, inquired, "What did you discern?" Feng Yaozhi succinctly conveyed her findings. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment before stating, "I will contact the commander-in-chief immediately. Yaozhi, your efforts are duly noted. Please return to rest. We will handle this matter." Feng Yaozhi nodded, bidding farewell as she exited the chief instructor's office. As soon as she left, Yuan Gang dialed Yi Fan. "Hello, Commander-in-Chief." Following their discussion and arrangements, they fortified the defenses of the missile launch base. A month later, under the insistence of Chen Mai, Yuan Gang ultimately decided to grant the recruits a 4-day holiday, albeit with the restriction of remaining within Songnan City. Upon hearing this news, the recruits, who had endured 5 months of grueling training, erupted into cheers, their demeanor radiating a sense of release. Finally, a break. Nanshi, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, Gigi, we finally have a holiday. Let us spend these 4 days together in Songnan and celebrate the new year." Feng Yaozhi subtly pressed her lips together, declining, "Cici, the sudden holiday from the instructors surely indicates some underlying issue. I am the agent of Huaxu, a deadly figure of the ancient god church. It would be perilous for you to accompany me, so I suggest you seek another companion to celebrate the new year." Nanshi pouted, shaking Feng Yaozhi's arm. "I am not afraid. I can protect myself and you as well. Cici, please listen to me." Ultimately, after much persuasion from Feng Yaozhi, Nanshi reluctantly conceded. With a hint of reluctance, she said, "Remember to call me and think of me." Feng Yaozhi chuckled softly. "Certainly." After the recruits received the black boxes containing the Star Blade, they boarded the bus and smoothly departed from the training camp, heading towards the city. Chapter 17. Hired to protect me, there were a total of 240 recruits. To avoid causing commotion, the bus halted 3 kilometers away from the city center. As soon as the doors swung open, the recruits poured out like liberated birds, joyfully disembarking and departing in groups. After exchanging a reluctant farewell with Nanshi, Feng Yaozhi made her way towards Qingzhu, who was not far off. A voice, as clear as babbling brooks, rang out, "Shen Qingzhu." Startled by the unexpected call from a girl, Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brows and turned to see Feng Yaozhi approaching him, a look of confusion in his eyes. "What is it?" he inquired softly. Li Liang, Li Jia, and Deng Wei observed their conversation with curiosity. Why was Feng Yaozhi seeking Shengu? Dressed in a thick, black knee-length dress, paired with skin-bearing stockings and cream-colored marten boots. Feng Yaozhi's hair was half-tied with a light beige headband. A gentle breeze stirred a few strands of her dark hair, causing the hem of her dress to flutter gracefully, tracing elegant arcs in the air. With a smile in her eyes, she said, "I wish to hire you for my protection, 1,000 a day, including meals and accommodation." Shen Qingzhu regarded her with a peculiar expression, his voice tinged with surprise. "Are you certain? You seem far more capable than I. How could I protect you? This seems like a desperate measure." Feng Yaozhi's lips curved into a slight smile. The instructors suddenly granting us leave must indicate some significant event. As the agent of Huaxu, I am a key figure in the ancient god church. Thus, I require your protection, as it is often said that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Shen Qingzhu scrutinized her for a few moments before glancing at Li Liang and the others behind him. After a brief contemplation, he nodded in agreement, for he was indeed in need of money. "All right, I accept. I shall be your bodyguard," he stated, pointing at Li Liang and the others. "This task is too perilous. Therefore, only I will serve as your protector, and they shall not count." Feng Yaozhi nodded with a smile. "No problem." The trio of Li Liang stood in stunned silence. Had Shengu just secured a job? Yet, they felt genuinely happy for him, pleased that he had found a way to earn money. Before Shen Qingzhu could ponder how to request an advance on his salary, Feng Yaozhi had already produced 5,000 yuan in cash and pressed it into his hands. Fortunately, she had been prepared, having withdrawn some cash beforehand and stored it in her spatial bracelet, anticipating the potential need. Their hands brushed for a fleeting moment, and Shen Qingzhu glanced down at the stack of money in his hands, momentarily bewildered. The amount seemed a bit off. Had she perhaps given him too much? Feng Yaozhi's expression remained calm. "I'm paying your salary in advance. I have an aversion to the number 4. Hence, I'm giving you 5,000. If you perform well, there will be an additional 5,000 bonus." Holding the cash, Shen Qingzhu's gaze grew complex. Wealthy individuals truly have an abundance of riches. "Wait a moment," he said, turning to approach Li Liang and the others. He counted out 4,000 and placed it into Li Liang's hands, his tone indifferent. "Ensure you eat and stay well over these 4 days. Do not skimp." Li Liang was taken aback, hastily refusing. "Shengu, this is too much." Shen Qingzhu did not relent, turning away to leave. "If you still consider me your leader, then accept it." Li Jia and Deng Wei watched his retreating figure with reddened eyes. "Brother Shen." Without turning around, Shen Qingzhu waved his hand, saying, "Go on, be careful. Brother Shen, see you in 4 days." Shen Qingzhu approached Feng Yaozhi and softly inquired, "Where shall we go now?" Feng Yaozhi glanced at his thin clothing and replied, "We will head to the city to find a hotel, have dinner, and then buy some clothes." Shen Qingzhu nodded. As a bodyguard, he naturally had to adhere to his employer's arrangements. The place where they disembarked was not far from the city and was situated along a provincial road, allowing for the passage of long-distance buses. Given the availability of transport, they opted not to walk. The two boarded a bus heading into Sangnan City. After alighting, Feng Yaozhi took out her phone and navigated to the Kailansky Grand Hotel, whereby Li Pangpang was staying. She hailed a taxi, and Shen Qingzhu followed her inside as they set off for the hotel. Before leaving the training camp, Feng Yaozhi sought out Yuan Gang once more, using herself as bait to lure out members of the ancient god church. She was aware that Li Pangpang was also a thorn in the side of the ancient god church. Hence, she deliberately chose to stay at the same hotel as him. This arrangement would allow the 4 of them to look out for one another, while also increasing their focus on their target. They could rest tonight, as the members of the ancient god church would not strike until tomorrow night. The taxi came to a halt in front of the Kailansky Grand Hotel. After settling the fare, the two entered the hotel. Shen Qingzhu was taken aback by the opulence of the 5-star establishment. Indeed, wealth had its advantages. Feng Yaozhi politely approached the front desk and requested, "Hello, I would like a luxurious presidential suite for 2 nights. Tomorrow night, the place would be bombed, hence the brief stay. Shen Qingzhu felt somewhat awkward, nervously cracking his knuckles. Although it was a suite with 2 rooms, it was his first time staying in a hotel with a girl, let alone sharing a suite. The receptionist smiled warmly, swiftly processing the payment. Just as Feng Yaozhi was about to leave with the room key, a surprised voice interrupted. Hey, how come you two are together? Bali Pang Pang swaggered in, followed by Qiao Yuan. Shen Qingzhu remained silent, unwilling to engage with him. Feng Yaozhi calmly explained. I hired him to protect me. Bali Pang Pang's curious gaze flitted between the two. You're staying together? Feng Yaozhi replied with a slight hum. In a presidential suite. Bali Pang Pang's eyes lit up. That's perfect. Why don't we all stay together? There are 2 rooms after all. I won't use the room reserved for me by the steward. You know, even though I'm a normal kid from a humble family, many would still want my life. Staying together would ensure our safety, and we could even play some mahjong. I'll cover the costs. Feng Yaozhi's lips twitched slightly as she coldly refused. No way. Why not? Old Qiao can sleep on the sofa. Shen Qingzhu and I can share a room. Bali Pang Pang persisted. Feng Yaozhi's forehead twitched as she supported her head with her hand. We're a man and a woman. We can pass as a couple. Now, with 3 men and 1 woman. Do you want them to think we're engaging in something inappropriate and have the police sweep us all away? Bailey Pang Pang. Qiao Yuan. Shen Qingzhu. Bailey Pang Pang, after a moment of restraint, could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Though one may be coarse in speech yet sound in reason. Your remarks are rather too blunt. Qiao Yuan nodded in agreement from the side. Shen Qingzhu also gave a slight nod. Feng Yaozhi tugged at the corner of her lips. I merely stated the truth. Very well, you reside in 9038, correct? I am in 9039, right next door. Bailey Pang Pang blinked, rubbing her hands together. Yaozhi, considering our bond over these 5 months, should any trouble arise, do remember to come to my aid. Of course, I shall not forget you either. Feng Yaozhi replied with a hint of exasperation. Understood. Chapter 18. She is unusual. The 4 of them ascended to the top floor in the elevator, subsequently parting ways to their respective presidential suites. The hour was still early, around 4 in the afternoon. Feng Yaozhi pointed to the room on her right and said, I will take this one. You can have the one on the left. Let us rest for an hour and head out for dinner and shopping at 5. Shen Qingzhu nodded slightly, her voice clear and crisp. All right. Feng Yaozhi entered her room, approached the bed, and stretched out with her arms wide, lying flat. She gazed at the pristine white ceiling for what felt like an eternity, her thoughts swirling as she contemplated various matters and noticed numerous small details. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Feng Yaozhi and Shen Qingzhu exited the presidential suite side by side. As they reached the elevator, the door to room 9039 swung open, and Bai Li, plump and jovial, along with Qiao Yuan, stepped out. Bai Li beamed at them. Where you 2 off to? Shen Qingzhu remained silent. Feng Yaozhi replied succinctly, dinner and shopping. Perfect. Let us go together. Bai Li, with his round physique, squeezed into the elevator entrance, joining them as they awaited the lift. What are you planning to buy? He inquired. Uncertain, Shen Qingzhu's gaze gradually shifted to Feng Yaozhi. With a slight smile, she said, Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and the day after is the first day of the new year. Naturally, we need to buy new clothes. Celebrating the new year requires a festive atmosphere and a sense of ritual. Qiao Yuan silently gave a thumbs up. You know how to celebrate. Bai Li raised an eyebrow slightly. Your sense of festivity is quite commendable. Feng Yaozhi smiled gently. In truth, she had not initially intended to purchase new attire. But noticing Shen Qingzhu's sparse clothing and a persistent voice in her mind reminding her that the new year necessitated new garments, she felt compelled to act. Our Gigi is so adorable. Of course, she must be dressed beautifully for the new year. Come, let's pick out a few outfits for the occasion. Gigi, remember that holidays must be celebrated properly, especially birthdays and the spring festival. She softened her gaze and turned to the silent Shen Qingzhu. I will cover your meals and accommodations, as well as your New Year's clothing, so feel free to choose boldly. I'll take care of the bill. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu looked at her with a peculiar expression. Is the employer truly this generous toward her bodyguard? Just as he was about to decline, He met Feng Yaozhi's insistently persuasive gaze and could only nod in gratitude. Thank you. Bailey clicked his tongue in playful disbelief, his inquisitive eyes darting between the two, sensing some romantic intrigue. Feng Yaozhi caught Bailey's gaze, and her lips twitched. If you wish, I can cover your expenses as well. Bailey waved his hand dismissively. No need, I have my own money. With a grand gesture, he added, Old Chow, I'll cover your new clothes. Chow Yuan beamed with delight. The four of them descended to the lobby on the first floor and navigated to the shopping street using their mobile phones. After a simple dinner, they began their shopping spree. Feng Yaozhi quickly selected her new outfits: a cream-colored down jacket, a red sweater, black fleece-lined pants, and cream-colored Martin boots. Shen Qingzhu, with his model-like physique, found it easy to choose clothes, as nearly everything looked splendid on him. Feng Yaozhi meticulously selected several outfits for him, akin to indulging in a dress-up game. This black down jacket is splendid. Purchased. This tea green work jacket is also quite appealing. And this cream-colored windbreaker. Observing her growing excitement and the increasing number of items in her arms, Shen Qingzhu hastily interjected to curb Feng Yaozhi's shopping fervor. That's enough. If you buy any more, we won't be able to carry them. Feng Yaozhi, still a bit unsatisfied, replied, It's all right. I have space and can store them with me for now. Shen Qingzhu's expression turned serious. Really? That's enough. Feng Yaozhi met his gaze, awkwardly clearing her throat. All right then. Chow Yuan watched in astonishment. Sister, you truly are wealthy, and you are exceptionally generous to your bodyguard. As he observed, he cast a lingering, envious glance at Bai Li Pang Pang, making Bai Li Pang Pang feel uncomfortable. With a grand gesture, he exclaimed, Choose. I'll buy for you too. Chow Yuan's face instantly brightened. Wonderful. Ultimately, each of them emerged from the clothing store, laden with bags of various sizes. Although Feng Yaozhi had restrained herself in time, she still purchased 3 complete outfits for Shen Qingzhu, including trousers and shoes. They sought out a secluded alley to store the clothes in their respective spaces. With the shopping completed, they wandered down a food street, indulging in snacks along the way. The following evening, Feng Yaozhi sat in the living room, employing her heavenly eye to remain vigilant about their surroundings. Shen Qingzhu, carrying the black box, sat beside her, his demeanor alert and ready for action. His eyes, glowing faintly with golden light, perceived everything, and suddenly, her gaze sharpened. They've arrived. In an instant, an 8-trigram formation materialized beneath them. So in flight, a swirling gust of wind enveloped their feet, lifting them through the open window. A bomb hurtled towards them with tremendous force. Shen Qingzhu, buoyed by the wind, floated in midair, gently raising his hand and snapping his fingers towards the bomb. Snap! The air around the bomb was instantly vacuumed, causing it to hover silently before exploding. Simultaneously, Feng Yaozhi floated to the window of Bai Li Pang Pang and Chow Yuan's room, lightly tapping on the glass. Hurry down, enemies are approaching. A rustle came from within. They responded affirmatively and quickly dashed outside. Feng Yaozhi manipulated the 8 trigrams, ensuring their safe descent. Upon landing, they found themselves within the confines of the no-warning void. 2 figures appeared before them, one a man with 3 blades, the other a burly man. The burly man gazed at them ominously. Under the influence of the Forbidden Ruins body reconstruction, he instantly transformed into a gaunt figure. Feng Yaozhi coldly regarded them, then gently raised her hand, pressing her palm downward. The divine ruins, pestilence, enveloped them, as a virus swiftly infiltrated their bodies, corroding their internal organs. Snap! Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers, and the air around them was immediately extracted, rendering them incapable of even a scream. Feng Yaozhi retrieved the piercing dagger from her spatial bracelet. Twirling in her hand, the sharp tip sliced through the air, and with a powerful push from her toes, she propelled herself forward like an arrow released from its bow. She glided past the 2 men like a wraith, landing gracefully on the ground. In an instant, a crimson line appeared across the necks of the 2 men. A single strike had silenced them. They fell to the earth with a dull thud. Shen Qingzhu released her hold on Qi Min. Feng Yaozhi felt a tremor course through her body as she tightened her grip on the dagger. turning to gaze down at the two lifeless forms. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, obscuring the tumultuous thoughts swirling within her eyes. She had taken a life. Noticing Feng Yaozhi's silence and the slight quiver of her frame, Qingzhu immediately recognized that she was struggling to come to terms with her actions. Choosing her words carefully, Qingzhu offered gentle reassurance. "It's all right, do not be afraid. They deserve their fate. You need not carry any burden." Qingzhu racked her mind for comforting phrases and expressed them all, yet Feng Yaozhi was not afraid of the act of killing itself. Rather, she was frightened of what this revealed about herself. She realized that something was amiss. Her mental state and memory were compromised. After committing murder, she should have felt fear. Yet instead, she experienced a rush of exhilaration, her blood surging with a wild thrill. In that moment, all her discrepancies fell into place. Her agile movements, muscle memory, remarkable stamina, and the exhilaration that followed the act of killing all unmistakably signaled to her that she was not normal. There were no memories in her mind that could explain these sensations, leading Feng Yaozhi to justifiably question the reliability of her memory. Meanwhile, Qingzhu continued to offer comfort. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yaozhi suppressed her tumultuous emotions, burying her thoughts deep within. She raised her hand once more, and divine fire engulfed the two corpses, swiftly reducing them to ashes. Meeting Qingzhu's concerned gaze, she forced a smile, her lips stiff. "Rest assured, I am fine." Qingzhu observed her hesitance, and after a moment, she nodded in understanding. Chapter 19, The Only Variable on the Other Side. Bai Li Peng and Qiao Yuan encountered Lin Qiyi as they descended the stairs. After a swift exchange among the three, they rushed out of the hotel to eliminate the female archer. Thanks to Feng Yaozhi's prior warning, the instructors intercepted the enemies from Chuanjing, leaving only the female archer, a gaunt man, and a three-bladed fighter to confront them. In no time, the instructors had ensnared all the adversaries. Once the Wujie Kongyu was lifted, Feng Yaozhi and Qingzhu reunited with Lin Qiyi. Lin Qiyi smiled at them. "Have you resolved everything on your end?" Feng Yaozhi nodded. "All taken care of." Bai Li Peng glanced around. "What about the bodies?" Feng Yaozhi replied coolly. "All burned." As she spoke, she extended her hand, using divine fire to incinerate the female archer's corpse completely. Bai Li Peng opened his mouth. This truly is an essential skill for a killer. Lin Qiyi had already gleaned the sequence of events from Bai Li Peng. Upon learning that Feng Yaozhi had forewarned them of a potential ambush, he instantly sensed something amiss. How did Feng Yaozhi know that enemies would attack at that specific moment? Moreover, the instructors seemed to have anticipated this as well. It had taken mere moments for all the adversaries to be captured. Lin Qiyi refrained from voicing his suspicions. After all, everyone harbored their own little secrets. He glanced at the sky. "Are you all returning to the hotel? Or shall we seek another?" Qingzhu immediately looked to Feng Yaozhi, following her lead. Feng Yaozhi shrugged. "I intend to return to the hotel." "Aren't you afraid of another ambush?" Lin Qiyi asked, astonished. Feng Yaozhi smiled mysteriously. "I have a premonition that there will be no ambush before the first day of the Lunar New Year." Bai Li Peng stroked his rounded chin, pondering for a moment. "Yaozhi, how accurate is this premonition of yours?" "Absolutely certain." "Very well, then. I shall return to the hotel as well," Bai Li Peng declared emphatically, then turned to Qiao Yuan, earnestly advising, "Old Qiao, you saw it yourself. Staying close to me is perilous, so find yourself another hotel. I will cover the expenses." Qiao Yuan, clutching his blade, resolutely shook his head. "No, I will stay with you." Bai Li Peng, undeterred, pressed on. Old Qiao. His attempt to persuade Qiao Yuan failed to sway him, leading to his resignation. Seeing that all four had resolved to remain at this hotel, Lin Qiyi nodded. "If you encounter any danger, remember to alert me, and I shall come to your aid immediately." "Will do." Bai Li Peng. He then turned to Lin Qiyi. "Qiyi, would you care to join us upstairs?" Lin Qiyi shook her head. "No, I am going home." "All right." After waving her farewell, Lin Qiyi departed with her black box in tow. Before return to the hotel, Feng Yaozhi had initially feared that an enemy attack might prevent them from continuing their stay at this hotel. Hence, she had only booked the presidential suite for 2 days. To her surprise, with the enemies captured so smoothly and the hotel's top floor remaining intact, she extended the reservation for another 2 days. Last night, she employed her intuition to deduce the plot, concluding that the changes were minimal. Thus, they could enjoy a restful sleep tonight and tomorrow night. However, a fierce battle awaited them on the first day of the new year. Upon entering the presidential suite, Feng Yaozhi yawned and headed straight for her room, bidding Shen Qingzhu good night. Good night, Shen Qingzhu replied thoughtfully before turning to exit once more. After taking a shower, Feng Yaozhi donned her fluffy pajamas and lay on the bed, engrossed in her phone, when a sudden knock echoed from the door. Feng Yaozhi? It was Shen Qingzhu's voice. Puzzled, she rose to open the door. What is the matter? The moment the door swung open, Shen Qingzhu appeared, holding a warm glass of milk. His gaze faltered, and a faint blush crept to his ears. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly extended the glass towards her. Milk aids sleep. Drink it before bed to avoid overthinking. In an instant, Feng Yaozhi comprehended Shen Qingzhu's concern, believing she was haunted by the specter of having taken a life. Thank you, she replied, accepting the milk, her expression earnest. In truth, I am unafraid. I fear not the act of killing. Shen Qingzhu nodded, his demeanor equally serious. Indeed, you are unafraid. Do drink it, and once finished, return the cup to me. I shall wash it. Though he uttered those words, his entire being radiated disbelief. Feng Yaozhi pouted slightly, lifting the milk and gulping it down in one go. She wiped her lips discreetly, then extended her delicate, fair fingers holding the glass towards him. Here you go. Shen Qingzhu naturally accepted the glass. Feng Yaozhi grasped the lower part, while he held it in the middle, ensuring no physical contact occurred between them. He hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "Good night." "Good night," Feng Yaozhi replied, her face brightening with a smile. She returned to her room, closed the door, and resumed her phone activities. As fatigue set in, she eventually turned off the lights and drifted into slumber. The surroundings were enveloped in complete darkness. Feng Yaozhi stood bewildered, glancing around. All she could see was an abyss of black. Furrowing her brow, she murmured, "Where is this place? Wasn't I just lying in bed, ready to sleep?" Pinching her arm without feeling any pain, realization dawned upon her. It was merely a dream, yet it felt peculiar. This was her first experience of such clarity within a dream. Suddenly, a glimmer emerged 10 meters away, revealing a small figure shrouded in darkness. Only a vague silhouette visible, appearing to be around 8 or 9 years old. In front of this childlike form stood another figure, indistinct in shape, but clearly an adult by height. Feng Yaozhi's elegantly arched brows knitted in concern as she took a step toward them. When a voice pierced the silence, a child's voice, youthful yet laced with an unsettling chill. Oddly, she could only hear the child's words, unable to perceive the adult's. "No, I have no intention of letting them go. I want them all dead. Not a single one shall survive. I have already killed 2. Why should I fear eliminating the rest? Was harmed by them, and I shall never forgive them. For me, this is the essence of a normal existence. Born as a pawn, I have always lived as a tool for murder. It was who granted me a new lease on life. These past 4 years, experiencing a reality as beautiful as a dream, I feel immensely grateful. Once proclaimed that I am the singular variable in this world. If that is the case, I will ensure the demise of all those fortunate beings. Do not attempt to dissuade me. It is already dead, and I desire their company in death." Feng Yaozhi stood frozen in place. Who was speaking? Who had slain 2 within? Why had the sound been muted? And why could she only hear the voice of a child while the responses of the other remained inaudible? Feng Yaozhi's mind was a tempest of confusion, filled with questions yearning for resolution. She took a step forward. "You? Who are you?" In the next instant, the dream shattered abruptly, and Feng Yaozhi felt her eyelids growing heavier. Moments later, she drifted into a deep slumber. The silvery moonlight poured through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the floor. Feng Yaozhi lay in bed, her brow occasionally furrowing, then relaxing. Suddenly, a luminous mark appeared upon her forehead. a greenish-blue plum blossom imprint. Within moments, a crimson hue enveloped the mark, transforming it into a resplendent blood-red blossom that bloomed upon her brow. A radiant light emanated from the blood plum mark, surrounding her in a cocoon of brilliance. The once restless Feng Yaozhi immediately unfurled her brow and succumbed to a profound slumber, a night devoid of dreams. She would forget everything that transpired in the realm of dreams. Chapter 20. Today's itinerary. As dawn broke, a soft light began to illuminate the horizon, and the sun ascended gracefully, casting gentle rays through the window onto the floor. Feng Yaozhi slowly opened her eyes, lingering in bed for a moment as she gazed at the ceiling, massaging her temples. Her lovely brows furrowed slightly as she murmured to herself, "Strange. I feel as though I've forgotten something." Dismissing the thought, she resolved to rise. Dressed in her newly purchased attire and having completed her morning routine, Feng Yaozhi opened the door. Qingzhu, donning the new clothes she had selected for him, prepared a hearty breakfast and warmed a glass of fresh milk for her. Watching this scene, Feng Yaozhi paused, her conscience pricked. She had intended for Qingzhu to protect her, yet here he was, taking on the role of caretaker as well. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she quietly decided to reward him with a bonus. Qingzhu naturally placed the warm milk at Feng Yaozhi's right hand and silently began his breakfast. After their meal, they settled in the living room, each engaging in their own pursuits. Though Nanshi was not present, her messages continued to flow, filled with amusing anecdotes and daily tidbits. With a smile, Feng Yaozhi replied to each one, sharing her own recent experiences in return. At 10 o'clock, a knock echoed at the door. Qingzhu opened it to reveal Bai Li, beaming with a broad smile, accompanied by Chao Yuan, who carried a black box. Furrowing his brow, Qingzhu inquired, "What brings you here?" Bai Li grinned mischievously. "Today is New Year's Eve. Let us celebrate together." Qingzhu remained silent, glancing at Feng Yaozhi for confirmation. She tilted her head and smiled in agreement. "Sure." With a chuckle, Bai Li squeezed into the room and plopped down on the sofa, exclaiming, "Let us discuss how we'll spend today." Chao Yuan awkwardly smiled at Qingzhu and followed Bai Li into the room, taking a seat beside him. Qingzhu took a deep breath and closed the door. The four of them settled into their respective spots, animatedly discussing the day's plans. Qingzhu, with his long legs crossed and a relaxed demeanor, listened intently. Feng Yaozhi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This was her first new year in this world, likely the most peaceful one she would ever experience. "We must have a New Year's Eve dinner. Let us find a nice restaurant to book it." Bai Li, excited, pulled out a map of Sangnan City, his chubby fingers tracing various points. "We have plenty of time this afternoon to go out. I've heard Sangnan Square will be bustling, and after our dinner, we can continue to have fun. I've even heard there will be a grand fireworks display tonight. It's too bad that Chiye has to spend New Year's Eve with his family. Otherwise, we could invite him to join us." This was his first experience celebrating the new year with friends, as those he had known previously were not true companions, but rather individuals drawn to his status and wealth. The individuals surrounding him are distinctly different. They engage with him solely because he is Bai Li Pang Pang, the new recruit of the training camp, not Bai Li Tu Ming. Chao Yuan, cradling a black box, occasionally nods in agreement. Bai Li Pang Pang, with a hint of dissatisfaction, pouts and says, "Old Chao, don't just nod, share your thoughts as well. And you, Zhaiga, you should chime in too." Qingzhu responds softly, "I can contribute." Bai Li Pang Pang pouts again, his eyes glistening with anticipation as he turns toward Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan's gaze settles on a large amusement park depicted on the map. After a moment's hesitation, he suggests, "How about we go to the amusement park?" He had never been to one before. After turning 6, he was sent to a monastery, then to Jihua Mountain. And only 5 months ago did he arrive at the training camp as a new recruit. He had never wandered through a bustling city until just a couple of days ago. The trio momentarily freezes, all recalling the words Chao Yuan had uttered under the True Words ring during their training at Jinan Mountain. However, the atmosphere did not dwindle. Bai Li Pang Pang swiftly brightened, clapping Chao Yuan on the shoulder. "Old Chao, tonight we must compete to see who excels at bumper cars, who can score in basketball, and who is best at shooting." Feng Yaozhi nodded with a smile. "We can also ride the Ferris wheel." The fireworks from up there will surely be magnificent. Shen Qingzhu, slightly biting his lip in discomfort, added, we can also ride the roller coaster and the swinging chairs. He listed a series of thrilling attractions. Raising an eyebrow with a challenging gaze, you aren't afraid of heights, are you? Though he had never been to an amusement park, he was somewhat familiar with its offerings. Not afraid of heights? Speaking of thrilling rides, Feng Yaozhi's eyes sparkled. We can also explore the haunted house. You're not scared of ghosts, are you? Not afraid of heights, nor ghosts. Bali Pang Pang's eyes gleamed brighter. All right then, it's settled. We will shop in the afternoon, and after enjoying the New Year's Eve dinner, we'll head to the amusement park, culminating in a fireworks display from the Ferris wheel. Chao Yuan observed them, pressing his lips together, his arms tightening around his knife, a natural smile gracing his lips. All right, let us make today unforgettable. The four of them joyfully finalized their plans for the day. Feng Yaozhi's gaze flitted between Bali Pang Pang and Chao Yuan. Since they're going out to have fun, you should both hurry back and change into new clothes. Looking good will make for better photographs and add to the festive spirit of New Year's Eve. Bali Pang Pang and Chao Yuan both glanced down at their attire, which was quite appealing, yet Feng Yaozhi was right. Celebrating the new year indeed called for new clothes. They promptly returned to change into fresh outfits. Once the four were ready, they stepped out. Feng Yaozhi wore a red sweater layered with a cream-colored down jacket, complemented by black trousers and cream marten boots. Her long black hair was styled into a fluffy side fishtail braid secured with a teal hair tie, presenting a strikingly elegant and ethereal beauty. Shen Qingzhu donned a black sweater and a matching down jacket. His features were sharp, and he stood tall and erect, resembling a resilient pine tree or slender bamboo. Bali Pang Pang donned a resplendent golden down jacket, exuding an air of opulence and elegance. Chao Yuan, clad entirely in black, had chosen to forego his usual weapon, having concealed his knife within Feng Yaozhi's spatial realm. The quartet enjoyed a modest lunch before embarking on their shopping excursion. It was only 2:30 in the afternoon, and the streets remained relatively quiet, with few individuals venturing out for leisure. They engaged in balloon shooting at the square, played ring toss, and savored milk tea and delectable snacks, meandering from one attraction to another. Feng Yaozhi purchased an instant camera, capturing numerous photographs, including group shots, solo portraits, and duo pictures. Once the images developed, each person selected a few appealing individual and group photos to cherish. Shen Qingzhu chose 3 photographs, one of himself, one group shot, and a duo picture with Feng Yaozhi. Although he initially hesitated to select the duo picture, an inexplicable force compelled him to choose that very one. He raised his gaze to observe the radiant girl intently examining the photos before him, his lips slightly pursed and his eyes deepening in hue. Chapter 21. Happy New Year. Joyous moments always seem to pass swiftly. At 5:30 in the afternoon, they sat in the private room, awaiting the arrival of their dishes. Bali Pang Pang suddenly spoke up. What's the matter? Feng Yaozhi quickly sent a New Year's greeting to Nanxi, then raised her gaze towards Bali Pang Pang, her eyes filled with curiosity. Bali Pang Pang blinked. I heard that once we complete our training, we will be assigned to different night watchman teams based on our scores. You and Qi Yi are both divine agents and exceptionally skilled. Surely many teams will be eager to recruit you, including the special teams. Will you too be joining the special team? Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu looked at her in unison. Feng Yaozhi smiled gently. As for whether Lin Qi will join, I am uncertain, but I doubt I will be joining any team. Why not? Shen Qingzhu inquired, puzzled. Feng Yaozhi cast a soundproof barrier and smiled softly. Generally, divine agents are required to fulfill the tasks assigned by their deities, and I am no exception. My task is not difficult, but it requires extensive travel throughout Huaxia. Consequently, I will rarely be present with any team, so I intend to apply for exemption from joining one. Extensive travel throughout Huaxia. Chao Yuan stroked his chin. Is your task to locate something? Feng Yaozhi shook her head. No, it is to find someone. The three of them tactfully refrained from asking whom she was searching for, as it was evident that a divine agent's quest would not be trivial. Bali Pang Pang twirled the porcelain cup in his hand and remarked with a smile, to be honest, if it weren't for you being the Huaxu agent, I would have never known whether there were indeed deities in our great Xia. Now I find myself curious about where these deities have gone. Feng Yaozhi's lips curled slightly, her voice taking on a somber tone. Can you guess why the mist only lingers at the borders of our great Xia? Why, among so many nations in the world, only we remain unscathed? Why have our deities not appeared? The three were taken aback, their minds racing with thoughts, eventually converging on a singular realization. You mean? Feng Yaozhi sighed, her gaze subtly flickering towards Bai Li Pang. Because they sacrificed themselves to ensure the illumination of countless homes in Great Xia. However, I believe that one day they will return. The trio momentarily froze, their eyes reflecting astonishment and admiration. Indeed, their thoughts aligned perfectly. Feng Yaozhi smiled. All right, let's not dwell on this any longer. The dishes are likely to be served soon. She dispelled the soundproof barrier. The three nodded solemnly. Yet soon, as the dishes arrived and the atmosphere filled with the joyous chatter of the crowd, their weighty thoughts dissipated. They should not cling to the past, but rather seize the present and forge the future. Everything would improve, and the deities of Huaxia would return. Feng Yaozhi snapped several photos, capturing both the New Year's feast and their group pictures. They decided to keep it simple and ordered only orange juice and Sprite. With their drinks filled, the four raised their glasses, smiling as they toasted before the New Year's dinner. Happy New Year! Swoosh! Bang! Outside the window, clusters of fireworks soared skyward, bursting into vibrant displays against the night sky. The joyful echoes of Happy New Year resounded throughout Songnan City, enveloping the atmosphere in a festive spirit. You must try this fish. It's exceptionally delicious, and this sweet and sour lotus root is quite appetizing too. Hey, don't just focus on the food. Make sure to enjoy some vegetables. All right, I understand. Lao Chao, you finish your drink. Pass me your cup, and I'll refill it for you. Chao Yuan obediently handed his cup to Bai Li Pang, who promptly began pouring orange juice into it. With a cheerful Bai Li Pang around, the ambience remained lively and warm, and the four of them joyfully finished their New Year's Eve dinner. Bai Li Pang rubbed his full belly and contentedly burped. I am stuffed. Let us hurry. We still have the amusement park to visit. As they ventured out, the streets were bustling with crowds. Feng Yaozhi conceived a clever idea. They slipped into a secluded alleyway where she conjured a simple teleportation array using her skills, transporting them to a less crowded area beside the amusement park. The four of them purchased tickets and proceeded through security to enter the park. Inside, Chao Yuan curiously surveyed his surroundings. Qingzhu casually trailed alongside Feng Yaozhi. Bai Li Pang glanced at the amusement park map posted on the bulletin board. The bumper cars are nearby. Let us start there, then move on to the pirate ship. The flying chairs, the free fall ride, the roller coaster, the haunted house. And finally, we'll time our ride on the Ferris wheel to coincide with the midnight countdown to watch the fireworks. Feng Yaozhi nodded in agreement. All right, let us follow this itinerary. Chao Yuan and Qingzhu had no objections. They dashed towards the bumper cars, each taking a vehicle. Behold my prowess as the king of the mountain. Bai Li Pang skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, executing a delightful drift before colliding with Chao Yuan's car. The impact caused Chao Yuan to bump into Feng Yaozhi, who then crashed into Qingzhu. Bai Li Pang grinned widely, turning the steering wheel and speeding ahead. Come on, try to hit me. Chao Yuan, somewhat clumsily, chased after him. Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing his lips as he followed suit, and with a swift turn, he collided with Bai Li Pang. He raised his chin defiantly. I am the true king of the mountain. Feng Yaozhi then crashed her car into Chao Yuan's, quickly bumping into Qingzhu's as well, exclaiming, come on, catch me. Yaozhi, don't run away. Lao Chao, you're a bit slow. Wait, I'll get the hang of this soon. Wow Chao, you're quite fierce. The four of them continued to enjoy their planned activities, and at 11:55 p.m., they boarded the Ferris wheel, settling into one of the cabins. The countdown soon began. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! The vibrant fireworks soared into the night sky, bursting forth in a spectacular display, illuminating the darkness with their brilliance. In that fleeting moment, the heavens were adorned with a kaleidoscope of colors. Bai Li Pang beamed with joy exclaiming, Yaozhi, Lao Chao, Zhuangge, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to all. Happy New Year. Pang Pang. Quickly use your little golden bird to capture our photo. Feng Yaozhi gazed at the fireworks illuminating the night, her dark eyes reflecting their radiant glow. All right. Bailey Pang Pang retrieved the little golden bird from the free space. Feng Yaozhi set the camera's timer, and with the night as their cover, the golden bird grasped the camera strap and captured a photograph of the four friends. This moment was thus immortalized. The youthful companions sat upon the Ferris wheel, with the sky ablaze with fireworks, a resplendent Milky Way, and the twinkling lights of countless homes in the background. Chapter 22. It is easier to kill on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Feng Yaozhi and Shen Qingzhu awakened Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan at 5:30 in the morning. Still groggy, Bailey Pang Pang dressed himself, rubbing his eyes and yawning as he emerged from his room. Why so early? He inquired. Feng Yaozhi remained vigilant, her mental energy attuned to the surrounding movements. The enemy approaches. Chao Yuan, clutching a knife, looked at her. A premonition? Feng Yaozhi shook her head. It is the divination of the divine ruins. Instantly alert, Bailey Pang Pang recalled the enemy attack from the day before. So, you notified us in advance because of the divination? Feng Yaozhi nodded gently. Indeed. Shen Qingzhu regarded her thoughtfully, now suspecting that Feng Yaozhi had foreseen everything well in advance. Otherwise, how could she have sent Ninxi away and hired him as a bodyguard? The four sat in silence on the sofa. Suddenly, Feng Yaozhi spoke. Bang bang. Bailey Pang Pang looked up, still drowsy. What is it? With a serious tone, Feng Yaozhi said, I must apologize. I had foreseen the enemy's attack long ago and had already informed the instructors. However, I devised a plan to use my identity as a Huaxu agent and your status as the young master of the Bailey group as bait to ensnare the followers of the ancient god sect. Therefore, I'm sorry for making you a decoy. Shen Qingzhu raised his gaze slightly, confirming his suspicions. Bailey Pang Pang waved his hand dismissively. Oh, what does it matter? Even if you hadn't set this trap, the ancient god sect would have sent someone to kill me. Besides, without you, I wouldn't be sitting here so comfortably. I would undoubtedly be injured. In fact, I should thank you. At his words, Feng Yaozhi's eyes curved, a smile gracing her lips. As time flowed quietly, Feng Yaozhi, ever watchful, suddenly stiffened. Another fireball is coming. Almost simultaneously with her warning, Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers towards the living room window. With a sharp crack, the air surrounding the fireball was instantly siphoned away, extinguishing it in the vacuum. Sun character, flight. A gust of wind swirled beneath the four of them, carrying them out through the open window. As they landed, four figures approached them, Bailey's guardians. Feng Yaozhi glanced in a certain direction. A person from the sea realm is approaching. Bailey Pang Pang's expression turned troubled as he looked at the guardians. Can you handle this? Although the four guardians could collectively confront someone from the sea realm, there was no telling whether he had accomplices. The guardians could not provide a definitive answer. Perhaps. Bailey Pong Pong's lips twitched slightly. Feng Yaozhi reassured him. Do not worry. The instructors are here. Hearing this, Bailey Pang Pang felt revitalized. Ah yes, the instructors are here. The man from the sea realm charged toward his target with ferocity. Midway, a man in military attire appeared before him, momentarily startling the man. How did you arrive so quickly? Yuan Gang coldly fixed his gaze on him, exuding an intimidating presence. You are ensnared. What? The man was taken aback. Bailey Pang Pang squinted his eyes, fixated on the direction Wind Yaozhi was gazing, yet saw nothing. Yaozhi, where's the enemy? Why have they not arrived? Did he take a wrong turn, or did his vehicle suffer a flat tire? Wind Yaozhi chuckled with resignation. Neither. He was stopped by Instructor Yuan. They are currently engaged in a duel, and he is on the brink of defeat. After a pause, Wind Yaozhi glanced again. In fact, he has already succumbed, and Instructor Yuan is hurrying towards us. Bailey Pang Pang leisurely perched on a small stool, raising an eyebrow. Yaozhi, you previously mentioned that we would face a tough battle on the first day of the new year, yet it appears to be quite effortless now. Chao Yuan quietly interjected. You haven't participated, so naturally, you find it easy. Hey, Lao Chao, have you forgotten who your benefactors are? Bailey Pang Pang crossed his arms defiantly and scoffed. Qingzhu seemed to sense something, glancing towards a certain direction where significant air fluctuations were evident. Feng Yaozhi stretched languidly. Chao Yuan is right. Our leisure is a result of Instructor Yuan dealing with the enemy, and Lin Qia's side is embroiled in fierce combat. Upon hearing this, Bailey Pang Pang instantly lost his composure, springing to his feet. What? We should hurry to assist. The forbidden material user, let's go. No witties. They can handle it. And besides, Instructor Yuan is here to take us over. Just as Feng Yaozhi finished speaking, Yuan Gang appeared before them. He first nodded at Feng Yaozhi, then turned towards the direction of the conflict. Let us go. The four of them followed Yuan Gang towards Lin Qia's group. Upon nearing the vicinity of the unfettered void, the eye of the storm, controlled by the great wind disaster, began to take shape. Feng Yaozhi refrained from warning Qingzhu, knowing she would instinctively apply Qi Min towards the storm's eye. Indeed, Qingzhu stared at the gathering storm eye for several seconds, then raised her hand and deftly snapped her fingers. With a resounding pop, the storm eye vanished instantaneously, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. Han Xiaoyun exclaimed in astonishment, while Team 136 reacted with disbelief, and Lin Qia's eyes widened in shock. Bailey Pang Pang turned to Qingzhu, then to the utterly dissipated Storm Eye dude. Did you do that? Qingzhu appeared bewildered but maintained a facade of calm, responding nonchalantly, I suppose so. Impressive. Bailey Pang Pang gave him a thumbs up, and Chao Yuan silently followed suit. Feng Yaozhi chuckled softly. Well done. This round belongs to the Forbidden Ruins. Yuan Gang cast a glance at Qingzhu, a flicker of amusement in his eyes, before leading the four into a corner of the unfettered void. Upon seeing Qingzhu, Lin Qia immediately understood why the storm eye had disappeared. It was entirely due to the Qi Min of the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 068 countering the Great Wind Disaster Sequence 079. Yuan Gang subdued Han Xiaoyan. In his moment of desperation, pleaded for Chun Mai to end his life. At that moment, Feng Yaozhi spoke, I can sever the soul contract binding you. The atmosphere turned tense as everyone was taken aback. Upon witnessing Feng Yaozhi, Zhao Kongqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He turned to his companions, Hong Ying and the others, exclaiming, It was she who saved me and aided in awakening the Forbidden Ruins. Instantly, gratitude filled the gazes of Hong Ying and her group towards Feng Yaozhi. What a benefactor! On the ground, Han Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? Feng Yaozhi replied calmly, I can sever the soul contract within you. Do you not wish to avenge your comrades? Do you intend to die in such a cowardly manner? Han Xiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? Of course, she asserted boldly, though discreetly retrieving a vial of spirit-replenishing elixir from her spatial pouch. What do you say? Shall we give a try? After a brief hesitation, determination filled Han Xiaoyun's gaze. All right, thank you. Yuan Gang expressed concern. Yaozhi, be careful. Feng Yaozhi smiled gently. Do not worry, Instructor Yuan. She uncorked the elixir vial and tilted her head back, consuming its contents. 5 pills landed precisely in her mouth, and as she chewed, her voice was muffled. Let's begin. The process may be somewhat painful, so bear with it. Divine ruins Bagua unfold. An ancient formation materialized beneath their feet, and in the next moment, Han Xiaoyun's soul began to drift out of his body. Feng Yaozhi extended her right hand, her index and middle finger straight, while the other 3 curled, gently slicing through Han Xiaoyun's soul, sever. In an instant, the fragment of his soul bound by the murmuring soul contract was cleaved apart. The sensation of having one's soul severed was far from pleasant, causing Han Xiaoyun's essence to tremble in agony. Bai Li, who was plump, gasped in shock. Is this what you call a little pain? While Feng Yaozhi chewed the spirit-replenishing pills, she raised her left hand, summoning the divine fire, which ignited the severed soul fragment with a flicker of her mental energy, causing it to dissipate into the air. Unfazed, she invoked the divine ruins' creation and rebirth. The ethereal figure of Nuwa, with a human head and serpent body, appeared behind her. Under the aegis of the divine ruins' creation and rebirth, Han Xiaoyun's soul gradually restored, while Feng Yaozhi's complexion grew increasingly pale. The spectators were all astounded, not merely by her ability to dissolve the murmuring soul contract, but by her mastery of 3 distinct divine ruins. Was it not excessive for the agent of Huaxu to possess such power? Wu Xiangnan glanced at the deep crimson scars on her palm, her eyes suddenly brightening. If she could mend souls, might she also request her assistance in healing the wounds inflicted by the Tian Songyan sword? Feng Yaozhi gently raised her hand, retracting the Bagua and creation and rebirth divine ruins. She produced another vial of spirit-replenishing elixir, poured out a pill, and consumed it. All right, the soul contract is gone. As Han Xiaoyun's soul re-entered his body, he incredulously rose to his feet. So fast. Feng Yaozhi rolled her eyes elegantly. What did you expect? I employed 3 divine ruins and consumed 6 spirit-replenishing pills. If I cannot resolve such a minor issue, I might as well forego being a night watchman and return home to farm. Han Xiaoyun's gaze was intricate, a flicker of hope emerging from the depths of his eyes. Thank you. I shall repay your immense kindness. He had originally resigned himself to death, yet, to his astonishment, he found himself granted a second chance at life. With this revelation, he vowed not to let the whispers of fate slip away, nor would he spare the ancient cult. He was determined to avenge his comrades. Feng Yaozhi nonchalantly waved her hand. All right. Why would she refuse a favor offered so willingly? Under the influence of the elixir, her complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. Wu Xiangnan, seeking to recover from his injuries, was not alone in this endeavor. Chen Mai and the others had also contemplated seeking Feng Yaozhi's assistance. Before Wu Xiangnan and Chen Mai could voice their requests, Feng Yaozhi's keen gaze fell precisely upon Wu Xiangnan. You are Wu Xiangnan, correct? Taken aback, Wu Xiangnan instinctively replied, I am. Feng Yaozhi nodded. I have heard that your hand was wounded by the Tian Songyan sword and has yet to heal. Extend your hand, and I shall assist you. Wu Xiangnan's eyes widened slightly, disbelief washing over him as he raised his trembling hand, overwhelmed with emotion. Thank you. Feng Yaozhi promptly interrupted the words that were about to spill forth. Enough. No need for further thanks. A single word suffices. She raised her hand, hovering at 5 centimeters above Wu Xiangnan's palm. Divine ruins, life healing, activate. A flash of white light enveloped them, and the 2 deep crimson scars on Wu Xiangnan's hand were instantaneously healed, restoring it to its former state, devoid of any trace of injury. Wu Xiangnan clenched his fist, gazing at his restored hand with profound exhilaration. Thank you, truly, thank you. No need for gratitude, Feng Yaozhi replied, reaching for another elixir to crush. She had consumed more elixirs today than in all her previous encounters combined. Being a benefactor was indeed challenging. Killing was far simpler. Chapter 23. A lifetime of misfortune from spending on men. Yuan Gang warmly greeted Han Xiaoyan, who ultimately was required to observe a year of fasting at the monastery, after which arrangements would be made at discretion. Han Xiaoyan cast a complex gaze towards Feng Yaozhi and Lin Xie, cautioning them. You too must be vigilant. He will not spare you. He will resort to any means to eliminate you. Lin Xie nodded slightly, while Feng Yaozhi shrugged indifferently. All right, I understand. Yuan Gong escorted Han Xiaoyu Nove. Zhao Kongcheng approached Feng Yaozhi with a smile. You left in such haste the other day that I didn't even have the chance to express my gratitude. Feng Yaozhi shook her head. It was the least I could do, and you deserve it. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled, still feeling as though everything was a dream. Convinced he had perished the day, he faced the ghost-faced king. However, as he gazed at Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, Wen Qima, Lung Xian, and Lin Xie, he smiled at them, realizing this was their home, a place filled with friends and family. He cherished this existence, even if it were but an illusion. He was reluctant to awaken. Hong Ying took Si Xiaonan by the hand and approached Feng Yaozhi, warmly introducing herself. Hello, Yaozhi, I am Hong Ying, and this is Si Xiaonan. I've long heard about you from Lao Zhao and Brother Qie. Thank you for saving Lao Zhao and aiding Xiangnan in her recovery. Si Xiaonan smiled shyly. Feng Yaozhi tilted her head with a light laugh. No need for thanks. We are kin, and it is only right. Chen Mai offered a friendly smile. Yaozhi, Why not join your friends for a meal at my place today? Hong Ying raised her hand. You can come to my house. It's spacious enough for all of you. Feng Yaozhi turned to Shen, Qingzhu, and the others. Are you coming? Bali Pang Pang, under the eager gazes of Lin Xie and the others, slowly nodded. Let us go. Chao Yuan, cradling his knife, remarked casually. If Pang Pang is going, I will too. All eyes shifted to Shen Qingzhu, who, initially relaxed with one hand in his pocket, suddenly became tense, hesitating. Let us go. The four followed Chen Mai and the others toward Hong Ying's home. True to expectations, Bali Pang Pang produced a luxury watch, distributing it among them, leaving Hong Ying and the others momentarily stunned. The meal was prepared by Chen Mai and Zhao Kongcheng, with Wu Xiangnan assisting. The three girls chatted affectionately before the meal, while the boys playfully jostled, creating a harmonious and warm atmosphere. In the kitchen, Chen Mai observed the cheerful scene in the living room, and a smile graced his lips. How wonderful! After the meal, Chen Mai hesitated for a moment before addressing Feng Yaozhi. Yaozhi, could you come here for a moment? I have something to ask of you. Hong Ying blinked, puzzled. What could the captain possibly need from Yaozhi? The moment Feng Yaozhi met Chen Mai's eyes, which were tinged with a subtle sadness, she understood. She realized why he sought her out. They moved to the kitchen. Feng Yaozhi raised her hand to set up a soundproof barrier, isolating even Lin Xie's mental awareness. She spoke softly. I know you call me here to ask if there's a way to save Songnan City. Chen Mai was taken aback. How do you know this? It's the highest secret of the Night Watchers. Feng Yaozhi casually replied. I sensed it. After all, I am the proxy of the Ancestress. Songnan City ought to have perished. Yet it exists due to Lin Xie's mortal realm. Rest assured, I possess a method to save Songnan. Chen Mai was astonished that she indeed had a solution. The weight that had been pressing on his heart eased slightly. Thank you. This kindness is beyond measure. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. Feng Yaozhi shook her head. There's no need for thanks. What is your plan? Is there anything I can do? The urgency in Chen Mai's tone was palpable. He was eager to save Songnan City, as the decade's deadline was fast approaching. Feng Yaozhi pressed her lips together, her gaze earnest. As the proxy of Huaxu, I can summon the deities of Huaxia for assistance. However, my current cultivation is insufficient. Grant me a little over 6 months. Once I reach the river realm, I will be able to summon Nuwa and Fuxi to save Songnan. I will assuredly save Songnan City before the decade is up. Chen Mai's pupils widened in astonishment. He had initially thought that Feng Yaozhi would utilize the divine ruins to rescue Songnan City, never anticipating that she could summon the gods of Huaxia for aid. Suppressing his shock, he nodded slowly. Very well, Yaozhi, I appreciate your efforts. Feng Yaozhi shook her head, smiling lightly. It is no trouble. It is my duty. Chosen by the gods of Huaxia, she felt compelled to uphold their trust and not to let them down. She must do her utmost to protect the great Xia. Moreover, she had long wished to resolve these unresolved feelings and ensure their survival while reading novels. Their conversation concluded. Feng Yaozhi dispelled the soundproofing array, nodded slightly to Chen Mai, and exited the kitchen. Hong Ying blinked, her expression curious. Yaozhi, what do the captain want with you? Feng Yaozhi fabricated a response. Captain Shen has a friend who suffered a hidden injury that remains unhealed. He wishes for me to assist in healing. Hong Ying nodded in understanding. I see. The group resumed their conversation, oblivious to the earlier exchange between Feng Yaozhi and Chen Mai, unaware of the soundproofing array that had been set up, and thus, they harbored no suspicions. In the evening, the four of them departed from Hong Ying's home and returned to the hotel. As they left, Chen Mai once again invited them to join him for lunch the following day, which would conveniently allow them to return to the training camp with Lin Xie afterward. Enthusiastically urged by their invitation, the four accepted. Walking down the street, they felt relaxed. Bai Li, the chubby one, stretched lazily. Finally liberated. We no longer need to fear enemy attacks. Chao Yuan remarked nonchalantly. The holiday ends tomorrow. We resume training the day after. Bai Li's rounded figure stiffened slightly as he sighed. Old Chao, if you hadn't brought that up at my most relaxed moment, we would still be good friends. Chao Yuan cleared his throat, scratching his nose. I merely spoke the truth. Bai Li glared at him. Even the truth shouldn't be spoken. All right, Shen Qingzhu. Feng Yaozhi tilted her head, casting a glance at Shen Qingzhu beside her. Shen Qingzhu turned to her, nonchalantly inquiring, "What is it?" With a bright smile, Feng Yaozhi replied, "I plan to settle your bonus today." Shen Qingzhu nodded slightly. "That works." Feng Yaozhi clasped her hands behind her back, her steps light and buoyant. She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling like stars, and continued, "Given your commendable performance, I have decided to double your bonus, awarding you a sum of 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu momentarily faltered in his stride, but soon resumed walking. His gaze towards Feng Yaozhi bore a hint of complexity. "Do you possess so much money that you find it burdensome? You are becoming quite the generous benefactor." Feng Yaozhi blinked, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "It's manageable. I am a sole spender of my family's finances, so it suffices." Shen Qingzhu, with keen insight, discerned the deeper meaning behind her words. The implication was clear. She was the only one in her household, her parents and relatives absent. A flicker of unrecognized sorrow crossed Shen Qingzhu's face as he pressed his lips together. "Thank you." Feng Yaozhi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled warmly. "No need for thanks. It is rightfully yours." After a brief pause, Shen Qingzhu remarked lightly, "Have you ever heard the saying?" "What saying?" Feng Yaozhi asked, her expression curious. Shen Qingzhu replied earnestly, "Spending on men brings a lifetime of misfortune." Feng Yaozhi hesitated. "So?" Shen Qingzhu's tone was soft, "Thus, do not readily spend on other men." Feng Yaozhi blinked. "Oh." On the bustling streets, for youths shared laughter and banter, enveloped in a warm atmosphere. Chapter 24. Mastering Mental Fortitude on the second day of the Lunar New Year. Feng Yaozhi, after dining at Hong Ying's home with several others, boarded the bus arranged by the training camp. This bus carried 240 new recruits back to the training facility. While waiting for the bus, Feng Yaozhi reunited with Nan Shi, and the two strolled hand in hand, exchanging laughter and whispers. Shen Qingzhu also reunited with Li Liang and others. Upon returning to the dormitory, Feng Yaozhi and Nan Shi finished their evening routines and lay on their beds, sharing secrets. Nan Shi, with her bright eyes, remarked, "Gigi, you must have had a tough time. Even during the holidays, you had to deal with the ancient god sect." Feng Yaozhi, resting her chin on her hand, chuckled lightly. "It wasn't too bad. I found these 4 days quite fulfilling." Nan Shi nodded vigorously. "I agree. Although it was perilous and exhausting, it was also exhilarating." With a teasing grin, she added, "So you spent these 4 days with Shen Qingzhu, always together, eating and playing." Feng Yaozhi, propping her chin up with one hand, playfully responded, "We stayed in a presidential suite with 2 rooms. Plus, there were Fatty and Chow Yuan with us. We were a group of 4. Nan Shi stifled a giggle. "All right, a group of 4. Yunf." Feng Yaozhi noticed the playful glint in Nan Shi's eyes, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, warming her face. Initially unfazed, she found herself overthinking the situation upon Nan Shi's mention. With keen perception, Nan Shi caught the subtle flush on Feng Yaozhi's cheeks and teased, "Gigi, you haven't experienced romance, have you?" "Not at all. I don't even have someone I like," Feng Yaozhi pouted. "Have you?" Nan Shi's expression froze momentarily, and she cleared her throat, avoiding eye contact. "No." She quickly shook her head, steering the conversation away. "Let us drop this topic. Let us discuss something else." Feng Yaozhi raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Their conversation shifted dramatically, soon transitioning to upcoming training and plans for after the camp concluded. Suddenly, a piercing whistle shattered the tranquil atmosphere of the training camp. Almost instantaneously, the new recruits sprang from their beds, deftly donning their uniforms and rushing to the training grounds. They stood in perfect unison, attentively observing the instructors on the demonstration platform. Yuan Gang surveyed the scene with satisfaction and articulated the purpose of the assembly. "Today, there will be no morning exercises. We will conduct a commendation ceremony." He meticulously conveyed the classification and significance of the medals to the recruits before swiftly delving into the core matter. Feng Yaozhi, having assisted the instructors in unearthing 3 undercover officers of the ancient god sect embedded within the camp, safeguarded the lives of all recruits and camp personnel. She thwarted the sect's assault on the number 39 missile launch base, preserving the lives of everyone at the base and foiling the sect's plans against the training camp. During the holiday, she aided the instructors in eliminating members of the ancient god sect's believers. Thus, she was to be awarded the Starry Medal. Feng Yaozhi, step forward to receive your commendation. Feng Yaozhi, undeterred by the astonished, shocked, admiring, and envious gazes of the crowd, confidently ascended the martial arts platform, where Yuan Gang bestowed upon her the Star Medal. Lin Xie, hereby awarded the Star Medal. Shen Qingzhu, hereby awarded the Starlight Medal. With all three medals conferred, Yuan Gang swiftly announced the dissolution of the assembly. Nan Shi, gripping Feng Yaozhi's arm, exclaimed excitedly, Ji, you have been awarded the Star Medal. How incredible you are! Bai Li Pang, accompanied by Chao Yuan and Lin Xie, approached Feng Yaozhi with smiles, offering their congratulations. Yaozhi, congratulations. Feng Yaozhi smiled gently in response. Thank you. The group exchanged smiles, and as Feng Yaozhi turned her head, she met Shen Qingzhu's gaze, to which she responded with a soft smile. Shen Qingzhu, feeling slightly awkward, averted her eyes and continued conversing with Li Liang and the others. Feng Yaozhi then resumed chatting with Lin Xie and the rest. While they were engaged in conversation, Bai Li Pong's stomach growled audibly. Lin Xie sighed. Let's head to the cafeteria for some food. Bai Li Pang chuckled, and Chao Yuan silently followed along. Feng Yaozhi took Nan Shi's hand, leading her towards the cafeteria. Upon returning from the break, the first phase of training officially concluded, marking the commencement of the second phase. The initial phase focused on physical conditioning, while the second phase would delve into theory and practical application. In class, Lin Xie posed a question to instructor Gu regarding the reality of the world, leaving the instructor somewhat flustered. The instructors had also prepared acrobatic detonators, which each participant was required to wear throughout the day, using their mental strength to counteract the mental currents emitted by the devices. After donning her wristband, Nanshi executed a swift backflip, managing to stabilize herself after several attempts, suppressing her urge to continue flipping. With a tearful expression, she lamented, Gigi. She dared not express her emotions too freely, fearing that a moment's distraction might lead to another backflip. Feng Yaozhi gazed at the silver wristband in her hand, securing it around her wrist. Instantly, the mental current assaulted her, but she adeptly controlled her mental strength to counter it, maintaining an impeccable balance each time. Observing Feng Yaozhi stand motionless. Nan Shi gasped in astonishment. Gigi, how are you so remarkable? As she spoke, she executed another graceful backflip. Feng Yaozhi concentrated on the wristband, her mental strength in harmonious opposition to the mental current, her demeanor calm as she remarked, It's not that difficult, really. It just requires control. Her nonchalance stirred envy among Nan Shi and the others. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? The instructor on the platform regarded Feng Yaozhi with surprise, remarking, Impressive. She is the first recruit to remain completely still under the acrobatic detonator. Another instructor nodded in agreement. Indeed, the youth are formidable. Feng Yaozhi exhibits excellent mastery over her mental control. In the training grounds, only Feng Yaozhi was aware of a solitary figure walking with measured steps. She meticulously instructed Nan Shi on how to harness her mental power while rectifying her shortcomings. Soon, Nan Shi learned to precisely unleash her mental energy and counter the mental currents. The moment she mastered it, a look of immense relief washed over her face. At last she had succeeded. Amidst a throng of new recruits sluggishly making their way to the canteen, Feng Yaozhi and a few others stood out remarkably. In the canteen, Feng Yaozhi further taught Bai Li Pang how to control his mental energy. Fortunately, he proved to be a quick learner, as Bai Li Pang was now able to wield chopsticks and feed himself without assistance. In contrast to their ease, the other recruits faced considerable challenges, particularly Shen Qingzhu, who had the task of feeding 3 individuals. Chapter 25. The elimination of the sound hunter during the shooting lesson. The instructor explained and demonstrated before allowing each student to take their turn. As it was the first class, they began with targets set at 50 meters. Feng Yaozhi gripped her pistol and aimed for the bullseye. Bang, bang, bang. 10 bullets were fired in quick succession. The electronic voice announced, 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. All 10 shots hit the mark. Wow, incredible. Ji, you are amazing. The sounds of astonishment resonated throughout the room. Lin Xie silently observed his own score. All 10 shots missing the target, and remained speechless. The instructor, having just taken a sip of tea, spewed it out upon hearing the news of 10 perfect shots. Cough, cough, cough. He looked at Feng Yaozhi with wide eyes, as if staring at a creature from another realm. He hurried over to her side. Feng Yaozhi, have you practiced before? Feng Yaozhi recalled, and found no such experience in her memory. She had long suspected her memories were flawed, but since she had no recollection of any practice, she confidently shook her head. I haven't practiced. The instructor stared at her in disbelief before adjusting the target to 100 meters. You will shoot 10 more. Feng Yaozhi nodded, took aim, and fired another 10 shots. The electronic voice chimed again. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. Another perfect score. Gasps filled the air. What kind of prodigy is Feng Yaozhi? Indeed, not only was her skill far superior to theirs, but she was also a divine proxy, excelling in all her training and even earning the Star Medal. My heavens, can anyone witness this? Unfazed by the extraordinary performance, the instructor moved the target back to 200 meters. 10 more shots. Feng Yaozhi complied, adopting a perfect stance and firing yet another 10 shots. The electronic voice remained unchanged. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. Another flawless round. The instructor stood frozen in disbelief. Is this really the level expected of a novice? The recruits were left in a state of shock, particularly Lin Xie, who felt utterly overwhelmed. Bai Li, gasping, exclaimed, I can't believe it, a born sniper. Shen Qingzhu stared at Feng Yaozhi with astonishment, once again taken aback by her prowess. Nancy felt dazed. What a versatile roommate. Under the pressure of Feng Yaozhi's precision, the new recruits steeled themselves to practice shooting, fearing they would fall behind. Yuan Gang, upon learning of Feng Yaozhi's astonishing talent, surprisingly felt no shock. He considered her genius entirely natural. After all, she was a monster. At 5:30 in the morning, Feng Yaozhi suddenly opened her eyes wide. She quickly dressed and remembered to wake Nanxi. Today marked the day of the grand rehearsal, and the instructors had prepared 3 mysterious beings from Quanjing, along with an ambience team. However, the corner of Feng Yaozhi's lips curled into a broader smile, reminiscent of a villain reveling in triumph. Yet, she was now part of Quanjing and well-versed in the storyline, aware of the weaknesses of the 3 mysterious entities. She had already arrived at the training camp prior to the intensive session, and these past 10 months of rigorous training had elevated her realm once more, propelling her directly to the Chuan realm. Upon being awakened abruptly by Feng Yaozhi's gentle nudge, Nanxi's eyes flew open, and she shot upright in bed. Oh no, oh no, the whistle has stopped. Wait. Nanxi listened intently, and the silence around her was deafening. The training camp, which should have been bustling with activity, was eerily quiet. Her expression turned vacant. What has happened? Feng Yaozhi lowered her voice. I sense 2 mysterious entities of the Chuan realm within the dormitory. Nanxi's pupils constricted, and she gasped quietly. What did you say? Mysterious entities of the Chuan realm. Doubt crept in her mind. Was she dreaming? How could such absurdity occur? Mysterious beings in the training camp. Feng Yaozhi recognized her thoughts, pinching her arm gently while covering her mouth to stifle any scream. The sudden sting jolted Nanxi awake, and she removed Feng Yaozhi's hand, whispering, What is going on? An enemy attack? Feng Yaozhi shook her head. I don't believe that's the case. It seems more like an assessment. An assessment? Nanxi frowned. Does an assessment require such grandiosity and immersion? Feng Yaozhi raised an eyebrow. Everything will be explained by the instructor. For now, we must regroup with the others. You inform them while I deal with the mysterious entities. Nanxi grasped Feng Yaozhi's wrist, her eyes filled with concern. Yaozhi, even though you have entered the Chuan realm, those are still 2 mysterious entities of the Chuan realm. Feng Yaozhi soothingly patted the back of her hand. Do not worry. I'm fully aware of my capabilities. By the way, I sense one entity has altered the structure of the dormitory, while the other is wandering the halls with a blade. After you find the others, hide and observe the patterns of the entity changing the dormitory structure. I will handle the one with the blade. Nachi nodded repeatedly. All right, Yaozhi, please be careful. Feng Yaozhi quietly opened the door and stepped into the stillness of the corridor, where the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The divine ruins, heavenly eye, activated. Once again, golden light enveloped Feng Yaozhi's eyes as she sought the traces of the Sound Hunter. Her decision to confront the Sound Hunter, while allowing Nanchi to collaborate with the other female soldiers to discern the patterns of the magic cube, was to ensure their involvement and improve their scores. Otherwise, if she handled everything alone, what would the other female soldiers gain from the assessment? Moreover, she needed to devise a way for Lin Chia to eliminate the magic cube. Otherwise, too many variables could lead to unfavorable outcomes. The heavenly eye penetrated walls, capturing the presence of the Sound Hunter, and Feng Yaozhi swiftly navigated through the shifting space to position herself behind the entity. She landed softly, raising her hand towards the Sound Hunter. The divine ruins plague unleashed. A viral swarm enveloped the Sound Hunter, instantaneously infiltrating its body, causing the entity to loosen its grip on the blade. With a clatter, the decapitating sword fell to the ground. Feng Yaozhi propelled herself forward like an arrow released from a bow, and two Amei daggers materialized in her hands. The wind carried the swift movements of Feng Yaozhi as she twirled the Amei dagger, its sharp tip tracing a graceful arc through the air. Like a wraith, she closed in on the hunter, and with precision, the dagger pierced the hunter's body. With a forceful flick of her wrist, the skin, muscle fibers, and blood vessels were swiftly severed. A series of glinting strikes ensued, and the hunter was left in tatters. Although the hunter was at the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, Feng Yaozhi had only just entered it. Yet her comprehensive prowess was sufficient to vanquish even the highest tier of the Chuan realm, and perhaps even those of the Sea realm. The divine flames surged forth like a raging inferno, engulfing the hunter entirely, until soon there was nothing left but ash, scattered by the wind. Chapter 26 United Efforts. Feng Yaozhi lightly waved the Amei, and in an instant, it was restored to its pristine condition, devoid of any bloodstains. A flash of white light passed, and the Amei was promptly stored away in her spatial realm. Suddenly, a mental link surged towards her consciousness. Yet before it could reach her mind, it was ruthlessly severed by a beam of golden light. Unbeknownst to Feng Yaozhi, Zhang Xiaoxiao's mental connection had been cut off. With a sudden burst, Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was a room away from Feng Yaozhi, coughed up a mouthful of blood, the crimson liquid trickling down her lips and leaving a streak on her fair chin. Nanchi gasped softly, her concern evident. Xiaoxiao, what happened? Zhang Xiaoxiao wiped the blood from her lips, her pupils constricting slightly. I was about to link with Yaozhi's mind, but just as I was about to make contact, a golden light severed the connection. Molly frowned. What does this mean? Zhang Xiaoxiao's expression was complex. It seems there is something within Yaozhi's consciousness that prevents anyone from gazing into it, attacking her mind. If my mental link had been malicious, I fear the outcome would have been far more severe than merely coughing up blood. The mind is of utmost importance. A severe attack could lead to fainting, madness, or even death. Molly's brow remained furrowed. Feng Yaozhi was indeed shrouded in mystery, both powerful and enigmatic. Zhang Xiaoxiao relinquished her attempt to communicate with Feng Yaozhi and redirected her focus towards others. The female soldiers divided their efforts into 3 groups. Molly and her team were tasked with investigating the various rooms of the dormitory, while Nachi's group focused on drawing and summarizing their findings. Yangzi took charge of directing and identifying patterns of spatial disarray. Each individual strived diligently, shining in their respective areas of expertise. Feng Yaozhi utilized her heavenly eye to locate the main force. As she entered the room, the gazes of Nanchi and the others converged upon her. Zhang Xiaoxiao's expression was particularly intricate. Feng Yaozhi blinked. I've already slain the Sound Hunter. It is a mysterious entity highly sensitive to sound, growing stronger with increased volume. The group nodded in understanding. Nanchi trotted up to Feng Yaozhi. Ji, just now Xiaoxiao used a mental link to reach her consciousness. Oh, Feng Yaozhi sensed around her. There was nothing amiss. Her eyes expressed confusion. Why didn't I feel anything? Nanchi explained. Xiao Xiao's mental link was severed by a golden light just as it was about to touch her consciousness. Xiao Xiao mentioned that something seems to be protecting your mind. Something is protecting me within my consciousness. Feng Yaozhi delved into her mental realm, where she beheld a rune radiating golden light. This entity appeared devoid of malice, seemingly intent on safeguarding her mind. After a brief contemplation, she remarked, "It is likely a safeguard set by my ancestor." Nanchi found this reasonable, considering she was the last of her lineage and needed to be well protected. That makes sense. Feng Yaozhi turned her gaze to Zhang Xiaoxiao. Concern etched on her features. "Xiao Xiao, are you all right? An assault on 1's mental energy is quite serious." Zhang Xiaoxiao shook her head, stating, "I am fine. It is likely because I was merely communicating with you rather than attacking you, thus severing the mental link." Feng Yaozhi nodded in acknowledgement. Yet she still employed life healing to treat Zhang Xiaoxiao. She turned to the bustling crowd and inquired, "What progress have you made?" Yang Zi replied with a slight smile, "I am on the verge of uncovering the patterns of spatial distortion." Feng Yaozhi responded affirmatively, "Excellent. Once you discern the patterns, we shall embark together to seek the enigmatic entity and resolve it." Upon hearing this, Yang Zi cast a glance at Feng Yaozhi, her astute mind quickly realizing that this was a drill, with the instructors undoubtedly observing their every move from behind the surveillance. Feng Yaozhi, who could have independently sought the mystery, had chosen to delegate this task to them, presumably to ensure they contributed as well, thereby enhancing their scores. Nonetheless, Yang Zi refrained from voicing her insights and remained focused on studying the diagrams for clues. The instructors, observing the screen, nodded in satisfaction at the girl's efforts. Yang Zi displayed commendable leadership, swiftly organizing the other girls to collaborate in their quest for understanding. Zhang Xiaoxiao also performed admirably, facilitating communication among the girls. Moreover, Molly had rescued other girls from the clutches of the huntress on several occasions. Nanshi proved useful as well, her drawn symbols being quite effective. The instructors praised nearly all the girls, recognizing their dedication in the endeavor to vanquish the enigma. Ultimately, their collective gaze settled on Feng Yaozhi. Having witnessed her entire process of dispatching the huntress, Instructor Hong voiced his astonishment. Just how many divine ruins does Feng Yaozhi possess? It is unusual for a lone rookie to so recklessly obliterate divine ruins. The pace at which Feng Yaozhi's realm had advanced was astonishing. She had transitioned from the pool realm upon entering the camp to now being in the river realm. Normal? What a farce. Among the new recruits, the only one remotely comparable to Feng Yaozhi is in the pool realm, while she stands leagues ahead. Yuan Gang observed a faint smile gracing Feng Yaozhi's lips. The great Xia has promising successors. He mused. By the way, how fares the boys' side? Oh, they have now discovered the soul-weaving spider in the warehouse. Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu are currently leading the remaining recruits in an encirclement against the soul-weaving spider, but it is exceedingly swift, prompting them to chase it throughout the training camp. Hey, Hong, why did you deduct a point from Shen Qingzhu? Instructor Han's sharp gaze caught the -1 next to Shen Qingzhu's name written by Instructor Hong. Instructor Hong cleared his throat and confidently asserted, "It is only natural to deduct a point for his inability to control his temper, isn't it?" Instructor Han retorted, "We are assessing their performance in the face of the enigma, not their temperament." Instructor Hong, with righteous indignation, countered, "Character is indeed part of performance." Instructor Han sighed, "Fine. Then," one instructor lamented, "it is a pity our morale team has no function in the girls' dormitory. Isn't that rather splendid?" Indeed. Ah, Bai Li Pang Pang has awakened, astonishingly freeing himself from the control of the weaving soul spider. Upon closer inspection, one can discern the forbidden object, the soul-severing blade. Indeed, he is a man of wealth, a capitalist. Through Bai Li Pang Pang's relentless efforts, all the new recruits ensnared by the weaving soul spider have regained their senses. The weaving soul spider weeps bitterly, frantically evading the onslaught of pursuers behind him. "Whoa, please do not chase me. The braised spider legs are truly unpalatable. I am but a child, spare me." Meanwhile, Feng Yao knows of the situation among the girls. Thus Lin Qi opted not to pursue the girls' dormitory this time, but instead devoted himself entirely to the chase of the weaving soul spider. Amidst the fray, Lin Qiye's wrist flicked, drawing his blade with a swift motion. The gleam of the blade flashed by as he deftly dispatched the weaving soul spider beneath its edge, subsequently dragging the creature's lifeless form away. Now I possess the materials for summoning. Chapter 27. The girls were equally engaged. Yangzi swiftly perused the blueprints, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, her gaze sparkling like a constellation. I have discerned the pattern. The other girls turned to her in unison. Clearing her throat, Yangzi proclaimed, "This dormitory building is akin to a colossal Rubik's Cube. Each spatial distortion mirrors the rotation of the cube itself. Moreover, I have identified the enigmatic hiding place." Molly stepped forward, flexing her wrist. "What are we waiting for? Let us confront the mystery now. Sisters, let us go." Under Yang Zi's leadership, the group marched determinedly toward the mysterious location. They paused in a room as Yang Zi raised her hand, pointing to the wall. "The mystery lies just beyond this barrier, behind these four walls. We must devise a method to breach the space without alarming the enigma." A girl stepped forward. "My forbidden realm allows for the phasing of objects, enabling us to pass through walls. However, the duration of this phasing diminishes with each consecutive wall, likely allowing entry for only 2 or 3 of us." Molly cracked her knuckles. "No matter, let us commence at once. Yaozhi, you go with us?" Given the limited entry, it was only natural to select the most formidable individuals for the task. The girls nodded in agreement. She raised her hand, her slender fingers pressed against the wall. Forbidden realm, phase objects. The once solid wall instantaneously transformed into transparency. Gritting her teeth in determination, she sustained the effort, successfully phasing all 4 walls. Accelerate. 2 currents of wind swirled around Yaozhi and Molly's feet, propelling them swiftly through the phasing walls into the space occupied by the Rubik's Cube. The girls remaining outside peered through the translucent walls, murmuring, "The essence of the mystery is indeed the Rubik's Cube." As Yaozhi and Molly neared the cube, they drew their weapons to assault it. Gripping her katana, Molly, empowered by the myriad movements, swung fiercely, causing the air to tremble as her blade struck the cube with immense force. Crack! Crack! Several fine fissures appeared on the surface of the Rubik's Cube. Yaozhi wielded her piercing dagger, coordinating her attack with Molly. However, she was deliberately holding back, as the cube was intended to be slain by Lin Qiye, thus transforming into his guardian. With the foresight granted by her heavenly eye, the cube could no longer manipulate spatial distortions, and its radiance began to dim. The spatial disarray dissipated instantaneously, restoring the dormitory to its original state. Yaozhi's heavenly I sensed Lin Qiye's approach, and she intentionally allowed the cube to exploit an opportunity to break a window and flee, simultaneously using divine fire to compel the cube towards Lin Qiye. As Lin Qiye reached the ground floor, he noticed the girls' dormitory had returned to its normal appearance. The eerie silence vanished in an instant. Suddenly, a silver object hurtled towards him at great speed, seemingly pursued by a fiery entity. Under Yaozhi's control, the divine fire dissipated into the air. Lin Qiye sensed a mysterious aura emanating from the cube. With a swift motion of his wrist, he drew his straight blade and delivered a decisive cross slash. Shattering the cube, a surge of warmth coursed through his body, as the cube was subsequently confined within a mental asylum. Observing that no one was around, Lin Qiye meticulously gathered the fragments of the cube, casting a glance at the lifeless form of the soul-weaving spider beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. These remnants were indeed materials for summoning. Once the dormitory returned to its original state, the female students descended the stairs in unison, exiting the building. Coincidentally, the male students also arrived at the foot of the 3rd building, converging into a group. "What transpired in your building?" Lin Qiye inquired, cradling the 2 enigmatic corpses. Feng Yaozhi promptly informed him. In the 3rd building, there were 2 mysterious entities from the Chuanjing. One was the Sound Hunter, which grew stronger with the volume of its voice, and the other was the cube, capable of distorting space. Feng Yaozhi furrowed her brow as she continued. I have already slain the Sound Hunter, but it is a pity that the cube escaped. Lin Xie cleared his throat, stating, the cube was vanquished by me. Feng Yaozhi's lips curled into a smile. That is reassuring. She turned to inform Molly that the cube had been slain by Lin Xie, to which Molly merely nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a convoy of jeeps approached, and the instructors began to disembark. Yuan Gang surveyed the new recruits with satisfaction. You performed admirably. The exercise concluded splendidly. Your scores will be announced tomorrow. Dismissed. After delivering his remarks, Yuan Gang's gaze settled intently on Lin Xie. Following a brief exchange, Lin Xie submitted the corpse of the soul-weaving spider, all the while discreetly concealing the fragments of the cube. Although Yuan Gang was puzzled by the purpose of Lin Xie retaining the cube fragments, he chose to overlook it and refrain from further inquiries. The new recruits erupted in jubilant celebration. They had earned another holiday, a 2-day respite. As the jubilant recruits embraced their impending break, the instructors tirelessly graded them. Bailey Tumming, 17 points. No objections, I presume? Chao Yuan, 16 points. Quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Shen Qingzhu, 16 points. Perfectly normal, right? Instructor Hong turned to Yuan Gang, sir. How many points should Feng Yaozhi and Lin Xie receive? Yuan Gang chuckled softly as he perused the names on the list. Award them 19 points. Let's not allow them to grow too proud. Lin Xie's acquisition of the cube fragments would certainly incur some cost. As for Feng Yaozhi, she excelled in every aspect. With the training concluding soon, she was expected to achieve full marks in each category, ultimately culminating in a perfect score of 100. However, throughout the history of Night Watch training, no one had ever attained a perfect score. Fearing that such high marks might inflate her ego, Yuan Gang resolved to deduct a few points, settling on 99. Now, with the opportunity to deduct points at hand, Instructor Hong deemed it reasonable and noted a score of 19 beside the names of Feng Yaozhi and Lin Xie. The following morning, the score sheet was posted on the bulletin board, drawing a throng of new recruits eager to view their results. Ah, you have done remarkably well, achieving a score of 13. And you, too, have excelled with a score of 14. Feng Yaozhi, sensing the curiosity, was drawn by Nanshi to check the scores as well. In truth, she had already anticipated her own result. Nanshi glanced at the score sheet and, with an air of mystery, inquired, Gigi, what do you think your score is? Feng Yaozhi replied, nonchalantly, 19. A hint of surprise flickered across Nanshi's face as she exclaimed, how did you guess so accurately? Yet, I believe you should have received a perfect score. Feng Yaozhi merely smiled. It was certain that Yuan Gang had deducted a point from them under the pretext of preventing excessive pride. Chapter 28. Following my heart to become myself, August arrived swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yaozhi had graced this world for a year. The day before the announcement of the overall scores, she made another visit to the commandant's office. Yuan Gang smiled upon her arrival. Yaozhi, your application for the commander has been approved. Feng Yaozhi nodded with a smile. Thank you, Commandant. Just 2 days prior, she had submitted a request to Yuan Gang to refrain from joining any squad. Upon learning of this, Yuan Gang did not hesitate to contact Yi Fan. Aware that Feng Yaozhi needed to seek out other reincarnated deities of Huaxia to restore her original power, Yi Fan consented, provided that she formalized her request in writing for approval. Now that her application had been granted, Feng Yaozhi stood as the sole night watcher exempt from joining any patrol team. Yuan Gang set aside the documents in his hand, his gaze fixating on Feng Yaozhi. His tone turning grave. Yaozhi, you did not come to see me merely for your application, did you? Have you foreseen something again? Feng Yaozhi nodded, her demeanor serious. I foresee a great calamity about to befall Jinan Mountain. Yuan Gang's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Yaozhi, elaborate. Feng Yaozhi disclosed all that she knew. I foresee an earthquake and a mudslide occurring. One of the causes of these disasters lies beneath Jinan Mountain, where a slumbering flame-vein earth dragon from the sea realm lies dormant. It is set to awaken tomorrow. Its stirring will cause tremors on the surface, bringing disaster to the nearby villages. The more Yuan Gang listened, the graver his countenance became. The existence of a flame-vein earth dragon from the sea realm beneath Jinan Mountain was alarming. Yongong spoke solemnly. I will arrange for the villagers to be evacuated immediately. Noticing the furrow in Feng Yaozhi's brow, a sense of dread washed over him as he recalled the second reason for the impending mudslide and earthquake that Feng Yaozhi had yet to disclose. Was there something even more dire at play? Feng Yaozhi confirmed. The whispers and several believers from the river and sea realms are also on their way. Yuan Gang's pupils constricted. The whispers. Feng Yaozhi pressed her lips together. They're not the true entities, merely projections of nightmares. It is they who will exacerbate the earthquake. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Yuan Gang's expression grew more solemn, his lips pressing into a thin line. I will notify the higher-ups at once. Feng Yaozhi, regaining her composure, called out to halt him, her gaze complex and her tone soft. It would be futile. There are undercover agents from the ancient god church among the higher-ups. Currently, the entire Changnan city is an isolated island, cut off from the outside world. Yuan Gang's expression faltered momentarily. What do you mean by that? Feng Yaozhi seated herself on a wooden chair, her countenance darkening. Commandant, all things in this world are bound by cause and effect. Had I not foreseen this disaster, many lives would have been lost. Yet, I did foresee it. Some events are destined to occur, and the web of causality will ensure that everything unfolds in a manner that seems reasonable, allowing the predetermined narrative to progress smoothly. I have managed to save some lives through foresight, yet this calamity is beyond redemption. The city of Changnan is fated to stand alone, and we cannot even reach Team 136. We must confront the whispers and the believers on our own. Such is the nature of causality. All things in the world inevitably follow their destined course, and any attempt to alter this trajectory demands a considerable price. Feng Yaozhi once believed she could, as before, alter the narrative, but after conversing with Yuan Gang about the arrival of the whispers, time itself seemed to freeze. A voice emerged in her mind, ethereal and seemingly from a distant realm. Feng Yaozhi, cease your endeavors. The power of causality is beyond your capacity to bear. Feng Yaozhi looked at Yuan Gang, who appeared as though a pause button had been pressed on him, momentarily stunned. She instantly realized that the consciousness of the world was speaking to her. Why? I have successfully saved Zhao Kongsheng, preventing Wang Mian from suffering a backlash from time in the near term. I have altered many events. Why can I not succeed this time? The previous times, the essence left by Huaxu mitigated the power of causality for you, allowing them to survive. But that is no longer the case. Huaxu's essence can no longer bear the burden of causality for you, and you must now shoulder it all yourself. Furthermore, have you not observed that each time you alter events, the world continues to follow its predetermined path? Upon hearing this, Feng Yaozhi pressed her lips together, her eyelashes fluttering. Was it not your intention to allow me to traverse time to change all of this? Was I not meant to be the savior? Am I not to be the singular variable in this world? Otherwise, why would Huaxu have chosen me as its representative? And why entrust me with the essence of the Huaxia deity? Why would Huaxu and the Queen Mother of the West say they have awaited me for so long? The voice fell silent for a moment. Indeed, you were to become the variable that changes everything, but you cannot endure the weight of causality. We cannot allow you to perish. I can only reveal a fragment. I believe you have noticed anomalies in your memories. You were meant to have died, and someone made a deal with me and the Huaxia deity. They collected all the essences of the Huaxia deities, even preserving the souls and essences of those who should have perished in the mists. They exchanged these tokens for your life, which is why I cannot allow you to die here. If you perish, they will not spare me. Feng Yaozhi stood frozen in place. Her memories truly were flawed. She had indeed died, and someone had bargained with the consciousness of the world and the Huaxia deity for her life. May I know who they are? I am afraid I cannot disclose that information. You will remember in due time. Very well, I understand. Feng Yaozhi lowered her eyelashes, their delicate sweep casting a shadow upon her cheeks, obscuring the emotions beneath. After a few seconds, she gently raised her gaze. What will happen if I still choose to change things? The consciousness of the world remained silent for a moment. If you insist on altering the course, you shall find yourselves in a situation of isolation. forced to confront the whispers and the believers alone. From then on, each alteration you make will burden you with the full weight of causality. Feng Yaozhi mused. One need not become a variable in this world, nor assume the role of a savior. With a gentle smile, she asserted, I have made my decision. I shall bear the consequences, and I will not perish. The consciousness of the world paused momentarily, sensing within Feng Yaozhi's being a golden talisman. It realized instantaneously, so that was it. I knew you would not allow her to remain alone in this realm. You would surely leave behind a trace of yourself. You will indeed survive, but the path will be fraught with suffering. Feng Yaozhi offered a faint smile, delicate and fleeting. Turning her gaze towards the window, she beheld the azure sky, the white clouds, and the world of humanity. Yet, I cannot stand idly by and witness calamity unfold without striving to effect change. I question my own greatness, my lack of selflessness. Yet, when I behold the myriad of lights in homes and hear their expressions of gratitude, I am undeniably moved. I am uncertain of my past self, whether I was virtuous or malevolent. All I know is that this time I wish to make my own choice, to follow my true heart and become my authentic self. Chapter 29. Look, it is raining. Feng Yaozhi withdrew her gaze, resting her eyes upon the frozen figure of Yuan Gang across from her. They have treated me well, and I have forged friendships. I cannot regard them as mere characters on a page, nor can I bear to witness them march toward their fated conclusions. Therefore, I shall alter the course of events, for my life is not at stake. The consciousness of the world sighed. You remain as obstinate as ever. Feng Yaozhi, I have said all I can. I wish you good fortune. With that, the world's consciousness vanished, ripples coursing through the air as time resumed its flow. Yuan Gang finally spoke. After hearing Feng Yaozhi's last words, Yuan Gang smiled slightly. Let the price be paid. Even if I stand alone, I shall not abandon my post. Yaozhi, the evacuation of the villagers will not face any hindrance, correct? A look of understanding flickered in Feng Yaozhi's eyes as she shook her head. No. The only obstacle lies in our confrontation with the murmurs and the believers. Yuan Gang nodded with a smile, his demeanor turning serious. Then let it be upon us instructors. You youngsters should remain obediently in the training camp. Feng Yaozhi spoke slowly. Chief instructor, I have a plan. Yuan Gang paused, momentarily taken aback. Are you certain? Feng Yaozhi affirmed. I am certain. Yuan Gang nodded. Very well, I shall heed your words. Yuan Gang informed the rescue team in Sangnan City, bearing the title of commander, that an earthquake and mudslide were imminent in Jinan City, necessitating the swift evacuation of the populace. The rescue team quickly relocated all the villagers. The following day, the overall rankings were released. Nanshi gazed at the top line of the list. First place, Feng Yaozhi, total score 99. The next moment, Nanshi erupted in a high-pitched squeal. Ah, Ji, you are the first. You are the first. Feng Yaozhi covered her mouth, manually silencing her. All right, calm down. Did you not already suspect this? Nanshi, clutching her phone, chuckled. I did suspect it, but seeing it with my own eyes is still quite shocking. Feng Yaozhi, holding her phone, inquired about Nanshi's ranking. Why don't you check your own position? I was thinking of looking at yours first. My ranking is not important, Nanshi replied, before turning her attention to her own score. Feng Yaozhi soon discovered Nanshi's ranking. You are in 15th place, with a total score of 85. Nanshi beamed with delight, exclaiming, such a high score. I thought I might fail. Feng Yaozhi chuckled with exasperation. Have a bit more confidence. You are not lacking. Hee. Nanshi clung to Feng Yaozhi's arm, her tone suddenly dropping as her eyes glimmered with reluctance. Ji, I will miss you so much. We will part ways the day after tomorrow. Feng Yaozhi gently patted the back of her hand. Do not worry. I will come to see you when I have the time. Indeed, you have already applied to refrain from joining any team. You have plenty of time, Nanshi declared, tilting her face upward, her left hand forming a six-shaped gesture. Ji, let's make a pinky promise. Feng Yaozhi smiled, compliantly extending her hand to seal the promise with Nanshi. With tears glistening in her eyes, Nanshi cheerfully declared, let's make a pact. A solemn vow that shall last a century without change. Ji, we will be lifelong friends. I shall visit you when I have the time. And do remember to come see me. Feng Yaozhi, her lips curving into a radiant smile, replied, Indeed, let us make this promise last 100 years. For we shall always be good friends. It is sealed. The two continued to share laughter and light-hearted banter. With Feng Yaozhi's addition, Lin Xie rose to second place with a score of 95, followed by Shen Qingzhu in third with 92, and Chao Yuan in fourth with 91. Bai Li Pang stood at 185 with a score of 74. Lin Xie gazed at the rankings and sighed deeply, Cursed be this wretched shooting. Meanwhile, both the Phoenix team and the Mask team were abuzz, especially the former. Yet, they all understood that Feng Yaozhi and Lin Xie were destined to form their own special team, not to join any existing ones. Especially since the 005 special team remained unfilled. In the afternoon, the whistle blew once more. The recruits hastily made their way to the training ground, all arriving within 3 minutes. Instructor Hong looked down at the 240 new recruits with a sense of satisfaction. Time indeed flew swiftly. He cleared his throat and announced, I have gathered you here to declare your assignments. Instantly, everyone grew tense with anticipation. Nanshi is assigned to Team 022 in Dongjiang City. Bai Li Tuming, Chao Yuan, Shen Qingzhu, Lin Xie, Feng Yaozhi, you are not assigned to any team. The headquarters has other plans for you. Feng Yaozhi's assignment stood out among the new recruits. Shen Qingzhu and the others understood that Feng Yaozhi needed to fulfill the task entrusted to her by her ancestor. Thus, she voluntarily chose not to join any team, and they found no fault in this. The recruits believed that the headquarters must have more significant matters for Feng Yaozhi to attend to, and so they accepted it without question. However, Lin Xie, who had secured second place, was perplexed as to why he was assigned to Team 136. Shen Qingzhu immediately voiced his discontent, expressing his dissatisfaction from the beginning of training to its conclusion, marking a full circle. Only Feng Yaozhi among those present understood the rationale behind Lin Xie's assignment to Team 136. The existence of Songnan City was tied to Lin Xie's miraculous presence, and without him, Songnan would cease to exist. Hence, Instructor Hong could not disclose the reason to Shen Qingzhu. At that moment, Yuan Gang approached, addressing the recruits below. I trust you have learned of your respective fates. I wish you all the best. He then called Feng Yaozhi, Lin Xie, Shen Qingzhu, Chao Yuan Bai Li Tuming. Follow me. The expressions of all but Feng Yaozhi turned to confusion. Nanshi inquired, Zhizhi, what does the chief instructor want with you all? Feng Yaozhi chuckled softly. It is likely related to some task. You should get to bed early. Don't wait up for me. Nanshi blinked, her eyes filled with curiosity, yet she obediently nodded. All right, Zhizhi, goodbye. Goodbye. Feng Yaozhi and the others followed Yuan Gang towards the chief instructor's office. Yuan Gang settled into the single armchair on the right and gestured towards the seating. Make yourselves comfortable. The 5 individuals sat quietly on the sofa. Feng Yaozhi occupied the solitary armchair to the left, while Lin Xie and the others nestled on the longest couch. Yuan Gang turned his head to gaze silently out the window, lost in thought. Bai Li Pang tentatively broke the silence, inquiring, Chief Instructor, have you summoned us for a specific purpose? Yuan Gang gestured towards the intensifying rain outside, murmuring, Look, it's raining. It's raining, and then what? The 4 exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed at their chief instructor's newfound penchant for riddles. Yuan Gang pressed his lips together, then spoke softly due to certain circumstances. Songnan City is now isolated from the outside world. Chapter 30. Isolated and helpless beneath the Jinan Mountain lies a formidable sea realm, fire vein, earth dragon. And the ancient god church's whispers is poised to cast nightmarish projections. A few believers from both the Chuan and Sea realms are also set to appear at Jinan Mountain. We cannot notify the outside world. Even Team 136 is unable to communicate. From this moment forth, we must rely solely on ourselves to resolve everything. You are the finest among this cohort of new recruits, and I hope you will join this endeavor. This is Feng Yaozhi's plan. Lin Xie and his 3 companions are children of fate, possessing extraordinary strength and numerous advantages that render them invulnerable. In the original narrative, It was indeed they who turned the tide against the believers and the fire-vein earth dragon. However, in a bid to ensure the safe escape of Instructor Hong and the plump Bai Li, Qingzhu covertly appropriated Instructor Hong's emblem and forcibly elevated his own realm through demonic means, ultimately slaying the believer Ma Etian, while he himself perished in flames. Later, as a remnant of the heavenly return jade lingered, he was rescued by the Whispers and became an undercover agent among the believers. Yet, due to the failed soul contract with the Whispers, he became the only one among the believers who remained unshackled by their control. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, Qingzhu turned to Feng Yaozhi and asked, "Did you foresee this?" Feng Yaozhi nodded slowly, affirming, "Indeed." Lin Qiye and his companions exchanged quick glances. As the representative, Lin Qiye spoke, "Chief Instructor, when do we depart?" Yuan Gang gazed at the five spirited youths and smiled. "Right now." Bai Li stretched lazily and jested, "Chief Instructor, if we successfully complete this mission, will we have the chance to earn medals?" Yuan Gang pondered for a moment. "I will submit a request to headquarters." "Very well." Qingzhu approached Feng Yaozhi and whispered, "What else did you foresee?" Feng Yaozhi looked at him, pressed her lips together, and a trace of despondency flickered in her eyes. "I'm afraid the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged." Qingzhu met her gaze, momentarily taken aback, then turned his head and softly acknowledged her with an mm. It was the first time he had seen such despondency in Feng Yaozhi. She had always exuded an air of confidence and strategic prowess. In that moment, Feng Yaozhi could only hope that Lin Qiye and the others would be fortified by their good fortune. She wished for a mission devoid of casualties, excluding Qingzhu, who was destined to act as an undercover agent, to infiltrate the believers and vanquish the Whispers. Under the guidance of Instructor Hong, the five embarked on a military transport vehicle, donning black rain-resistant military coats. Yuan Gang remained at the base of Jinan Mountain, awaiting the arrival of the Whispers, prepared to confront them alone. As darkness deepened and the rain intensified, the roads became treacherous due to earthquakes and landslides, making the journey inside the vehicle akin to a tumultuous ride. Bai Li, jostled about, appeared quite unwell. "My heavens, I'm not prone to motion sickness, but this is making me dizzy." Feng Yaozhi extended her mental perception. "Let us wait a moment longer. We shall soon arrive." Bai Li's eyes brightened, a sense of relief washing over him. "Are we almost there?" Feng Yaozhi's tone took on a teasing edge. "No, we are nearing the moment to disembark. The landslide ahead has obstructed our passage. We must proceed on foot." Bai Li let out a soft grumble. Lin Qiye turned to Feng Yaozhi and inquired, "Have the residents near Jinan Mountain been safely evacuated?" Feng Yaozhi nodded affirmatively. "They have all been evacuated safely. Now, apart from us, the entire Jinan Mountain is filled only with the followers." Upon entering Jinan Mountain, Qingzhu felt an unsettling sense of trepidation, as if something precious was about to be lost. Had Feng Yaozhi been aware of his feelings, she would certainly have noted that, firstly, in the original narrative, Li Jia met his demise at the hands of the followers on Jinan Mountain, while Li Liang and Deng Wei sustained severe injuries. Secondly, Qingzhu himself had perished once on Jinan Mountain, only to survive 2 years undercover among the followers after being momentarily suspended by the returning Heaven Jade. At present, with Li Jia and his companions not having followed, they were safe. The only one in jeopardy was Qingzhu, destined to remain embedded within the followers to eliminate the murmurs. The military truck shook and jolted for over half an hour before coming to a sudden halt. The path ahead was obstructed, necessitating a trek on foot. Instructor Hong frowned and declared, "Let us disembark." Without a moment's hesitation, the five wrapped their raincoats tightly around themselves and exited the vehicle, splashing mud as they stepped down. Instructor Hong led Feng Yaozhi and the others into the mountains. "Where do we go now?" asked the previously silent Chao Yuan. Feng Yaozhi replied calmly, "First, we shall head to a nearby village to rest. Once I release the divine ruins, they will surely come. After all, their objective is to eliminate both me and Qiye, the divine agents, as well as the chubby heir of the Bailey group." Bailey Pang Pang, taken aback, thought that while he was aware of Feng Yaozhi's remarkable foresight, this was rather astonishing. "So, you intend to use us as bait to lure them out?" Lin Xie remarked candidly. Feng Yaozhi nodded precisely. Bailey Pongpong's lips twitched slightly. Yaozhi, it is evident that you have a penchant for using yourself and your companions as bait to draw out the enemy. Feng Yaozhi raised an eyebrow. What other choice do we have? They have come to kill us, and it is merely by chance that they discovered the flame vein earth dragon. Thus, we must serve as bait to lure them out. Suddenly, Instructor Hong, who was leading the way, spoke up. Yaozhi, you take charge from here. You are more informed. Feng Yaozhi accepted without objection, for she was indeed well aware. Understood. The mountain path was treacherous, having become even more perilous after the earthquake and landslide. The ground, softened by the torrential rain, felt like a swamp, with each step requiring considerable effort to extricate oneself. They remained vigilant against the possibility of further landslides. As they pressed on, fatigue was etched across each face, even on the countenance of Instructor Hong and the physically robust Feng Yaozhi. Yet they persevered, knowing that until the followers and the flame vein earth dragon were dealt with, the training camp and even Sangnan City would remain in peril. Sangnan City was now isolated and defenseless, and the burden on their shoulders was immense. At long last, they beheld the village, now a desolate ruin in the wake of disaster. Bailey Pang Pang managed a weary smile. At least the residents have been relocated, otherwise we would have had to rescue them. Chao Yuan nodded slowly in agreement. Indeed. Instructor Hong found a makeshift shelter that offered scant protection from the rain. He observed the 5 individuals, their lips pressed into a straight line, and instructed, "Let us rest here." Feng Yaozhi retrieved hot water and food from her spatial storage. Within her realm, time stood still for any inanimate objects, ensuring the water remained warm indefinitely. She distributed the provisions to each of them, urging, "Eat quickly." After a brief respite, "We shall embark on a battle for our very lives." Without uttering a word, they accepted the hot water and food, settling down to eat. Their bodies were caked in mud and drenched from their journey, rendering the ground beneath them inconsequentially dirty. It would not be an exaggeration to say that their current state resembled that of having rolled in the mire for several rounds. Chapter 31. Departure. Feng Yaozhi had managed to dry the area with her divine fire, as well as their damp clothing and shoes, feeling thoroughly uncomfortable in their soaked state. Bali Pang Pang, despite his weariness, smiled and remarked, "Fortunately, we have someone who can conjure fire to dry our clothes." Leaning against a relatively sturdy wall, Feng Yaozhi glanced up at the pitch-black sky and set her alarm for half an hour, declaring, "Let us rest for 30 minutes before we commence our actions." The 5 of them leaned against the wall, and Feng Yaozhi curled up, hugging her legs, and soon drifted off to sleep. Instructor Hong sat quietly across from them, unable to succumb to slumber. Suddenly, as Qingzhu was dozing in a daze, he felt a weight on his shoulder and jolted awake, only to find Feng Yaozhi resting her head against him. Instantly stiffening with surprise, he sat awkwardly, his breath becoming shallow with tension. Fearing that even the slightest movement might disturb her, he consciously subdued his breathing, but soon the fatigue overwhelmed him, and he too succumbed to sleep. Thus, a tranquil scene unfolded. Qingzhu leaned against the wall in slumber, with Feng Yaozhi resting upon his shoulder. Bali Pang Pang had found solace against Chao Yuan's shoulder, who bore the weight silently. Lin Xie slept alone, propped against the wall, while Instructor Hong observed the entire tableau in silence. Dingling. The alarm rang sharply after half an hour, shattering the silence and awakening everyone. Upon opening her eyes, Feng Yaozhi realized she was leaning on Qingzhu's shoulder. With a hint of embarrassment, she cleared her throat and said, "I apologize, it was unintentional." Qingzhu's gaze was calm, his voice slightly tense as he replied, "It's all right." Feng Yaozhi glanced at the sky and declared, "Let us begin." She stepped beneath the curtain of rain and formed a seal with her hands, uttering, "Huaxu." Descend. Divine power erupted from within her, swiftly radiating outward, and a faint, ethereal image of Huaxu floated behind her. Suppression. The golden divine force instantaneously penetrated the earth, rapidly spreading across Jinnan Mountain, momentarily quelling the tremors, landslides, and mud flows. Even the fiery earth dragon attempting to stir remained still. The believers, traversing Jin, Nan Mountain, sensed the surge of divine power, turning in unison towards its source, their lips curling into faint smiles. I have found you. On the other side, Feng Yaozhi withdrew her divine energy and softly remarked, they are coming. Instructor Hong, you will team up with Qingzhu and Pang Pang, while Chia, you will partner with Lao Chao. All right. Everyone nodded in agreement. Shen Qingzhu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Feng Yaozhi's call, his gaze slowly falling upon her as he asked, what about you? What will you do? Please do not tell me you plan to confront the murmurs alone. Feng Yaozhi smiled and replied, the Grand Instructor has already engaged with the murmurs. Currently, there are 3 river domain believers and 1 sea domain believer. All 3 river domain individuals are on the surface, while the sea domain has located the fiery earth dragon. I shall delve underground to first subdue the fiery earth dragon and the sea domain believer. Keep it up. I await your support. Instructor Hong furrowed his brow, outright dismissing the plan. No, you are merely a boundary dweller. How can you contend with the sea-bound followers and the fiery earth dragons? I am the instructor. I shall go. Feng Yaozhi shook her head in refusal. Rest assured, I possess many means, and my ancestral mother will protect me. I shall be fine. Trust me. Instructor Hong gazed at her in silence. Is your superior aware of this plan? Feng Yaozhi nodded slowly. He is aware, hearing that the superior had given his consent. Instructor Hong felt a slight wave of relief and nodded. Very well, Yaozhi, take utmost care. Shen Qingzhu lifted her gaze towards the forest. Let's depart. Instructor Hong suddenly smiled at them. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. You have all changed, especially you, Shen Qingzhu. When we first met, you were a rebellious troublemaker. Now you have become much more restrained, yet you must still temper that temper of yours and learn to control your emotions. Strive to handle matters with the composure of Yaozhi and Lin Chia. Feng Yaozhi's lips twitched. You're talking about taking medicine now. If I weren't aware of the plot, I would think you were delivering your last words. Shen Qingzhu frowned as he glanced at Lin Chia and Feng Yaozhi standing together, a seemingly perfect pair that annoyed him deeply, stirring a sense of restlessness within. He chose to ignore this odd feeling, scoffing softly and turning his head away from everyone. Lin Chia, I am truly innocent. Feng Yaozhi cleared her throat lightly and approached Shen Qingzhu, speaking in a soft tone. Qingzhu, extend your hand. Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brows at her, but obediently stretched out his hand. Feng Yaozhi's fingers, as delicate as spring onions, gently grasped Shen Qingzhu's distinctly boned hand. It marked their first instance of proactive physical contact. A strange sensation enveloped Shen Qingzhu, rendering him momentarily motionless. Feng Yaozhi drew a small cut on her right index finger with her mental power, concentrating her divine energy at the fingertip. Using her blood as ink and her finger as a brush, she inscribed a talisman in the palm of Shen Qingzhu's hand. The process was fluid and uninterrupted, akin to flowing clouds and flowing water. Shen Qingzhu lowered his gaze, watching her earnestly inscribe the talisman, his heart racing. From the moment Feng Yaozhi touched him, he felt an unusual sensation, a faint blush creeping up to his ears. Feng Yaozhi soon completed the talisman, crafted from her blood and Huaxu divine energy, capable of preserving Shen Qingzhu's life. It was of high rank, akin to a demigod's talisman, and this was her first time creating a talisman of such caliber. Even though the plot dictated that Bai Li Pang Pang would provide Shen Qingzhu with the heavenly jade, she still felt a tinge of unease. Would fortune truly favor those it cherished indefinitely? Bai Li Pang Pang observed the two with a melancholic tone. Yaozhi, you're being a tad biased. Feng Yaozhi raised an eyebrow, her tone playful. Oh, come here, and I shall draw you a talisman of misfortune. Bai Li Pang Pang's lips twitched. That would be unnecessary. Shen Qingzhu stared at the crimson talisman, shimmering with a golden light, and felt his heart sink. Yaozhi, have you foreseen something? Am I destined to perish here? The others turned their gazes towards Feng Yaozhi. Indeed, Feng Yaozhi's behavior is rather peculiar. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she pressed her lips together and murmured, "You'll be fine." Shen Qingzhu gazed at her in silence, and after a moment, she softly replied, though it remained uncertain whether she believed it. All right. The wind swept through, carrying that affirmation away into its embrace. Lin Chie's voice shattered the eerie atmosphere. Let us depart. Feng Yaozhi watched their silhouettes gradually recede into the distance, her gaze eventually settling on Shen Qingzhu as she whispered softly, "We shall meet again in 2 years, Shen Qingzhu." Chapter 32, Farewell. Feng Yaozhi retracted her gaze and formed seals with her hands. The Kuan character, Earth Escape. The Bagua formation enveloped Feng Yaozhi entirely, a whirlwind swirling around her. In an instant, she burrowed underground, heading towards the flame vein Earth Dragon. Several hours prior, Yuan Gang had encountered the Whispering Nightmare, and he remained ensnared in its dreadful grasp. Feng Yaozhi navigated through the earth until she arrived at the dwelling of the flame vein Earth Dragon. She raised her hand to establish a formation, whose sole purpose was to mitigate disasters. After setting the formation, she found a place to sit cross-legged, bracing herself for the impending repercussions of fate. Feng Yaozhi had lied. She no longer possessed the strength to restrain the flame vein Earth Dragon and Ma Etienne. Just as the world's consciousness had foretold, this time, she had to bear the consequences alone. The force of causality was wreaking havoc within her. The fates of dozens of lives converged solely upon her shoulders. She would not perish, yet her existence would be worse than death. Moreover, those who were originally destined to die would survive this time. Thus she had no reason to interfere with the unfolding narrative. If she could refrain from intervening, she would eventually discover a means to become immune to the forces of causality. Feng Yaozhi believed that day was not far off. Closing her eyes, she began to sort through the chaotic energies of causality within her. A brilliant idea struck her. Could she not absorb the force of causality and wield it for herself? As time passed, beads of perspiration formed on her brow and under her efforts. The chaotic energy coalesced into a pearl the size of a dragon's eye within her sea of consciousness. Suddenly, the golden talisman within her spiritual sea flickered, and the causality pearl uncontrollably soared towards it, ultimately being completely absorbed. The golden radiance surrounding the talisman intensified. Feng Yaozhi was momentarily taken aback. Is it possible that you are so remarkable as to absorb the forces of causality as well? Quickly, she sensed her body for any changes, finding none. What then? Was the purpose of the talisman's absorption of the force of causality? Could it provide greater protection for her soul and spiritual sea? Unable to comprehend, Feng Yaozhi took a moment to meditate before opening her eyes. Since the golden talisman could absorb the forces of causality, did that mean she no longer had to fear its rampant chaos within her? The more she pondered, the more feasible it seemed. She projected her spiritual energy to observe the ongoing battle. To her astonishment, it had escalated to a fever pitch. Lin Chia had engaged with the Whispering Nightmare, which had now delved deep into his soul, trapped within the psychiatric ward of the gods. Feng Yaozhi was stunned. How could time pass so swiftly after merely tending to the forces of causality? She cast a deep glance in their direction before turning to burrow away once more. The storyline had returned to its rightful path. She had no reason to linger. All she needed to do was wait for this chaos to conclude. In her heart, Feng Yaozhi could not help but marvel at the narrative's overwhelming control. How could it so easily revert to its course? What followed unfolded exactly as depicted in the original text. Under the manipulation of Merlin, the soul of the dreaming nightmare projection was ensnared, transforming into a peculiarly behaving dog. The essence of the dreaming was invaded by SpongeBob's soul, resulting in a dual-soul existence. Shen Qingzhu st'est pour loin instructeur omnes insignia. Forcibly elevating his realm using the ghostly divine induction, leading to the demise of Ma Tianyi, who perished in flames, only to be rescued by the dreaming and subsequently infiltrated the believers. Feng Yaozhi emerged from the earth in disarray, her complexion rendered unusually pale by the forces of causality. Her steps faltering as if a gust of wind might carry her away. Not far off, the voice of an instructor echoed, "There is someone here. It seems to be Feng Yaozhi." Soon after, the cacophony of hurried footsteps drew closer, causing Feng Yaozhi to faint. The instructors hastily lifted her onto a stretcher, rushing her for treatment. Yuan Gang observed the unconscious Feng Yaozhi, along with Lin Qiye, Bai Li Pangpang, the severely injured instructor Hong, and the seemingly lifeless Shen Qingzhu. His brow furrowed in deep concern. Instructor Han entered, shaking his head. We still have not located Shen Qingzhu. Two individuals braved the peril to descend 2 kilometers underground. Yet he remains unfound. Yuan Gang exhaled heavily, his gaze settling on the unresponsive Feng Yaozhi, recalling her previously resolute declaration. Commander, rest assured, I guarantee that not a single life shall be lost. Yet now, Shen Qingzhu's fate was uncertain, and the hope of his survival appeared bleak. Yuan Gang's heart sank deeper, yet he resolved to trust Feng Yaozhi, deciding to await her awakening. Once Feng Yaozhi regains consciousness, she will inform me. Yes, sir. At the moment Shen Qingzhu beheld the still-alive Ma Yitian, he instantly comprehended the reason behind Yaozhi's protective talisman. He let out a soft sigh, glancing at the red talisman in his palm, then touching the returning heaven jade at his chest, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. Let's take a gamble. A wager that I shall not perish under this formidable protection. Ignoring Instructor Hong's desperate cries, Shen Qingzhu resolutely employed the ghostly divine induction to elevate his realm, slaying Ma Yitian and succumbing to the inferno. Fortunately, luck favored him. The talisman and the returning heaven jade preserved his life, and his body began to recover slowly due to the talisman. It would not be long before he could move again and return to the training camp. Suddenly, the dreaming materialized before him, prompting Shen Qingzhu to alter his plans. He resolved to join the believers, dismantle their organization, and eliminate the dreaming. He intended to gamble once more, trusting that the returning heaven jade would shield him from the soul contract. Even if it failed, he had faith that Yaozhi would nullify the soul contract, keeping hope alive. Once again, fortune smiled upon him. The returning heaven jade thwarted the soul contract, while the talisman drawn by Yaozhi remained with him, merely relocated to his spiritual consciousness. The red talisman would eternally safeguard his soul, preserving his vitality. Following the dreaming, Shen Qingzhu swiftly turned his gaze towards the training camp, his lips barely moving as he silently whispered, "Farewell." At 9 in the morning, Feng Yaozhi awoke, sitting up and massaging her temples. Originally, she feigned unconsciousness, never anticipating that her pretense would lead to genuine unconsciousness. In her efforts to untangle the threads of causal power, she expended a significant amount of mental energy, resulting in a state of mental exhaustion that persisted until now. Feng Yaozhi sensed that her mental strength had nearly restored itself. She changed back in her own clothes and stepped out of the ward. The instructor waiting outside was taken aback upon seeing Feng Yaozhi, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Feng Yaozhi, wait a moment. I will notify the commander immediately." Feng Yaozhi obediently nodded and then sat down on a chair in the corridor of the infirmary. Just as she settled, she abruptly stood up, startling the instructor beside her. Was Feng Yaozhi's mental exhaustion causing her to exhibit such erratic behavior? Why was she so easily startled? Chapter 33, Truly Professional. Just as the instructor was about to speak, Feng Yaozhi, with a serious tone, inquired, "Instructor, which ward are Lin Qiye and the others in?" The instructor's heart sank at her words. Had she finally mustered the courage to ask? He carefully chose his words. "Lin Qiye, Bai Li, Tu Ming, and Chao Yuan are in the 3 wards to your right. As for Shen Qingzhu, you must prepare yourself. We have yet to locate him. His fate remains unknown, but it is highly probable that he has perished." The instructor's voice was heavy as he delivered the somber news. He had anticipated disbelief from Feng Yaozhi regarding Shen Qingzhu's demise, yet to his surprise, she nodded calmly and replied, "All right, I understand. Thank you, instructor." Observing her composed demeanor and tranquil tone, the instructor felt a twinge of doubt. Was this the calm before the storm? Feng Yaozhi opened the first ward on the right, where Lin Qiye lay. She approached him and raised her hand, using the divine technique, life healing, to mend all his injuries. He would awaken shortly. She proceeded to treat Bai Li, Tu Ming, and Chao Yuan in turn, even attending to Instructor Hong, who sat silently in a chair. Just after she finished with Instructor Hong, Yuan Gang arrived. Noticing Feng Yaozhi's serene countenance, he sighed inwardly. "Yaozhi, could you come here for a moment?" I have something to discuss with you. Of course. Feng Yaozhi followed Yuan Gang into an unoccupied ward. Yuan Gang regarded her with a complex gaze. You must have heard that Qingzhu has a high likelihood of having perished. The logistics department even found remnants of his charred remains. So is he truly dead? Feng Yaozhi, now much more cautious, had learned to convey her thoughts subtly. With a light laugh, she responded, Chief Instructor, some secrets are not meant to be revealed. Upon seeing her smile and hearing her words, Yuan Gang suddenly understood. The weight on his heart finally lifted. Understood. If he were alive, where would he go? Feng Yaozhi sighed softly. Given Qingzhu's character, he would likely seek out EU, looking to settle accounts with the believers. I believe he possesses the capability to do so. She hinted further. Chief Instructor, some secrets are not meant to be revealed. Although Yuan Gang did not fully grasp how Qingzhu would confront EU and the believers, he nodded in agreement. This matter must remain confidential. The consequences of fate's retribution were indeed severe, a lesson he had learned profoundly this time, and the one most affected by it was Yaozhi. She represented the future of the great Xia. Nothing must happen to her. If fate's retribution could be redirected, Yuan Gang would gladly accept it upon himself. As he spoke, his heartfelt words coalesced into a singular phrase. Rest well, we depart tomorrow. Feng Yaozhi nodded with a smile. Just as they concluded their conversation, a commotion arose outside. Without needing to listen closely, Feng Yaozhi knew Bai Li Tu Ming had awakened. He was anxiously arguing with the instructors, refusing to accept Qingzhu's death, insisting on a thorough search of the scene. Qingzhu possessed the reviving jade, and he could not have simply perished. Instructor Han, feeling helpless, was soon joined by Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan, drawn out by the dispute. As Feng Yaozhi stepped out of the ward, the argument had escalated to a fervent climax. Upon seeing her, Bali Pongpong's eyes brightened, as if he had spotted a lifeline. Yaozhi, is Brother Zhuai all right? He has to be fine. He bears the talisman you drew, and my heavenly return jade. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to appear, he cannot possibly be in danger. Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan turned their gazes towards Feng Yaozhi, eagerly seeking answers from her. Feng Yaozhi met their eyes and gently spoke. Follow me. I shall guide you. Instantly, despair washed over by Li Pangpang, who followed her into the ward, looking utterly lost. Instructor Han watched their departing figures with a soft sigh. Yuan Gang approached Han, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. With Feng Yaozhi guiding them, they will be fine. You should go and be with Hong Hao. He must be feeling quite distressed, believing that as an instructor, he must sacrifice himself to save his soldiers. He must be feeling immense guilt. Instructor Han nodded gravely and moved towards where Instructor Hong was located. After leading the trio into the ward, Feng Yaozhi closed the door behind them. Lin Qiye spoke with a heavy heart. Yaozhi, has Brother Zhuai truly sacrificed himself? Feng Yaozhi, employing her familiar method, smiled and replied, The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. In an instant, Lin Qiye understood. Feng Yaozhi's smile and her assertion that the secrets of heaven cannot be disclosed clearly indicated that Qingzhu was unharmed. If Qingzhu had truly sacrificed himself, she would simply state it outright. Bali Pangpang was momentarily stunned, then joy erupted in his eyes. I knew it. Chao Yuan's previously furrowed brow relaxed in an instant. Lin Qiye tentatively inquired, Yaozhi, where do you think Brother Zhuai would go if he were still alive? Feng Yaozhi, looking at Lin Qiye with a knowing smile, remarked, I believe that if Qingzhu were alive, his character would not allow him to swallow his pride. He would seek vengeance against the Whisper and the believers. Bali Pangpang gasped, while Brother Zhuai has such a temperament, isn't that exceedingly dangerous? Feng Yaozhi smiled knowingly. But Pangpang, you once claimed I was a born sniper saint. In certain respects, Qingzhu is equally formidable. At this revelation, the phrase born undercover saint flashed through their minds. Feng Yaozhi sighed. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. The trio instantly comprehended. As the door swung open, the three emerged like Oscar-winning actors, their expressions strikingly vibrant. However, Bali Pongpong's brow was knitted tightly, his face obscured by clouds of sorrow, as if mourning a great loss, prompting passing instructors to wonder if something had happened to his father. Lin Qiye took a few steps, sighing regretfully and casting furtive glances at Bai Li Pangpang, occasionally reaching out in a gesture of consolation. Chao Yuan's face remained stern, his already fierce countenance appearing even more menacing. Upon seeing them, Instructor Han's heart sank, and he turned to glance at Instructor Hong, who appeared even more dejected. Upon their exit from the medical room, they beheld Li Liang, Li Jia, and Deng Wei, who were fervently burning joss paper in the direction of Jinan Mountain. The vessel used for this ritual was none other than the small yellow bowl belonging to Chong, while the joss paper was presumably permitted by the instructors, who, out of compassion, allowed them to purchase it for this ceremony within the confines of the training camp. The four of them stood in stunned silence, utterly captivated. "How remarkably professional," murmured Bai Li, the plump one. "Should we perhaps conduct a ceremony of our own?" Lin Xie, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, retorted, "Let us refrain. I dread the thought of Brother Zhuang seeking retribution upon us." Chapter 34. The night watchman Feng Yaozhi's expression shifted as Bai Li Pangpang gasped in shock, the atmosphere suddenly becoming as silent as a grave. Chao Yuan silently nodded in profound agreement. The corners of Feng Yaozhi's mouth twitched uncontrollably, leaving one to wonder if her facial nerves had suffered some impairment. Meanwhile, Li Liang and the others wailed and wept while burning paper money, their cries punctuated by lamentations. "Brother Shen, why did you leave us so soon? You were so young. How could you depart so quickly? Brother Shen, what will we do without you? Brother Shen, it's our fault. We couldn't even retrieve your body. Brother Shen, rest assured, we will train diligently, elevate our skills, and avenge you." Bai Li Pangpang, feeling a pang of discomfort, remarked, "Let us go. We should leave." The four of them drifted away from the training camp like forlorn spirits, their faces devoid of expression, emanating an aura of profound loss. This was particularly poignant as all four of their parents had indeed passed away. Bai Li Pangpang's current guardians were his adoptive parents, whom he regarded as unworthy of the title of parents. They trudged along, heads bowed, until they finally parted ways in front of the dormitory building. Feng Yaozhi returned alone to Building 3. As she stepped through the entrance, Nanshi rushed out, her face a mask of concern. She anxiously grasped Feng Yaozhi's arm, looking her over repeatedly. Only when she confirmed the absence of any visible injuries did her heart relax, albeit slightly. Yet, her anxiety resurfaced quickly. The lack of external wounds did not necessarily imply the absence of internal injuries, which could be far more severe. With a voice laced with concern and her eyes reddened from tears, Nanshi inquired, "Gigi, are you hurt? How do you feel? Are you dizzy? I wanted to visit the infirmary to check on you, but the instructors wouldn't allow us in, fearing it would disturb your recovery. I was terrified. I heard them mention that a grave disaster occurred at Jinan Mountain, and you were all in peril, brought back barely alive." And the last part of her sentence faltered, as Nanshi hesitated to voice the painful truth, fearing it would only deepen Gigi's sorrow. She wanted to mention Shen Qingzhu, whose body remained unfound, with speculation swirling that it may have been reduced to ashes, leaving only charred remnants. However, she swallowed her words. Feng Yaozhi gently reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I merely fainted from exhaustion on my mental strength. Compared to the others, my injuries are the least severe." Nanshi pouted defiantly. "I don't care about comparisons. All I know is that you're injured." Suddenly enlightened, she smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I almost forgot. You need to rest properly after your serious injury. Gigi, let us hurry back to the dormitory. You should lie down. I persuaded old Sun to prepare a black bone chicken for you. It's still being kept warm, and I assure you it will be piping hot." Feng Yaozhi smiled helplessly. "I really am fine." Nanshi nodded vigorously, seemingly oblivious to the reassurances. Yes, you're fine, but even if you are, you must drink the black bone chicken to nourish your body. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. No matter how well you feel, you must take care of yourself." Feng Yaozhi felt a warm sensation in her heart. "I understand now. Thank you, Cece." Nanshi waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, we're like family. There's no need for such formality." As she spoke, Nanshi took Feng Yaozhi's hand and led her upstairs to their dormitory. On Nanshi's desk lay a wooden tray, which held a clay pot, 2 porcelain bowls, 2 porcelain spoons, and a pair of chopsticks. A talisman painted by Nanshi adorned the pot, just as she had claimed it would keep the contents warm. Treating Feng Yaozhi as if she were a fragile treasure, Nanshi gently urged her to sit in a chair. She lifted the lid of the clay pot and ladled out black-boned chicken soup along with pieces of the chicken, serving it to Feng Yaozhi with a reminder. Drink quickly. At this temperature, it's just right. Not too hot, not too cold, pleasantly warm. Feng Yaozhi accepted the porcelain bowl, feeling its comforting warmth and smiling sweetly. Cece, you should eat too. I will. The two sat closely together, savoring the soup and chicken, occasionally exchanging a few words and sharing smiles, the atmosphere delightful. Upon learning that Feng Yaozhi had returned, Mo Li and others came to visit, and upon seeing she was well, they felt relieved. Time slipped by quietly, and that evening, Feng Yaozhi and Nanshi sat on the rooftop, enjoying the gentle night breeze while gazing at the stars and the moon. Nanshi's eyes sparkled like the stars in the night sky. Gigi, time flies so fast. I still feel dazed, as if we just entered the training camp yesterday. You know, when I first saw you, I thought, what a beautiful roommate. I wondered if we'd get along. But when you smiled at me and gave me a gift, I knew you were wonderful. It turns out my intuition was correct. Gigi, I am so happy to have met you, to be your roommate, and to become your good friend. Feng Yaozhi smiled gently, her eyes shining like stars. I am also very happy to have met you. We will be lifelong friends, just as we promised with our pinky swear. Nanshi nodded emphatically, her smile radiant. Yes, we are lifelong friends. As they chatted and laughed on the rooftop of Building 3, Lin Xie, Bailey Pang Pang, and Xiao Yuan quietly hid on the boys' dormitory rooftop grilling barbecue. Meanwhile, Li Liang and his companions were nearby, shedding tears while burning paper money. Brother Shen, we leave tomorrow. May you rest in peace. The first rays of morning sun slanted down, and the new recruits began to stir. They dressed neatly, tidied their dormitory, and then marched with resolute steps towards the training ground. The 239 recruits, clad in military uniforms, stood solemnly on the training field, listening to the instructors speak from the platform. Yuan Gang stood at the forefront, surveying the spirited recruits before him. Before we proceed, we shall honor 5 new recruits with commendations. Feng Yaozhi, Lin Xie, Bailey Tumming, Qiao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu. I trust you are aware of their remarkable feats. They single-handedly vanquished the Inferno Dragon from the Sea Realm, 3 disciples from the River Realm, 1 disciple from the Sea Realm, and the nightmarish projection of the Whispering. Tragically, Shen Qingzhu made the ultimate sacrifice. However, their spirit is worthy of our admiration and celebration. Now, I shall bestow upon each of them a Starshine Medal. The emotions of the recruits instantly soared. Following the conclusion of the awarding ceremony, the exclusive equipment for the Night Watchers was distributed. Feng Yaozhi received only a dark red cloak and a badge engraved with her name, for she already possessed the specially crafted Amei dagger from the Queen Mother of the West. Praise be to the goddess. After the distribution of the Starblade, cloak, and badge, the oath-taking commenced. Yuan Gang led the oath, and the newly appointed Night Watchers followed suit, clad in dark red cloaks, with their right hands firmly gripping the badge over their hearts and their left hands holding the Starblade or Amei dagger. They solemnly swore under the banner of Great Xia. I, Feng Yaozhi, swear under the banner of Great Xia. Should the dark night descend, I shall stand before the multitude, with blade drawn towards the abyss, blood staining the heavens. Numerous distinct voices converged into a resounding, powerful proclamation. Each individual's eyes sparkled with the unique glory of the Night Watchers. As the wind blew, the dark red cloaks rustled, and with each oath taken, their hearts resonated in unison. One day, when they reflect on the past, freeze the present, and gaze into the future, they will feel an immense honor, a privilege to be a Night Watcher, dedicating their fervor to the homeland, striving for the brilliance of their nation. They are not alone, but rather a collective with countless households behind them, and the myriad gods of Huaxia. Chapter 35. The conclusion of the training. A bittersweet farewell as the training came to an end. Feng Yaozhi and Nanshi returned to their dormitory to gather their belongings. Upon their arrival, Feng Yaozhi gently spoke, "Cece, please extend your hand." Nanshi, her face a picture of confusion, complied obediently. Feng Yaozhi took her hand, spreading her fingers to reveal a delicate palm. I shall draw a talisman to safeguard you. Once more, Feng Yaozhi pricked her fingertip, using her blood as ink and her finger as a brush. Infused with divine energy to inscribe a symbol within Nanshi's palm. This talisman was akin to the one drawn for Shen Qingzhu. Yet the one in Nanshi's palm was somewhat more refined. Having had prior experience, the talisman for Shen Qingzhu was a first attempt, while the one for Nanshi was an improvement upon that foundation, naturally rendering it more complete. As soon as the talisman was completed, Feng Yaozhi's complexion turned ashen. Her previously rosy lips now drained of color, replaced by pallor. After all, being a semi-divine talisman, the effort had consumed a significant amount of her spiritual energy, especially since the two talismans were created merely a day apart. Nanshi, glancing at the symbol in her palm as it gradually faded, inquired with curiosity, "What kind of talisman is this? I've never seen anything like it before." Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed Feng Yaozhi's pale visage and, feeling a surge of concern, she quickly supported her. "Gigi, how are you feeling? Are you dizzy? Perhaps we should head to the infirmary." Feng Yaozhi offered a faint smile. "No need. Have you forgotten? I possess elixirs." As she spoke, she summoned her remaining spiritual energy to retrieve a restorative pill from her space, consuming 3 in quick succession before her complexion began to regain its former hue. Nanshi, observing her friend's gradual recovery, finally relaxed her grip. "I'm relieved you're all right. But, Gigi, what type of talisman is it? Why haven't I seen it before?" Feng Yaozhi patiently elucidated. "This talisman is an ancient divine symbol known as the Spirit Protection Talisman, which, as its name suggests, is designed to shield your soul from any form of attack. However, due to my limited power, I can only draw a semi-divine talisman, yet it is still capable of defending against all spiritual assaults below the divine level. As long as your soul endures, you shall not perish, and your body will heal gradually." Nanshi's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the now completely hidden talisman in her palm, murmuring, "Is it truly that powerful? My heavens, Gigi, how are you so wonderful?" Feng Yaozhi chuckled softly. "We are good friends, and this is only natural. My divine abode, Bagua, has endowed me with numerous divine talismans and formations, but I am unable to impart them to you, as they require the infusion of divine energy to materialize. My apologies." Nanshi clasped her hands warmly and shook her head with a gentle smile. "It's perfectly fine. Having the talisman you personally inscribed is more than enough. I trust it will protect me forever, just as you do." Feng Yaozhi beamed, playfully winking. "While I may not be able to teach you divine symbols, I have prepared something else for you." "What is it?" Nanshi instinctively inquired. Feng Yaozhi produced a wooden box, opening it to reveal a neatly arranged stack of yellow paper and cinnabar talismans. "These talismans are derivatives of divine symbols, the result of my research, tailored specifically for your use. You must practice diligently with them. Although they may not rival the divine talismans, they are certainly far superior to ordinary ones." Nanshi solemnly accepted the wooden box, declaring with unwavering conviction, "Gigi, rest assured, I shall memorize everything and apply it adeptly." Feng Yaozhi's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Very well, let us hasten to pack our belongings." "Absolutely." Nanshi carefully safeguarded the wooden box, and, still feeling uneasy, inscribed a protective talisman upon it. Just after Feng Yaozhi finished stowing her luggage into her spatial pocket, she received a phone call from her master, Fuxi. "Why is my master calling me?" For a fleeting moment, Feng Yaozhi's expression reflected confusion, but she quickly recollected that it was indeed the result of her mental exhaustion. She had even forgotten that her master had made frequent visits to Cangnan in the original narrative. She promptly answered the call. "Hello, master?" Nanshi cast a curious glance, surprised to learn that Yao Ji had a master, leaving her to wonder about the identity of this enigmatic figure. Fuxi's voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Yao Ji, I am currently at the base of Team 136. Please come here with Lin Qi. I will take you home." Upon hearing the word home, Feng Yaozhi felt a warmth swell in her eyes. Nodding earnestly, "I understand, master. I shall come find you right away." "Good, do take care." "I will." Feng Yaozhi hung up the phone with a flutter of excitement. Nan Shi, her curiosity piqued, inquired, "Who is your master, Zhi?" Feng Yaozhi fell silent for a moment, contemplating her response before saying, "He is the warden, albeit of a reformatory." Nan Shi gasped, automatically conjuring an image of a towering figure, fierce and intimidating, capable of delivering a single blow that could send a person to the depths of despair. She exclaimed, "Zhi, no wonder your physical prowess is so exceptional. You must have endured quite a lot over the years." Feng Yaozhi remained silent, recognizing from Nan Shi's expression the wild imaginings she had conjured, yet she chose to smile instead of clarifying. Shi, my master has sent someone to fetch me, so I shan't accompany you. Until we meet again." Reluctantly, Nancy embraced Feng Yaozhi, her voice muffled. "Goodbye, Zhi. Until next time, please take good care of yourself." After speaking, she smiled at Feng Yao and, with her suitcase in tow, walked away without looking back. Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks the moment she turned, leaving streaks of sorrow in their wake. Feng Yaozhi watched her departing figure, murmuring softly, "Do remember to take care of yourself." Nancy was assigned to Team 022 in Dongjiang City, her hometown. Feng Yaozhi had long intended to visit Nan Shi when time permitted. Upon her arrival, she had simply stored her belongings within her spatial pocket, carrying only a lightweight backpack. As she departed, she followed the same procedure, placing all her possessions back into the spatial pocket, and retracing her steps with her light backpack in tow. Along the way, she encountered several training companions who greeted her warmly with farewells. Perhaps this separation would mean that most of them would not meet again, but their hearts were united in a singular direction, that of the great Xia. Thus, the year-long training session came to a close. As Feng Yaozhi emerged from the 039 new recruit training camp and crossed the military checkpoint, she spotted a sleek black van parked by the roadside, where a striking figure languidly leaned against the car door. Hong Ying squinted slightly, and when she recognized Feng Yaozhi's face, a radiant smile blossomed upon her lips as she waved enthusiastically. Yaozhi. Feng Yaozhi hurried towards her, responding sweetly, "Sister Hong Ying." With a playful grin, Hong Ying reached out to gently pinch Feng Yaozhi's fair and tender cheek, exclaiming, "It's been quite a while. How'd you been during this time?" Chapter 36. Her transformation. Feng Yaozhi smiled gently. "I'm doing quite well." "That's good to hear," Hong Ying nodded, but then her brow furrowed in thought, and she let out a soft sigh. "Qi must be feeling rather sad, right?" Feng Yaozhi paused, recalling how Qi had indulged in a barbecue last night, appearing quite cheerful. "He seems happy," she remarked. Hong Ying bit her lip in concern. He would be putting on a brave face, would he? After all, he is a divine agent with commendable abilities, yet he was assigned to Team 136. With his qualifications, he should be in a better squad. Feng Yaozhi chuckled lightly. Qi performed exceptionally well. He ranked second in the training camp. As for why he was assigned to Team 136, I'm not entirely sure. The headquarters has its own considerations. I believe Qi is indeed happy, as Cangnan is his home, and you all are his family. He would prefer to stay here with you rather than wandering alone. Initially astonished that Qi had secured second place in the training camp, Hong Ying soon pouted. "Of course, it's you who can articulate so well. It's quite touching. With Qi second, and you first?" Feng Yaozhi confirmed. "Yes, that is correct." Hong Ying laughed. "I knew it must be you. With both you and Qi being so exceptional, it's only fitting that you hold the first and second positions." As she spoke, she turned to look at the military checkpoint, muttering, "Is Qi racing against ants? Why hasn't He arrived yet?" Just then, Lin Qi appeared at the checkpoint's exit. Hong Ying's eyes brightened as she excitedly waved at him, dragging his suitcase reluctantly out of the training camp. Lin Qi noticed the familiar figure by the roadside. He paused briefly before smiling and walking towards her. "Sister Hong Ying." He greeted Feng Yaozhi as well. "Yaozhi." Hong Ying embraced him joyfully. "Qi, wonderful job. You actually secured second place in the training." Lin Qi smiled bashfully. However, Hong Ying shifted the topic. "Qi, do you truly wish to stay in Cangnan?" Lin Qi looked at her earnestly and nodded decisively. "Sister Hong Ying, I genuinely want to remain in Cangnan. This is my home, and you all are my family. I do not wish to leave you." Hong Ying was taken aback momentarily, a smile gradually forming on her lips. You rascal, why be so sentimental? She murmured. It seems Yaozhi was indeed right. Your words mirror hers quite closely. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiyi turned a glance at Feng Yaozhi, who winked back at him. Hong Ying gently patted Lin Qiyi's shoulder. Enough of this. Let's get in the car. Lin Qiyi took the passenger seat, while Feng Yaozhi settled in the back. Hong Ying expertly grasped the steering wheel as she drove, casually mentioning, by the way, it seems a remarkable human has arrived in Songnan, Master Chen. The captain and the old dog from Xiangnan went to welcome him. As for Xiao Nan and the others, they're dealing with a suspected mysterious incident. Otherwise, why would I be the only one here to pick you up? Lin Qiyi pondered thoughtfully. The pinnacle of humanity, mysterious occurrences. Hong Ying exclaimed, "Oh right, I almost forgot." She gazed ahead, her tone turning inquisitive. Yaozhi, it's that Master Chen who sent me to fetch you. What is your relationship with him? The name doesn't suggest a grandfather-grandchild connection. He can't possibly be your grandfather, can he? Feng Yaozhi's lips twitched slightly. No, he's my master. Oh. Hong Ying nodded in acknowledgement, momentarily frozen in place. Her hand trembled, causing the car to swerve a bit. What did you say? Fortunately, they were on an empty mountain road. Otherwise, a mishap could have occurred. In the passenger seat, Lin Qiyi looked alarmed, silently gripping the armrest and earnestly requesting, Sister Hong Ying, please drive carefully. I don't want to shed tears for my relatives. Hong Ying cleared her throat. Got it. She added, Yaozhi, I truly did not expect your master to be Master Chen. He is the pinnacle of humanity. Feng Yaozhi smiled shyly. It's mainly because I'm the agent of Huaxu and fear an untimely demise, so I sought Master Chen as my mentor. Hong Ying nodded tactfully. Yaozhi, let me take you to your master. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Don't mention it. Lin Qiyi quietly relaxed his grip on the armrest, sitting in silence as Hong Ying drove. The black van came to a halt at the Peace Affairs office. A horse-drawn carriage casually parked by the roadside. Yet passers-by appeared oblivious, seemingly unable to see it. Hong Ying stepped out of the vehicle and remarked, this carriage is quite luxurious. Ordinary folks can't see it at all. Feng Yaozhi concurred. It is indeed quite splendid. The young boy, bored, sat at the front of the carriage. His eyes caught sight of a familiar figure, and he instantly waved excitedly. Yaozhi, Yaozhi. Feng Yaozhi smiled warmly. Little Tong. She turned to Hong Ying and Lin Qiyi. Sister Hong Ying, thank you for bringing me here. Hong Ying waved dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. We're all friends here. Feng Yaozhi chuckled. Lin Qiyi waved gently. Yaozhi, farewell. Farewell. Hong Ying drove away with Lin Qiyi. Feng Yaozhi approached the young boy, arching an eyebrow. Little Tong, did you miss me? Now around 12 or 13. The boy was treated like a younger brother by Feng Yaozhi. He pouted. Oh, didn't he miss you at all, humph? Feng Yaozhi laughed playfully, swiftly pinching the boy's chubby cheek. Still holding a grudge? During the months spent at Master Chen's home, Feng Yaozhi had sparred with the boy every morning, asserting her absolute strength over him, leaving him without a single victory. Each time, he looked at her with incredulity. The boy huffed, I'm not holding grudge. Feng Yaozhi nodded as if soothing a child. All right, you're not holding a grudge, he scoffed again and pointed towards the carriage. Master said you should come in. He'll finish his discussion soon. Feng Yaozhi complied, bending to enter the carriage, then brewed a pot of chrysanthemum tea for herself. Little Tong, would you like some tea? I made chrysanthemum tea. It's good for cooling and detoxifying. The voice of the young boy drifted in from outside. Humph. I won't drink it. Feng Yaozhi, with a resigned shrug, continued to sip her tea and play with her phone. She sent a message to Nanshi. I have already met up with Master. Have you arrived at the airport yet? After a moment, Nanshi replied, I just got to the airport, but I still have to wait an hour before boarding. Feng Yaozhi responded, Okay, stay safe. Nanshi reassured her. Don't worry, she then sent a picture of flowers. Feng Yaozhi replied with a heart emoji. Suddenly, the carriage curtain was drawn back, and Master Chen entered, holding a cup of milk tea. Master. Feng Yaozhi's smile radiated as she put her phone away. Her gaze lingered on the milk tea, pondering that Master actually enjoyed it. To her surprise, Chen placed the tea before her and said, Drink up. I hear you young people love this. Feng Yaozhi was taken aback, her smile sweet. Thank you, Master Chun, with a hint of exasperation replied. If you're going to thank someone, thank the boy. He asked the one who bought it for you, specifically tailored to your tastes. Normal ice, normal sugar. With matcha mochi and tapioca. He added with a teasing grin, this lad usually doesn't pay you much mind, but he is always mumbling about you. Since you left home over a year ago, he is constantly fretting over whether you'll get hurt or be bullied. Last October, when the night goddess Nyx appeared, Commander Yi sent me to the training camp. As soon as the boy heard, he jumped onto the carriage and urged me to hurry. By the time we arrived, the matter had already been resolved, yet on the way back, he wore a gloomy expression. This time, knowing your training had concluded, he urged me to come get you early. I initially intended for him to come inside with me, but he stubbornly insisted on waiting for you in front of the carriage. Well, this little rascal is quite proud, employing a speak one way, feel another tactic. Feng Yaozhi raised her eyebrows slightly, her smile playful. Master, is that true? I hadn't noticed. You wouldn't be saying that just to promote harmony between us, would you? While she spoke, she subtly tuned her ears to listen to the sounds outside the carriage. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chun's eyes as he raised his voice for effect. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps I've misunderstood. The boy likely doesn't harbor such thoughts. Not at all, the young boy retorted eagerly, pulling back the carriage curtain, his gaze evasive, as though embarrassed. Master, you haven't misunderstood. Feng Yaozhi blinked and feigned innocence. What has Master misunderstood? The boy looked at her, hesitating for a moment. There's no misunderstanding, just misunderstanding. When he noticed the playful glint in Feng Yaozhi's eyes, he scoffed and turned his head away. You clearly already know, yet you insist on forcing me to say it. Feng Yaozhi chuckled softly. Little boy, I didn't expect you to think so fondly of your sister. Thinking he would continue to deny it, she was taken aback when the boy, with his head lowered, softly affirmed. Yes, you are my sister, my family aside from Master. So of course I think of you. The boy was an orphan. Master Chen had found him as a helpless infant in swaddling clothes. Originally, Master Chen intended to send the boy to an orphanage, but to his surprise, the child could not bear to be separated from him, crying for a long time whenever someone attempted to touch him. Unable to endure this, Master Chen decided to raise the boy by his side, teaching him martial arts. Over the course of several years, the bond between them grew as close as that of a grandfather and grandson. The boy's full name was Chun Tong. Later, Feng Yaozhi joined their household, and the young Chun Tong naturally came to regard her as an elder sister, yearning for familial affection. However, his disposition was somewhat peculiar. Despite his deep care for Feng Yaozhi, he often feigned indifference. Feng Yaozhi found Chun Tong to be utterly adorable, although they had only spent a month together, most of which consisted of her playfully beating him. She believed, as the saying goes, that to scold is to love. She truly regarded Chun Tong as her brother and Master Chun as her grandfather. Lacking her own family, she cherished this bond dearly. On a rare occasion, Feng Yaozhi displayed a gentle demeanor, lightly ruffling Chun Tong's hair, her voice tender. Little Tong, you are also my brother. We are family. Chun Tong replied shyly. I won't oppose you anymore. I will control my temper. Feng Yaozhi reassured him. There is no need to control yourself. You are who you are, and you need not suppress your nature. Besides, I quite like the proud little Tong. Chun Tong looked up at the gentle girl before him, his cheeks flushing slightly, murmuring, I know. He felt a bit embarrassed, surprised that he, too, had a day where he would say such a thing. Feng Yaozhi smiled gently. Master Chen watched the heartwarming scene between the siblings with an affectionate smile. Soon, Chun Tong let down the carriage curtain, focusing intently on driving, the smile on his lips lingering. Master Chun chuckled softly at Feng Yaozhi. Yaozhi, you have changed so much. Though you were always clever, you were at times quite extreme, often giving off a sense of desperation. But now, you have learned to act within your means and to accept defeat. Feng Yaozhi smiled back. Her voice a soft murmur. People always grow, don't they? A year ago, she had believed herself to be well-versed in all the storylines, an undeniable savior, and viewed the world with a somewhat whimsical attitude. Her starting point was extraordinarily high. Upon her arrival in this world, she possessed a golden touch, exceptional talent, and wealth. Confident that she would not meet her demise, especially as her foresight genuinely altered many fates and saved numerous lives. That sensation of perceiving the world from a godlike perspective became increasingly pronounced. It wasn't until she experienced a series of events that her outlook began to shift. The true transformation occurred a few days prior, when she realized that she was not omnipotent and was indeed susceptible to the repercussions of her actions. All these experiences combined altered her mindset. This world was not the fictitious realm of a book, and she was no flawless savior. They were not mere paper characters. The world was real, as were they, and the emotions they shared were genuine. This profound realization awakened Feng Yaozhi, and she resolved to embrace her true self. No longer would she confront this world as a savior well-versed in the plot. She would face it as Feng Yaozhi, and only as Feng Yaozhi. Chapter 37. An alliance master Shen gazed at her, his aged eyes seemingly capable of penetrating all veils of pretense. Yaozhi, you need not exert yourself so fiercely. Allow yourself some respite. Should the sky fall, we old souls, we towering figures, shall bear the weight. Feng Yaozhi gently shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. Master, one day I too shall become one of those old souls, one of those towering figures. Therefore, I cannot afford to slacken my efforts. I must protect them, safeguard the great Xia, just as you do. Master Chen fixed her with a steady gaze before letting out a soft sigh. Very well, since this is your choice. I shall respect it. But do remember to prioritize your safety. Do not act recklessly. Rest assured, Master, I possess discernment, Feng Yaozhi replied cheerfully, puncturing the milk tea with a straw. As she sipped the icy beverage, a sense of sweetness enveloped her, not solely on her palate, but within her heart as well. After savoring a generous mouthful of milk tea and chewing on the sago pearls, she spoke when her mouth was empty. Master, we may need to stay in Songnan for a few more days. As Feng Yaozhi's mentor, Master Chen was well aware of her prophetic abilities, and he immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Yaozhi, what have you foreseen? Feng Yaozhi parted her lips to utter 3 words. Shiva's resentment. Master Chen's body tensed, his expression one of astonishment. How did you come to know this? Was it through foresight? Feng Yaozhi replied calmly. No, it is something I sensed. After all, I am the agent of Huaxu. How could I fail to perceive the anomalies in Songnan? From the very first glance at Lin Qie, I realized that the entire Songnan city exists due to Lin Qie's mortal realm, and miracles last only a decade. We are but half a month away from that time. Master Chen's gaze sharpened. Yaozhi, your decision to remain is likely not solely based on this revelation, is it? Feng Yaozhi spoke slowly. In a few days, a divine battle will unfold in Songnan, one targeting Shiva's resentment. Thus, Master, we cannot depart just yet. Master Chen sighed softly. Very well, I understand. I shall notify Commander Yi immediately. All right, Feng Yaozhi replied, cradling her milk tea cup as she continued to sip. The matcha machi is simply delightful. A single beep announced the call was answered, and Yifan's voice came through the receiver. Hello, Master, what is it? Master Chen conveyed Feng Yaozhi's premonition in full. After a lengthy silence, Yifan finally responded, understood. Master, please remain in Songnan for the time being until we can provide support. With that, Yifan ended the call, exhaling heavily. Just the day prior, Feng Yaozhi and Yuan Gang had subtly informed him of the matters concerning Jinan Mountain, and he had not anticipated such a swift escalation to divine conflict. Truly a vexing situation. Undeterred, he swiftly devised a meticulous plan in his mind, and then lifted his phone to make another call. Hello, Zhou Ping. Feng Yaozhi, along with Master Chen and the young disciple, took residence at the luxurious Kempinski Hotel. Master Chen and the disciple occupied a grand presidential suite, while Feng Yaozhi secured another lavish presidential suite for herself, as she was well off. However, as she gazed at the Kolinsky Grand Hotel, a sense of nostalgia washed over her. Just 6 months prior, she had shared this very space with Shen Qingzhu and the others, indulging in leisure activities and celebrating the new year together. How swiftly time passes. Feng Yaozhi glanced at her balance. Although it was substantial, she contemplated selling her villa, as it remained unoccupied. After all, A residence in the upscale district of Beijing would surely fetch a handsome sum. Alas, that was a matter for another day. While she still had ample time, Feng Yaozhi took Chun Tong to explore the night market, leaving the quiet Chen Fuzi behind. The following evening, after reuniting with Lin Xie and Qingzhu, she appeared before them with a bright smile, waving cheerfully, "Hi." And Qingzhu's demeanor instantly shifted to one of vigilance. Lin Xie, on the other hand, expressed surprise. "Yaozhi, what brings you here? Didn't you leave with Chen Fuzi?" Feng Yaozhi chuckled lightly. "I was indeed about to depart, but I foresaw something significant." "What is it?" Lin Xie pondered for a moment. "Is it related to this mysterious incident?" Feng Yaozhi nodded. "Precisely. I foresee that the mastermind behind this mysterious event is none other than the tavern owner, who intends to resurrect Bel Calandre through a sacrificial offering." Bel Calandre? What is that? Lin Xie had never heard of it, and Qingzhu shared his ignorance as well. Feng Yaozhi elaborated. Bel Calandre is a creature from the West, a mysterious entity capable of manipulating human minds and desires, inciting them to turn against one another. At that moment, she sensed an intense gaze directed at her, filled with an insatiable curiosity. Without needing to look at Qingzhu, she instinctively recognized the source of the gaze. He clearly yearned to dissect her. Indeed, and Qingzhu's thoughts began to shift towards that very desire upon hearing Feng Yaozhi's foresight and witnessing Lin Xie's trusting demeanor. The notion of possessing such foresight was undeniably intriguing. His thoughts grew increasingly unsettling, yet he maintained a facade of shyness. Lin Xie urged, "If that is the case, we must hurry to apprehend the tavern owner." The three of them dashed off. As they ran, Lin Xie queried, "Yaozhi, you're speaking so boldly now? Aren't you concerned about the consequences?" Feng Yaozhi haughtily snorted. "Am I afraid of such trivial consequences? Please." Her words only intensified Qingzhu's desire to dissect her. They hailed a taxi, and Lin Xie dialed Chenmai. "Hello, Captain. I have identified the mastermind. It is the tavern owner." Chenmai's expression sharpened. "Understood. Xie, be careful." He did not inquire how Lin Xie had come by this knowledge, for he had unwavering faith in him. If Lin Xie asserted that the tavern owner was the mastermind, then assuredly he was. This was the trust that defined their team 136. At 11 o'clock that night, Feng Yaozhi and her companions arrived at the tavern, where the owner had yet to depart. Due to the police blockade and the late hour, the area was almost deserted. The three exchanged a swift glance, and as Feng Yaozhi stepped into the tavern, an aura of mystique enveloped the space. The hexagram of Qian materialized, a chaotic resonance of golden strikes. An array of 8 trigrams unfurled within the tavern, with the Qian hexagram precisely positioned beneath the tavern's proprietor, drastically slowing his movements. With a sharp clang, Lin Xie drew the star blade, striking swiftly towards the tavern owner. The proprietor's face paled in terror, yet his speed was deliberately impeded, leaving him helpless as Lin Xie advanced. In the next instant, the spectral figure of the 10 Cuts demon child quietly emerged behind Feng Yaozhi. Chapter 38. Do you desire freedom? Before the winds could signal any movement, Qingzhu swiftly launched an attack on Shirqie Guitong. Under his fierce onslaught, Shirqie Guitong was soon vanquished. His lifeless body lay quietly on the ground, gradually succumbing to the chill of death. Lin Xie executed a precise cross slash, sending the tavern owner crashing against the wall with such force that it left a dent. With a slight flick of his wrist, he performed a seamless flourish with the star blade, which emitted a soft hum as it struck once more at the tavern owner. Feng Yaozhi retracted her bagua and unleashed divine ruin, plague. The virus, under her command, encircled the tavern owner, swiftly infiltrating his body. His pupils dilated abruptly. Breaths came in rapid succession, his chest heaved violently, and he convulsed, collapsing to the ground. Lin Xie's golden eyes scanned the tavern owner, pinpointing the crystal containing Belcrand. He raised the star blade, applying a slight force with his wrist, and the blade pierced through the air, enveloped in a fierce gale, driving into the crystal. With a soft crack, the crystal was breached, and Belcrand was instantly impaled, utterly lifeless. Witnessing Belcrand's demise, Feng Yaozhi released divine flames, reducing him to ashes. which are swept away by the wind, leaving no trace. And Qingzhu gazed at Feng Yaozhi with increasingly fervent admiration. If he was not mistaken, she had employed at least 2 forbidden ruins, or perhaps, like Lin Xie, she was a divine proxy wielding divine ruins. Lin Xie exhaled softly, feeling a strange sense of relief at Belcrand's death, as if a catastrophe would have ensued had he not acted swiftly. Feng Yaozhi maintained the virus in a stranglehold around the tavern owner's throat, bringing him to the brink of death. At that moment, Chen Mai and his companions arrived. They stormed in, weapons in hand, only to be taken aback by the sight of the deceased Shi Tong, the dying tavern owner, and the 3 engaged in casual conversation. No way, it was resolved so quickly, so effortlessly. Hong Ying was the first to regain her composure, but her immediate concern was not the situation at hand, but rather Feng Yaozhi. Yaozhi? Why are you still in Songnan? Weren't you supposed to leave with Master Chen? Feng Yaozhi smiled gently. Sister Hong Ying, it's a bit complicated to explain. I'll tell you later. Hong Ying nodded. Alahite. While they conversed, Wu Xiangnan had already handcuffed the dying tavern owner, his expression stern and voice serious. You are under arrest. Chen Mai observed Feng Yaozhi with a mixture of emotions, recalling the call he received from Commander Yi the previous day, informing him of an impending divine battle in Songnan, triggered by Shiva's grievance. He sighed softly, pondering how to discreetly disperse Xiangnan and the others. What unfolded thereafter mirrored the original narrative perfectly, as Chen Mai, under the guise of observation, dismissed Wu Xiangnan and the others, leaving only himself and Lin Xie in Team 136. Songnan City was sealed, and the divine battle loomed ever closer. The Phoenix Squad was deceived by an undercover agent, yet their captain, Xia Simeng, commandeered an armed transport aircraft to deliver them to Songnan. The socially anxious Zhou Ping confronted Poseidon, the god of the sea, in Donghai, while Yi Fan faced off against Hades, the god of the underworld, in northern Daxia. Lu Wuwei confronted Loki, the god of mischief. Each individual endeavored valiantly to resist the external deities for the sake of Daxia. Feng Yaozhi gazed up at the fierce battle and softly remarked, "It is about time for you all to take action." Yang Jian slowly opened his eyes. Having returned to his original essence, he now stood at the pinnacle of his power. He patted the Hound of Heaven beside him. "Shao Hailai, we must make our move." Neza, clad in a fiery red hoodie, was eager to spring into action. Wonderful. At last, we can deal with those loathsome beings. Yang Jian took a few steps before halting to glance back at Feng Yaozhi, his expression a mix of complexity. Songnan is in your capable hands. Feng Yaozhi nodded slowly. Rest assured. In an instant, she soared into the air on her wind-fire wheels. Neza looked at the wind-fire wheels, which obediently followed Feng Yaozhi, and with a hint of envy exclaimed, "The wind-fire wheels have betrayed me." Yang Jian's lips twitched slightly. "Enough of your banter." Neza pouted, understood. The 2 deities and 1 hound simultaneously soared towards the battlefield. Feng Yaozhi utilized her heavenly eye to locate Si Xiaonan. When she appeared atop her wind-fire wheels, Chen Mai and the others were momentarily taken aback. "Yaozhi, what brings you here?" Feng Yaozhi's gaze fell gently upon the pained expression of Si Xiaonan behind them. "I am here to find her." Chen Mai was taken aback and followed her finger to see Xiaonan crouched on the ground, writhing in agony. "Xiaonan, what is wrong?" Before he could finish, the others turned to see Si Xiaonan in distress. Hong Ying gasped, "Xiaonan, are you okay? Let me take you to the hospital." Their focus was entirely captivated by the battle. They had failed to notice the unusual state of Xiaonan behind them. Si Xiaonan bit her lip, poised to unleash her Klein Realm power to incapacitate them all when she heard Feng Yaozhi's voice. Feng Yaozhi spoke with a calm demeanor, yet her words carried an air of certainty. "Do you wish to sever your connection with Loki? I can assist you. Although you will remain Loki's agent, you will no longer be under his control, and you shall gain your freedom. Furthermore, upon Loki's demise, you will be the next god of mischief." With this revelation, the group fell silent. Hong Ying, her eyes wide with shock, exclaimed, "Xiaonan, you are actually Loki's agent." Despair washed over Si Xiaonan's face as she bit her lip, preparing to respond when she heard Hong Ying's voice. With reddened eyes and a tone full of compassion, Hong Ying said, "Xiaonan, You must have endured so much. When Shima added softly, indeed, Xiaonan, these years must have been incredibly difficult for you. This time, it was Si Xiaonan who was taken aback. She had anticipated their anger for her deception, expecting disdain for being Loki's agent, yet they were solely concerned for her well-being. Shimai sighed, Xiaonan, we all believe that our Xiaonan is a good child and would never commit any wrongdoing against Axia. Wu Xiaonan nodded beside her, saying, indeed, our little Nan is the most well-behaved. At that moment, Si Xiaonan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She began, but the words faltered on her lips. Closing her eyes for a brief moment, she concealed the emotions swirling within her, leaving only the faint redness of her eyelids visible. Her gaze gradually settled upon Feng Yaozhi. Her voice tinged with a slight roughness. Is everything you just said true? Feng Yaozhi smiled gently, of course. Si Xiaonan closed her eyes once more, seemingly summoning a great resolve. All right, I believe you. She decided to abandon her previous plan of infiltrating Loki's side to seek an opportunity to eliminate him. She was prepared to take a gamble. Feng Yaozhi softly raised her hand. Then let us begin. Chapter 39. Summoning the Divine Sovereigns, Nuwa and Fuxi. An ancient formation emerged beneath the two individuals. The divine ruins Bawa unfurled. Threads of ethereal essence emanated from Feng Yaozhi's being, merging into the array. This formation, known as the Severing Fate Array, as its name implies, is capable of severing the connection between any individual entering the array and any person or deity, rendering them immune to control. Feng Yaozhi, with her porcelain-like hand, gently pressed downward, and the formation instantly radiated a soft, pearlescent glow that enveloped Si Xiaonan. The contract left by Loki within Si Xiaonan gradually became visible due to the white light. Feng Yaozhi's eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke solemnly. It is about to begin. Bear with it. It may be painful. Si Xiaonan clenched her teeth. All right. Feng Yaozhi brought her index and middle fingers together, curling the other 3 fingers slightly. With a flick of her wrist, she traced the contract with a few strands of divine power, softly declaring, Sever. In an instant, the contract shattered, and with a flash of white light, it was consumed entirely. Si Xiaonan endured the agony of the contract being forcibly severed, her brow furrowed, teeth gritted, hands clenched tightly. Her palms marked with blood from her nails digging in, her entire body trembling. Hong Ying, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of pain in her heart as she looked at the tormented Si Xiaonan, cursing Loki under her breath and wishing ill upon his entire lineage. Upon sensing the unusual situation, Long Xian rushed over, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Si Xiaonan and Feng Yaozhi. What is happening? When Shima swiftly provided an explanation. After hearing it, Long Xian's gaze towards Si Xiaonan was filled with compassion. To endure this alone must be excruciating, Xiaonan. Suddenly, Si Xiaonan coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, her complexion as pale as paper, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Feng Yaozhi's expression was equally grim. The exertion of the formation to erase Loki's contract had drained much of her spiritual energy, in addition to consuming a significant portion of the essence of Huaxu. Fortunately, the essence would automatically recover. Even so, despite having erased the contract, she still possessed enough strength to summon Nuwa and Fuxi to rescue Sangnan City. Feng Yaozhi gently raised her hand, and the formation gradually dissipated into the air. Si Xiaonan descended slowly, landing on the ground. Upon touching down, she stumbled slightly, but Hong Ying swiftly supported her. Feng Yaozhi retrieved elixirs for restoring spiritual energy and healing from her spatial pouch, administering the healing potion to Si Xiaonan while she herself chewed on the restorative elixir. The reason she refrained from using life healing to mend Si Xiaonan's wounds was due to the unique circumstances. She opted to utilize elixirs for healing whenever possible, as she needed to conserve her strength for the rescue of Sangnan. Feng Yaozhi glanced upward at the battlefield, stating, Xiaonan, I have erased Loki's contract. You need not worry about him coercing you any longer. Without the contract, he cannot hold sway over you, and several deities of the Daxia have returned. What did she just say? The crowd stared in astonishment, following her gaze into the distance. They beheld a golden divine arrow soaring forth from the direction of the Changbai Mountains in the northeast, aimed at the East Sea. A figure stepped onto the battlefield. Striding towards Indra, clad in silver battle armor, Yang Jian wielded his trident blade with a swift flick of his wrist, unleashing a formidable strike towards Indra. In a commanding voice, he declared, "I am Yang Jian, here alongside Neza and the celestial hound to vanquish the gods. Who dares to defy the might of the Great Xia? Within the borders of Great Xia, deities are forbidden to tread." Meanwhile, the celestial hound growled fiercely as it charged towards the vile dog, Garm, and the sea monster, Kraken. Lin Xie, bearing the soul of Merlin, along with the Phoenix team, momentarily froze, instantly recognizing Yang Jian's voice. So this is the celestial hound. Lin Xie glanced at the somewhat familiar celestial hound, and then at a distant, recognizable figure. What is happening? Why do I find the celestial hound in Erling, Shen, Yang Jian oddly familiar? Could it be the soul's manifestation that has caused my mind to falter? Just as Loki, having narrowly escaped Lu Wei's pursuit and preparing to find Lin Xie, sensed a shift in the air, his gaze transformed into one of danger. Very well, see Xiaonan, you have managed to shatter my contract. I shall see just how far you can run. He snorted coldly, yet resolved to first deal with Lin Xie. Suddenly, a fiery figure appeared before him, blocking his path. In the next instant, the blazing Huaxu surged towards Loki, swiftly ensnaring him like a mummy. Neza, brandishing his fiery spear, thrust it forcefully at Loki, the Huaxu obligingly revealing gaps for the spear to strike. The Loki present in Great Xia was but a mere avatar. With Neza at his peak strength, he swiftly dispatched Loki. At the moment of Loki's demise, his true self awakened miles away. He sat up grimly. The cursed god of Great Xia has returned. After proclaiming the return of the Great Xia deity, Yang Jian successfully struck down Indra. Feng Yaozhi observed their actions and soared towards Lin Xie on his windfire wheel. Upon witnessing Loki's death and the return of the Great Xia deity, Si Xiaonan felt a slight relief, though it was merely Loki's avatar that had perished. With the deity's return, Loki would no longer be able to freely enter and exit Great Xia. Moreover, with Loki's contract now nullified, she was truly liberated. Si Xiaonan turned and embraced Hong Ying, burying her head in her neck. "I'm sorry, Sister Hong Ying, I'm sorry, Captain Long Xian. I have wronged you all." Hong Ying softly reassured her. "Xiaonan, this is not your fault. Becoming Loki's agent was not your choice, and these actions were beyond your control. If blame is to be assigned, let it be to Loki, for he is the devious one." Zhao Kancheng nodded with a smile. "Indeed, our Xiaonan has done no wrong. The fault lies solely with Loki." Tears streamed down Si Xiaonan's face. Had Feng Yaozhi not appeared, she would have recklessly infiltrated Loki's ranks, even willing to sacrifice her life to eliminate him. Thankfully, Feng Yaozhi arrived. Thankfully, he could dissolve the contract. Thankfully, she refrained from taking action against them. Lin Xie was intently observing the celestial hound when a familiar figure swiftly approached him. "Yaozhi, what brings you here?" Feng Yaozhi halted before Lin Xie, her tone laden with gravity. "Xie, do you understand why you have never left Songnan all your life? Do you comprehend why my master instructed you to remain within the confines of Songnan?" Lin Xie stood momentarily stunned, a look of bewilderment gradually dawning in his eyes. "Indeed. Why? Because this city exists because of you, miraculously sustained by your mortal realm of divine essence. 10 years ago, Songnan perished due to the wrath of Shiva, yet it was reborn through you. If you were to leave, the entirety of Songnan would cease to exist." Lin Xie found himself rooted to the spot, his mind buzzing from the weight of her revelations. What had Yaozhi just uttered? Songnan had vanished a decade ago, only to be revived through him. How could this be? No wonder. It was no surprise that Nix had referred to this as his divine realm. Feng Yaozhi's demeanor turned earnest. "I possess the ability to save Songnan and restore it to life. Yet my strength is insufficient. You are the miracle of Songnan and the agent of the divine. I require your assistance to channel a portion of your divine power, enabling me to summon the goddess Nuwa and Fuxi to rescue Songnan." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall bestow upon you my divine power. This time, Lin Xie chose to bear the soul of Nyx, disregarding Nyx's protests, resolutely determined to carry the soul, even at the peril of shattering his own essence, for he could not bear to witness the demise of his aunt and Ajin. The divine power belonging to the goddess of night flowed into Feng Yaozhi's being. Drawing upon the primordial essence of Huaxia, she levitated gracefully, her hands forming intricate seals, her voice imbued with sincerity. I, Feng Yaozhi, the agent of the ancestral mother Huaxia, implore the creator god Nuwa and Fuxi to lend their assistance. Chapter 40. The resurrection of all beings in Tsangnan. As the wind, since the moment's sound descended, two colossal phantoms abruptly shattered the void, materializing behind her. The apparitions gradually solidified, revealing Nuwa, with a human head and serpent body, and Fuxi, both gazing compassionately upon the shattered Tsangnan. The instant they appeared, they captured the attention of all the gods and mortals present. Yang Jian, taken aback, murmured, "They truly summoned the creator god." Upon seeing Nuwa and Fuxi, Shen exhaled in relief. Wonderful, Tsangnan is saved. Feng Yaozhi's complexion paled slightly as she turned towards Nuwa and Fuxi, respectfully bowing. I, Feng Yaozhi, the agent of Huaxu, beseech the creator goddess Nuwa and Fuxi to rescue all beings in Tsangnan. Nuwa's expression was one of profound compassion as she softly spoke. Granted. Fuxi stepped forward, declaring, "Formation, arise." A grand bagua formation materialized in the sky, centered around Fuxi and Nuwa. The formation expanded rapidly until it enveloped the entire Tsangnan city. A magnificent divine power radiated from the bagua, nourishing all creation. Nuwa gently raised her hands, forming seals, as the vibrant life force and creative energy emanated from her being, swiftly permeating every corner of Tsangnan through the bagua formation. The city, once a miracle of existence due to Lin Xie's mortal realm of gods, gradually solidified. Vitality and creativity coursing through its inhabitants, their souls and bodies becoming increasingly tangible. The curse of Shiva's grievance was forcefully erased by this life, force, and creative energy. Feng Yaozhi gritted her teeth, maintaining the summoning power. Lin Xie did not relent either. He bore the peril of his soul's fragmentation and the weight of carrying souls, continuously channeling the divine power of the night goddess to Feng Yaozhi. Xie, that's enough. Cease your efforts. The divine power is sufficient. Feng Yaozhi timely called out to Lin Xie as she recognized it was nearly complete. She had to allow Lin Xie to endure the burden of souls. Knowing he was destined to succumb to madness under the strain, yet it was crucial to keep it within limits. Otherwise, an uncontrollable frenzy would ensue. Lin Xie glanced at the progress, trembling as he withdrew his hands and released the soul burden. The instant he did, he felt utterly drained, losing control as he began to fall backward, his entire being racked with pain, his head pounding as if his soul were being torn asunder. He had been floating in the air, and now he plummeted like a kite severed from its string. Chen Fuzi, quick-witted, caught him and brought him into the carriage. Before entering, he cast a deep, worried glance at the still levitating Feng Yaozhi. "Yaozhi, please do not come to harm." As time flowed on, the progress of rescued Tsangnan reached its climax. The curse of Shiva's grievance was entirely eradicated, and all beings in Tsangnan had come back to life. This time, they existed not merely as a miracle of the mortal realm of gods, but truly lived. With a sweeping gesture, Fuxi dispelled the expansive bagua formation that had covered the entirety of Tsangnan. Feng Yaozhi watched enviously, longing for the day her own bagua could stretch to such grandeur. Nuwa let out a gentle sigh, retracting her hands that had formed the seal, her gaze softening as she looked at Feng Yaozhi. With a tender smile, she affirmed, "Mother's choice is indeed correct." The praise from the creator goddess Nuwa momentarily elevated Feng Yaozhi's spirits, causing her to blush and reply shyly, "Thank you for your recognition. I shall continue to strive." Nuwa nodded lightly, then turned her gaze towards the void. "It is time for us to depart. I hope our next meeting will not be under the call of summons." "Certainly." Feng Yaozhi clasped her hands in a gesture of respect. I humbly bid farewell to the creator goddess Nuwa and Fuxi. As Nuwa and Fuxi's figures gradually faded, they stepped into the void, vanishing from sight. Once Nuwa and Fuxi had departed, Feng Yaozhi suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Feeling utterly drained, her mental energy severely depleted, her head pounding painfully. Her condition was somewhat akin to Lin Chiye's, though slightly better. At least she would not descend into madness. Supported by the wind-fire wheel, she swayed unsteadily downwards. Halfway through her descent, Master Chen reappeared to catch Feng Yaozhi. Blood still trickling from her lips, she appeared dazed, her eyes unfocused, her voice faint as a whisper. Master, she managed to utter those two words before her head tilted, and she lost consciousness. Master Chen, filled with concern, cradled Feng Yaozhi into the carriage. Chen Tong, with a worried expression, drove the carriage hastily underground. Master Chen glanced at the two bodies lying in the carriage and sighed softly before raising his hand to administer healing. He first attended to Feng Yaozhi, and upon beginning the treatment, he let out a soft gasp. He observed that her internal injuries were gradually healing at a slow pace. In just a short while, her breath had begun to stabilize, indicating that she was not in grave danger. Reflecting on this, Master Chen realized that Yaozhi, as the agent of Huaxu, was endowed with the divine blessing of life healing, enabling her to heal herself. Seeing that Yaozhi was recovering, Master Chen turned his attention to Lin Chiye. The moment he sensed Lin Chiye's condition, his expression grew increasingly grave. Lin Chiye's situation was far worse than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Lin Chiye found himself facing the Seraphim Michael. Yang Jian sighed in relief upon witnessing Nuwa and Fuxi successfully revive all living beings in Songnan City. Just as he was about to head home, he heard the voice of the primordial heavenly sovereign. After a brief conversation, he and the howling celestial dog decided to remain in Songnan City temporarily, awaiting the return of more deities from Huaxia, to then reconstruct the heavenly court. Simultaneously, he would select 12 gifted children born from the miracles to nurture them as the hope of great Xia. Yang Jian gently patted the head of the howling celestial dog. Gazing in the direction of home, Little Black, let us go, it is time to return. In a flash, a small fiery figure appeared before him. Nezek slightly raising his head, I will stay in Songnan with you. Then we shall return to the heavenly court together. Yang Jian chuckled softly and replied, very well. The carriage came to a halt on the ground, and a crowd gathered around. Among them were all the members of the Phoenix team, as well as all members of Team 136, including Chunmai. Chunmai was overjoyed upon witnessing Nuwa and Fuxi successfully revive all living beings in Songnan City. Songnan has been preserved. This city, which has thrived for a decade due to miracles, now endures once more amid uncertainties. Hong Ying and others, upon inquiry, learned of Songnan's condition, leaving them utterly astonished. None had anticipated that Songnan was meant to vanish a decade ago, and it was revealed that Shi Yi was the miracle of Songnan. As Master Chun lifted the curtain of the carriage, they beheld the scene within. Their expressions grew solemn upon seeing the unconscious Feng Yaozhi and Lin Chiyi. What has happened to them? Master Chun sighed softly. Yaozhi is relatively well, but Lin Chiyi's condition is dire. His soul shows signs of fragmentation, and he may descend into madness. Chapter 41. Arrival at Antak County a day later. Feng Yaozhi awakened, having experienced a tumultuous 24 hours during her unconscious state. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Chiye had gone mad, and the Phoenix squad was summoned by Yi Fan to escort him to the fasting facility. Wu Xiangnan was also reassigned to headquarters, serving as the vice captain and sole survivor of the Blue Rain Special Squad, continuing the investigation into Gao Xianyuan. After conversing with Yi Fan, Si Xiaonan resolutely decided to remain in Songnan City, staying with Team 136. However, should the Deixia require her, she would fulfill her duty as a night watchman, for she was, after all, a Klein Realm practitioner. In the blink of an eye, Team 136 had lost 2 members, Chunmai and Zhao Kongsheng, while Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, Lung Xian, and Wen Qima eagerly awaited the return of Lin Chiye and Wuxiangnan. Throughout her unconsciousness, Feng Yaozhi had been meticulously sorting through the power of causality, clearly witnessing the golden talisman in her spiritual sea, absorbing the entirety of this power once more. Observing this scene, she breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the golden talisman could absorb the power of causality. Otherwise, she could only imagine the immense suffering she would endure and the prolonged time it would take to resolve the matter. Upon awakening, she was sent for a thorough examination, and after no issues were identified, the group, led by Master Chen, felt reassured. Seated in the carriage, Feng Yaozhi softly expressed, "Master, I wish to see Qie." Master Chen responded gently, "Very well." The carriage sped through the wind towards the fasting facility. The fasting facility, a psychiatric hospital. Lin Qie sat vacantly in a chair, his eyes devoid of light, connected to various instruments. Dr. Li and Yi Fan stood before the monitoring screen, both displaying serious expressions. Feng Yaozhi followed Master Chen into the psychiatric hospital. "Commander Yi, how is Lin Qie's condition?" Yi Fan turned to see Master Chen approaching, with Feng Yaozhi trailing behind him. "Still the same, immersed in his own world," Yi Fan replied, his gaze shifting to Feng Yaozhi, his eyes brightening slightly. "Yaozhi, do you have confidence in awakening him?" Feng Yaozhi slowly shook her head. "I'm afraid not, Commander Yi. If he were merely injured, I could heal him, but his soul has suffered damage, leading to his mental instability. I truly have no means to assist him." Yi Fan sighed softly. "It is all right." He continued to gaze intently at the screen. Feng Yaozhi discreetly glanced at Dr. Li, who is in fact the future deity of the mind, Wang Su's heart's wonder, bearer, Hujia. After a fleeting glance, she refocused on Lin Qie on the screen. "However, Commander Yi, I believe Lin Qie will awaken." Yi Fan's eyes flickered with intent. "And when do you think he shall awaken?" "In a year." "Very well, I understand." Their conversation left all but Master Chen puzzled. "Is it not unusual for the commander to place such trust in you? Can this girl truly foresee the future?" Dr. Li pondered thoughtfully as he observed Feng Yaozhi. Feng Yaozhi was aware that the purpose of her visit to the retreat was twofold: to assess Lin Qie's condition and to inform Yi Fan when Lin Qie would awaken. With her objectives accomplished, she departed. After leaving the retreat, Feng Yaozhi arrived at the residence of Master Chen, which was shared by Chen Tong, and herself. The following day, a Star C medal was delivered to her. After spending a week at home, she set off again, determined to expedite her quest to locate other deities of Huaxia and restore their essences. Through a year of relentless effort, Feng Yaozhi had nearly completed the restoration of the original essences. Previously, the world consciousness had informed her that the fallen pure altar envoy, Zhu Beiji, and other deities had also had their souls collected by him and sent for reincarnation. Consequently, Feng Yaozhi possessed the essences of Zhu Beiji and others within her, which she naturally returned to the reincarnated Zhu Beiji and the others. Now, the only remaining essences yet to be restored belonged to Sun Wukong, who was still in the divine mental institution, Emperor Fengdu, who had entered reincarnation, the Lingbao Tianzuan, who was trapped in the true self reincarnation and had yet to awaken, and Hutu Nyang, who had transformed into the 6 realms of reincarnation. The Jade Emperor presided over the heavens, while Hutu Nyang governed the earth. In her quest to facilitate the reincarnation of the souls in Fengdu, Hutu Nyang had transformed into the 6 realms of reincarnation and remained in Fengdu. However, Fengdu had been thrown into chaos by external deities, with Emperor Fengdu entering reincarnation and Hutu Nyang falling into a deep slumber, leading to a plethora of souls trapped in Fengdu unable to reincarnate. Feng Yaozhi inscribed an invisibility talisman for herself and soared through the sky on her windfire wheel. As time passed, Lin Qie had awakened, and they should have successfully escaped by now. There was a possibility that she might encounter Lin Qie and Qingzhu, Baili, Pang, and Chao Yuan during her visit to Fengdu. After a year of diligence, she had reached the Sea Realm, acquiring several new divine ruins, and she planned to reunite with Nan when she had the opportunity. Furthermore, she discovered that not all the skills of the Huaxia deities could be acquired by her. For instance, she was unable to obtain the skills of the primordial Tianzuan and the Dao Tianzuan. Nevertheless, Feng Yaozhi sighed deeply. reflecting that once the Lingbao Tianzuan returned, Pang Pang would no longer be the same as before. Although they were essentially one being, merely the relationship between the original body and its reincarnation, there was still a distinction. Throughout the year, she had been pondering whether it was possible for the Lingbao Tianzuan to return while Pang Pang could still exist independently. Perhaps by creating a clone that would allow Bai Li Pang Pang to simply be Bai Li Pang Pang, not the Lingbao Tianzuan. This way, he would remain the Bai Li Pang Pang of the Nightfall team, the foolish son of the landlord, ensuring that he and Mo Li would not meet a tragic end. The Heavenly Court required the Lingbao Tianzuan, yet the Nightfall team needed Bai Li Pang Pang. However, she currently had no inkling of how to achieve this. Well, she would address that later. There were still years before the Lingbao Tianzuan's return, granting her ample time to devise a solution. The deities of the Huaxia pantheon and their respective abilities, collected, are as follows: Nuwa, creation and rebirth; Fuxi, Bagua, the 8 trigrams, divination; Shiwangmu, pestilence, capable of controlling and eradicating viruses, as well as disseminating them; Yangjian, heavenly eye, endowing one's original pair of eyes with the ability to pierce illusions and deceit, allowing for foresight in combat; Neza, wind fire wheels, divine artifact; Zhurong, divine fire; Ho-Yi, sun shooting bow, divine artifact with 10 arrows; Goddess Xia, light element, 100% affinity; Jumong, wood element, 100% affinity; Gonggong, water element, 100% affinity. The wind carried her swiftly to Antak County. Under the influence of an invisibility charm, she entered the forest, where she set up a formation at the forest's edge to thwart the mysterious intrusions into human habitation. However, her current state was merely that of the sea realm, and thus her formation lacked the expansive coverage of Fuxi's, being only a temporary setup that would last at most 2 or 3 days. Once the formation was completed, she opened the divine ruins, wood element, to commune with the trees in search of the location of Fengdu. Chapter 42. The tree in motion under the influence of the divine ruins, wood element. Feng Yaozhi not only possessed the ability to communicate with plants, but also to share their recent memories. Most importantly, she could harness the plants for combat, employing them as her allies. After conversing with the great tree, Feng Yaozhi discerned the precise location of Fengdu, as the tree imparted a fragment of its memory. Upon viewing this recollection, her expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. To her astonishment, she beheld the figures of Lin Xie and his companions. Initially, she had believed her progress to be swift, only to discover that they had already entered the realm. Standing in contemplation, she gazed towards the direction of the Forest Protection Bureau and murmured to herself, "I have established a formation to prevent the mysterious entities from leaving the forest and encroaching upon human habitation, thereby averting any giant ant attacks on Tingting. Yet, if there are no giant ants to assail Tingting, how will Li Diong penetrate the forest, reach Fengdu, and awaken his true essence?" Her gaze gradually descended upon the trees, and in that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. There is a solution. With her delicate, pale hand, she gently caressed the rough bark of the ancient tree, and the wood element of the divine ruins surged forth from her being. She softly intoned, "Heed my call, and draw the personnel of the Forest Protection Bureau towards us." A vibrant green aura enveloped the entire tree, which then began to stir. It shook its crown, and with a mighty effort, uprooted itself from the ground, breaking through the soil beneath. Then, the great tree took off at a remarkable pace, its chaotic roots leaving shallow traces upon the earth as it galloped, shedding leaves in its wake. If anyone had been present, they would have witnessed the astonishing and bizarre spectacle of a tree running across the terrain. Feng Yaozhi directed the tree, guiding it towards its destination. The tree halted before the dilapidated Forest Protection Bureau. Feng Yaozhi commanded, "Use your branches to knock on the door. When they open it, make haste and leave them only with your silhouette, enticing them into the forest." The tree solemnly nodded its crown, and many leaves had already fallen to the ground. It extended a branch and rapped upon the door. Li Diong, who had been slumbering, was abruptly roused by the knocking. He swiftly donned his military coat while making his way to the door, his mind filled with suspicion. Could it be those 4 young people have returned? Upon opening the door, he stood frozen, gazing at the tree that was gradually vanishing into the night as it sprinted towards the forest. He murmured, "Am I seeing things? Is that a tree running?" He chuckled, dismissing the notion, thinking he must still be dreaming. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again and, to his astonishment, beheld a tree indeed in motion, its branches swaying. By the heavens, there truly is a tree running. When did it acquire such sentience? Skeptical yet curious, Li Diyang took a step forward, inadvertently stepping on a fallen leaf. He turned and called out loudly, "Chunhan." Chunhan had long been awakened by the knocking and emerged from his room, fully dressed. "Here, the entire team 332 is mobilizing. We are pursuing the mysterious entity resembling a tree." "Understood." The two donned dark crimson cloaks, grasped their curved blades, and ventured into the forest against the biting wind. Feng Yaozhi learned of Li Diyang and Chun Han's every move through other plants. She withdrew the wood element she had placed on a grand tree, saying, "Thank you. May you grow strong." The tree returned to its original hollow, and as the wood element dissipated, it gradually transformed into an ordinary tree. Feng Yaozhi continued to traverse the forest, cloaked in invisibility, making her way towards Fengdu. She needed to locate the reincarnation of the Earth Mother and return to the origin, postponing her reunion with Lin Xie and the others, knowing they would meet again in Fengdu. Before long, she passed through the bronze gates and entered Fengdu. Prior to her entrance, Feng Yaozhi inscribed a breath-concealing talisman on herself to mask her presence from the spirits inhabiting Fengdu. Under the influence of the invisibility and breath-concealing talismans, she walked freely through the streets of Fengdu, having opened her celestial eye to evade the unseen spirits. Meanwhile, under the narrative's guidance, Li Diyang and Chun Han followed the traces of footprints to find Lin Xie and the others. Li Diyang frowned as he looked at them, solemnly advising, "You must return with me. This place is perilous and not meant for you." The four stubbornly replied, "We will not go back." After unsuccessful persuasion, he rubbed his temples and turned to Chun Han, saying, "Chun Han, you should return first. I will follow them to ensure their safety. As for," he whispered into Chun Han's ear, "I will investigate that sentient tree as well. Wait for me at the Forest Protection Bureau. If I do not return within 3 days, it will mean something has gone awry. Remember to notify the Night Watch headquarters for support." Chun Han nodded, understood. He glanced at the harmless-looking Lin Xie and the others before turning away. Li Diyang watched Chun Han's retreating figure, then turned back to Lin Xie. "Let us go. I will accompany you." Bailey Pang Pang twitched his mouth and politely refused. "There's no need. We are experienced and will be fine." Li Diyang's expression turned serious. "This expedition is unlike your previous adventures. It is fraught with danger. Trust me, we should return now. Not going back." The four were particularly resolute. Seeing he could not sway them, Li Diyang sighed lightly. "You leave me no choice." With that, he drew his straight blade, attempting to intimidate the four. "Return with me, or do not force me to take drastic measures." The air fell into an uncomfortable silence. The four exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar, and then readied themselves to confront Li Diyang. After a brief struggle, Li Diyang ended up bruised and battered, having stumbled and injured his back. Afterward, they traversed through a wild hot pot, vanquished a giant ant, and surrounded the Ant Queen as the 5 of them made their way into Fengdu. Feng Yaozhi walked dejectedly through Fengdu, mentally lamenting, "Where on earth is this reincarnation? Those palaces are inaccessible, and certainly the reincarnation cannot be found within. Yet, why did this path seem oddly familiar?" After nearly exhausting her options in Fengdu, she finally discovered the location of the reincarnation. The present Fengdu exists merely as a fragmented remnant, with the other 4 pieces seized by the outer deities of Osiris, Hades, Lucifer, and Yenma. Thus, Feng Yaozhi traversed the entirety of Fengdu in a remarkably brief span. Following the assault on Fengdu, the 6 realms of reincarnation fell into a hushed stillness within the depths of the Wangchuan River. Had it not been for the resonance between the essence of the Earth Mother within Feng Yaozhi and the Earth Mother herself, she would have been utterly lost. She summoned her mental strength to extract the essence from within her, The moment it left her body, it swiftly plunged into the Huangchuan River, merging seamlessly with the 6 realms of reincarnation. For a fleeting moment, the depths of the river shimmered with the light of the 6 realms, only to gradually sink back into silence, awaiting the return of the Emperor of Fengdu and the reunion of the remaining 4 fragments, when the 6 realms of reincarnation would burst forth from the waters. Chapter 43: Reunion in Fengdu. Lin Xie opened the stone coffin and reunited with Jialan, a reunion that had been 2 millennia in the making. The two then entered the imperial palace of Fengdu, where they joined in Qingzhu, Bailey Pangpang, and Chao Yuan. As Li Diang stepped onto the stone slabs, the long-abandoned Fengdu welcomed its rightful master upon his placement of the final stone. The Emperor of Fengdu had returned. The imperial robe swept out from the palace, draping itself over the emperor. Feng Yaozhi approached from the side. She removed her invisibility and concealment charms, and stepped beside the Emperor of Fengdu, cupping her fists in salute. I, the agent of Huaxu, Feng Yaozhi, have come to return the origin. A piece of origin floated out from her being and merged into the Emperor of Fengdu. In an instant, his realm soared, enveloped by an overwhelming divine power, and he swiftly regained his peak strength, even surpassing it. The Emperor's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that the agent of Huaxu harbored his origin within her, nor did he foresee that its return would restore him to his former glory. Only the Queen Mother of the West and Huaxu were aware of these developments from the beginning. Huaxu was entrusted with safeguarding the origin and acted as a guide when Feng Yaozhi arrived in this world. Although the Queen Mother of the West had entered the cycle of reincarnation, her avatar remained in Kunlun's Yaoqi due to the Kunlun mirror, serving as the sole surviving deity of Huaxia, responsible for communicating with him and guiding Feng Yaozhi. Thank you. Just as the Emperor of Fengdu was about to speak further, an anomaly occurred in the sky. Yan Mo made his appearance. Feng Yaozhi silently turned and walked into the palace towards the astonished 5. The Yan Mo outside the palace was merely a projection. Even if his true form descended, the Emperor of Fengdu could handle it with ease, easily resolving the projection. Yaozhi, how do you end up here? Bailey Pangpang exclaimed in delight. Feng Yaozhi replied nonchalantly, I have a matter to attend to. Bailey Pangpang. What a universal evasive template. A flicker of gray passed through in Qingzhu's eyes, her tone brimming with curiosity. Just now, a golden entity floated out from within you and entered Li, the Emperor of Fengdu. What was that? Feng Yaozhi raised an eyebrow, slightly. Did you not analyze it just now? And Qingzhu honestly shook her head. No, it was too fast, and the distance was too far for analysis. Feng Yaozhi smirked slightly, realizing she genuinely wanted to analyze it, and spoke earnestly. In the future, do not attempt to analyze everything haphazardly. It may backfire. Oh, and Qingzhu, eager to understand what that entity was, inquired. So what was it? Lin Xie and the others looked at her with curiosity. Feng Yaozhi, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, that was the origin of the Huaxia deity, which can facilitate their swift recovery of strength. Since this matter was not a hidden secret, and they were not malevolent individuals, she felt it was fine to share. Lin Xie contemplated. So this is the task that the ancestor entrusted to you. Feng Yaozhi nodded slightly. Chao Yuan suddenly recalled what Feng Yaozhi had said during the new year. So your task was to find someone, which actually meant seeking the Huaxia deity to return the origin. Feng Yaozhi was taken aback. How had Chao Yuan suddenly become so astute? As Chao Yuan met Feng Yaozhi's gaze, she felt as if her heart had been struck 1,000 times. It's not like I'm an idiot just because I didn't attend high school or study much, right? Her eyes were filled with resentment. Feng Yaozhi cleared her throat. Indeed, you are quite right. So, have you completed your task? Bailey Pangpang inquired with curiosity. Feng Yaozhi's gaze flitted over Bailey Pangpang and Lin Xie before she vaguely replied, almost deciding to change the topic. Her eyes fell upon the inquisitive Jialan. Pretending to be unaware, she asked, and who might this be? Jialan blinked, struggling to find her words. Lin Xie, noticing her difficulty, interjected, she is Jialan, the immortal maiden from the Han Dynasty, 2,000 years ago. Immortal Maiden. Feng Yaozhi feigned deep thought, then broke into a radiant smile. Hello, I am Feng Yaozhi. Jialan silently moved her lips. Hello. Feng Yaozhi smiled gently. The divine battle outside the palace soon came to an end, as the formidable Emperor Fengdu effortlessly dispatched Yanma's projection. He sheathed the 6 paths of reincarnation and approached Feng Yaozhi and the others. After taking a few steps, Emperor Fengdu suddenly halted and bowed towards the palace door. I pay my respects to the primordial heavenly venerable. His words instantly captured the attention of the 6 present, who turned to follow his gaze. From the void, the primordial heavenly venerable, clad in a Taoist robe, gradually approached. He smiled as he conversed with Emperor Fengdu, the 2 deities exchanging a few simple words. The primordial heavenly venerable then turned his gaze towards the 6, nodding imperceptibly at Feng Yaozhi. She returned the gesture with a smile. Following this, the primordial heavenly venerable chatted briefly with Lin Xie before inserting a jade rui into Bai Li Pongpong's belly. Before departing, Emperor Fengdu entrusted Lin Xie with a message to inform his father and Tingting of his demise in battle, and he entrusted Team 332 to Qinhan. Lin Xie agreed. With a slight wave of his hand, the primordial heavenly venerable sent the 6 out of Fengdu, their figures flickering as they arrived at the forest's edge. With some free time on her hands, Feng Yaozhi decided to accompany Lin Xie and the others to the Forest Protection Bureau. As in the original narrative, Lin Xie used transformation magic to disguise himself as Li Diang, concocting a benevolent lie to deceive Tingting and the Elder, claiming he had been reassigned to Wulamuki. Tingting and the Elder were sent to the station by Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan to catch their ride home. Meanwhile, Qinhan had discovered Lin Xie's disguise and was currently confronting him. Feng Yaozhi and Qingzhu and Jialan served as mere background figures in the biting wind. And Qingzhu fixed his gaze at the forest's edge, a flicker of gray passing through his eyes. He turned to Feng Yaozhi with unwavering certainty. You have set up a formation here. Feng Yaozhi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, but I am rather curious how you deduced it was I who set it up. What if it were someone else? And Qingzhu shook his head slightly. A year ago in Sangnan, I witnessed you using the divine ruins Baba to attack the tavern owner. So I remember that surge of divine power. The divine energy emanating from the formation at the forest's edge is identical to that of the divine ruins Bagua. Feng Yaozhi smiled gently, remarking on your only correct answer, which is indeed quite impressive. It certainly lives up to the fragment of the key of the door. Jialan attentively focused on Lin Xie's direction. After waiting 2 millennia, she finally beheld Lin Xie, naturally desiring to keep her gaze upon him. Feng Yaozhi glanced at Jialan, then at Lin Xie. The 2 of them epitomized the sentiment. The moment I loved you most was at our first encounter, while the moment you loved me most was at my first sight. This time, they must have a favorable conclusion. Their wedding will surely be a lively affair. And the solemn nuptials within the underworld palace shall not repeat. Before long, Lin Xie concluded his conversation with Qinhan. After their departure, Qinhan burned the transfer application, thus inheriting the position of captain of Li Diang's team 332, along with a drawer full of cigarettes. On the green train, 6 individuals sat together, with Feng Yaozhi setting up a soundproof barrier, as the nature of their conversation was not meant for outside ears. Once they finished discussing the matters of the Emperor of Fengdu, they fell into a contemplative silence. Jialan held the pinyin compendium given to her by Bai Li Pangpang, diligently studying it. Meanwhile, Bai Li Pangpang tirelessly recounted their heroic exploits to Feng Yaozhi. He animatedly described thrilling moments, his excitement causing him to gesticulate. Yaozhi, you cannot imagine how we 4 recently broke out of the fasting facility. Chao Yuan interjected. Strictly speaking, it was Xie and Qingzhu who escaped. We merely assisted in the breakout. Bai Li Pangpang waved his hand dismissively. Close enough, it's all the same. He continued with fervor. Not only did we break out and escape, but we also showcased our prowess within the fasting facility, sending those inmates wishing to flee into a panicked retreat. Oh, and before I left, I even gave a middle finger to a believer wearing a white fox mask. It was utterly exhilarating. Feng Yaozhi's lips twitched slightly. Do not revel in that. That was Shen Qingzhu, your arrogant brother. You should be grateful that his remaining shred of rationality prevented him from suffocating you by depleting the air. Chapter 44. Joining the team, by the way, you would never guess that after we escaped from the fasting sanctuary, we encountered the commander-in-chief. He appointed Qie as the captain of the reserve team, and both Old Chao and Qingzhu joined the reserves as well. Once we meet the necessary conditions, we will become a special team akin to the mask team, representing the 5th special team of the Great Xia. Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He turned to Feng Yaozhi with a grin, saying, Yaozhi, would you like to join our team? You are incredibly talented, and now that you have reached the Sea Realm, your presence would undoubtedly enhance our team's strength. Moreover, didn't you mention that you have nearly completed the repayment of the origin of the Huaxia deity? Surely you have the time now. So Yaozhi, what do you say? I can assure you that our team will certainly become a pillar of support for the Great Xia in the future. Bailey Pang Pang gazed at Feng Yaozhi with sparkling eyes. It wasn't just him. Even Lin Qie and the others turned their expectant gazes towards her. Feng Yaozhi's lips twitched slightly as she politely declined. I'm sorry, but I must refuse. Why? Chao Yuan frowned, his gaze darting between Feng Yaozhi and Lin Qie. Is it because you wish to establish your own team and become a captain? Feng Yaozhi shook her head. I do not aspire to be a captain or vice-captain. I prefer to remain unencumbered by responsibilities. Thus, even if I were to join a team, I would only take on the role of a powerful member. Then why not join our team? Lin Qie inquired with genuine curiosity, eager to understand her reasoning. With a sigh, Feng Yaozhi responded helplessly. It seems you truly do not comprehend the responsibilities of the 5th special team. And Qingzhu spoke softly. The commander-in-chief mentioned that the duties of the 5th special team are related to the mist. Indeed, Feng Yaozhi began to elucidate. There are 5 special teams in total. The first special team, designated as 001, known as the Heroic Spirits team, is tasked with safeguarding the nation's fortune. The second, 002, known as the Medium team, is responsible for hunting down individuals who are not deities, such as the Murmurers. The third, 003, known as the Phoenix team, deals with the mysteries beyond the borders of the Great Xia engulfed in mist. The fourth, 004, known as the Mask team, handles formidable mysteries within the Great Xia. Lin Qie pondered this, recognizing the roles of the Medium, Phoenix, and Mask teams, having previously heard about them from Wenqima. However, this was the first time he had learned of the 001 Heroic Spirits team, surprised to discover that their duty was to safeguard the nation's fortune. As for the 005 Special Team's responsibility, it involves traversing the mist to carry out confidential missions. You all are familiar with the Blue Rain team, right? Feng Yaozhi inquired, her gaze scanning them for acknowledgement. We have heard of it. The Blue Rain team accidentally entered Takamagara while on a mission, and all but Wu Xiangnan perished. Lin Qie remarked, his tone heavy with the weight of the tragedy. Feng Yaozhi nodded, exactly. So, Yaozhi, how does the responsibility of the 5th special team relate to your joining us? Bailey Pong Pong's chubby head was filled with confusion. A year ago, Yang Jian emerged in Songnan City, proclaiming that the deities of Huaxia transformed into 9 national guardian monuments to protect the Great Xia, preventing the mist from invading its territory. To this end, the deities of Huaxia have all entered reincarnation. Although they have largely returned from their cycles, the heavenly court has yet to be restored. The Ancestress spoke to me, stating that I must refrain from stepping into the mist until the Huaxia deities and the heavenly court have returned. Feng Yaozhi observed them with a serious expression. Thus, I cannot temporarily enter the mist, and your duty is to venture into it to fulfill your tasks. Which is why I will not be joining the 5th special team. Bailey Pang Pang sighed in disappointment. And Qingzhu grasped the crux of the matter. Since the Huaxia deities have largely returned, do you have any notion of when the heavenly court might return? Feng Yaozhi pondered briefly. Perhaps in about a year. Lin Qie raised an eyebrow. Then you could join the team. Before the heavenly court returns, you can carry out tasks with us. Besides, we still do not know when we will be officially recognized. Exactly. Bailey Pang Pang pouted. The requirements set by the commander are quite rigorous. It will take us a long time to meet them. Chao Yuan slowly nodded in agreement. Indeed. Zhao Lan chimed in. Feng Yaozhi blinked at them, contemplating for a while. She sought to alleviate some regrets, and it seemed that joining the Nightfall team would facilitate that. Thus, under the hopeful gazes of the others, she gradually nodded. All right, I shall join. Hooray! Now, our team comprises 5 members. Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed joyfully. Even during the training break days, he had already considered Feng Yaozhi a part of their unconventional team. Along with Zhuage, as Bailey Pang Pang thought of Shen Qingzhu, his expression darkened momentarily. He wondered how well Zhuage was faring as an undercover agent in the ancient god church. Alas, he truly hoped Zhuage could join their team as well. Zilan Bolinket? 5 members? She looked around. She had not miscounted. There were 6. She instantly pouted, feeling a bit disheartened. She also wished to join the team. But Xie only thought of turning her over to the state. Lin Xie smiled. Yaozhi, you should sign the application for a reserve member now. I will submit it to headquarters shortly. All right. Feng Yaozhi took the application form for reserve members, filled in her information with a pen, then pricked her fingertip to draw blood, marking the document's bottom corner with a blood fingerprint. Bailey Pang Pang chuckled. Yaozhi, I knew you would definitely be a part of our team. Look, we even have the same method of fingerprinting, both using our own blood. Feng Yaozhi smiled, handing the document to Lin Xie. This signifies we are in sync. Indeed, indeed. Bailey Pang Pang nodded vigorously. Chao Yuan smiled. The group continued their conversation. Feng Yaozhi seized a moment to summon a screen, eager to see what divine gifts the Earth Mother and Emperor Fengdu had bestowed upon her. The summonable deities of Huaxia and their respective skills collected are as follows. Nuwa, creation and rebirth. Fuxi, Bagua formation, divination. Zhuangmu, plague, capable of controlling and exterminating viruses as well as spreading them. Yangjian, heavenly eye, grants the power to pierce through illusions and deception with his original pair of eyes, enabling him to anticipate the enemy's moves. Neza, wind and fire wheels, divine artifact. Zhurong, divine fire. Ho-He, sun-shooting bow, divine artifact, 10 arrows. Shiha, light element, affinity of 100%. Jumong, wood element, affinity of 100%. Gonggong, water element, affinity of 100%. Hutu, 6 paths of reincarnation, heavenly path, human path, Azura path, path of goodness. Animal path, hungry ghost path, hell path, path of evil. Fengdu emperor, night parade of 100 ghosts. Feng Yaozhi glanced at the pale blue screen before her. Pondering for a moment, it appeared that this encompassed all the Huaxia deities she could summon in the entirety of her divine realms. Oh, and not to forget, the life healing bestowed by Huaxu. By this count, she now possessed a total of 13 divine realms. How could she have even more than Lin Xie's divine realms? This abundance of external assistance made Feng Yaozhi feel a tad sheepish, crossed out. Just kidding. She felt particularly proud. What's wrong with having more external assistance? She had saved so many lives. What is the harm in a little extra aid? Chapter 45. Journey to Suzhou, as Bai Li Pang Pang engaged in conversation. He brought up his father, Bai Li Xian's birthday banquet, extending invitations to Feng Yaozhi and a few others. Feng Yaozhi sighed inwardly. Alas, following this banquet, Pang Pang would inevitably mature, a process she could not hinder as it was a necessary path for his growth. After enduring the betrayal of his parents, the revelation of his identity as an adopted son, and the tragic fate of being slain by Bai Li Xian's biological son, Bai Li Jing, before experiencing a rebirth and awakening in the forbidden ruins, all these tribulations were destined to be Bai Li Pang Pang's fate. Feng Yaozhi would not obstruct this journey, but she would extend her hand to assist Pang Pang in seeking vengeance. Suddenly, Yi Fan called, instructing them to jump from the train, assuring them that a helicopter would come to their rescue. When Lin Yi relayed Yi Fan's words to Feng Yaozhi and the others, they were momentarily taken aback. Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed, "No way is this really happening?" Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly. "All right, let's not dawdle any longer. We must jump from the train." Feng Yaozhi deactivated the soundproof barrier, and the 6 of them solemnly made their way to the rear of the train. They incapacitated the guard, then one by one, leaped from the train, landing safely due to their commendable agility. The train sped away, leaving them behind. A helicopter adeptly located their position and hovered nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, the 6 of them ascended into the helicopter, braving the gusts of wind. The helicopter transported them to the airport, where they boarded a transport plane headed south. An officer handed Lin Shiyi 2 documents. One was a decree awarding them the Starlight Medal, accompanied by an introduction to the Third Royal Ruins, Immortal. Yifan also indicated that if Jiao Lan proved trustworthy, she could be integrated into the 5th Reserve Team. Lin Shiyi gazed at Jiao Lan in astonishment. She sat obediently on the bench beside Feng Yaozhi, curiously observing her surroundings from time to time. After a mere second of contemplation, Lin Shiyi decided to incorporate Jiao Lan into their team, recognizing her remarkable abilities. The second document detailed an emergency incident in Suzhou. This time, Feng Yaozhi, Lin Shiyi, and Qingzhu had preemptively eliminated Belkrand, leaving no trace behind. The soul of Belkrand had manifested in Lin Shiyi's hospital, now residing within the form of a dog, derived from the projection of a nightmarish whisper. Thus, while Belkrand was absent, the ancient cult's Serpent Lady and others still posed a threat. The document noted that a day prior, an unidentified incident had transpired in Suzhou, resulting in countless disappearances. And Team 017 had lost contact during their investigation. As of 5:09 p.m. today, they had been missing for 10 hours. Now, it was 6:30 p.m., meaning Team 017 had been unaccounted for 12 hours. Upon perusing the document, Bai Li Pang's anxiety became palpable. The reason was simple. Mo Li was a member of Team 017, and her disappearance after 12 hours filled Bai Li Pang with deep concern for her safety. Turning to Feng Yaozhi, he understood that her foresight into events would significantly impact her. Thus he posed a singular, crucial question. Yaozhi, will they encounter danger? The implication of this incident raises the question of whether they will meet their demise. Feng Yaozhi gently shook her head, assuring no. This brought a sense of relief to Bai Li Pang, who had been anxiously awaiting the answer. The applications for entry from Qingzhu and Chao Yuan had been approved, with Qingzhu receiving her emblem and scalpel, along with the Azure Guardian submitted by Lin Shiyi upon entering the mental institution. The cloaks for the special team were custom-made. Hence no cloak was issued to Qingzhu. The reason Bai Li Pang's application was not approved was due to Bai Li Xian using his authority to intercept it, intending to replace Bai Li Pang with his biological son, Bai Li Jing. Lin Shiyi, having organized his belongings, turned to the officer and said, "Prepare for descent." The officer, momentarily taken aback, wore a peculiar expression. The transport aircraft for the special team does not land. Typically, the special team jumps from the aircraft and employs aerial maneuvers to descend. The officer's words were somewhat veiled, but the expression on his face was unmistakably clear. You do possess aerial capabilities, do you not? The group froze simultaneously. Feng Yaozhi pondered how to enable a dignified descent for them. The wind-fire wheel was not an option, as it supported only her. As for the Sun hexagram from the Divine Ruins Boudoir, she had never carried so many people before. The maximum had been 2. And Qingzhu cast a silent glance at the aircraft, murmuring, "There are only 4 parachutes." The hope that had risen in Lin Shiyi was abruptly extinguished. With only 4 parachutes and 6 individuals, an additional parachute would have been ideal. Jialan's forbidden ruins were immortal, so even if she leapt from the aircraft, she would remain unscathed. Wait, he almost forgot. Yaozhi had the wind-fire wheel, enabling direct flight. Thus they still held a glimmer of hope. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Feng Yaozhi's voice. Gritting her teeth, she decided to take a gamble, clearing her throat and stepping forward, declaring, "Let's go, it's time to descend." The gazes of the 5 converged on Feng Yaozhi, their eyes filled with curiosity. Could her flying technique truly support all of them? Nevertheless, they steeled themselves and stepped forward. With a command from Feng Yaozhi, "Jump," Bai Li Pang's legs trembled slightly as he gritted his teeth and leaped. In an instant, the 6 of them plunged from the aircraft like dumplings falling into boiling water. Soon, wind wings. The Bagua formation materialized beneath their feet. A breeze, contrasting sharply with the surrounding tempest, brushed past as a flash of white light erupted, revealing a pair of wings formed from wind behind the 6. With a gentle flap, their forms stabilized, relief washing over their faces. In the next moment, they simultaneously gave Feng Yaozhi a thumbs up. Feng Yaozhi held her head high with pride, her heart brimming with gratitude. Thankfully, there had been no mishap. Thankfully indeed. The six, now adorned with wind wings, soared through the radiant starry expanse, the wind rustling their garments, their silhouettes exuding an undeniable grandeur. They appeared utterly magnificent. The officer stood within the cabin, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he beheld their graceful silhouettes. How foolish of him! Just moments ago, he had questioned the special team's lack of aerial capabilities, only to witness their flight, a display of seamless elegance and charm. The six of them landed safely atop a building. As they touched down, the wings on their backs dissipated into the air like a breeze. Bailey let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. We were aware of their flight capabilities. Otherwise, our prestige would have diminished. Qiao Yuan nodded in deep agreement. Our fifth reserve team's reputation remains intact. And Qingzhu surveyed the surroundings, frowning. Why is it so eerily quiet here? Indeed, it seemed overly tranquil, as if the area were devoid of life. Lin Xie furrowed his brow and utilized the starry night dancer to communicate with the nocturnal creatures, yet received no response, sensing nothing at all, as if his abilities had failed. Lin Xie's expression grew grave. Something is amiss here. Feng Yaozhi observed the surroundings with her celestial vision, her brow slightly furrowing. We have entered an isolated space, akin to an but this realm appears to be more formidable. It is likely that Team 017 vanished upon entering this very place. Bailey stroked his chin. So, we have precisely landed at our destination? Indeed. Feng Yaozhi replied with a slow nod, and Qingzhu's gaze shifted to Lin Xie, a hint of gray flashing in his eyes. Is this your miracle at work? Lin Xie pondered for a moment. It seems so, and Qingzhu raised an eyebrow and proposed a plan. I believe we should explore this place in teams. Absolutely. Bailey exclaimed with a knowing grin. What do you think about wearing masks while we act, just like Team asked? It would lend an air of mystery and elevate our prestige. The others exchanged glances and unanimously agreed. We support this. Bailey blinked and, with a cheerful tone, retrieve a stack of masks from the free space. Hurry, choose one to wear. Bailey donned a mask resembling Zhu Beiji's face, and Qingzhu chose Tang Seng's mask. Lin Xie adorned himself with Sun Wukong's mask. Qiao Yuan opted for Sha Monk's mask, and Jialan selected a mask of the Red Boy. Feng Yaozhi, however, chose to wear a mask of the divine beast Fei Fei, which resembled a raccoon with a white tail, a legendary creature from ancient times, also known as the worry-relieving beast. Chapter 46, Parting Ways by Li Pang Pang, adorned with a comical Zhu Beiji mask, surveyed the group with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Qiao Yuan, concealed beneath the Sha Monk mask, twitched the corner of his mouth. Which good Samaritan team dons such amusing masks? Only they could. He sighed, touching the surface of his mask, resigning himself to the fact that at least it was not a Li Kuei mask. Lin Xie contemplated for a moment. I and Qin, you shall form a pair to explore this area, while the four of you will seek out Team 017. Understood. Sound good. No problem. With that, the six individuals parted ways, each taking a different path. Feng Yaozhi led the way, her golden eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance in the darkness as she employed her heavenly sight to survey the surroundings. As Bai Li Pang Pang walked, he began to fret over what gift to present to his father, Bai Li Xian. After a moment of thought, Qiao Yuan suggested, how about we visit a temple to seek a talisman? A talisman? Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes lit up. That's excellent. Lao Qiao, well done. Qiao Yuan smiled shyly. Jialan blinked, deep in thought. As Feng Yaozhi continued, her golden gaze sharpened, and she halted her steps. I found it. Where? Bai Li Pang Pang looked around. Feng Yaozhi gently raised her hand, her slender fingers pointing ahead. Incoming. Suddenly, an attack surged toward them. A bagua formation manifested beneath Feng Yaozhi's feet as her pale palm moved slightly, conjuring a wind blade that severed the assault. Feng Yaozhi narrowed her eyes. She has been controlled. Bai Li Pang Pang swiftly identified the source of the attack, flexed his wrist with a grin, and drew forth the forbidden item, the Wind and Thunder Scroll, charging toward the assailant. Leave this little beauty to me. Feng Yaozhi, scoundrel. Just moments ago, you were fretting over Mo Li, and now you're distracted by another. Chao Yuan couldn't help but quip. The Zhu Beiji mask truly suits him. It is indeed a mask that reflects its wearer. Jialan nodded in agreement. At that moment, several threads lunged toward the trio with precision. Feng Yaozhi's wrist flicked, and the amade dagger appeared in her hand. She spun the dagger, her form a blur, and in a flash of light, the threads were severed. "There's someone on the rooftop," Feng Yaozhi exclaimed, lightly springing off her toes, a gentle breeze swirling around her. "Lao Gao, zu sits bang bang." "This one is for Jialan and me." Chao Yuan nodded and dashed toward by Li Pang Pang. Jialan held a sturdy wooden bow in one hand and an arrow poised on the string with the other, her delicate fingers drawing the bow taut. With a whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air, propelled by a fierce wind directly toward the figure on the rooftop. Wang Tian, under the influence of control, was wholly focused on confronting Feng Yaozhi when an arrow suddenly shot toward him. With no time to evade, it pierced through his shoulder. Jialan's aim was impeccable, far beyond Lin Qiye's capabilities. Had she aimed for a lethal point, Wang Tian would have perished. So she chose to aim for his shoulder instead. As Feng Yaozhi approached Wang Tian, who was distracted by the arrows on his shoulder, she swiftly closed the distance. With her long, graceful legs, she delivered a powerful kick, sending Wang Tian sprawling to the ground. She then switched to the elemental realm of wood, a gentle green aura emanating from her being. Strangely, deep green vines sprouted from the steel and concrete rooftop, encircling Wang Tian tightly, almost mummifying him. Bending slightly, her fair hand grasped Wang Tian's chin, compelling him to raise his head. With golden hues glimmering in her eyes, Feng Yaozhi softly murmured, "Look in my eyes." Wang Tian was forced to meet her gaze. The heavenly eye, which pierces through illusions, could naturally dismantle the control over them. The moment Wang Tian locked eyes with the heavenly eye, his body shuddered. The once vacant expression in his eyes began to clear, but under the overwhelming pressure of spirit. He tilted his head and fainted. With a delicate flick of her finger, the vines transformed into green luminescent particles, dissipating into the air. Grasping Wang Tian's collar with one hand, she summoned the wind beneath her feet and leapt downwards. Jialan smiled faintly at the sight. At that moment, with the combined efforts of Li Pang Pang and Chao Yuan, Zheng Zheng had been knocked unconscious. Li Pang Pang showcased his exceptional binding skills, making Zheng Zheng appear particularly alluring. Chao Yuan observed the ropes around Zheng Zheng, his lips twitching slightly. He held back and remained silent. Li Pang Pang, carrying Zheng Zheng, soared towards Feng Yaozhi and Jialan on his flying sword. Upon seeing Zheng Zheng in Li Pang Pang's grasp, Jialan's expression shifted. Feng Yaozhi regarded Zheng Zheng, the descriptions from the past materializing vividly before her. Her demeanor became peculiar. "What a playful scene. Release her." "Huh?" Li Pang Pang exclaimed in astonishment. "It took us considerable effort to tie her up. What if she acts up again?" Feng Yaozhi replied calmly. "That won't happen. I can dispel the control over them." "All right then," Li Pang Pang conceded and untied the ropes binding Zheng Zheng. Feng Yaozhi approached Zheng Zheng, kneeling beside her. With a gentle tap of her fingertip on Zheng Zheng's forehead, a thread of divine power swiftly entered her body, consuming the mental influence controlling her. Rising, Feng Yaozhi looked down at the two lying on the ground and inquired softly, "Are you both unhurt?" Chao Yuan shook his head. "No." "That's good," she replied. "Then I just need to heal these two." Switching to the elemental realm of life healing, Feng Yaozhi extended her hand towards the pair. Pressing her palm down slightly, a wave of gentle healing energy radiated from her, permeating into Zheng Zheng and Wang Tian. The healing force swirled within them, visibly mending their injuries. After a while, both gradually regained consciousness, slowly opening their eyes. Their expressions transitioned from confusion to clarity. Zheng Zheng regarded the four masked figures before her with caution. "Who are you? You don't seem like members of the masked squad." Li Pang Pang feigned profundity. "We're the 5th Special Squad." Wang Tian wore a puzzled expression. "The 5th Special Squad? How come we've never heard of it?" Li Pang Pang cryptically replied. "That indicates your information is quite outdated. My friend, welcome to the 2G network." Is it? Wang Tian's eyes grew increasingly bewildered. Bai Li Pang solemnly nodded, indeed. Well, thank you. Wang Tian and Zheng Zheng exchanged a swift glance before expressing their gratitude. After all, there was no reason for these four individuals to deceive them, and it appeared that these masked figures had, in fact, come to their rescue. Bai Li Pang cleared his throat. No need for thanks. Feng Yaozhi then cut to the chase. Do you know where the others are? The two exchanged a puzzled look and shook their heads in unison. Not a clue. Very well, Feng Yaozhi said, using Heavenly Eye to scan the surroundings for any signs of Molly and the others. Her gaze fixed on a particular spot. They seem to be over there. Let's proceed. Chapter 47. Vanquishing the Serpent Woman, the group hastened towards that direction. Although Zheng Zheng and Wang Tian had healed from their injuries, they still felt somewhat weakened and required rest, and their mental faculties had yet to fully recover. Thus their speed was naturally diminished. Gao Duang in Guit Yaozi. What is the situation over there now? Feng Yaozhi's brilliant golden eyes shimmered with an unusual hue. It seems there is a duel taking place there, she responded. Upon hearing this, Zheng Zheng immediately panicked and gritted her teeth. Do not concern yourselves with us. Hurry and rescue the captain. Feng Yaozhi glanced back at them and nodded. All right. The four quickened their pace, gliding swiftly towards Mo Li and the others. Upon their arrival, they found Team 017's captain, Qin Kai, unconscious, while Mo Li was fiercely battling Sun Wan. Bai Li Pang, witnessing this scene from afar, was instantly filled with fury and surged forth with immense power towards Mo Li. Feng Yaozhi and Chao Yuan instinctively slowed down, deciding to allow Bai Li Pang this opportunity for a heroic rescue. Unaware of the unfolding dynamics, Jialan attempted to follow quickly, but was halted by Feng Yaozhi, who grasped her slender arm. Jialan, let Pang handle this. Mo Li is the one he cares for. In an instant, Jialan grasped the deeper meaning of those words, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Bai Li Pang swiftly dispatched Sun Wan and introduced himself to Mo Li, sharing the news of his joining the 5th Special Team S Reserve Unit. Once the three of them felt that the reunion had progressed sufficiently, they leisurely made their way into the office building. Yaozhi, you two have joined the 5th Special Team S Reserve Unit? Mo Li recognized Feng Yaozhi immediately, as her distinctive aura, physique, and the wooden bracelet on her wrist were unmistakable. Feng Yaozhi removed her mask and smiled, nodding, indeed. Mo Li, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has been a while. Mo Li's gaze shifted to Chao Yuan, who had removed his mask as well. Her expression was somewhat complex, surprised that several of the top recruits from their cohort had joined the 5th Special Team S Reserve Unit. However, given their extraordinary prowess, it was only natural for them to be part of such an elite group. After donning her mask again, Feng Yaozhi utilized her divine sight to erase the mental control over Sun Wan, also healing both Sun Wan and Mo Li's injuries. Once Mo Li had recovered, she spoke urgently. Yaozhi, we may need your assistance to treat our team leader. He may not last much longer. Feng Yaozhi nodded quickly. Lead me to him. Chao Yuan willingly stayed behind to watch over Sun Wan until he regained consciousness. Under Mo Li's guidance, the trio arrived at another office. At this moment, Qin Kai's breath was faint, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Feng Yaozhi employed her divine healing to mend Qin Kai's wounds. Just as she completed the healing, Chao Yuan appeared, supporting a somewhat weakened Sun Wan. Captain, Mo Li, where are you? Wang Tian's voice echoed from a distance. I shall go retrieve them, Mo Li declared, departing to find Wang Tian and Zheng Zheng. Feng Yaozhi glanced at the unconscious Qin Kai and instructed, Pang. Carry him. We must leave here. Without hesitation, Bai Li Pang lifted Qin Kai onto his back. The group exited the office and made their way outside. After a brief walk, they reunited with Molly and the others. Suddenly, Feng Yaozhi came to an abrupt halt. What's wrong? Molly inquired, perplexed. Jialan gazed at her with curiosity. Someone is approaching. Feng Yaozhi's golden eyes narrowed, a surge of divine energy sweeping across the corridor ahead. The serpent woman's surveillance. The snake eyes she had deployed instantly faltered and dissipated into the air. Gradually, the serpent woman materialized before them, her smile unsettling, with cold, slit-like pupils that evoked discomfort. A hexagram appeared beneath their feet, the Qian hexagram rotating beneath the serpent woman. Qian, disorderly golden strikes. Within the confines of the Qian hexagram, the serpent woman's speed was significantly impeded. With a subtle motion of her wrist, Feng Yaozhi summoned the Amate dagger into her hand, calmly stating, "You all go ahead. I will handle her." Jialan shook her head, her lips moving silently to convey her determination. "I will stay with you." Feng Yaozhi regarded her and replied, "All right. The rest of you hurry." Bailey Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan gritted their teeth and swiftly evacuated with the injured. "We will come back to assist you." "All right." With a swift leap, Feng Yaozhi propelled herself towards the serpent woman like an arrow released from a bow, invoking the divine calamity to control a virus that infiltrated the serpent woman's body. Simultaneously, Jialan drew her bow, releasing an arrow aimed at the serpent woman's head. Under the influence of the virus, the serpent woman was forcibly restrained, standing her ground against the affliction as a rash erupted across her body, causing her immense pain. With a swift whoosh, the arrow accurately struck towards the serpent woman. She narrowly dodged a fatal blow, though it pierced through her shoulder. At that moment, Feng Yaozhi had closed the distance to the serpent woman, wielding the Amate dagger with precision and ferocity, stabbing towards her neck and heart in quick succession. Jialan remained vigilant, continuing to bend her bow and release another arrow towards the serpent woman. The serpent woman's greatest reliance lay in the snake eyes hidden within the floors. Yet they had been nearly dismantled by Feng Yaozhi. Furthermore, she was afflicted by the virus and had already been struck twice by arrows imbued with the properties of immortality. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to take a gamble. "Look into my eyes." Feng Yaozhi neither flinched nor avoided, locking her gaze directly onto the serpent woman's eyes. Her radiant golden gaze meeting the serpent woman's frigid, slit pupils. With a cold chuckle, Feng Yaozhi taunted, "Do you think such trivial tricks can challenge the heavenly eye? A delusion." Two formidable waves of divine energy erupted forth from the heavenly eye, targeting the serpent woman directly. The serpent woman emitted a wretched scream. Her eyes pierced by divine power, blood trickling from the corners of her eyes, tracing down her pale visage. Without granting the serpent woman a moment's respite, Feng Yaozhi seized the opportunity, her grip firm on the Amate dagger as she lunged at the serpent woman with lethal intent. The razor-sharp dagger sliced through the air, one thrust aimed at her throat, the other piercing her heart. Blood poured forth from the serpent woman, gushing incessantly. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, her breath gradually fading. Feng Yaozhi stood there, her expression calm, gently raising her fair hand as divine flames danced within her grasp. Under her command, the fiery tongues enveloped the serpent woman, consuming her entirely with a ferocious blaze. A gust of wind swept through, leaving not even ash behind. As Bailey Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan arrived, they beheld Feng Yaozhi and Jialan standing in the corridor, with no sign of the serpent woman. Jialan smiled, her gaze conveying everything. "You have arrived rather late, haven't you?" Meanwhile, at the side of Qingzhu and Lin Xie, Lin Xie had already captured the serpent woman and the agent of the god of yellow sand, Set, intended to confront the Phoenix team with 3 black boxes. The two confronted Set's agent. However, as the agent was of the infinite realm, they found it somewhat challenging to contend with him, given that both were of the river realm. Suddenly, Feng Yaozhi soared in on her wind-fire wheel, a smile breaking across her face as she looked at Set's agent. Just the right opportunity to test the 6 paths of reincarnation. Chapter 48, Cycle of Rebirth, Judgment. Feng Yaozhi, standing upon the wind-fire wheel, paused mid-air, her garments fluttering in the breeze, while her high ponytail danced wildly. She gracefully lifted her right hand, her slender fingers pointing towards the agent of Sate. A voice, as cold as a trickling icy stream, resonated. Cycle of Rebirth. Judgment. Agent of Sate. A colossal, pitch-black circular ring emerged behind her, spinning erratically, exuding an aura of death. A beam of black light erupted from the cycle of rebirth, darting straight towards the agent of Sate, enveloping him in a cocoon of darkness amidst his astonished gaze. Heavy, ancient iron chains bound the agent's limbs, suspending him in the air. Li Pang, who had just arrived, stared in disbelief. What an ominous weapon! Lin Qiye and Qingzhu halted their actions, turning their attention to the levitating Feng Yaozhi and the restrained agent of Sate. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. Fortunately, we recruited Yaozhi into our team. A flicker of gray crossed in Qingzhu's eyes as he attempted to decipher the cycle of rebirth. But his very soul quivered, prompting him to swiftly shut his eyes and abandon the effort. Although Feng Yaozhi's manifestation of cycle of rebirth was merely a projection, it was indeed a manifestation of the Earth Mother, wielding dominion over the reincarnation of souls, far beyond Qingzhu's capacity to comprehend. The agent of Sate, ensnared by the iron chains and rendered powerless, thrashed violently, yet could not break free. Even his mouth was silenced, unable to emit a cry of despair, and the calmness in his eyes was gradually overtaken by terror. What in the world is this? The cycle of rebirth possesses the absolute authority to obliterate those of equal or lesser realms than Feng Yaozhi after judgment. However, if the sinner's realm surpasses hers, only a brief punishment can be administered, with the duration diminishing proportionally to the disparity in their realms. Currently, Feng Yaozhi is of the Sea realm, while the agent of Sate resides in the Infinite realm, one tier above her. Yet that suffices, for their numbers bolster their strength. An ancient voice resonated from this cycle of rebirth behind Feng Yaozhi. Judging the sinner, agent of Sate. The agent of Sate is guilty of murder, treason, and desecration. Please, judgment envoy, determine the sinner's fate. A slight smile curled Feng Yaozhi's lips as she met the agent's horrified gaze. The sinner, agent of Sate, shall descend into hell. Judgment successful, the agent of Sate descends into hell, enduring the torments of 18 layers of suffering. The punishment commences. The instant the words fell, the iron chains binding the agent of Sate surged to life, dragging him into the depths of hell to endure 18 layers of torment. The onlookers below widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions a mix of shock. Chao Yuan's hand, gripping the sword, trembled slightly. This divine manifestation is truly formidable. Just as the crowd stood in stunned silence, Feng Yaozhi cleared her throat. The agent of Sate possesses a higher realm than I. I can only obliterate sinners of lower or equal realms. Once he has completed the 18 layers of hell, he shall emerge. We must seize this opportunity. No problem. Li Pang patted his chest and made an okay gesture. Zhao Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gripped her sturdy wooden bow, eager to engage. Lin Qiyi and Qingzhu exchanged a quick glance. Before long, the agent of Sate was dragged out of the depths of hell by iron chains, as if he were a lifeless corpse. Having endured the tortures of the 18 layers of hell, he now lay on the ground like a long-stranded dead fish. At the moment the chains vanished, a surge of divine power erupted from the Satyr agent, and with a fierce glint in his eyes, he intended to perish alongside his foes. Naturally, Lin Qiyi and the others would not stand idly by. They launched their attacks just as the chains began to dissipate. Numerous strikes, meticulously timed, struck the Satyr agent at the very moment the chains vanished. Arrows imbued with the property of immortality pierced through his skull, while the technique of one becomes 3,000 transformed him into a hedgehog. A biting frost enveloped him entirely, and a cross/slash whistled past, dismembering him into pieces. As a conflagration of divine fire consumed him, turning him to ashes. The Satyr agent was dead. Chao Yuan stood in place, dejected, clutching his sword. He too wished to join the fray, but feared losing his sanity. Li Pang retracted one becomes 3,000, chuckling as he leaned closer. Old Chao, weren't we just magnificent? Chao Yuan cast him a languid glance, and Qingzhu surveyed their surroundings, with the serpent woman and the Satyr agent dead. Why is the space not shattered? Feng Yaozhi gracefully descended, declaring, "Allow me to break it." Her ebony eyes gradually shimmered with a golden hue, divine power emanating from her gaze. Under the influence of the heavenly eye, the fabric of this space began to fracture, the air rippling momentarily. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves in an uninhabited suburb. Members of Team 017, including Mo Li, approached them, though Zheng Zheng and the others still appeared weak. Qin Kai remained unconscious, having sustained the most severe injuries. At the time, Qin Kai showed signs of a near-death state. Although Feng Yaozhi had healed his wounds, he remained in a coma, lingering at the threshold of death. "Thank you." Bali Peng Peng acted as the diplomat, waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, really." Just then, the rescue team arrived, led by Jiang Han, a member of Team 017 who had been stationed outside for support. Bali Peng Peng exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Yaozhi and the others, who understood immediately. They had entered with flair, and they would not leave with any less. Lin Qiyi, as the captain, calmly commanded, "Regroup." The six turned simultaneously, walking in the opposite direction. Emoli called out from behind, "Aren't you all taking our vehicle back?" Bai Li Peng Peng waved his hand in refusal, leaving behind a striking silhouette for Team 017. After taking a few steps, the five turned to Feng Yaozhi simultaneously. Feng Yaozhi's lips twitched beneath her mask as she gently raised her hand, and the bagua array manifested beneath their feet. Sun wind wings. A flash of white light revealed a pair of wings formed from condensed wind, which fluttered softly, propelling the six into the night sky. Wang Tian murmured, "They're so cool. Truly worthy of being the 5th Special Squad." Mo Li's lips twitched at his words. Feng Yaozhi, Lin Xie, and Xiao Yuanshui were individuals she could comprehend, yet the two unfamiliar faces remained a mystery to her, albeit they appeared quite dashing. As for Bailey Tumming, a myriad of images danced in Molly's mind, encompassing scenes of the chubby Bailey during training camp and moments when he had rescued her. Molly discreetly bit her lip, her gaze wavering. Well, it must be said that Bailey Tumming had a certain charm, albeit a modest one. Just a touch. Suddenly, while soaring through the skies, Bailey Tumming sneezed, reaching up to touch his nose. "Is this a cold?" Chapter 49, A Moment's Hesitation. A path diverged after soaring 100 meters. Chao Yuan suddenly pondered a grave question. Had we forgotten to leave a marker? The others? Oh no. Caught up in our grand exit, we nearly overlooked this crucial detail. Lin Xie discreetly utilized his mental acuity to assess the situation behind them. Upon discovering that the rescue team had entirely departed, he declared, "We must return the way we came." Moments later, the six stood upon the ground, contemplating the earth beneath their feet. Lin Xie mused, "What kind of mark should we leave?" "I have no idea." Baili Pang Pang mutarat. Even the typically astute and Qingzhu fell into deep thought, remaining silent. Suddenly, Baili Pang Pang was struck by inspiration. His eyes lit up as he retrieved a can of black spray paint and declared, "I have an idea." "Stop." Feng Yaozhi immediately interrupted him. "Hold your horses. Our mark must fulfill 4 criteria. Simplicity, mystery, elegance, and depth. No ugliness allowed." Chao Yuan's lips twitched. These demands seemed rather challenging. The group once again fell into contemplation, gazing at the ground. Lin Xie's gaze inadvertently flickered to the straight blade at his waist, and his eyes brightened. "I have a notion." Bali Pong Pong's tone was skeptical. "Is it simple?" Chao Yuan, "Is it mysterious?" Feng Yaozhi, "Is it elegant?" And Qingzhu, "Does it possess depth?" Jialan, after a lengthy pause, finally articulated clearly, "Is it ugly?" Lin Xie's lips twitched. "It must be simple, mysterious, elegant, profound, and not ugly. Watch me illustrate it." He seized the black spray paint from Bai Li Pang Pang and drew a perfect circle on the ground, subsequently marking an X atop it, which resembled a straight blade. The group examined the symbol from various angles and simultaneously nodded in approval. "Excellent, excellent. This fits the criteria. Both simple and mysterious, elegant, profound, and certainly not ugly." A smile danced at the corners of Lin Xie's mouth. "Let us proceed." Feng Yaozhi took a moment to ensure the team's image remained intact. The six departed with an air of distinction. Meanwhile, upon awakening, Qin Kai began to harbor doubts regarding the identities of Feng Yaozhi and the others. After all, he had not heard of any 5th Special Team, yet these 6 displayed no malice and had rescued them all, as he observed their striking exit on the surveillance footage. He fell into contemplation. Their demeanor and exit truly resembled that of a special team. His gaze then shifted to the peculiar symbol captured on the monitor. What on earth is that? Qingkai rubbed his temples in frustration. Never mind. I shall report all of this to the higher-ups for resolution. In a suburban rental, Feng Yaozhi and Qingzhu occupied themselves, one nestled in bed, the other eagerly conducting experiments. Chao Yuan was dragged by Li Pangpang to a temple to seek a talisman for safety, while Lin Xie was pulled by Jialan to offer incense and pray. Later, Lin Xie returned to the rental, while Li Pangpang and the others visited the hospital to check on Molly, who remained under observation. Feng Yaozhi, upon awakening, immediately engaged in a conversation with Nanqi. Although they had only met a few times over the past year, they communicated daily via their phones, sharing amusing anecdotes and experiences from their lives. Recently, Feng Yaozhi had been quite occupied, traveling to Fengdu and addressing matters in Suzhou, which led her to neglect messaging Nanqi. Had she not informed Nanqi prior to her journey to Fengdu, it is likely that Nanqi would have reported her absence after noticing the lack of messages. Feng Yaozhi, Shishi, I have something delightful to share with you, but I must wait until it's confirmed before I divulge the details. JPG Nanqi responded almost instantaneously, clearly engaged with her phone. Nanqi, oh wonderful, looking forward to it. JPG Nanqi, I too encountered something today that left me utterly speechless. You cannot imagine how perplexed I was this morning. Feng Yaozhi enthusiastically conversed with Nanqi for quite some time, only pausing when hunger struck her. Feng Yaozhi, I'm famished. I must go and eat. We shall chat later. Nanqi, okay. When Li Pangpang and the others returned, Feng Yaozhi was still lounging on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. She yawned, looking utterly fatigued. Li Pangpang quirked an eyebrow. Yaozhi, what mischief were you up to last night? Out in the dead of night, stealing someone's battery? Feng Yaozhi elegantly rolled her eyes. Not quite. I simply stayed up late playing on my phone. Chao Yuan inquired curiously. Were you gaming or binge-watching a show? Feng Yaozhi, with a hint of mystery, shook her head. Neither. I was reading a novel. Would you like to listen? Jialan blinked, intrigued by the allure of the novel that captivated Yaozhi enough to keep her awake. Yes. Li Pangpang echoed, equally curious. Feng Yaozhi's lips curled into a sly smile as she opened the prepared novel, increased the volume, and began to play it for them. This is a short piece. Abiter sweet tale. Chao Yuan pondered for a moment. What does B mean? Feng Yaozhi paused the playback to clarify. B denotes a bad ending. He signifies a happy ending. And OE indicates an open ending. Upon hearing this, Li Pangpang's eyes lit up. How bittersweet is it? Feng Yaozhi raised an eyebrow, implying, that depends on the listener's feelings. The more one empathizes, the greater the sense of regret. With that, she resumed the playback. A gentle, melancholic female voice resonated. 5 years ago, I was destitute, while she stood high above, like an untainted white swan, to ensure she could continue living a life of luxury after marrying me. I painfully ended our relationship and proposed a 5-year pact, promising to return for her once I achieved success. With tears in her eyes, she agreed to wait for me. Yet, life proved unpredictable. 5 years later, upon our reunion, she was already wed. Upon inquiring, I learned that a year prior, her father's business had suffered catastrophic losses, nearly forcing bankruptcy. To salvage the family's efforts, she was compelled to enter a marriage of convenience, unwilling to witness her parents' dreams crumble. Our eyes met from a distance, and we both smiled wryly. Even though I'm no longer that impoverished youth, and I possess the means to marry her, to provide her with a life of comfort, it is too late. A commercial marriage is not something she can simply walk away from. A fleeting thought has led us down divergent paths. Li Pangpang, what a trivial piece of writing you are engrossed in. Feng Yaozhi, with a hint of defiance. Trivial? I stayed up late to write this, merely to remind you. I find it quite accurate. A single misjudgment can render us strangers forever. Do not feel unworthy of her. Life is unpredictable, and a missed opportunity can echo throughout a lifetime. It is better to follow one's heart and take a leap of faith. Li Pangpang fell into deep contemplation. Jialan appeared pensive. Chao Yuan, time passes swiftly. And soon Bai Li Peng must return to Guangzhou to preside over his father Bai Li Xian's birthday banquet. Feng Yaozhi observed him with a shadowed gaze. She was acutely aware of everything, yet felt powerless to alter it, for this event was an essential part of Bai Li Peng's growth. Much like Shen Qingzhu's role as an undercover believer, she could not change it. People must evolve. Stagnation is not an option. What was that saying? I stand at the beginning of the tale, watching them march towards their inevitable demise. The current situation is quite similar. Feng Yaozhi stands at the story's inception, observing them as they approach their destined narrative. Yet she, as a variable, shall alter those unfavorable outcomes one by one. Chapter 50. All draw your swords. The following evening, the team applications for Feng Yaozhi and Jialan were approved, accompanied by Jialan's Night Watchman emblem, a star medal, and a radiant star medal. Lin Xie soon discerned an anomaly. Upon inquiring with Yi Fan, he learned that Bai Li Peng's application had not been submitted, implying that someone had withheld it. A sense of foreboding enveloped Lin Xie. Ultimately, the five decided to take a late-night flight to Guangzhou Shenzhen City. Before their departure, Lin Xie murmured, "Yaozhi, what do you think has become of Peng?" The group turned their gaze toward Feng Yaozhi in unison. She looked out the window, her tone enigmatic. The phoenix undergoes rebirth through fire. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. The phrase suggested resurrection, implying that Peng would indeed survive. He pressed his lips together, refraining from further inquiries. The consequences of foreseeing the future were grave, and he did not wish to burden Yaozhi with excessive karmic weight. Upon landing, Bai Li Jing's butler, Chong Kongsheng, arrived in a stretched Lincoln to escort them, having arranged a luxurious presidential suite at a five-star hotel for their stay. The banquet celebrating Bai Li Xian's birthday was soon to commence. The five had already procured elegant attire while in Suzhou City, uniform suits for the gentlemen and long gowns for the ladies. Lin Xie looked strikingly handsome in a suit, while Chao Yuan exuded a rugged charm akin to a dapper rogue. And Qingzhu, donning black-rimmed glasses, presented an air of scholarly mischief. Jialan, in a deep blue gown, with her raven hair cascading freely, appeared ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being stepping forth from a painting. Feng Yaozhi, clad in a verdant gown, with her waist-length hair partially secured by a plum blossom hairpin, possessed a breathtaking beauty akin to jade. Considering the imminent battle, Feng Yaozhi had deliberately purchased black shorts and invited Jialan to wear a pair as well. Despite the presence of safety shorts, they were somewhat cumbersome. Moreover, their long gowns concealed any evidence of the shorts beneath. Although Jialan was puzzled by the necessity of the additional layer, she complied obediently at Feng Yaozhi's request. As knives were prohibited at the banquet, they stowed their weapons within Feng Yaozhi's spatial bracelet. Chong Kongsheng led them to the elongated Lincoln. Arriving at the venue of the banquet, the distinctive charm and appearance of the five attracted numerous glances and whispers. After presenting their invitations, a man stationed at the entrance guided them to the forbidden artifact collection on the 101st floor. Following an introduction, the man, adhering to Bai Li Xian's instructions, permitted them to select artifacts that resonated with them. Bai Li Xian had specifically prepared a forbidden artifact, each for Feng Yaozhi and Lin Xie. Lin Xie received his customary slashing white, while Feng Yaozhi was bestowed with the devouring origin sword sheath. Surprised by the unexpected gift, Feng Yaozhi noted Bai Li Xian's confidence that they would change allegiances. Nevertheless, receiving such a gift was only proper, and she contemplated inscribing a summoning array upon the devouring origin sword sheath. During the impending ruckus at the birthday banquet, one can nonchalantly discard the devouring blade sheath and summon it back to launch an assault against Bai Li Xian using the forbidden items he provided. Perfect. At the banquet venue, 5 individuals languidly stood by the window, toying with their wine glasses and engaging in occasional conversation. Chao Yuan glanced up at the hall, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Why haven't we seen the plump one yet? Is he making a grand entrance? And Qingzhu replied, nonchalantly, perhaps. Lin Xie had been pondering the words of Feng Yaozhi since the previous night. He felt he might be on the verge of an epiphany. It seemed somewhat absurd. Feng Yaozhi took a delicate sip of champagne, her voice light. Prepare yourselves. A fierce battle is imminent. Upon hearing this, the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Is it truly that serious? Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu in the ninth seat exited the elevator and entered the banquet hall. Shen Qingzhu scanned the area, pausing slightly before pursing his lips. He spotted Feng Yaozhi, Lin Qiyi, and Chao Yuan, and noticed a young lady among them. A face he hadn't seen since their distant encounter at the fasting place. He had anticipated Lin Qiyi and the others might come, but he hadn't expected Feng Yaozhi to be present at the banquet. He thought she was still occupied with the tasks assigned by her ancestral grandmother. With a flicker of darkness in his gaze, Shen Qingzhu turned away from them. Feng Yaozhi, lost in thought, sensed the gaze upon her and looked up, only to see a figure retreating. Almost instinctively, she recognized it as Shen Qingzhu. A smile graced her lips. "We meet again, Shen Qingzhu." Chao Yuan noticed the change in Feng Yaozhi's expression and inquired with curiosity, "Yaozhi, why the sudden smile?" Lin Qiyi surveyed the surroundings, pondering for a moment. "Could it be that you have spotted a man who catches your fancy?" Feng Yaozhi's lips twitched slightly. "You're overthinking it." Though it was true she had seen a man, it was Shen Qingzhu. Before long, Bali Xian made his entrance, recounting a plethora of legendary tales about his entrepreneurial journey before introducing his son, Bai Li Ming. When Bai Li Jing appeared atop the platform, everyone, save for Feng Yaozhi, was taken aback. Lin Qiyi stared at the unfamiliar face on stage, then turned to Feng Yaozhi. "Is this the fierce battle you spoke of?" Feng Yaozhi nodded slowly. "Indeed." And Qingyu observed the father-son duo on stage, their features bearing a striking resemblance, and he pressed his lips together. It appeared his earlier conjecture was not far from the truth. However, the plump one was not a genetic anomaly, but rather not Bai Li Xian's son at all. Bai Li Xian orchestrated this entire charade to pave the way for his true son. Bai Li Xian had placed Bai Li Peng in the limelight to draw all the fire, while his true son, Bai Li Jing, led a life of tranquility. And Qingyu expressed this thought aloud, and upon receiving a nod from Feng Yaozhi, the group was instantly engulfed in fury. Chao Yuan gritted his teeth. "That old scoundrel!" Lin Qiyi's expression darkened. "We cannot allow this to continue unchecked. Since this is a fierce battle, we must ignite it ourselves." Feng Yaozhi nodded solemnly. "Very well, let us unite." Jialan clenched his fists, signaling an impending attack. 5 individuals simultaneously approached the elevated platform. Lin Qiyi spoke sharply. "He is not Bailey Tumming. Where has the true Bailey Tumming gone?" An immediate hush fell over the gathering. Bailey Xian's gaze darkened slightly as he exchanged a glance with Chong Kongsing. Just as Chong Kongsing was about to employ the forbidden item, Time's Rift, to persuade them, Feng Yaozhi's golden eyes slowly turned towards him, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. The incantation for Time's Rift abruptly shattered. Feng Yaozhi cast a cold glance at Bailey Xian and scoffed. "You wish to win us over? That depends on your worthiness. The figure on the stage is not the real Bailey Tumming. You owe it to Fatty, and we shall reclaim every bit." Both Feng Yaozhi and Lin Qiyi forcefully hurled the forbidden items given to them by Bailey Xian, sending a multitude of tables and chairs flying. Bailey Xian's expression darkened as he regarded them. The murmurs of the guests grew louder. Lin Qiyi commanded, "Fifth reserve team, draw your blades." In a flash of white light, their weapons were firmly grasped in their hands, exuding a murderous aura. Chong Kongsing intended to use the forbidden item to transfer all guests and erase their memories. Suddenly, an 8 trigrams formation appeared beneath his feet, with the Qian trigram positioned directly below him. The character Qian, Chaotic Golden Strike. Chong Kongsing's speed was instantly reduced to a fraction, rendering him unable to activate the forbidden item. Feng Yaozhi raised her hand gently, and a vine materialized from thin air, seizing the disc from Chong Kongsing's grasp. As the disc fell into her hands, she coldly laughed. "You think to erase their memories and send them away? Do not harbor such delusions. I intend for these people to witness your true faces." Chapter 51. Chaos. As Feng Yaozhi's voice faded, she swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a formation that ensnared all the guests within its confines. They found themselves unable to escape, shielded from external assaults. After all, no one in their right mind would waste their energy attacking defenseless ordinary people, except perhaps the deranged Xiao Yuan. Shen Qingzhu and the ninth seat deftly evaded the formation, ensuring they would not be caught within its grasp. Upon the formation's completion, Bai Lisin's expression darkened further. "Captain Wei, will you not intervene while a malevolent superhuman runs rampant?" The weight of her words was palpable. Captain Wei Xiaoming, leader of the 010 team of the Night Watcher stationed in Guangzhou in Shenzhen, faced off against Lin Xie and his 5 companions. After a tense exchange, Lin Xie discerned the true nature of the 010 team. They were nothing more than parasites, willing to serve as lackeys for Bai Lisin. With that realization, he felt no hesitation. "Fifth reserve team, eliminate them." Qiao Yuan unsheathed his broadsword with a swift motion, an aura of malevolence erupting from within him. The madman Qiao Yuan grinned widely, brandishing his blade as he charged towards the 010 team. He! Jialan knocked an arrow, releasing it with precision towards their foes. And Qingyu wove strands of energy to disrupt the optical camouflage of the 010 team, her fingertips coalescing frost to strike at them. Lin Xie, like the wind, darted past Wei Xiaoming, targeting Bai Lisin and Bai Lijing. As Wei Xiaoming prepared to thwart Lin Xie, thorny brambles erupted from the ground, striking him mercilessly. Caught off guard, he was slashed by several thorns. Feng Yaozhi sneered, "Your opponent is me." With a graceful lift of her hand, she clenched it tightly, invoking Night Parade of 100 Demons. The dark portal of the underworld materialized behind her. 3 armored ghost generals led a horde of vengeful spirits, each bearing distinct signs of their demise, emerging from the ominous gate. Ghost generals, crush them. Yes. The banquet descended into chaos, the atmosphere thick with malevolence and resentment. With the addition of the ghost generals and their spectral allies, Feng Yaozhi and her companions overwhelmed Bai Lisin's group with sheer numbers, easily capable of overpowering them through relentless assaults. Except for Wei Xiaoming, the entirety of the 010 team fell before Feng Yaozhi and her allies. And Shan Kansing was not spared either. Now, only Bai Lisin, Bai Lijing, and Wei Xiaoming remained among the adversaries. Shen Qingzhu, concealed in the shadows, felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that Lin Xie and his companions had formed a team. And even more astonishing was Feng Yaozhi's inclusion in this special 5th reserve team. Furthermore, she had grown stronger and possessed the ability to summon spirits from the underworld. Wei Xiaoming clashed with the forbidden item song of the sparrow against the immortal Jialan, who dominated him with overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, Lin Xie's attacks were effortlessly repelled by Bai Lisin's forbidden item, Wall of Size. At that moment, Bai Lisin revealed his meticulously trained Zodiac 12. Among them stood 1 at the Klein realm, 3 in the Infinite realm, and 8 at the Ocean realm, reflecting on the 5th reserve team. Only Feng Yaozhi stands among them. The atmosphere grew instantly grave. Gai Li Sin exhibit a haughty demeanor, casting a nonchalant gaze upon the 5. "Are you certain you wish to proceed? If you choose to halt here, I can overlook this matter." Lin Xie maintained a tranquil expression. "We merely seek justice for Fatty. Thus you must perish." In an instant, Lin Xie's aura transformed dramatically, for he bore the soul of Nikes. His short hair cascaded into long locks, and he ascended to the threshold of Klein. As the soul transfer occurred, darkness enveloped the entire building. Simultaneously, Feng Yaozhi once again invoked the 6 paths of reincarnation, first eliminating the 8 individuals of her realm. The myriad spirits had already returned to Fengdu. They could not remain outside for long. Feng Yaozhi gently raised her hand, standing before the 6 paths of reincarnation, her garments fluttering gracefully. 6 paths of reincarnation. Judgment, the 8C realm conduits of the zodiac. 8 beams of black light surged forth from the 6 paths of reincarnation, swiftly encircling the 8C realm conduits, their astonished gazes witness to their impending doom. Several iron chains emerged from the void, binding each one in turn. An ancient voice resounded, "Judgment of the sinners, the 8 conduits of the zodiac." The conduits have committed acts of murder and desecration. Please decree their fate. Feng Yaozhi's lips parted slightly, her voice as frigid as ice. All shall descend into the hell path. Judgment complete. The 8 conduits have fallen into the hell path. Enduring the torments of 18 layers of hell, the punishment begins. The iron chains dragged all 8 into the hell path, subjected to the agonies of 18 layers of torment. The 6 paths of reincarnation has its limitations. Theoretically, conduits of the same realm as Feng Yaozhi could be utterly annihilated. However, in this instance, the judgment encompassed 8 conduits, a number too great to permit total eradication. Yet, rendering them half-dead was feasible, requiring only her final strike to finish them off. The remaining 4 conduits gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. They had just contemplated intervening, yet found themselves powerless. The 6 paths of reincarnation, birthed by the Mother of Earth, was not something ordinary conduits could oppose, even if Feng Yaozhi had merely summoned a fragment of her power. Once judgment commenced, it could not be interrupted unless the conduits possessed the strength to slay gods. Bali Xian's expression darkened. 8 of the 12 conduits had already been seized. In the state of soul-bearing, Lin Chia wielded a straight blade, charging toward the Klein Realm conduit. "Where are you looking? Your opponent is me." The frenzied Mo Chaoyuan and in Qingzhu confronted 2 Wuliang conduits. Another Wuliang conduit advanced toward Feng Yaozhi. She furrowed her brow slightly. With only a few minutes remaining until the punishment concluded, she could not continue using the divine ruins of the 6 paths of reincarnation to judge Wuliang conduits. Nor could she employ other divine ruins. Thus, she would resort to alternative means. With a subtle flick of her wrist, the conduit of absolute domain materialized in her hand. The absolute domain, an offensive conduit bestowed by Yi Fan, had seen little use. She had only employed it once when trapping the ghost-faced king in Songnan City. She unfurled her absolute domain, ensnaring the boundless realm, forbidden entity within its confines. The absolute domain can entrap the Klein realm for a duration of 1 minute, while the boundless realm, forbidden entity, can be confined for 2 minutes. However, there exists a slight drawback. This confinement is merely that, a pure entrapment, at most inducing a sense of oppressive cold, plummeting to a chilling -40 degrees Celsius, accompanied by intermittent assaults from icy blades. Feng Yaozhi finds it impossible to penetrate the domain to eliminate the boundless realm, forbidden entity. Nevertheless, 2 minutes suffices. Upon its release, the boundless realm, forbidden entity is left severely drained, its body thoroughly chilled. Chapter 52. Bloodbath at the venue. Feng Yaozhi deftly twirled her wrist, her toes lightly tapping as she advanced towards the bound object's enforcer of the infinite realm. The immense dagger in her hand rapidly whirled, striking directly at the enforcer's neck in an instant. The enforcer, though quick to evade, was still met with the sharp tip of the dagger, which pierced the skin, causing blood to seep from the wound. The enforcer of the infinite realm was only 1 realm above Feng Yaozhi. Yet she had no rivals within her own realm and possessed the capability to slay those of higher ranks. Moreover, the enforcer's mental energy had already been significantly depleted, rendering him less formidable. At the moment of their standoff, 8 enforcers from the sea realm were dragged forth from the depths of hell by iron chains, collapsing onto the ground like lifeless corpses. However, they would soon transform into true corpses. Feng Yaozhi swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between herself and the enforcer of the infinite realm. With a gentle lift of her hand, she grasped at the air, and 6 paths of reincarnation rapidly dissipated into the void as radiant light elements coalesced into a sphere within her palm. The divine void unleashed light elements. The golden crow illuminates the world. The resounding call sliced through the sky, echoing throughout the entire floor. A 3-legged golden crow, shrouded in the essence of boundless light and solar flames, emerged from the luminous sphere. It fluttered its resplendent golden wings and soared directly towards the enforcer of the infinite realm. The solar flames enveloping the golden crow shattered the enforcer's restraints, swiftly penetrating his body. In an instant, the pure light elements and solar flames erupted from every inch of the enforcer's skin. transforming him into a radiant sphere emanating solar fire, his form quickly consumed by the flames, vanishing into the air, even as the three-legged golden crow disappeared. Its afterglow continued to illuminate the entire floor, rendering the venue as bright as day, only reverting to its original state after a considerable pause. While the golden crow engaged the enforcer of the infinite realm, Feng Yaozhi had already positioned herself before the 8 enforcers of the sea realm. She spun the Amei dagger, condensing light elements at the tip, and with a swift motion, executed a precise strike to seal the throat. A trace of light elements lingered at the wound, igniting moments later into solar flames that devoured the corpse. The enforcer of the Klein realm proved to be a tougher opponent, and Lin Xie was still locked in combat with him. The guests trapped within the formation had shifted from their initial panic to a state of numbness, either standing or sitting within the confines of the array, with a few young individuals placing bets on which side would ultimately prevail. At that moment, a chime echoed as the elevator arrived at this level. The crowd frowned, wondering who could be arriving at such a time. A figure, bloodied and wearing a Zhu Beiji mask, emerged from the elevator. Lin Xie and the others instantly brightened with joy. It was Pang Pang. Bai Li Jing's expression shifted to one of shock. How could it be? How could he still be alive? I distinctly witnessed him take his last breath. This is impossible. Bai Li Xen gripped the restrained object, narrowing his eyes at the figure. Pang Pang. Feng Yaozhi's form flickered as she darted to stand before Bai Li Pang Pang. His appearance momentarily silenced the scene. Pang Pang. He, Lin Xie and the others exclaimed in astonishment, only for the madman Qiao Yuan to shift his demeanor entirely. As the wind gently approached, it unveiled the presence of Feng Yaozhi, who used the divine healing powers to mend Bai Li Pang Pang's wounds. Bai Li Pang Pang slowly removed his mask, revealing a rapidly healing scar on his face. His eyes, filled with complex emotions, shimmered with tears of gratitude. A dry voice emerged. Yaozhi, Sister Lan, Chia, Old Chao, Qingzhu, thank you all. Feng Yaozhi smiled softly, her voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. Pang Pang, we are friends, partners, teammates, and family. It is only natural. Lin Xie chimed in, Yaozhi is right, Pang Pang. You are our family. Jialan delivered a powerful punch that sent Wei Xiaoming crashing into the wall, unable to extricate himself. She flashed a smile at Bai Li Pang Pang, and Qingzhu adjusted her black-framed glasses, her smile shy yet warm. Qiao Yuan grinned foolishly, chuckling to himself. However, Bai Li Xian glowered at their joyful camaraderie, raising his hand to retrieve the fallen, devouring sword sheath to attack this ignorant group. Just as his hand was about to reach the devouring sword sheath, a flash of white light appeared, and the sheath landed directly in Feng Yaozhi's grasp. Feng Yaozhi raised an eyebrow. Do not look at me like that. This is not your bribe, but rather a prize I seized with my own abilities. Blame yourself for failing to guard the forbidden item. At that moment, Bai Li Pang Pang's wounds had completely healed, leaving no trace behind. He stepped forward, releasing the aura of the sea realm, lifting his hand and then gripping it tightly. Reversal of the universe, surrender of all things. A Taiji Bagua diagram emerged beneath him, swiftly enveloping the entire venue. All forbidden items held by those below the infinite realm flew uncontrollably toward Bai Li Pang Pang. Before long, he was surrounded by 8 forbidden items. Pang Pang. Just as Bai Li Pang Pang collected the 8 forbidden items, he heard Feng Yaozhi's voice unexpectedly, to which he instinctively replied, Feng Yaozhi's lips curled into a light smile. Let us strike them together. All right. Bai Li Pang Pang rotated the Taiji Bagua, positioning the Zhen trigram directly beneath Bai Li Xian and Bai Li Jing. Thunder. Feng Yaozhi gently raised her hand, and an 8 trigram formation appeared beneath her feet. She spoke with a chilling clarity. Zhen, thunderous might. With a thunderous roar, several bolts of lightning descended upon Bai Li Xian and Bai Li Jing, illuminating the venue with flashes of light, the very air vibrating with energy. Bai Li Xian barely managed to use a defensive forbidden item to shield himself from the combined strike of Bai Li Pang Pang and Feng Yaozhi. With their combined strength, Wei Xiaoming, the infinite realm forbidden item wielder, the Klein realm wielder, and Bai Li Jing all perished, leaving only Bai Li Xian. Among them was also the handiwork of the ninth seat. Bailey Xan drew forth the forbidden item, Requiem, attempting to turn the tide. But with a snap of Shen Qingzhu's fingers, he found himself unable to reverse his fate. Just at the right moment, Zhuo Qing made his entrance. Shen Qingzhu flickered into action, wielding the soul-cutting blade to personally end Bailey Xan's life, severing even his soul, followed by igniting a fire to incinerate Bailey Xan's corpse. Lin Xie and Bailey Pangpang gazed at Shen Qingzhu, who wore a white fox mask, their expressions filled with excitement. Bro, it's bro. After more than a year, they finally reunited. Feng Yaozhi raised her gaze to meet Shen Qingzhu's eyes. Sharing a fleeting glance, and a gentle smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling like stars. Shen Qingzhu slightly pursed his lips as he fell from the floor-to-ceiling window, disappearing into the clouds below. All matters had come to a resolution. Bailey Xan and Bailey Jing were both deceased, leaving only Miao Su as the sole survivor of Team 010. The venue lay in utter disarray. The fifth reserve team, alongside Shen Qingzhu, had left a bloody scene at the gathering. Under the watchful gaze of Zhuo Qing, Feng Yaozhi obediently dismantled the formation that had ensnared the guests, who were all taken away by Zhuo Qing's associates for ideological education. Chapter 53. The appointment. After Lin Xie released his soul from its burden, darkness enveloped him, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness, but he was gently cradled by a soothing vitality. Feng Yaozhi employed life healing to mend the injuries of Lin Xie and his companions, and after a brief interval, they were restored to their former selves. At the original base of Unit 010, having dealt with matters at hand, Zhuo Qing arrived at the villa. Upon seeing them, he rubbed his temples in exasperation. I've already stated that Bailey Xan should be handled by headquarters. Why do you still harbor murderous intentions towards him? Feng Yaozhi languidly raised her hand. Report, there are no murderous intentions. Zhuo Qing shot her a glare. Then why do you still wish to kill him? Feng Yaozhi replied nonchalantly. I simply do not wish for him to live. It is not out of murderous intent. Zhuo Qing, do you find this amusing? Are you engaging in wordplay with me? Feng Yaozhi pouted and ceased her retorts. Bailey Pangpang silently raised his hand. Report. Speak. Zhuo Qing turned, glaring at Bailey Pangpang. Bailey Pongpong's tone was meek. What punishment will we face? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Qing became animated. You have imprisoned ordinary citizens, wreaked havoc in the Bailey household, slain 12 envoys of forbidden objects, reduced Unit 010 to but a single member, gravely injured Bailey Xan, and killed Bailey Jing. With such a multitude of charges against you, it is likely that your fifth special team will not be spared. You may even find yourselves in a re-education facility for ideological training. At the mention of the last statement, Feng Yaozhi chuckled, reassuring the 5 members of Jialan. Fear not. My master is the warden of the re-education facility. He will surely arrange for our comfort, as if returning home. The 5 members. Zhuo Qing, you think this is a joke? Are you trying to curry favor before me? Feng Yaozhi pouted, her playful demeanor fading, and she addressed Zhuo Qing earnestly. Director Zhuo, I must emphasize a few points and clarify our position. Speak. Zhuo Qing felt an overwhelming fatigue. Firstly, our act of killing Bailey Jing was in response to his myriad schemes against Bailey Pangpang. He even personally took Bailey Pongpong's life. Had it not been for Bailey Pongpong's exceptional abilities, he would have perished long ago. Thus, strictly speaking, this was an act of self-defense. Secondly, our decision to slay the 12 envoys of forbidden objects and several members of Unit 010 was also in self-defense, as they sought to take our lives. If anything, it could be considered excessive self-defense. Lastly, Director Zhuo, had Bailey Xan not instigated trouble, we would never have caused such an uproar in the Bailey household. Therefore, the root of all this turmoil lies with Bailey Xan, not us. We are merely victims. We have not demanded compensation for emotional distress, medical expenses, or trauma. We have been exceedingly magnanimous. Lin Xie and his companions were momentarily taken aback. What a splendid way to deflect blame onto others. Yet, every word held merit. It was so reasonable that Zhuo Qing felt his own sharpness had been dulled. Zhuo Qing endured for a while, but ultimately could not restrain himself. Silence. Feng Yaozhi. Jialan blinked, gently patting Feng Yaozhi's back in consolation. Jialan's gentle touch was markedly different from the others, nearly causing Feng Yaozhi's heart and lungs to leap from her chest. Indeed, it is truly immortal. Feng Yaozhi managed a reluctant smile, extending her hand to grasp the soft, delicate hand of Jialan. Jialan, there's no need to console me. I am not heartbroken. If you continue, I shall truly become sorrowful. Jialan blinked, obediently responding. Soon, Zhuqing had finished his instructions, and before departing, he cautioned, "Do not leave Guangzhou or Shenzhen until the verdict is announced." The six of them nodded, smiles adorning their faces. Once Zhuqing departed, they slumped onto the sofa. Previously the most carefree among them, Bailey Pang Pang now sat upright, resembling a schoolboy in class, his voice subdued. "I am sorry." Before Bailey Pang Pang could finish his sentence, Feng Yaozhi interjected. Raising an eyebrow, she said, "Pang Pang, do you recall what I just said? The essence of my words is to blame others rather than yourself. This is not your fault. It is the fault of Bailey Xin and his ilk. You are the victim, the most innocent of victims. It is those despicable individuals who have rendered our team's hopes nearly non-existent. Hence, the fault lies with them, not with you. You are merely acting in self-defense. And remember, even if you enter the fasting institution, what of it? Consider it returning home. My master will take care of everything." Lin Xie smiled gently. "Pang Pang, we are family, teammates, bound by life and death. No matter what transpires, our hearts will always beat as one." Jialan raised her slender arm, clenching her fist in a mock attack gesture. "I will protect you, Pang Pang. I still prefer the way you used to be, fearless and always the joy of the team." Chao Yuan paused momentarily. "Even without the Bailey family, you are still Bailey Pang Pang, and you can continue to be fearless." And Qingzhu smiled shyly. "Whether or not there's a fifth special team, we are all in this together. If you truly feel guilty, you can knock them all out and let me dissect them. Bailey Pang Pang." The atmosphere that had just coalesced was shattered by Qingzhu's remark. The group exchanged silent glances, and then laughter erupted among them. The mood transformed from the previous somberness to one of lightheartedness and relief. Most importantly, Bailey Pang Pang felt liberated. He chuckled. "I understand now. I will certainly summon my spirits and return to being the old Bailey Pang Pang, to be myself once more." Chao Yuan glanced at the time, reminding him, "Pang Pang, it is time for you to prepare for your appointment." Bailey Pang Pang hesitated, lowering his head to stare at his hands, pondering. "Am I still worthy of such an appointment?" "Pang Pang, I just cast your fortune," Feng Yaozhi interjected suddenly. Bailey Pang Pang looked up, slightly taken aback. "What does the omen reveal?" Feng Yaozhi's expression turned serious, each word deliberate. "You will survive this calamity and surely be rewarded thereafter." Bailey Pang Pang. What a classic phrase from charlatan. He stifled his thoughts, but could not contain himself. "Are you planning to swindle the pensions of the elderly, then?" Feng Yaozhi spoke. "To be more specific, the Bailey group will belong to you in the future, as the entire Bailey family has perished." What? Is this a stroke of luck?" The first to respond was Chao Yuan, followed by Qingzhu, Lin Xie, and Jialan. The expressions of the group mirrored astonishment. Feng Yaozhi nodded earnestly. "It's true. You could trust me." Bailey Pang Pang cleared his throat and rubbed his nose. "Actually, it's not this that makes me hesitant to go, but I understand." Feng Yaozhi replied gently. "But Pang Pang, you need not fear. You are a member of the 5th Special Squad, at least for now. Your current realm has reached the Sea Realm, making you the second in our team to achieve this. Coupled with your unique Forbidden Void, your strength speaks volumes. Furthermore, although you have a round physique, you are still quite handsome. Lastly, you have always been deliberately nurtured in a peculiar manner by Bailey Xin and the others. Yet you have not strayed from your path. You are kind-hearted, compassionate, and possess a high emotional intelligence. In summary, you are attractive, affluent, and powerful, with a pleasant disposition that endears you to others. Thus, you need not feel inferior. You are truly remarkable." Bailey Pang Pang listened, dazed, to Feng Yaozhi's heartfelt words. Lin Xie and the others occasionally nodded in agreement or chimed in with responses. Feng Yaozhi patted Bailey Pang Pang on the shoulder. "Pang Pang, do you remember that seemingly trivial short article I shared with you before? Use it as a cautionary tale. Do not let regret haunt you for a lifetime. With his gaze downcast, Bailey Pang Pang felt something within him flourishing. Suddenly, he stood up with determination and strode upstairs. I've made up my mind. I will keep the appointment. Feng Yaozhi felt a wave of relief. She had successfully played the role of a matchmaker, or rather, a relationship mentor. Bailey Pang Pang donned a fresh, stylish outfit and set off for the rendezvous. At the high-speed train station, he met the elegantly dressed Molly, and the two strolled side by side, sharing laughter and light-hearted conversation. Their day was fulfilling. Although they were not yet together, they both understood each other's feelings, and they knew they would ultimately unite. Molly, a lot has happened today, and I need time to process it all. Will you wait for me to return? Molly smiled softly. Of course. I will wait for you. Always. Chapter 54, Gardening. A radiant smile adorned by Li Pang Pang's face as he entered the villa with a light-hearted step, humming a cheerful tune. Upon opening the door, 5 unmistakable gazes fell upon him, causing his smile to freeze instantaneously. Jialan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lin Qi teased, "How's it going?" And Xingyu scrutinized by Li Pang Pang from head to toe, noting the lingering smile on his face, as she remarked, "You seem to be doing well." Chao Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, Pang Pang, your romantic prospects seem to have blossomed." Feng Yaozhi observed by Li Pang Pang with a knowing smile, remaining silent. Clearing his throat, by Li Pang Pang mumbled, "We simply strolled around Guangshan City." Feng Yaozhi seized the moment, her expression revealing surprise. "Oh really? You still wish to keep it innocent?" Lin Qi's gaze toward Bai Li Pang Pang grew subtly intricate. Coughing heavily, Bai Li Pang Pang insisted, No, absolutely not. I merely asked Mo Li to wait for me before we parted ways. That is all." "So, you weren't together?" And Qingyu pierced through the pretense. Bai Li Pang Pang shook his head, "No." He then broke into a foolish grin. "But I have come to understand Mo Li's feelings. She likes me too. Hee hee." Jialan's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, as she had hoped for their union. Chao Yuan reassured, "No worries, there is plenty of time ahead." "Indeed." Bai Li Pang Pang nodded emphatically. By the way, he swiftly changed the subject. "Qi, do you find that white fox mask worn by Zhuanggu somewhat familiar? Wasn't it the one we encountered at the shrine?" Lin Qi pondered briefly. "It does seem so." Chao Yuan was taken aback, realizing that the individual in the white fox mask at the shrine was indeed Zhuanggu. Did that mean he was the one Bai Li Pang Pang was bound to? Upon hearing this, Bai Li Pang Pang's expression fell drastically as he lamented, "Oh no, I feel my life is in jeopardy. When Lao Chao and I first climbed ashore, we ran into Zhuanggu and his crew, and we even tied them up. After our escape, I gave Zhuanggu the finger. This is the end for me." Feng Yaozhi suppressed a laugh. Lin Qi, after a moment's contemplation, patted Bai Li Pang Pang on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "Fear not. After Zhuanggu teaches you a lesson, Yaozhi will ensure all your wounds are healed without a trace." Feng Yaozhi nodded earnestly in agreement. Bai Li Pang Pang, Chao Yuan. A few days later, Zhuqing arrived from the capital to announce the verdict. The 5th Reserve Team's qualification for regularization was temporarily revoked, but the personnel composition and the right to act freely were retained, and they were required to undergo comprehensive education in Huaihai City. Zhuqing also clarified the ownership of the Bai Li Group, with Bai Li Xin and Bai Li Jing deceased. According to legal protocol, Bai Li Pang Pang directly became the heir of the Bai Li Group. The group was collectively astounded. Bai Li Pang Pang gazed dazedly at Feng Yaozhi. "Yaozhi, you truly are amazing." Feng Yaozhi, with her hands defiantly placed on her hips, raised her head with an air of haughtiness. Ultimately, Bai Li Pang Pang resolved to enlist the night watchman to oversee the Bai Li Group, content to merely await the influx of wealth. Furthermore, he altered his name, discarding Bai Li Tumming in favor of the more fitting Bai Li Pang Pang. A few hours later, the group found themselves aboard a 6-seater van, en route to the venue for comprehensive education. Feng Yaozhi, suppressing her impatience, inquired, "Must we truly refrain from flying there?" Without a hint of compassion, Zhuqing shook his head, declaring, "Absolutely not." The others fell silent. After enduring a tedious journey, they finally arrived at their destination. Zhuqing admonished them, "Study diligently. Yi Fan has sacrificed greatly for this opportunity. The corners of Feng Yaozhi's mouth twitched in response. How could it not be significant? To ensure that Zhou Ping would instruct them, the esteemed commander of the Night Watch, one of humanity's elite, had willingly retreated to the kitchen to wash dishes for an entire 2 months. Once Zuoqing finished his admonition, he drove off in the van, leaving the group to silently observe his departure before turning towards the dilapidated warehouse. Upon opening the warehouse door, a cloud of dust engulfed them. Good heavens! Is this environment not excessively harsh? Bai Li Pang lamented. Lin Xie replied in a calm tone, Be grateful. At least we are not relegated to surviving in the wilderness. The warehouse was expansive, containing several independent small rooms, including a kitchen and a restroom, albeit in a state of disarray. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yaozhi declared, I shall take it upon myself to clean the warehouse. Raising her hand, a bagua formation materialized beneath her feet and swiftly expanded, enveloping the entire warehouse. Zhui Zi, cleansing technique. A flash of white light encompassed the warehouse, and in an instant, it was transformed, devoid of any dust. Admiration flickered in Qiao Yuan's eyes. The divine ruins indeed proved to be exceedingly useful. With the area now pristine, they set about organizing their belongings. Bai Li Pong's comfort space contained numerous essential items, including kitchenware and appliances, emphasizing its thoroughness. The 6 of them swiftly arranged their dormitory and kitchen before settling on small stools to engage in casual conversation. Bai Li Pang distributed forbidden items amongst them. Qiyuan and Zhanbai were given to Lin Xie, Wang to Qingzhu, Xuan's sword sheath to Feng Yaozhi, and Tianke to Jialan. As for Qiao Yuan, he found himself unable to utilize any defensive forbidden items, and the majority of the offensive ones were swords, which would drive him to madness upon use. Zhou Ping's 6-seater van broke down. Thus Feng Yaozhi and her companions had already fallen asleep by the time he arrived. Upon entering the warehouse, he commenced an inspection of the cleanliness, unexpectedly finding it to be quite tidy. Zhou Ping muttered, They are surprisingly diligent. The following morning, the 6 gathered to meet Zhou Ping, only to discover that Yi Fan had arranged for them to be taught by the Sword Saint himself, Zhou Ping. When they learned that Yi Fan's sacrifice involved working as a waiter in a restaurant for Zhou Ping, they were left utterly speechless. Commanderie, you truly make me want to weep. After a brief round of introductions, the 6 spent the morning reading novels, enjoyed lunch prepared by Lin Xie, and engaged in practical training in the afternoon. Except for Jialan, who possessed Immortal and remained standing against Zhou Ping, the rest were all knocked down. Feng Yaozhi, in comparison to Lin Xie and others, found herself in a somewhat favorable situation. Out of 10 encounters, she had only been knocked down 3 times, without any visible bruises. The following day, Zhou Ping shared his meticulously handwritten practical analysis and training regimen, while others received thick stacks of paper. Feng Yaozhi was presented with merely a few thin sheets, causing envy among Lin Xie and the others. Silently, Feng Yaozhi examined the paper in her hands. The speed and force are commendable, yet the techniques employed are excessively standardized. Resembling those of a robot controlled by programming the murderous intent is rather overwhelming upon reading the remark regarding her excessive murderous intent. Feng Yaozhi blinked in confusion and raised her hand to inquire, Senior Sword Saint, do you mean to say that my murderous intent is too heavy? But I have no intention of killing anyone. Zhou Ping regarded her calmly, pondering for a moment before responding, Murderous intent does not solely stem from the desire to kill. It often emanates from those who have traversed mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Such individuals exude an aura of lethal energy that lingers about them, much like yours. Feng Yaozhi's pupils widened in shock. What? I've only killed a dozen or so people, no more than 20. The others gasped in astonishment. Zhou Ping glanced at them, uncertain. However, from your demeanor, you certainly do not appear to be someone who has faced the horrors of such a path nonetheless. I have devised a plan tailored to your circumstances. Feng Yaozhi nodded, flipping the page, only to be rendered speechless upon reading the contents. In disbelief, she exclaimed, Wait, Senior Sword Saint, why does my training involve gardening? Zhou Ping elucidated, Your murderous intent is too pronounced. Cultivating flowers can aid in your self-cultivation and temper your spirit. If circumstances permitted, I would have you engage in acts of kindness among the populace, or perhaps care for animals. Feng Yaozhi replied, then I suppose I shall stick to gardening. Caring for animals seems rather burdensome. I find it challenging enough to look after myself. Bailey Pang Pang pondered for a moment before earnestly suggesting, how about we plant some vegetables as well? Growing our own food would be more reassuring. His suggestion garnered unanimous agreement from the group. After all, if they were to cultivate, it would be wiser to grow something edible. Feng Yaozhi shot him a death glare. Zhou Ping contemplated seriously for a moment before slowly nodding. Very well, Feng Yaozhi remained speechless. Chapter 55. The Sound of a Broken Heart. Thus, the gentle breeze guided Feng Yaozhi to cultivate flowers and vegetables. Aware of the constraints of time, and considering that the divine ruins of Feng Yaozhi embody the essence of life and healing, Zhou Ping instructed her to undertake a cycle of 10 days, culminating in the blooming of flowers and ripening of vegetables on the 10th day. Additionally, on each 10th day of the cycle, Feng Yaozhi was to engage in a duel with Zhou Ping. With her hoe in hand, Feng Yaozhi toiled diligently, occasionally glancing at her companions, Bailey Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan, engrossed in a game of tic-tac-toe, and in Qingzhu, who was excitedly constructing a laboratory, as well as Jialan and Lin Qie, making their way towards the woods for their duel. She felt a pang of despair. Who could understand that while her teammates were striving for progress, she was merely planting flowers and vegetables? Resigned to her fate, Feng Yaozhi worked the soil, digging holes for seeds, covering them with earth, adding fertilizer, and watering them. Utilizing the divine essence of the wood element from her divine ruins, she meticulously ensured the seeds took root, sprouted, and flourished, all the while weeding, fertilizing, loosening the soil, and watering. Occasionally, she would murmur sweet nothings to her vegetables and flowers. Remarkably, the produce she cultivated tasted exceptionally delightful, and the flowers bloomed with extraordinary beauty. After several cycles, Feng Yaozhi unexpectedly found herself enveloped in a sense of being in a paradise, living a life of contentment, free from all distractions, and feeling an overwhelming sense of relaxation. When she faced Zhou Ping in their next duel, her aura of hostility had notably diminished, and her techniques began to evolve beyond mere instinct, becoming fluid and adaptable, seamlessly integrating with her being. This phase of training concluded splendidly, paving the way for the commencement of mental fortitude training. Zhou Ping thoughtfully waxed the training ground to prevent injuries. The mental strength training begins now. Are you prepared? Ready. The six responded in unison. With a swift motion, a long sword was drawn, unleashing a wave of oppressive sword energy towards the group. Sword energy tidal wave. Lin Qie and the others were hurled back, crashing against the wall, and 4 of them lost consciousness within a minute, leaving only Jialan standing. Yet, Feng Yaozhi remained steadfast, seemingly shielded by an invisible barrier that repelled the sword energy. The formidable wave of sword energy was cleaved in two by this unseen force, passing harmlessly on either side of her and advancing toward the 5 behind her. Zhou Ping, gripping his sword, expressed his bewilderment with a soft exclamation, his gaze fixed on Feng Yaozhi in confusion. Feng Yaozhi stood frozen for a moment, before recalling a certain detail. An awkward smile graced her lips as she addressed him. Sword Saint, within my mental sea resides a golden talisman that protects my soul and mental strength, rendering your mental attack ineffective. Furthermore, it is triggered automatically beyond my control. Zhou Ping replied, you may continue to cultivate your flowers and vegetables. Feng Yaozhi responded with a resigned, oh. With the invisible barrier still enveloping her, she exited the warehouse, picked up the hoe at the entrance, donned her sun hat, and dutifully returned to her flower and vegetable cultivation. In a way, she had already begun to embrace a life of retirement. And so, the days passed slowly, with Jialan and the others engaged in their mental training, while Feng Yaozhi tended to her garden. Thus, a month and a half slipped by. Feng Yaozhi swiftly picked up her phone to call Yi Fan, claiming her foresight as the source of her knowledge. Yet in truth, she was well versed in the unfolding narrative. Hello, Commander Yi. I have recently foreseen that the ancient divine sect will undertake significant actions. They plan to annihilate all members of Team 008 in Lintang City. Furthermore, they intend to activate the god of the underworld's altar at the abandoned estate in Lintang City to summon Osiris. Additionally, a wind god altar will be activated in Tiana City. The summoning is expected to succeed in approximately half a month. As Yi Fan listened, his expression grew increasingly grave. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Understood, Yaozhi, we shall take care of this matter." Feng Yaozhi hesitated for a moment. "Commanderie, will you be summoning Sword Saint to assist us?" Yi Fan remained silent for a while. "Not for now. Let him refine his temperament for the time being." "Very well. Commanderie, good be. Goodbye." After the call ended, Feng Yaozhi sat on her bed, sighing. Time was passing swiftly, and she had yet to devise a flawless solution to the dilemma of Zhou Pinghua without sacrificing Yi Fan. Moreover, that body needed to bear the divine power of Zhou Ping upon his ascension to the supreme deity. Although Feng Yaozhi possessed the divine gift of Nuwa, creation and rebirth, it seemed inadequate for creating a divine body. Was summoning Nuwa the only recourse? Distressed, her gaze unintentionally drifted to the spatial bracelet on her wrist, and an epiphany struck her. She had yet to thoroughly explore the spatial bracelet. It appeared there were several small wooden boxes that remained unopened. Utilizing her mental energy, she retrieved the boxes, but after attempting to open two without success, each sealed, she managed to unlock the third. Upon opening the wooden box, she was momentarily stunned, a wave of exhilaration sweeping over her entire being. A solution had emerged. Both Zhou Ping and Yi Fan could be reconciled. Days later, Yi Fan contacted Zhou Ping, instructing him to bring Feng Yaozhi and 6 others to Lintang City to assist Team 008 in combating the ancient divine sect and disrupting the god of the underworld altar, while Yi Fan and his team would focus on dismantling the wind god altar. Feng Yaozhi was initially astonished that the narrative had not reverted entirely to its original course, but had instead shifted. She marveled that aside from the altered timeline and differing motivations, the core elements remained unchanged. Zhou Ping still led their assault on the ancient divine sect, confronting the god of the underworld. When Zhou Ping relayed the mission to the others, a hint of regret colored his tone. "What a pity. The training has concluded prematurely." Bai Li, who had been feeling quite exhausted, shuddered at this remark, his face turning sour. He had genuinely been worn out during this period. Old Chow, after failing to win at tic-tac-toe, would flip the table in frustration and direct his ire towards him. Ironically, his training involved controlling Old Chow while playing tic-tac-toe against him. In addition to this, he had to contend with the Sword Saint's surging sword energy, and upon fainting, he faced a slight retribution from Jialan. Bai Li felt an immediate kinship with the sentiments experienced during the duels at the training camp against the Moon Ghost. Lin Qie frowned. "Is Commander Yi summoning us to test the effectiveness of our training during this period?" Upon hearing these words, Zhou Ping appeared to suddenly realize something, his expression stiffening. He whispered, "In fact, your third phase of training is team combat, and the opponents will be the squads numbered 006 to 010. Thus, even without this unexpected task, you would still need to venture out. Team combat." The group was taken aback. "How are we supposed to fight? We lack the numbers." Qingzhu seized upon the crux of the matter. "Will the higher-ups notify these squads before we engage in battle?" In response to the eager gazes of the crowd, Zhou Ping slowly shook his head. "No, we must devise our own strategy for how to issue a challenge." The crowd fell silent, their hearts shattering at the realization. Chapter 56. Do not make a mistake. Amidst an atmosphere of silence, the helicopter summoned by Li Pang was approaching. Just yesterday, the dividends from the group had been credited, allowing him the means to hire the helicopter. After exchanging pleasantries with the sentinels, the helicopter landed smoothly on the open space in front of the warehouse. Lin Qie gazed at the helicopter and suddenly recalled something of great importance. His expression turned serious. "Pang, when will you reimburse us for the cost of the formal attire?" Li Pang replied, "It's been nearly 2 months. And you still remember?" "Right now." He promptly transferred the funds for the formal wear to Lin Qie, who felt considerably uplifted upon seeing the transaction notification. The 7 of them boarded the helicopter, which then soared towards Ling Tang City. Linjie Sudeni remembered. Commander Yi instructed us to collaborate with Team 008 to eliminate the believers of the ancient god church and subsequently destroy the dark god altar, correct? Bai Pang Pang, somewhat perplexed, responded yes. Thus a question arose. Lin Shiye's gaze fell upon the somewhat anxious Zhou Ping. And Qing Yu quickly understood. Sword Saint, we may need you to negotiate with Team 008 shortly. Zhou Ping, who had been staring at his own toes, trembled slightly and blinked. I think I can directly approach the ancient god church's headquarters and cleave the dark god altar with a single sword strike. You can negotiate with Team 008 and join me afterwards. Feng Yaozhi recalled Shen Qingzhu, who was currently in enemy territory, and coughed lightly. That might not be feasible. There is still an undercover agent on our side within the ancient god church. Indeed, we must avoid mistakenly harming our ally. Zhai Ge, Bai Pang Pang encouraged Zhou Ping with a supportive gaze. Sword Saint, let us first negotiate with Team 008 and then devise a plan to eliminate them. Confronted with their eager expectations, Zhou Ping felt himself shrink away, his voice barely audible. All right, if Zhou Ping had a shell, he would have likely retreated into it, producing only muffled sounds. The six exchanged glances, silently resolving to help ease the Sword Saint's social anxiety. Only Feng Yaozhi understood that in the future, Zhou Ping would still grapple with social anxiety, albeit now it would instill fear in society instead. The helicopter landed at a private airport, and after disembarking, the seven boarded a vehicle heading towards the Night Watchman's Team 008 base, the Daylight Detective Agency. Jialan curiously gazed at the agency before them. The anticipatory stares from the six made Zhou Ping's scalp tingle. Mustering his courage, he stepped forward and gently knocked on the door, his voice barely a whisper, exaggerating slightly. One could say that his voice was nearly indistinguishable from that of an ant. Is anyone there? We are here to assist you. The group fell silent. In the next moment, the door swung open, having been prompted by the sound of knocking. Team 008's leader, Li Hong, yanked open the glass door, and upon seeing the young man standing at the entrance, whose head was bowed as if it might fall, his expression of excitement abruptly stiffened for a moment. It was his overzealousness that led him to mistakenly believe the Sword Saint had arrived. Instead, it was merely a socially anxious young man seeking the agency's assistance. Embracing the customer is king philosophy, Li Hong's face brightened with a smile. Sir, how may I assist you? Zhou Ping moved his lips slightly, raising his head a fraction as he softly murmured, We are here to aid you. Li Hong's smile faltered once more, confusion etched on his features. Pardon? Lin Xie, recognizing Zhou Ping's limits, stepped forward and produced a crest. Greetings, we are the individuals dispatched by Commander Yi to assist you, and this is the esteemed Sword Saint. Upon verifying the authenticity of the crest, Li Hong's eyes widened in astonishment. He suddenly glanced at the man he had previously categorized as a socially anxious youth, stammering, Is this the Sword Saint? So young? Yet he appears somewhat socially awkward. Their team, being enthusiasts of deduction, could easily discern Zhou Ping's social anxiety through his demeanor. His averted gaze, reluctance to meet others' eyes, the quiet timbre of his voice, the nervousness that surfaced upon his entrance, his slightly rigid posture, and the instinctive clenching of his hands all indicated that the illustrious Sword Saint was indeed socially anxious. With a serious expression, Li Hong assured them, Rest assured, I will keep this secret. I will not let anyone else know that the Sword Saint is socially anxious. Bai Li, the jovial one, suggested, Let us discuss this inside. Yes, let us hurry in. Li Hong led the way. They ascended to the second floor. The glass door was ajar, revealing 5 individuals seated within. As they noticed the 7 newcomers behind Li Hong, their expressions shifted to one of seriousness. The Sword Saint has arrived. But which one could it be? Judging by the demeanor and position, it was likely the young man standing beside the captain. Li Hong introduced, This is the Sword Saint, and these others are his students. They have come to assist us with the cult of the ancient gods and the altar of the underworld. Allow me to introduce you all. Feng Yaozhi's gaze landed on the girl in a white dress, Jiang Er, standing by the sofa. A wave of relief washed over her. She was glad to have arrived early, as Jiang Er was still alive. Jiang Er, sensing someone was looking at her, lifted her head and met Feng Yaozhi's gaze, offering a gentle smile in return. Following a brief introduction, they delved into serious discussions. Li Hong produced a map, marking the location of the cult of the ancient gods. They reside within this estate. To avoid alarming them, we have only observed from a distance. Sword Saint, the decision is yours. We shall follow your lead. Zhou Ping remained silent, contemplating a direct assault on the altar of the underworld. Lin Chia, catching Zhou Ping's glance, cleared his throat. I shall outline the plan on behalf of the Sword Saint. First, the Sword Saint will strike the altar of the underworld to draw the attention of the first seat of the believers, while we will eliminate the other believers. Feng Yaozhi retrieved a group photograph taken during the New Year celebrations in Songnan, featuring herself, Shen Qingzhu, Bai Li, and Chao Yuan. She pointed at Shen Qingzhu in the photo, adding, "Remember his appearance. He is an undercover agent and a night watcher. Do not mistake him for an enemy." Upon hearing the words, the members of Team 008 cast admiring glances at the photograph of Shen Qingzhu. It was evident that an individual assigned to such a significant mission within the ancient God Church held a position of considerable esteem. The youthfulness of this person was surprising, yet their undercover aptitude was remarkably high. Chao Yuan noticed the admiration in their eyes and felt a smile rising within him. After all, he was no ordinary individual, but a prodigy with an innate talent for undercover work. Having reached a consensus, the group hastened to set their plans into motion. Zhou Ping, under the enhancement of an invisibility talisman, soared towards the estate on his sword. Feng Yaozhi, ever proactive, summoned wind wings to swiftly carry them towards the manor, also casting invisibility charms for discretion. As for Team 008, they were compelled to travel by car, as the number of wind wings Feng Yaozhi could conjure was limited, and too many individuals would pose a safety risk. Before their departure, Feng Yaozhi meticulously inscribed life-preserving talismans for each of the 6 members of Team 008. As her concern for their safety lingered, "What is this talisman?" Li Hong inquired, a hint of confusion in her gaze. Feng Yaozhi replied softly, "It is for protection." The 6 exchanged glances, then expressed their gratitude in unison. Meanwhile, within the estate, Shen Qingzhu was devising a way to notify Team 008. Blissfully unaware that a crisis was imminent, yet he was on the cusp of attaining his freedom. Chapter 57. Internal and external collaboration. Zhou Ping stood majestically above the clouds, the Longxiang sword drawn from its sheath, his wrist flicking slightly as the blade shimmered. The sword's brilliance, infused with a soaring momentum, cleaved through the heavens, striking the altar of the underworld god directly. With a resounding crack, the altar was severed in two, debris scattering, dust settling, leaving behind a terrifying scar of the sword. The third seat, closest to the altar, was caught off guard by the sword's energy, crashing violently to the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. His breath faint. The followers within the estate were, to varying degrees, also affected by the sword's aura. The first seat among the followers, known as the Wind Pulse Earth Dragon, transformed into its true form the moment the sword severed the altar, soaring into the air towards Zhou Ping. Shen Qingzhu emerged from the chaos, brushing off the dust from his attire and peering through the window towards the sky, his face a mask of astonishment. How could it be? He had not even had the chance to send word, yet someone had arrived. In an instant, a person came to mind, Feng Yaozhi. Feng Yaozhi possessed the ability to use her divine ruins, Bagua, for divination, foreseeing the future. Shen Qingzhu lowered his eyelashes, deep in thought. Clearly, he needed to hasten his pace to coordinate with them. The sound of footsteps drew nearer, the 12th seat approaching him. Upon hearing the noise, Shen Qingzhu raised his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. First, he would deal with you. Meanwhile, Feng Yaozhi and her companions arrived near the estate. Witnessing Zhou Ping unleash a sword strike that cleaved the entire estate in two, dust swirling in the air, Bai Li Pang looked on in mild astonishment, his eyes suddenly brightening as he gave a thumbs up to the sky. Sword Saint Senior, impressive. Chao Yuan nodded solemnly in agreement. The group refrained from advancing further, wary of being caught in the sword's energy. Once the sword's aura dissipated into the atmosphere. Lin Xie donned a Sun Wukong mask and spoke softly. Those followers are still alive. It is our time to act. Jialan's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to engage. The group promptly donned their respective masks, concealing their identities. At the moment of masking, an air of mystery enveloped them, exuding an undeniable aura. Bai Li Pang chuckled. Yaozhi's invisibility talisman can temporarily conceal our forms, making it perfect for ambushing them. The invisibility talisman drawn by Feng Yaozhi allowed them to see each other, while those without her drawn talismans would remain oblivious. It seemed the underworld goddess altar had not been utterly destroyed. Feng Yaozhi gazed at the profound sword scar on the estate and spoke slowly, turning to Qingzhu. Qingzhu, go analyze the underworld goddess altar. See if there is any means to completely obliterate it. And Qingzhu nodded slightly and swiftly descended. The group followed suit, their wings dissipating into the air. They divided into several teams, and Qingzhu and Chao Yuan, along with Jialan, headed towards the underworld goddess altar, while Lin Xie and Bai Li Pang set out to locate the followers. After a moment of hesitation, Feng Yaozhi chose to approach Jiang Er, as the brilliance belonging to Shen Qingzhu and Jiang Er must not fade. She walked towards Team 008, removing her invisibility talisman as she went. Two members of Squad 008 unexpectedly witnessed a remarkable transformation, their hearts racing with trepidation. Feng Yaozhi succinctly recounted the current situation. The sword Sane had cleaved the manor and the altar of the Nether God, yet the altar remained partially intact. Qi Yi and the others were now endeavoring to eliminate the believers. Li Hong nodded in agreement. Let's assist at once. Very well. Feng Yaozhi turned to Jiang Er. Jiang Er, your Forbidden Ruins is a spiritual field, capable of manipulating magnetic fields. I would like to request your assistance. Jiang Er's expression was one of confusion. What sort of assistance? Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu was approaching the 12th seat, intending to snap his fingers and siphon the air surrounding it, when an old radio in the corner crackled to life. Welcome to the Lin Tang storytelling session. Agent Zhuanggu was about to deal with the heretics when he was compelled to halt. For an elderly woman in a red dress, known as Li Godin, was approaching him. Upon hearing the name Zhuanggu, Shen Qingzhu momentarily hesitated, his eyes widening in astonishment, filled with confusion and intrigue. This radio. Why are you still standing here instead of dealing with the rats? Questioned the 7th seat, adorned in a red qipao and wielding a folding fan, as she approached from the corridor with a frown. The 12th seat quickly offered an explanation. Shen Qingzhu cast a sidelong glance at the radio, which resumed broadcasting. Agent Zhuanggu had already planted a bomb on the 2nd floor to ensure the smooth resolution of Li Godin's fate lies in the hands of destiny. In an instant, Shen Qingzhu grasped the situation. He followed the radio's directive to search the 1st floor and basement, while the 7th seat proceeded to investigate the 2nd and 3rd floors. Concerned for the 12th seat's safety, he clutched the radio and trailed closely behind. After Lin Qi dealt with the 7th seat using Eternal Secret Garden, Jiang, radio, Lin Tang's storytelling session host, Air conveyed the news of the 7th seat's demise in a different manner. Agent Zhuanggu, it is now your turn to take action. Shen Qingzhu smirked slightly and snapped his fingers at the 12th seat ahead. With a sharp sound, the air surrounding the 12th seat was instantly evacuated, and he compressed the air into a high-pressure barrier, trapping the 12th seat within and rendering her unable to escape. Before long, the 12th seat lay dead, slain by Shen Qingzhu. After a brief moment of hesitation, he addressed the radio. Can you hear my voice? Yes. We can hear you, crackled a response. Feng Yaozhi instructed me to inform you that the altar of the Nether God awaits. Shen Qingzhu momentarily paused, his lips moving. Understood. Jiang Er opened her eyes, her gaze complex as she looked at the nonchalant Feng Yaozhi beside her. Shen Qingzhu has already killed the 12th seat and is now heading towards the altar of the Nether God. Lin Qi has also eliminated the 7th seat. Feng Yaozhi smiled gently. Thank you for your efforts. Let us now rendezvous with them. Jiang Er nodded in silence, walking alongside Feng Yaozhi towards the altar of the Nether God, her mind racing with thoughts as they proceeded. To her astonishment, Feng Yaozhi discovered that the favor sought from her was to employ the spirit communication field to manipulate the magnetic field of Bai Li Pongpong's phone, facilitating their communication. Additionally, she was tasked with connecting the electronic apparatus beside the undercover agent Shen Qingzhu within the ancient god church, orchestrating a coordinated strike to eliminate the 7th and 12th seats. Feng Yaozhi and Jiang Er swiftly reunited with Lin Qie and the others, and together they advanced towards the nether god altar. At that moment, Zhou Ping had already slain the wind-vane earth dragon and gravely injured Yu. Yet regrettably, Yu managed to escape. At the nether god altar, Jialan, Chao Yuan, and Li Hong were fiercely engaged in combat with the third seat. After several surprise attacks, their invisibility talismans had worn off, for the third seat was, after all, Klein. Chapter 58, Qingzhu Welcome Home. And Xingyu swiftly analyzed the dark god altar, discovering that it was primarily composed of a yellowish-brown substance. As long as this substance remained intact and one's mental strength was sufficient, the altar could summon the dark god, even in ruins. His mind raced as he contemplated methods to eliminate the yellowish-brown material. Lin Qie and his companions joined the fray, while Shen Qingzhu was frantically fishing, and the ninth seat was deliberately holding back. Feng Yaozhi, aware of the situation, made her way towards the dark god altar. Knowing that the true valuable item was the forbidden object, the source conductor, classified as sequence 476, though she was unsure how to destroy it. The third seat, already gravely injured from sword chi attacks, was being overwhelmed in the relentless assault by the others and soon found himself unable to escape, ultimately meeting his demise. At that moment, the ninth seat and Shen Qingzhu were drawn into the nightmare realm along with the dark god altar. And Xingyu observed the altar's disappearance without losing heart. He adjusted his glasses and a faint smile graced his lips. I have found a way to destroy that object. What method? Feng Yaozhi inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity. And Xingyu's gaze settled on her. Your divine fire can incinerate that material completely. Feng Yaozhi was taken aback. Is it truly that simple? And Xingyu nodded. Indeed. Its current stored mental energy is insufficient, making it relatively easier to destroy. Moreover, given that the divine fire bears the title of divine, dismantling a low-risk forbidden object should be a straightforward task. That makes sense, Feng Yaozhi replied, slowly rising. Let us wait a moment. I trust Shen Qingzhu will resolve this soon. The plot had indeed advanced by half a month, and the mental energy within the dark god altar was still lacking to summon the dark god. Bai Li, with a raised brow, teased, Yaozhi, you have such faith in Brother Zhua. Feng Yaozhi chuckled. There are more than just Shen Qingzhu acting as undercover agents within the ancient divine church. Did you not notice how the ninth seat was consistently holding back? Chao Yuan paused, recalling, it seems that way. He was easily restrained by Captain Li. Li Hong exclaimed in surprise. So, there are two undercover agents beside Yi now. Lin Qie smiled slightly. Exactly. Yi is indeed doomed. In the nightmare realm, Yi intended to sacrifice the ninth seat to augment the mental energy stored in the dark god altar for summoning the dark god. However, he did not anticipate that Yi Lin was an undercover agent, free from the constraints of the soul contract. Yet, Yi Lin was no match for Yi and was swiftly defeated. Yi coldly regarded the fallen Yi Lin, commanding Shen Qingzhu to eliminate him, feigning the intent to kill. Shen Qingzhu approached Yi Lin. He had long sensed that Yi's soul was problematic, seemingly a dual-soul entity, and through clandestine investigations, he had gradually formulated a plan in his mind. He raised his voice. SpongeBob, let us go catch jellyfish together. Both Yi Lin and Yi froze in place. Yi Lin's expression one of confusion, while Yi's face gradually contorted in terror. The sentence resembled a key, unlocking a door sealed by the murmurs of madness. In an instant, the character transformed, his movements exuberant, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed phrases incongruent with his demeanor. Patrick, let us catch jellyfish together. Yi Lin, sprawled on the ground, gazed at this spectacle in stunned silence. Shen Qingzhu, undeterred, wielded the soul-severing blade, channeling his spiritual energy to decisively pierce through the heart of the character. A single strike ended his life, severing his soul. Clap. Qingzhu calmly snapped his fingers, and flames erupted, engulfing the character entirely. The inferno spread rapidly, leaving no trace of him behind. The souls of SpongeBob and Patrick liberated themselves from the character, returning to the form of a pug, a manifestation of the character's soul within the confines of the divine asylum. Qingzhu had personally extinguished the character's life, a wave of elation washing over him as the soul-severing blade transformed into a ring, adorning his finger once more. He approached Yilin, and they exchanged a few brief words. Soon, the nightmarish realm shattered, and Qingzhu, Yilin, and the altar of the underworld returned to reality. As the altar resumed its position, Feng Yaozhi swiftly enveloped it in divine fire, consuming the source conductor in a blaze that swept across the land. The altar of the underworld was utterly obliterated. Brother Zhuang, Brother Zhuang, Brother Zhuang. Different voices erupted from Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, and Bai Li Pangpang. Bai Li Pangpang, particularly animated, rushed toward Qingzhu. The latter smiled faintly at the unmasked faces. Long time no see. Feng Yaozhi turned, gently raising her hand as the divine healing enveloped all present, swiftly mending their wounds. Yilin, the most grievously injured, felt as though he had truly been reborn. Qingzhu, experiencing the long-lost sensation of healing within, lifted his gaze to Feng Yaozhi in the distance. The red talisman within his spiritual sea seemed to sense a familiar spiritual energy, flickering momentarily. Feng Yaozhi met Qingzhu's gaze, her lips curving slightly. Qingzhu, welcome home. Brother Zhuang, welcome home. This home referred to the great Xia. From the moment the character perished, Qingzhu concluded his undercover existence. He could finally walk in the sunlight, return to the night watchers, and come home. A moment of surprise crossed Qingzhu's face before he smiled. I have returned. Bai Li Pangpang affectionately slung an arm around Qingzhu's shoulders, chattering incessantly. Brother Zhuang, did you know? Upon awakening, Seven Night and Old Chow told me you had died. But I refused to believe it. I knew you could not perish, for you still possess the heavenly reversal jade. How could you possibly die? Then Yaozhi informed us you were alive. She drew a talisman for you, and she could sense it. As long as the talisman remains intact, it signifies your survival. Leaning closer, Bai Li Pangpang lowered his voice, and Brother Zhuang, the secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Upon hearing this, Qingzhu instantly grasped the meaning. No wonder. At the banquet celebrating the longevity of Bai Li, they exhibited no surprise upon seeing him alive. Their eyes were filled solely with the joy of reunion. It seems this was yet another instance of premonition. Lin Xie approached Qingzhu with a smile. Brother, your transformation is indeed remarkable. If Instructor Hong were to see you now, he would surely be left speechless. At these words, Qingzhu cleared his throat slightly. His time spent as an undercover within the ancient divine sect had significantly altered his temperament, rendering him much more composed, just as Instructor Hong had remarked 2 years prior. Chao Yuan, seemingly reminded of something, said, By the way, during those days of your sacrifice, Li Liang and the others burned paper offerings for you daily, weeping incessantly. If they were to learn of your survival, their joy would be boundless. Qingzhu pursed his lips slightly. Truth be told, he had also pondered how Li Liang and the others had fared over the past 2 years, yet he refrained from inquiring for fear of revealing too much. Do you know how they are faring now? Chao Yuan contemplated briefly before responding. I have heard that they have been diligently training to avenge you, and they visit Jinan Mountain each year to pay their respects. Chapter 59. Summoning the Great Emperor of Fengdu, Qingzhu. A ritual? No. Although he is not dead yet, Bai Li Pangpang suddenly recalled the moment he learned that Zhuaiga was alive. He felt a wave of relief. Zhuaiga? The day after your sacrifice, the 4 of us, Qi, Old Chow Yaozhi, and I, exited the medical room only to see Li Jia and his companions burning paper and shedding tears towards the direction of Jinan Mountain, imbued with a profound sense of ritual. At that time, I suggested that we should also hold a ceremony, but Qi feared you would seek vengeance upon discovering it. So we refrained. Otherwise, it might have seemed as though we were cursing your demise. Li Liang and the others were unaware of your survival. so their behavior was quite normal. Shen Qingzhu's lips twitched slightly. It was indeed rather ordinary, but why had his fists clenched? Feng Yaozhi began to stride towards Shen Qingzhu when suddenly a fierce wind arose, enveloping the entire estate in a chilling, deathly aura that expanded outward until it shrouded the entirety of Lintang. Feng Yaozhi's heart raced. He swiftly used his heavenly eye to peer through the walls. Before him loomed the netherworld, suspended above Lintang, plunging the city into an eerie silence. The god of the underworld, Osiris, emerged from the shadowy realm, surveying the city below. This cursed narrative. The altar of the underworld had been utterly destroyed, yet Osiris still managed to arrive here. Never mind. The great emperor of Fengdu must reclaim the Fengdu fragments that Osiris had seized. Li Hong felt a chill permeate his body. He rubbed his arms, questioning, what is happening? Lin Xie, sensing the external turmoil, grew increasingly solemn. Osiris has come. Without a moment's hesitation, the group dashed upward, conversing as they ran. Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow. The altar of the underworld has been destroyed, and no one has summoned him. How could he possibly be here? Bai Li Pang nodded in agreement. Indeed, his audacity is astounding. In the past, it might have been conceivable, but now that the divine capital of Huaxia has returned, how dare he come here? Feng Yaozhi pondered for a moment. This sudden turn of events prompts me to summon the great emperor of Fengdu to deal with Osiris. With the Sword Saint present, we may buy some time. Who knows if the narrative has advanced so far, whether the great emperor of Fengdu can arrive in time. Jialan waved his hand, his expression grave. I can also buy some time. Bai Li Pong's eyes sparkled with envy. The immortal is truly formidable, capable of standing against deities. Though it merely allows for the defense against divine attacks, it is still impressive. Feng Yaozhi chuckled. Jialan, you need not delay this time. There will be another opportunity. Jialan obediently nodded, understood. Upon reaching the ground, Feng Yaozhi lightly tapped his toes, soaring towards the netherworld on a wind wheel. At that moment, Zhou Ping wielded his sword, striking fiercely at Osiris. The deity, who had previously held disdain for the frail humans, began to regard Zhou Ping with a modicum of respect, albeit only a slight one. However, under the onslaught of Zhou Ping's sword energy, Osiris gradually took the encounter more seriously. As the wind swayed, Feng Yaozhi gently raised her hand, and a longbow materialized in her right hand. With her left hand, she deftly twirled an arrow, the divine arrow resting lightly on the sun-shooting bow. With a subtle exertion of her fingers, she drew the bow to its full crescent, the arrowhead aimed squarely at Osiris. Whoosh! The divine arrow tore through the firmament, propelled by a formidable gale and overwhelming divine power, hurtling directly towards Osiris. This marked Feng Yaozhi's inaugural use of the divine arrow. During the training camp skirmish against the masked team, she had merely released ordinary arrows from the sun-shooting bow. Moreover, there were only 10 divine arrows, and having now expended one, she had but 9 remaining. Bai Li Pang observed with delight as Feng Yaozhi brandished the familiar sun-shooting bow. Wonderful! It's the sun-shooting bow. We are saved, he exclaimed. Chao Yuan squinted, scrutinizing the arrow shot by Feng Yaozhi. This arrow appears distinctly different from those she previously loosed at the masked team. And Qingyu's eyes flickered with a hint of gray. This is a divine arrow, imbued with divine power. No wonder it feels different, he remarked. Chao Yuan nodded in agreement. Shen Qingzhu's gaze remained fixed on Feng Yaozhi, suspended in midair. Osiris, engaged in a duel with Zhou Ping, sensed an impending peril and swiftly evaded. Yet the divine arrow seemed to track him with uncanny precision, following his movements. Osiris narrowed his eyes, locking onto the divine arrow. Boom! 2 disparate forces of divine energy erupted, one warm and benevolent, the other cold and sinister. Upon releasing the divine arrow, Feng Yaozhi did not relent. She hastily summoned Emperor Fengdu. Positioned before the netherworld, she appeared diminutive against its backdrop, yet her presence was a variable of great significance. With her hands forming intricate seals, she intently declared, I, Feng Yaozhi, representative of Ancestress of Huaxia, beseech Emperor Fengdu to come forth and lend aid. As her words resonated, Emperor Fengdu draped in a black imperial robe, tore through the void and descended. Having sensed the presence of the Fengdu fragments, he had intended to arrive, but with Feng Yaozhi summoning, he could expedite his journey. Bailey Pang grinned at Shen Qingzhu, saying, "Hey, did you know? Over a year ago, Yaozhi summoned Nuwa and Fuxi in Sangnan City to save it. Although I did not witness it firsthand, it must have been magnificent, just like this time." Shen Qingzhu replied nonchalantly, "I am aware." Surprised, Bailey Pang inquired, "Oh, did you hear that from the ancient god church?" "More or less," Shen Qingzhu casually responded, his attention still on the unfolding scene above. He had previously overheard other believers discussing the divine battle in Sangnan City, and though he had only grasped the basics, he later learned that the representative of Huaxu had summoned Nuwa and Fuxi to resolve the conflict, prompting him to delve deeper into the matter. Emperor Fengdu, cradling the 6 realms of reincarnation, gazed at Osiris with a cold demeanor. "Osiris, the Fengdu fragments you seized must be returned, and your life shall remain here," he declared. Osiris opened his mouth, intending to mock Emperor Fengdu for having just emerged from reincarnation, surely lacking in strength. However, as he sensed the overwhelming divine power emanating from Emperor Fengdu, his words caught in his throat. What was happening? Hadn't Yama stated that Emperor Fengdu had only just returned 2 months prior? How could he have regained his divine power so swiftly? Osiris could never have fathomed that it was Feng Yaozhi who restored the essence of the divine of Huaxia, enabling their powers to return to their zenith, and even surpass it in an instant. The Emperor of Fengdu engaged Osiris with remarkable ease, consistently maintaining the upper hand. In the original narrative, even when his strength was not fully restored, the Emperor of Fengdu was capable of vanquishing Osiris. Now, at the pinnacle of his power, he dealt with Osiris with effortless precision. Before long, Osiris was slain by the Emperor of Fengdu, who then forcefully consumed the realm of the underworld, reclaiming the fragments of Fengdu. Even the laws of the Egyptian underworld were absorbed by Fengdu, embodying the principle of reciprocation. The Emperor of Fengdu carefully placed Osiris's lifeless body into a black coffin. After offering some commendations to Zhou Ping and Feng Yaozhi, he vanished into thin air. The chilling, deathly aura that had enveloped the city of Lintang rapidly dissipated, restoring the city to its former glory, bright, bustling, and infused with a vibrant essence of human life. Chapter 60. The soul's departure. Feng Yaozhi, upon realizing that matters had reached a resolution, finally felt the weight upon her heart lift. Fortunately, everything had transpired smoothly. With a decisive turn, she prepared to descend upon her wind and fire wheels, her gaze lingering on Jiang Er for a few moments. The pressing question now arose: how could she persuade Jiang Er to join their 5th reserve team? After all, Jiang Er was a pivotal member of the protagonist ensemble. Indeed, a protagonist in her own right. Her inclusion in the 5th reserve team was imperative. Suddenly, a blinding white light descended from the heavens, racing towards Jiang Er with alarming speed. The aura emanating from this light was eerily familiar to Feng Yaozhi. It was the essence of causality. "Jiang Er, be careful!" Jiang Er, startled by Feng Yaozhi's urgent shout, found herself frozen in place, her body paralyzed as though caught in a spell. Li Hong and the others attempted to intercept the white light, but it effortlessly passed through them, homing in on Jiang Er, rendering their attacks utterly ineffective. Expressions of disbelief adorned their faces. Feng Yaozhi quickened her flight, forming a single-handed seal. The talismans adorning Jiang Er radiated a golden light that clashed with the white light imbued with the power of causality. Yet, it was ultimately overpowered. Feng Yaozhi's expression tightened, her lips pressed into a thin line. Realizing she could not halt the white light, she pivoted to safeguard Jiang Er's soul. This cursed narrative, this wretched world consciousness, did it truly desire Jiang Er's demise, only to allow her to exist in a magnetic form within the forbidden ruins? Perhaps Feng Yaozhi's ire was too great. After forcing Jiang Er's soul from her body, the white light paused momentarily in the air before veering back. Retracing its path, Jiang Er floated in astonishment, watching her own body, cradled by Li Hong, as if struck by lightning. Is this My soul leaving my body? Jiangye. The members of Team 008 exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Feng Yaozhi landed gracefully, raising her hand to gently touch the center of Jiang Er's soul. A surge of life energy erupting from her fingertips and gradually merging with Jiang Er's essence, stabilizing her soul. Once Jiang Er's soul was secured, Feng Yaozhi turned again, infusing her corporeal form with life energy. After accomplishing this, Feng Yaozhi furrowed her brow and gazed skyward, cursing under her breath. How wicked, you treacherous heavens! Unable to allow Jiang Er to perish and exist in the form of magnetic energy, you resort to this soul departure, imposing restrictions that prevent her soul from returning to her body. Should I thank you for sparing her life? Shen, Qingzhu, and the others gathered around, the atmosphere thick with tension. Bai Li, plump and bewildered, glanced between the floating Jiang Er and her body held by Li Hong, tentatively speaking. What has happened to Jiang Er? She has experienced a soul departure. I currently lack the means to return her soul to her body. Moreover, should the soul remain detached for too long, it will dissipate and not reincarnate. However, I can preserve her soul from vanishing, Feng Yaozhi explained. Feng Yaozhi then turned to Qingyu. Qingyu, do you have a method to ensure her body does not lose its vitality? The life energy I infused can only sustain her for a short while. If her soul remains absent for too long, her body will perish as well. Qingyu adjusted his glasses, his gaze drifting over the ethereal form of Jiang Er. He spoke slowly. Indeed, I can encase her body in ice, transforming her into a frozen being. As long as I do not perish, her body shall retain its vitality. Feng Yaozhi nodded subtly, her eyes fixed on Jiang Er. Jiang Er, to be blunt, if you wish to preserve your life, you must sever ties with Team 008 and remain by our side. Only we can ensure the immortality of your soul and the preservation of your body. I will also find a way to restore your soul to your body. Suspended in the air, Jiang Er was momentarily taken aback, finally nodding after a brief pause. All right. Truth be told, she was still somewhat dazed. Anyone would feel disoriented when their soul unexpectedly exited their body. Feng Yaozhi exhaled in relief. Jiang Er's integration into the 5th Reserve Team had realigned the narrative, and she hoped the world's consciousness would refrain from further mischief. Li Hong opened his mouth, intending to offer comfort. Jiang Er. Yet, Jiang Diensli Shukhit. Captain, I'm fine. I merely feel a bit surprised, and I trust they will facilitate the return of my soul to my body. Well, Li Hong paused before continuing. Jiang Er, Team 008 will always be your home. We are all your family. Jiang smiled softly. Her expression readings. I understand. Captain. Zhou Ping approached them, carrying a black box, and as he drew nearer, he was met with the peculiar atmosphere. He hesitated, his gaze landing on the levitating Jiang Er. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "What has transpired?" Bailey Pang animatedly recounted the recent events to Zhou Ping. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Ping moved closer to Jiang Er, scrutinizing her condition. He realized that Jiang Er's soul had merely exited her body. No other anomalies were present. Lin Xie pondered for a moment. So, what was that white light that attacked Jiang Er? Qingyu fell into deep thought. He had attempted to decipher the white light earlier, but found himself unable to do so. Feng Yaozhi spoke softly. That white light was, in fact, the power of causality. Commander Ye's sudden assignment of this task stemmed from my foresight of impending calamity in Lintang City, and in my original vision, none of Team 008 would survive. The group displayed expressions of astonishment. So that was the reason you inscribed symbols on us 6, claiming it was for our protection, murmured a member of Team 008. Li Hong clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. If one is destined to bear the burden of causality, why not choose me? Why select Jiang Er, who is still so young, merely a child? Other team members voiced similar sentiments. Upon learning that Jiang Er's current plight was a consequence of their potential demise, they found it hard to accept, believing that her transformation was a result of their actions. Feng Yaozhi sighed softly. This is beyond our control. Jiang Er was destined to join the team, for she is one of the protagonists. Jiang Gentli Rishuat, Captain, Iam Eilricht. This situation is already a significant improvement. At least we are all still alive, are we not? Feng Yaozhi mentioned that she would find a way to allow my soul to return to my body. After a while, their emotions gradually stabilized. With matters here resolved, everyone naturally chose to depart, making their way to the residence of Team 008, the Daylight Detective Agency. And Qingzhu selected a room within the agency and began to encase Jiang Er's body in ice. Jiang Er's soul, unable to stray too far from her body, hovered nearby, observing in Qingzhu as he encased her physical form. Zhou Ping, injured by divine power during his duel with Osiris, was healed by Feng Yaozhi's use of life healing, which mended not only his current wounds but also those he had sustained in the past. Zhou Ping sensed a change within his body. He went to the restroom, removed his clothing, and was astonished to behold skin devoid of any scars in the mirror. He lowered his gaze, his fingers unconsciously curling. Chapter 61. Indulge in Sweets. Feng Yaozhi watched as Zhou Ping hurriedly entered the restroom, letting out a gentle sigh. Zhou Ping, possessing a heart as pure as crystal, had endured relentless bullying throughout his life. He suffered domestic abuse at home and faced violence at school, even to the extent of being sold by his own parents. Many have criticized Yi Fan for wronging Zhou Ping, believing that Yi Fan has been exploiting him all along. Yet, it was Yi Fan who extended a helping hand to Zhou Ping in his moment of utter despair, eliminating Zhou Ping's parents and becoming the hero in his eyes. Regrettably, Zhou Ping remains oblivious to the fact that the hero he encountered in his youth is none other than Yi Fan. Perhaps it is time to find an appropriate moment to reveal the truth to Zhou Ping. Feng Yaozhi took out her phone and dialed Yi Fan. "Hello, Commander Yi. We have resolved the situation here. However, even though the altar of the underworld god has been destroyed, the deity Osiris still manifested in Lintang City. The Sword Saint and the Emperor of Fengdu have successfully slain Osiris. Commander Yi, for safety's sake, we should fortify Tiana City. I have a premonition that the wind god will surely appear." Yi Fan pondered for a moment. "I understand. Focus on studying with Zhou Ping. Once you complete the 3rd phase of training, you will officially become part of the 5th Special Squad." Understood. He Lin's injuries had been treated by Feng Yaozhi, so he naturally did not need to go to the hospital. He and Shen Qingzhu stood outside the office, engaged in idle conversation. Shen Qingzhu leaned casually against the wall while chatting with Yilin. After a few exchanges, Yilin teased, "No wonder you were previously indifferent to women. It seems you have a girlfriend and are guarding your virtue." Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow. "Who are you referring to?" Yilin chuckled. "It's that Huaxu agent. I noticed your gaze is constantly fixed upon her. Your eyes betray your intentions." Shen Qingzhu's eyes flickered, and he tugged at the corner of his lips, retorting, "You're the one who is creepy, always staring at me." Yilin shrugged, his tone resigned. "What can I say? You're the only one I know among so many people." "Oh," Shen Qingzhu replied calmly, correcting him, "I do not have a girlfriend." Yilin stared at Shen Qingzhu for several seconds before nodding in understanding. "Ah, I see. You haven't mustered the courage to pursue her yet." Shen Qingzhu. Yilin patted Shen Qingzhu on the shoulder earnestly. "As someone who's been through it, let me advise you to seize the opportunity. Be proactive. Don't wait until others are in relationships and getting married before you realize you should act. By then, you might find yourself in the role of a third party." Shen Qingzhu felt somewhat speechless and scoffed. "You should be quiet." Yilin chuckled, gazing ahead. "I should take my leave now." Shen Qingzhu inquired, "Are you going to find your president?" "Yes." Yilin's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. "However, I cannot enter the mist at this moment. I must wait for the president and the others to arrive in Daxia. Then I will return with them." Yilin turned to Shen Qingzhu, his expression serious. "The Yu is dead, and you have regained your freedom. It is time to return. Just as your friends have said, you should go home." Shen Qingzhu fixed his gaze on Yilin, and after a moment, he replied, "Take care." Yilin smiled. "Take care." He stepped forward, his figure gradually fading from sight. Shen Qingzhu watched Yilin depart. His gaze lowered as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it with a casual air, though he made no move to smoke, merely observing the ember glow as it consumed the cigarette. A figure emerged from the office, approaching Shen Qingzhu's side. Sensing the presence nearby, he slowly lifted his head. only to find Feng Yaozhi standing beside him, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Qingzhu pressed his lips together. What brings you here? Feng Yaozhi chuckled softly. I came to see you and have a little chat. Qingzhu absent-mindedly stroked his fingers. About what? Feng Yaozhi pondered for a moment. According to the narrative of a novel, I should inquire about how you have been. So, how have you fared these past 2 years? A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Qingzhu's mouth. Yet he replied earnestly, Quite well. I eliminated the murmurs and dispatched quite a few of the believers. Feng Yaozhi nodded in approval. That indeed sounds positive. And you? Qingzhu scrutinized Feng Yaozhi. How have you spent these 2 years? Feng Yaozhi blinked. Quite well, actually. I've nearly completed the tasks entrusted to me by my matriarch. I've also joined the 5th Reserve Team. Commander, you mentioned that once we finish the 3rd phase of training, we could be officially recognized. Qingzhu responded with a gentle hum. Qingzhu, Feng Yaozhi suddenly called his name. Qingzhu looked up at her. What is it? Feng Yaozhi's expression turned earnest. Would you consider joining our team? She gestured towards the 2nd floor, where Lin Xie, Bali Pangpang, Chao Yuan, Jialan, and Xing Yu, and the ethereal Jiang Er watched them with eager eyes. They are all looking forward to your joining. Qingzhu glanced up at the quintet on the 2nd floor, then returned his gaze to Feng Yaozhi, casually replying, Sure. Feng Yaozhi smiled, giving an okay gesture to the group above. Bali Pangpang immediately erupted in cheers. Qingzhu observed their expressions brighten, a sense of joy washing over him. Feng Yaozhi turned her gaze back to Qingzhu, her eyes drifting to the cigarette pinched between his fingers. After a moment of contemplation, she earnestly advised, secondhand smoke is even more detrimental to health than first-hand smoke. Therefore, for the sake of your health and ours, consider quitting smoking. She produced a lollipop from her pocket. Stop smoking and enjoy some candy instead. Use sweets to help you quit. Qingzhu stared at her for several seconds before extinguishing the cigarette and tossing it into the trash. He accepted the candy from Feng Yaozhi. All right. Feng Yaozhi looked somewhat surprised, chuckling. Qingzhu, why are you so obedient? Qingzhu leisurely unwrapped the candy, his lashes lowering slightly as he retorted, What made you think of using candy to quit smoking? Feng Yaozhi tilted her head. Well, it's a common trope in novels. The female lead often helps the male lead quit smoking with lollipops, and I thought it quite sensible. Qingzhu's lips twitched. This isn't novel, and we aren't the leads. Feng Yaozhi blinked. But this is a narrative, just that I am not the heroine, while you are one of the protagonists. Regardless, if it proves effective, that's what matters. Indeed, Qingzhu held a lollipop, its flavor reminiscent of oranges. Feng Yaozhi, with a knowing smile, retrieved a handful of candies from her pocket and placed them into Qingzhu's cool hand. If you need more, just ask me. I have plenty in my space. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Qingzhu's lips. You seem to have planned this in advance. Feng Yaozhi nodded in agreement. Indeed, smoking is detrimental to one's health. She beckoned to Qingzhu, saying, Qingzhu, let us go. Qi Yi and the others are still waiting for us. Coming, Qingzhu replied, leisurely trailing behind Feng Yaozhi with the lollipop still in his mouth. As he gazed at the girl before him, warmth flickered in his eyes, and his lips curled into an involuntary smile. Over the past 2 years, he had not felt lonely nor afraid. For the talisman inscribed in the depths of his consciousness, a red symbol drawn by Yaozhi, would forever safeguard and accompany him. Chapter 62. Hop Feng Yaozhi and Qingzhu entered the office one after the other. As they ascended to the 2nd floor, the gazes of Lin Xie and the others shifted towards them. Bai Li, with a teasing tone, inquired, What were you two discussing downstairs? Jialan stared intently at the pair with excitement, resembling someone who had just experienced a delightful revelation. Feng Yaozhi discerned the hidden meaning in Bai Li's gaze and responded with a note of exasperation. What else could we discuss? Just the usual greetings and inquiries. Oh, and I also mentioned quitting smoking and invited him to join our team. Besides, didn't you already anticipate my questions? Bai Li squinted playfully, exaggerating. All we know is the greetings and the invitation for Zhuang Gu to join the team. Yaozhi, I didn't realize you were concerned about whether Zhuang Gu smokes. Lin Xie cast a teasing glance at Shen Qingzhu, his expression one of mild disbelief at Shen's transformation. Noticing Lin Qiye's gaze, Shen Qingzhu cleared his throat and awkwardly shifted his attention away from Feng Yaozhi. Feng Yaozhi shot a sidelong glance at Bai Li. Could you please be quiet? We need to discuss serious matters. All right, let us get to the point. Bai Li shrugged, putting aside his playful demeanor. Chao Yuan and Qingyu exchanged glances and shared a light chuckle. Jiang Air floated nearby, observing their interactions with a subtle smile. Assuming the authoritative posture befitting a leader, Lin Qiye addressed Shen Qingzhu earnestly. Zhuangge, we welcome you to our ranks. Shen Qingzhu chuckled softly. I, the night watchman Shen Qingzhu, am back in the fold. Lin Qiye presented an application form to Shen Qingzhu, stating, although our team's qualification for formal status has been temporarily revoked, we must still uphold the necessary rituals. Once you complete this form, I will submit it to headquarters, officially making you a member of our team. Feng Yaozhi added, by the way, Commander Yi just informed me that once we complete the third phase of training, team battles, we will be granted formal status, officially becoming the 5th special team. Really? Bai Li exclaimed in surprise. Then we must hurry. We are currently in Lintang City. Let us challenge Team 008 duel them. Gao Yuan Ponda Alao. Is there a rule stating we have to follow a specific order for team battles? And Qingyu quickly recalled the information Zhou Ping had previously shared regarding the third phase of training and shook his head. There's no rule. Then let us get started. Jialan rolled up her sleeves, eager to engage. Jiang E blinked in surprise. She had only just parted ways with Team 008 a few hours ago, and was already set to clash with them again. Lin Qiye observed their eagerness with a slight grimace. There's no need to rush. We've just come out of fierce battle. It will be wise to commence tomorrow instead. And don't forget the most critical task. We need to have Sword Saint Senior negotiate with Team 008. Zhou Ping, who had one foot out of the office, abruptly froze upon hearing Lin Qiye's last remark. He pressed his lips together and silently withdrew his foot, retreating along the same path. In the office, while casually chatting, Li Hong noticed Zhou Ping suddenly turn around. He inquired, Sword Saint, are you not going to find Captain Lin and the others? The Sword Saint had just spent over 10 minutes in the restroom, only to emerge and declare his intention to seek out Lin Qiye. However, he abruptly returned as he reached the doorway. Zhou Ping softly interjected, I came to get water. I came to pour you some. A member of Team 008 sprang up from the sofa, swiftly pouring water and placing the cup into Zhou Ping's hand. His smile radiating sincerity. Sword Saint, please drink. Gripping the cup, Zhou Ping felt a slight stiffness in his back as he silently sipped, using the act as a brief escape from interaction. As night fell, the Daylight Agency was particularly lively. A group gathered around a round table indulging in hot pot, featuring a dual flavor pot with tomato broth on one side and spicy broth on the other. Feng Yaozhi, who relished the spiciness, primarily consumed the meat and vegetables cooked in the spicy broth, only occasionally sampling a few items from the tomato side. Notably, all the vegetables were grown by Feng Yaozhi herself. They had harvested everything before leaving the warehouse, leaving not a single leaf behind. After all, with their departure, the sentinels would naturally not linger. Yet before leaving, they had taken a considerable amount of Feng Yaozhi's produce. Bailey Pang Pang picked up a piece of lettuce, and, after tasting it, remarked, indeed, homegrown is the best. Chao Yuan nodded in agreement as he ate. Li Hong gazed at the greens in his bowl with surprise. Did you all grow this? Bailey Pang Pang waved his hand dismissively. No, these are all grown by Yaozhi alone. Li Hong looked astonished at Feng Yaozhi, who was earnestly enjoying her meal, never expecting she could cultivate vegetables. Feng Yaozhi shot a death glare at Bailey Pang Pang. He rubbed his nose and quietly continued eating. Shen Qingzhu looked curiously at Feng Yaozhi beside her. You even started growing vegetables? Mentioning this made Feng Yaozhi particularly vexed. The Sword Saint said my killing intent was too strong, so he assigned me to plant flowers to calm my mind. But then Pang Pang suggested I could grow some vegetables. It's reassuring to eat what I've grown myself. My divine ruins can control plant growth, so the Sword Saint instructed me to operate on a 10-day cycle. Over the past month, I've grown more vegetables than we can consume. After distributing some, what remains is what we are enjoying today. Shen Qingzhu's lips twitched slightly. It was all about fully utilizing resources, yet one couldn't help but wonder if consuming vegetables grown in the divine ruins might lead to longevity. This little interlude quickly passed. Laughter and chatter filled the air. Bailey Pang Pang seized Chow Yuan's cup, ready to pour beer. Old Chow, are you still nursing that beer while keeping fish? Chow Yuan cleared his throat. I fear that if I drink too much, I might lose consciousness and transform into the Black King. Bailey Pang Pang glanced at the beer's alcohol content, his eyes widening in shock. Wait, a 3-degree beer is like drinking water. Old Chow, can you really get drunk on that? The expression in Bailey Pong Pong's eyes conveyed a clear message. Old Chow, you can't handle it. Chow Yuan shifted his gaze and resumed eating. He yearned to boldly down the entire beer to prove his resilience, yet he dared not take the gamble. One might gamble in silence. Yet what if he were to succumb to intoxication? Such a splendid day could be utterly ruined by him. Bailey, feeling no inclination to jest with Chow Yuan any longer, poured another glass of orange juice for him. Jialan savored her milk tea, taking delicate sips that brought a radiant smile to her face. After sampling a few dishes, Qingyu turned his gaze towards Jiang Er, who was languidly reclining in her chair. With a contemplative expression, he suggested, what if I perform a minor procedure on your body, to see if it can somehow move on its own to partake in a meal? Jiang Er responded with a silent incredulity. Isn't that akin to raising the dead? Though, it seems she is not yet deceased. Her body remains alive. Merely her spirit has departed, but the implication remains much the same. Chapter 63. A single phrase to warm his entire day, Jiang Er politely declined, stating, no need, I do not crave food that much. Very well, and Qingyu replied, a hint of regret evident on her face. Jiang Er remained silent. Lin Chia, while enjoying his meal, encouraged Zhou Ping to engage in conversation with Li Hong and the others, rather than merely focusing on eating. After a few words, Lin Chia increasingly felt that his actions bore a striking resemblance to a parent during the new year, urging children not to only eat but also to greet their elders. Lin Chia thought to himself, let it be, we'll take our time. Feng Yao knew that the more she consumed, the spicier it became, and with each bite, her lips grew slightly swollen and crimson. After sampling some vegetables from the tomato pot, she continued her battle with the spicy hot pot. Shen Qingzhu observed Feng Yao gasping for air amid the heat, yet she continued to eat. He took her cup and poured some orange juice, saying, Yaozhi, drink some orange juice to alleviate the spiciness. Feng Yao nodded appreciatively as she accepted the cup, their hands briefly brushing against each other. Unbeknownst to her, the spiciness had overshadowed the moment, while Shen Qingzhu felt a slight awkwardness, his fingers lingering as if savoring the sensation of their touch. The starry sky shone brightly over bustling Tang City. The following day, Zhou Ping hesitated before Li Hong, facing the expectant gazes of the 8 from Feng Yao's group. Fortunately, Li Hong quickly grasped his intent and agreed to the team battle without further ado. With Jiang Er's departure from Team 008, only 5 members remained. The 5th reserve team welcomed 2 new members, bringing their total to 8. Moreover, Li Hong from the Infinite Realm would not intervene. Thus, the 5th reserve team decided the participants through a draw. Lin Chia, Bailey Pang Pang, Shen Qingzhu, and Jialan would face Team 008, while Feng Yao, Chow Yuan, Jiang Er, and Qingyu would observe alongside Zhou Ping and Li Hong. The team battle concluded swiftly, with the 5th reserve team emerging victorious as anticipated. Their journey to Lin Tang City came to an end, and they planned to venture to Xining City for a duel with Team 009. Jiang Er bid a reluctant farewell to Li Hong and his companions, and Qingyu carried the coffin containing Jiang Er's body aboard by Li Pongpong's private plane. Though it was deemed inauspicious for a living person to lie in a coffin, no other vessel could accommodate Jiang Er's body. Feng Yao's space could only contain inanimate objects, and Jiang Er was not yet deceased, thus rendering it unsuitable. The group proceeded towards Xining City. In Xining City, at the station of the Night Watchers Team 009, known as the Rookie Station, Zhou Ping once again approached with trepidation under the expectant gazes of the crowd. However, this time, his interlocutor, unlike Li Hong, did not comprehend his intentions immediately, as they were unaware of his identity. Zhou Ping confidently declared, "I am here to disrupt the proceedings," leaving Team 009's captain, Huang Yuanda, in a state of bewilderment. Ultimately, under Lin Xie's guidance, they efficiently subdued Huang Yuanda, leaving behind a letter of intimidation. The first line of the letter read, "Dear crossed out, foolish." Once more, the 5th Reserve Team triumphed. In Xining City, and Qingzhu entered the Sea Realm, while Jialan, who had concealed her abilities, unveiled her powers as the moment deemed appropriate. Only Lin Xie and Chao Yuan remain in the realm of Chuanjing. While aboard a private jet en route to Huaihai City, Lin Xie experienced a breakthrough, ascending into the realm of the sea. Upon entering this new state, Lin Xie resolved to open the 4th door of the psychiatric ward at the Hospital of Gods. On the private jet, Lin Xie appeared to be meditating with his eyes closed, yet he was actually immersed in the task of unlocking the 4th door of the ward. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu, Bali Pang Pang, Jialan, and Chao Yuan engaged in a game of mahjong, while Jiang Er floated nearby, observing their play. And Qingzhu was lost in thought, and Feng Yaozhi and Zhou Ping were engrossed in novel. After several rounds, Shen Qingzhu had emerged victorious in nearly all games. Bai Li Peng Peng, having not won a single round, felt his composure shatter. He turned to Feng Yaozhi and, visibly annoyed, exclaimed, "Yaozhi, why don't you join? I'm done playing with him." Feng Yaozhi reluctantly lifted her gaze from the novel to respond. "No, you all continue. I'm not familiar with mahjong." "Not to worry. Brother Zhuai is quite skilled at mahjong. He can teach you." Chao Yuan chimed in with a smile. Shen Qingzhu tightened his grip on the mahjong tiles. His tone steady. "Indeed, I shall teach you." Feng Yaozhi politely declined. "No, it's all right. I'm not particularly fond of mahjong. You all can play while I continue reading." With that, she returned her focus to the book. A fleeting hint of disappointment crossed Shen Qingzhu's eyes. Bai Li Peng Peng, curious, approached Feng Yaozhi. "Yaozhi, what novel are you reading? You've been at it for quite a while." Feng Yaozhi lifted the book to display its cover. Smiling as she said, "It's a detective novel. These are books that Captain Li Hong lent to Jiang Er. Some of them Jiang Er hadn't finished, so he asked me to bring them and store them in my space. They're quite good. If you're interested, you can borrow them from Jiang Er." Bali Pong Pong's mouth twitched slightly. "No thanks, I'll let you enjoy it at your own pace. I'll return to playing mahjong with them." Feng Yaozhi nodded and resumed her reading. Before long, Lin Xie emerged from the Hospital of Gods. Upon seeing him, Feng Yaozhi hesitated before approaching, discreetly casting a soundproof barrier. "Xie." As Lin Xie contemplated how to treat Sun Wukong, he was suddenly interrupted by Feng Yaozhi's voice and instinctively replied, "What's the matter?" Feng Yaozhi stated directly, "You've opened the 4th door of the ward. Haven to you?" Lin Xie's pupils constricted as he regarded her, unable to maintain his concealment. "How did you know?" Feng Yaozhi fabricated an explanation. "Did you forget? The essence of the Huaxia gods resides within me. I can sense it, including Sun Wukong's aura. As for how I know about the hospital, that was revealed to me in a vision." Lin Xie studied Feng Yaozhi for several moments, finding her reasoning compelling. He did not suspect that she would betray him or leak this information. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "So the essence of the great sage is also with you? If we were to return it, would his healing progress accelerate significantly?" Feng Yaozhi nodded, "Yes. It's with me, but I can only give it to him after Sun Wukong emerges." As Lin Xie felt a tinge of disappointment, Feng Yaozhi slowly spoke. "Xie, do you believe me? I could dramatically enhance Sun Wukong's healing progress with a single sentence." Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. "What sentence?" The gentle breeze carries a subtle smile as Feng Yao remarks, "Pigsy and Sandy have returned to their rightful places. They await your return in the heavenly realm." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie felt a spark of realization. Could it be that the great sage's affliction is somehow connected to Pigsy and Sandy? With resolve, he decided to investigate further. Lin Xie then closed his eyes once more, entering the psychiatric hospital of the deities. In the psychiatric hospital of the deities, clad in a white coat, Lin Xie strode purposefully towards the 4th ward. He pushed open the door and approached the motionless figure of Sun Wukong. who sat like a stone statue in the center of the room. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, "Brother Monkey, the agent of Huaxu has asked me to inform you that Pigsy and Sandy have returned. They await your return home in the heavenly realm." Suddenly, Sun Wukong's eyes flew open, filled with intense emotion as he turned to Lin Qiye. In a hoarse voice, he exclaimed, "Is that true?" Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that the transformation of Brother Monkey was indeed related to Pigsy and Sandy. He nodded earnestly. "Indeed, the agent of Huaxu has been entrusted with the restoration of the essence of the deities of Huaxia, and your essence is among them. She would not deceive you." Sun Wukong bowed his head, his body trembling slightly, as he gazed at his own hands in disbelief. "They are not dead. They have returned. They await my return home in the heavenly realm." Progress of Sun Wukong's treatment. 66. Conditions for reward extraction have been met. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in astonishment. A single statement had caused the treatment progress to surge dramatically. Just one sentence could warm his heart for an entire day. Chapter 64. The album Feng Yaozhi closed her eyes and entered the divine mental hospital, promptly dismantling the soundproof barrier. Upon turning around, she was met with several penetrating gazes. With a slight twitch of her lips, Feng Yaozhi questioned, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Wily Fatty was the first to speak up. "Yaozhi, what were you discussing with Qi? You even utilized a soundproof barrier." Having grown adept at improvisation, Feng Yaozhi replied effortlessly, "Commander Yi instructed me to convey a message to Lin Qiyi, which I could only disclose to him." Xin Qingzhu regarded Feng Yaozhi for a moment before softly responding with an then returned to her daydreaming. Wily Fatty nodded in understanding. "I see." Feng Yaozhi affirmed. Indeed, Zhou Ping remained engrossed in his novel, entirely immersed in its narrative, unaffected by the surroundings. Feng Yaozhi continued to savor her detective story with great enthusiasm. Before long, Lin Qiyi emerged from the divine mental hospital, his face alight with joy as he approached Feng Yaozhi and whispered, "It truly worked." Feng Yaozhi smiled slightly. "As long as it is effective." Their exchange left the others puzzled, yet they chose not to dwell on it, preferring to entertain themselves. After a few rounds of play, Shen Qingzhu ceased participating. Due to insufficient manpower, Bali Fatty, Chao Yuan, and Jialan began a game of Do Di Zhu, while Jiang Er observed from the sidelines. Shen Qingzhu settled beside Feng Yaozhi, opting not to engage in any activity, merely leaning back in his chair, appearing notably relaxed. Noticing the movement beside her, Feng Yaozhi glanced up to see Shen Qingzhu, and after a moment's contemplation, she gently inquired, "Did you arrange to meet with Li Liang and the others in Huaihai City?" Shen Qingzhu responded softly, "Yes." He added, "The items I left at the training camp are with them, so I asked them to bring them along." Feng Yaozhi blinked, pondering what could be so significant that it was still needed after 2 years. Perceiving her confusion, Shen Qingzhu recalled the object of his desire. His gaze faltered, a faint blush creeping to his ears, and he chose not to elaborate. Feng Yaozhi did not press further. Seemingly recalling something important, she awkwardly stated, "By the way, in order to maintain the facade, even though we knew you weren't dead, we still prepared a grave for you at the Night Watchman's Cemetery in Shangjing City." After speaking, Feng Yaozhi tactfully suggested, "Perhaps when we reach Shangjing City, you could find a moment to dig up your own grave." Shen Qingzhu's expression instantly shifted to one of subtle incredulity, his lips twitching. Digging up one's own grave? It sounded utterly absurd. Gao Duan, who was in the midst of the Do Di Zhu game, cleared his throat. "Zhuai don't take it to heart. Fatty even consulted a master to perform a ritual to ward off bad luck. It definitely won't affect your fortune." Shen Qingzhu replied, "I appreciate your concern." He forced a smile, meeting Bali Fatty's expectant gaze, and stated flatly, "Thank you all." Bali Fatty scratched the back of his head, uncertainly responding, "Zhuai, why do I feel like you're being sarcastic?" Shen Qingzhu gazed at him, her tone serene. "You have overinterpreted." "Very well." Bali Pang fell silent. The private jet soon landed at the private airport in Huaihai City, where the 9 members transferred to vehicles en route to the 007 team's base. Given that Chao Yuan was previously a member of the 007 team, they readily agreed to the team battle. Zhou Ping sighed with relief. Lin Qiye, however, felt somewhat disheartened and could only ponder other ways to encourage the Sword Saint to engage with the outside world. What transpired next mirrored the original narrative. The Seeker appeared, and the 007 team and the 5th Reserve team competed to see who would capture the Seeker first to claim victory. The Seeker had intentionally revealed themselves to find Lin Xie. Thus, through the efforts of the 5th Reserve team, the Seeker was slain by Lin Xie, their soul entering the psychiatric hospital of the gods. The 5th Reserve team emerged victorious. After the team battle, Shen Qingzhu sought out Li Liang, Li Jia, and Deng Wei. The four reunited in a private dining room at a restaurant. Upon seeing Shen Qingzhu, who they had not laid eyes on for 2 years, standing before them, their eyes welled with tears, and they erupted into an emotional outburst. Had it not been for Shen Qingzhu's insistence that they refrain from rushing to embrace him, they would have likely thrown themselves into his arms, weeping profusely. Li Liang wiped his tears. "Brother Shen, you truly are alive. We thought you were dead. At one point, we even suspected it was a telecom scam, hoping that the fraudster could at least use your voice to chat with us a bit more. And that losing some money wouldn't be such a big deal." "Indeed, but thankfully, Brother Shen, it is really you. You are alive," Deng Wei cried out. Shen Qingzhu's lips quivered slightly. He took a deep breath and spoke softly. "It was my fault to deceive you all with my feigned death, causing you such sorrow for so long. I have returned now, and you may rest easy. Do not dwell on it." Li Jia dried his tears and stated earnestly, "Brother Shen, this is not your fault. It is all the ancient god cult's doing, all the murmurs, all the believers to blame. By the way, Brother Shen, I heard that the murmurs have perished and the believers are no more. Was it your doing?" Once Li Liang had exhausted his tears, he posed his curious question. Shen Qingzhu nodded. "In a manner of speaking, I was responsible for the demise of the murmurs and most of the believers. A few were taken care of by Lin Xie and his companions." "Lin Xie? His companions?" Deng Wei expressed surprise. "Brother Shen, you are working alongside Lin Xie? Who are these individuals?" "Yes, I am now a member of the 5th Reserve team, with Lin Xie as the captain. The team includes familiar faces such as Feng Yaozhi, Bali Pangpang, and Chao Yuan, along with others you may not know, and Qingyu, Jialan, and Jiang Er," Shen Qingzhu elaborated. "The 5th Reserve team, Feng Yaozhi, Bai Li Bang, Gao Duan." The three were astounded, their eyes reflecting admiration and joy as they looked at Shen Qingzhu. "Brother Shen, your 5th Reserve team cannot possibly be the 5th Special Reserve team, can it?" Shen Qingzhu nodded slowly. "Indeed." Li Jia couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Shen, your team is simply extraordinary. All the top members from our cohort are in your ranks, even Feng Yaozhi, who had never joined any team before." Shen Qingzhu smiled gently. After a brief exchange among the four, Shen Qingzhu inquired about his belongings. "Where's my luggage?" Li Liang patted the suitcase, assuring him, "It's all right here." "Shen, when we left the training camp, we packed all your things into this suitcase. Everything is just as you left it." Shen Qingzhu acknowledged with a nod and opened the suitcase on the spot. He rummaged through it and pulled out a black down jacket, from which he retrieved a small photo album containing merely 3 photographs. These were taken during the New Year celebrations in Sangnan City. After gently tracing his fingers over a group photo of himself and Feng Yao, he tucked the small album into the pocket of his clothing, keeping it close to him. "Forgive me, I truly have no time today. I promise to update twice tomorrow." Chapter 65. The pressure of authority. After a brief gathering with Li Liang and the others, Shen Qingzhu bid them farewell. Before parting, Li Jia waved reluctantly. "Brother Shen, I've heard that the mortality rate for the special team is the highest. You must take care of yourself and stay safe. We'll be waiting for your return." Deng Wei chimed in. "Brother Shen, when we meet again, you must be in good health." A hint of warmth flickered in Shen Qingzhu's eyes as he raised his chin slightly, adopting an air of defiance reminiscent of his fearless self from 2 years prior. "I am your brother Shen. How could I possibly encounter trouble so easily? Take care of yourselves, and do not tarnish my reputation." Li Liang patted his chest with a grin. "Brother Shen, rest assured, the 3 of us will look after ourselves and will certainly uphold your honor." With a slight smile, Shen Qingzhu turned away, waving his hand as he walked. Goodbye, Brother Shen." With his back to them, Qingzhu made his way toward the 007 team's base, while Li Liang and the others stood watching him recede into the distance, illuminated by the setting sun. They exchanged smiles. "It's truly wonderful to see you again, Brother Shen." At the 007 team's base, Feng Yao and a few others indulged in the warm hospitality of the team, enjoying an abundance of snacks and drinks. Much of the team's attention was directed toward Zhou Ping, the Sword Saint, who was an idol to many of the Night Watchers. As the heartfelt reception continued, Zhou Ping sat increasingly stiffly, his posture rigid as if seated on pins and needles, scarcely daring to blink. Qingzhu's arrival was a relief for Zhou Ping. With a swift motion, he rose from the sofa, his voice tense and rapid. "Let us go. We still need to head to the capital." Before he finished speaking, he had already exited the living room. Lin Xie quickly stood to thank Qing Sheng and the others. "Captain Gua, thank you for your hospitality and cooperation. We must hurry to the capital, so we'll take our leave." Qing Sheng waved with a smile. "Sword Saint, Captain Lin, farewell. We look forward to the day you become the 5th special team." "Absolutely." Without further delay, they exchanged farewells and departed. The 9 of them boarded the vehicle arranged by Li Fati, heading toward the private airport in Huaihai City. Upon arriving, they boarded a private jet bound for the capital city. During the flight, Chao Yuan broke through, marking the entire 5th Reserve Team's ascension to the Sea Realm. With his newfound power, Chao Yuan felt an exhilarating urge to test his control by drawing his sword on the plane. However, his companions, in a concerted effort to prevent any chaos, managed to disarm him, compelling Chao Yuan to abandon the impulse. After averting the potential crisis, the group gathered to fervently discuss the conditions for their formal recognition. After a thorough review, they discovered they had nearly fulfilled all requirements, with only the battle against Team 006 remaining. The conversation then shifted to what their team should be named. Bailey Pang racked his brains, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind as several team names emerged. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lin Xie. With a tone tinged with melancholy, Lin Xie inquired, "Are they appealing? Chao Yuan, are they mysterious? Qingzhu, are they handsome? And Qingyu, do they possess depth? Jialan, are they tacky?" Hearing these familiar phrases, Bailey Pang fell into silence. This scene felt oddly reminiscent. It was reminiscent of the moment they had experienced in Gusu City while contemplating a team emblem. However, this time, the roles had reversed. Lin Xie was now the one leading the inquiry. Reflecting on the names he had conjured, Bailey Pang chose to remain mute, regardless of the other attributes. The names he had envisioned were undeniably rather pedestrian. Feng Yaozhi observed them with a smile, choosing not to speak. Although she was aware that their team name was Nightfall, it was essential for them to arrive at that conclusion independently, without revealing too much. Jiang Er floated above, watching as they sank into contemplation, and gently suggested, "There is no need to rush. Let us take our time to think." Bailey Pang nodded earnestly. "Sister Jiang Er is right. Our current concern should be how to confront Team 006. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze swiftly turned to Zhou Ping, who stood with his back to them. Zhou Ping instantly felt a prickling sensation between his shoulder blades. Lin Xie pondered aloud. This time, it seems we 1T require the Sword Saint's intervention. Instructor Yuan is the vice captain of Team 006. He knows us and is certainly aware that we are the 5th reserve team. Our sole concern should be how to tackle Team 006. Sword Saint Bailey Pang uttered, his tone laden with gravity. Zhou Ping, feeling the weight of their attention, turned around stiffly and inquired softly, "What is the matter?" Qingzhu replied calmly, "Sword Saint, we would like you to join our discussion." "Huh?" Zhou Ping appeared bewildered, tentatively asking, "What are you discussing while you fight?" And Qingyu adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Sword Saint, you are our mentor, and we are your students. If we were to lose, it would not matter much, but we fear it may tarnish your esteemed reputation." Jialan nodded vigorously, expressing his agreement. And Qingyu's final statement struck a chord with Zhou Ping, for he yearned to be a great hero, and he could not simply acquiesce to this notion. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Ping approached them and conceded, All right, then Jiang Er's lips curled into a faint smile. Having just joined the 5th reserve team, she had felt a twinge of anxiety while teaming up with individuals she had only recently met. Talents were always exceptional, and being part of a special squad indicated an extraordinary caliber. In the 5th reserve team, her standing was the lowest, and, as a soul form, she relied on them to carry her physical body. She feared their dissatisfaction. However, as time passed, Jiang Er realized her concerns were unfounded. They bore no resentment towards her. They genuinely regarded her as a member of the 5th reserve team, and given her youth, they treated her like a little sister. Jiang Er cherished this atmosphere and enjoyed the camaraderie they shared as teammates. During the discourse on how to effectively triumph over Team 006, Feng Yaozhi intermittently inquired about Zhou Ping, encouraging his participation and urging him to voice his thoughts. Xiaopinggu and Yuan Gang refrained from taking action, as they were to confront a formidable opponent, a being of the infinite realm accompanied by 6 from the sea realm. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yaozhi gradually articulated, "Perhaps we can rely on our overwhelming presence." "Rely on our overwhelming presence?" Chao Yuan queried, puzzled by her suggestion. "Indeed," Feng Yaozhi affirmed with a nod. "By harnessing our overwhelming presence, we stand a resolute chance of victory. Both Qi Yi and I are agents of the divine, and the pressure exerted by deities is beyond comparison, undoubtedly formidable. Furthermore, your mental fortitude is commendable, and your collective presence will undoubtedly suffice to subdue theirs." Chapter 66. Zhou Ping's departure. Upon hearing his words, the crowd began to ponder, ultimately arriving at a consensus that the idea was indeed feasible. Lin Xie sighed, expressing hope that Captain Xiao and the others would tolerate an 8 versus 7 match. Bai Li Pang, with a furrowed brow, voiced his concerns. What if they insist on an 8 versus 8? Instructor Yuan also joined the conversation. Feng Yaozhi frowned slightly and said, Pang, please be quiet. Don't jinx us." Anqingyu pondered for a moment before stating, "I believe it is unlikely. The team battle is part of Commander Yi's meticulously planned training regimen, and it would be improbable for them to dispatch individuals of significantly higher realms against us, unless they choose to suppress their levels." Lin Xie sighed again, hoping for the best. Bai Li Pang turned to Zhou Ping, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Sword Saint, if there are any unreasonable arrangements in the team battle, please remember to save your beloved students." Zhou Ping looked at him and replied softly, "All right. Satisfia, Bai Li Bang Beamat." The private jet soon touched down at the exclusive airport in Beijing, and the group boarded a vehicle heading towards Team 006. While en route, they received a call from Yuan Gang. Lin Xie activated the speakerphone and greeted, "Hello, Instructor Yuan." Yuan Gang's voice resonated from the other end. "Xie, are you on your way?" Lin Xie replied, "Yes, we should arrive in about 20 minutes. Yuan Gang responded, "Great, we're ready to welcome you. After the team battle, I'll treat you all to a meal." Lin Xie exclaimed, "Sounds wonderful. Thank you, Instructor Yuan." Bai Li Pang leaned in with a grin. "Instructor Yuan, you're so kind to remember us." Yuan Gang's voice lit up with a hint of amusement. "Well, you are my soldiers after all." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. The vehicle quickly arrived at the residence of Team 006, a traditional courtyard. Chao Yuan stepped out and marveled at the courtyard. Team 006 must be quite affluent to reside in such a place. Lin Xie speculated, "It's likely that the headquarters allocated this courtyard to Team 006 since they are stationed in the capital, and such a display is warranted." Zilan Vima in Si Sivin. It certainly exudes prestige. The group chuckled in agreement. Bai Li Pang gave Zhao Lan a thumbs up. "My sister Lan is always eloquent." Just as they were about to knock on the door, it swung open from within, revealing the figures of Xiaopinggu and Yuan Gang among others. Xiaopinggu greeted Zhou Ping first, "Sword Saint." Zhou Ping nodded slightly, responding quietly, "Hello." Feng Yaozhi and the others politely greeted Xiaopinggu and Yuan Gang. "Hello, Captain Xiao." "Hello, Instructor Yuan." Yuan Gang smiled at them. "Well done. You have all made significant progress over the past 2 years." His gaze shifted to Shen Qingzhu, and he chuckled. "Especially you, Shen Qingzhu. If Hong were to see you now, he would surely be astonished." Shen Qingzhu cleared his throat and offered a somewhat awkward smile. After the initial pleasantries, Lin Xie proposed, "Captain Xiao, Instructor Yuan, we have collectively decided to adopt a different method for our contest, one that is swifter and does not necessitate the preparation of a specific venue. Let us compete in terms of oppressive might." Compete in oppressive might? Xiaopinga scrutinized the 8 youths before him and chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly, "Very well. Let us engage in such a contest. However, you must have one more participant than we do. Will you choose to forego one of your members? Or shall we have Instructor Yuan suppress his realm and oppressive might to match yours?" The 8 exchanged glances and swiftly reached a consensus. Lin Xie, as their spokesperson, declared, "We choose to have Instructor Yuan suppress his realm and oppressive might to compete with us. In this final team battle, not a single member of the 5th reserve team shall be absent." Xiaopinga nodded casually. "All right then, let us commence." Xiaopinga and Zhou Ping stood at the entrance, while Yuan Gang S8 and Lin Xie S8 stood opposite each other in the courtyard. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. "Qiao Yuan, draw your sword." At Lin Xie's command, Qiao Yuan unsheathed his blade, enveloped in a murderous aura, yet he remained composed as his terrifying oppressive might surged toward the opposing team. The members of Team 006 similarly unleashed their oppressive might, creating waves of formidable pressure throughout the courtyard. Jiang Ye, Yalan, Baili Peng Peng, Shen Qingzhu, and Qingzhu all released their oppressive might in succession. The ethereal power of the matriarch surrounded Feng Yaozhi, as the spectral image of the matriarch Huaxu manifested behind her, exuding divine authority. 6 distinct auras erupted from Lin Xie as well. Xiaopinga and his companions were taken aback, astonished by the sheer magnitude of divine might emanating from Lin Xie. The oppressive forces clashed, generating powerful gusts of wind that swept through the courtyard. 16 figures stood defiantly amidst the fierce winds. Just as Feng Yaozhi had previously stated, with the appearance of divine might, the 5th reserve team was guaranteed victory. In the contest of oppressive might, it was unequivocally clear that the 5th reserve team emerged triumphant. The other 7 members of Team 006, excluding Yuan Gang, were affected by the oppressive waves, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. The 8 members of the 5th reserve team beamed with joy. Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed in delight. Exchanging a high five with Qiao Yuan, "We VE won. We can finally be promoted to full members." Zhou Ping observed the faint smiles gracing their lips and was about to muster the courage to speak when his phone rang. He pulled it out to find a call from Yi Fan. Blinking in surprise, he answered, speaking softly, "Hello?" On the other end, Yi Fan spoke rapidly, "Zhou Ping, the wind god has appeared in Tianhe City, and your assistance is required." Upon hearing this, a grave expression crossed Zhou Ping's face. Without hesitation, he replied, "Understood. I will head there immediately." After exchanging a few more words, they hung up. Lin Xie noticed Zhou Ping's sudden shift in demeanor and inquired, "Senior Sword Saint, what has transpired?" "Indeed, Senior Sword Saint. Where are you headed?" Bailey Pang Pang leaned in to ask. Zhou Ping quickly explained. "Yi Fan informed me that the wind god has appeared in Tianhe City and has requested my assistance." "The wind god?" Qiao Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. "But that is a deity. Where have our deities of Huaxia gone?" And Qingzhu inquired. Zhou Ping shook his head. "I do not know, but I must go now. They are still awaiting my support." "Sword Saint, we shall accompany you. The strength of one more is invaluable." Lin Xie approached Zhou Ping, his eyes filled with hope. Meeting their hopeful gazes, Zhou Ping resolutely declined their request, shaking his head. "No need. You should remain here, preparing to officially become the 5th special team. I will go alone." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Ping carried the black box as he stepped outside. Gently tapping the box, the Longxiang sword unsheathed, and he soared into the sky, gliding towards the direction of Tianhe City. Chapter 67. Shaping the divine body. Lin Xie pressed his lips together, his gaze fixed anxiously on Zhou Ping, who was drifting farther away. Would the Sword Saint encounter peril? Bailey Pang Pang turned to Feng Yaozhi, placing his hopes on the latter's foresight. After a moment of silence, Feng Yaozhi slowly uttered 4 words, 9 deaths, 1 life. The crowd's hearts sank at these words. This implied that the Sword Saint would face numerous brushes with death, teetering on the edge of existence. The atmosphere instantly turned somber. Yuan Gang approached the group, offering words of reassurance. Rest assured, the Sword Saint possesses formidable strength, and there are other pinnacle beings among us. Feng Yaozhi averted his gaze, remaining silent. This situation was different. Zhou Ping would confront 3 foreign deities in Tiana City, while Yi Fan and his companions would face 4. The remaining 7 members of Team 006 had already been dispersed, leaving only Feng Yaozhi, 8 others, Xiaoping Ge, and Yuan Gang in the courtyard. Shen Qingzhu glanced at the expressions of the others and pondered for a moment. Instructor Yuan, we wish to know the whereabouts of the deities of Huaxia. It makes no sense that the foreign beings have come knocking, and yet they remain uninvolved. Yuan Gang was taken aback, turning to Xiaoping Ge as if to say, you should inform them. Xiaoping Ge raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the 8 individuals. This matter is confidential, and I should logically not disclose it to you. However, since you are now the 5th reserve team, only a formal transition away from becoming the 5th special team, it is permissible to share. His voice was solemn. The deities of Huaxia have gone to restore the origin of the heavenly court. It will likely take another 6 months for the restoration to be completed, which is why they have not intervened. As for Emperor Fengdu, that was an unforeseen circumstance. Is that so? Lin Xie murmured. Upon hearing about the origin of the heavenly court, Jialan's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes. Yuan Gang patted Lin Xie on the shoulder. Do not dwell on it too much. Commander Yi and the others will handle it well. You should rest soundly tonight. The formal transition ceremony will take place in a few days, and you will officially become the 5th special team. The group responded absent-mindedly, and, under Yuan Gang's arrangements, settled into the courtyard. The following morning, Lin Xie, accompanied by Feng Yaozhi and the 7 others, knocked on Yuan Gang's door. He opened it swiftly, astonished to see the 8 of them blocking his entrance, exclaiming, "What brings you here?" Lin Xie spoke urgently. "We wish to support the Sword Saint. After deliberation, we cannot stand idly by." Qingzhu said solemnly, "The Sword Saint fights for the greater Xia. How could we possibly remain passive?" "Indeed," Bali Pang nodded emphatically. "We understand the danger, but the Night Watchers fear not peril." Each of the 8 spoke earnestly in turn. Lin Xie's expression turned serious. "Instructor Yuan, please allow us to go. We are unafraid. Just as you mentioned before, in a few days we will officially become the 5th special team, whose duty is to navigate through the mists. Instructor Yuan, the Sword Saint is our mentor. We cannot just watch him fall into danger. Please let us go." Yuan Gang sighed softly, on the verge of speaking when 8 silver iron discs were delivered to the 8 individuals before him. Xiaoping Ji's voice resonated. "You may proceed. These will enable your passage through the mist." "Thank you." Feng Yaozhi grasped the silver disc and returned it to Yuan Gang, pressing her lips together. "My ancestral grandmother once declared that until the origin of the heavenly realm is restored, I must not tread upon the mist, hence I have no need for this." Lin Xie and the others were well aware of this, so they exhibited no surprise. Jialan also returned her silver disc to Yuan Gang, stating, "I do not require it. I am immune to the mist." Bili Pang instantly revealed a look of envy. Lin Xie declared with conviction, "Instructor Yuan, we shall take our leave. Upon our return, we shall be the 5th special team." Yuan Gang's lips curled slightly upward. "I await the triumphant return of the 5th special team." The 8 ascended on clouds under the watchful eyes of Yuan Gang and Xiaoping Ge. Just as they were about to enter the mist, Feng Yaozhi called out to Lin Xie, "Xie, extend your hand. I have something for you." Lin Xie extended his hand, puzzled. "What is it?" Feng Yaozhi raised her hand and imbued a talisman, brimming with vitality, into Lin Xie's palm, which soon vanished from sight. With earnestness, she cautioned, "This talisman contains life force and can save the life of one on the brink of death. Only divine power can activate it. Xie, remember, it is to be used only when there are no other options." Lin Xie instantly comprehended. It seemed Yaozhi had foreseen something once again. "All right, I understand." Feng Yaozhi's gaze swept over Shen Qingzhu, Jialan, Zhang Er, Bali Pang, Chao Yuan, and Qingyu, and Lin Xie, and she smiled. "I shall await your return. Farewell, Yaozhi." The seven chorused. Qingzhu cast a deep glance at Feng Yaozhi before turning away. For some reason, he felt a premonition that this parting would last a long time. Feng Yaozhi stepped forth from the soft white clouds, standing poised upon a wheel of wind and fire in the air. The white clouds carried the seven away. Feng Yaozhi waved her hand in farewell to the seven above the clouds before turning to soar toward Jiuhua Mountain. What transpired thereafter unfolded, as depicted in the original narrative. Zhou Ping shattered the ceiling of humanity to ascend to divinity, becoming a sword immortal of the mortal realm. Yet, his mortal form could not withstand the laws, and his body began to dissolve. Nix's healing progress reached 100, and she was successfully discharged from the hospital, whereupon she made a pact with Zhou Ping. Nix tore a fragment of her own soul to protect Zhou Ping's heart and spiritual consciousness, while Zhou Ping bestowed upon her a sword capable of slaying deities. Lin Xie and the seven ventured into the mist, where they were sent to the Japanese realm by an elderly Wang from the future. The four human sealings faced the four Egyptian 9 pillars gods, who were deceived and led away by the arriving memorial. Team 001, heroic spirits, including Huaxu, arrived at the Egyptian Sun City, ready to cut through fate. Thus, the divine war came to a close. Jiuhua Mountain, Guanzai Luwei, and Zhuqing San awaited outside the Grand Hall. Yi Fan inside the hall intended to exchange his life for Zhou Ping's. Just as he was preparing to take action, the air suddenly rippled, and a teleportation array materialized within the hall, from which a figure emerged at its center. A clear voice resonated. "This is futile. Commanderie, your self-sacrifice may indeed bring back the sword immortal, but he can only bear the burden of the Lord God. Should he ascend to the supreme God in the future, the dragon elephant sword will not withstand it." Feng Yaozhi stepped out of the teleportation array, catching Yi Fan's astonished gaze. She softly proclaimed, "Commander Yi, allow me to take this on. I can forge a divine body for the sword immortal." Huaxu and the others observed Feng Yaozhi, scrutinizing her intently. She retrieved a wooden box from the space, opened it, revealing its contents that resembled soil. "I possess the resting soil, and my blood carries the essence of the Huaxu's primal power, together with the dragon elephant sword and the destiny pearl. I am certain I can bring the sword immortal back." Chapter 68. Reunion after 2 years. No, this is not your responsibility. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, firmly rejecting her. The significance of one's heart's blood was immense, and even with such offerings, molding a divine body from a mortal frame was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Feng Yaozhi understood that she could not afford to suffer such a loss. Feng Yaozhi gazed at Yi Fan, her eyes resolute, each word deliberate. "This is my duty. It requires merely a drop of my heart's blood. A single drop can save 2 lives. It is a worthwhile exchange. Commander Yi, I am aware of what you wish to convey, but please allow me to finish. I am the agent of Huaxu, the hope left by the gods of Huaxia in the Great Xia, a variable in this world. Undertaking this is not only my obligation, but also my desire. I cannot stand idly by while you trade your life for another. My master has also advised me not to push myself too hard, stating that when the sky falls, there are those among you tall enough to hold it up. However, one day I too will grow into that height, so I cannot afford to relax." Feng Yaozhi fixed her gaze upon Yi Fan, softening her tone. "If we were to liken the Great Xia to a garden, Commander Yi, you are the gardener who sows the seeds, and we are the seeds you have planted. We shall eventually break through the soil and grow strong, becoming what we aspire to be without relying on your protection. Therefore, let me take this step." Yi Fan regarded the earnest expression on Feng Yaozhi's face, momentarily stunned before he consented. "Very well." Feng Yaozhi's face brightened with a smile. With a flick of her wrist, a dagger forged from her mental energy appeared in her hand. Without a moment's hesitation, she plunged the dagger into her heart. As the blade pierced her heart, an intense wave of agony surged through Feng Yaozhi, causing her complexion to pale. Her fingers twitched, and divine power enveloped a droplet of her heart's blood. Under Feng Yaozhi's control, the heart's blood, a portion of vital essence, the dragon elephant sword, and a life-transcending pearl coalesced into a sphere. Guided by Huaxu's divine power and the creation and rebirth bestowed by Nuwa, a divine body gradually took shape. At that moment, Huaxu and the other heroic spirits stirred, channeling the national fortune of Great Xia to cleanse this divine body. Soon, the divine body was fully formed. The soul of Zhou Ping and the glazed heart merged into the divine vessel, rapidly fusing together. Moments later, the fusion was complete. Zhou Ping slowly opened his eyes, bewildered as he scanned his surroundings, his gaze locking onto Yi Fan and Feng Yaozhi. What is this? Feng Yaozhi beamed, her heart swelling with joy that both Zhou Ping and Yi Fan could be reconciled. However, just as she smiled, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yi Fan instinctively reached out to assist her, but she waved him off. Quickly, she utilized the last remnants of her mental energy to retrieve healing elixirs and restorative pills from her spatial storage, consuming them in haste. Yi Fan's expression was complex as he remarked. It was Yaozhi. She used vital essence, heart's blood, and Huaxu's divine power to reconstruct a divine body, allowing you to be resurrected. Zhou Ping gazed at Feng Yaozhi in astonishment, murmuring, "Thank you, I." Feng Yaozhi understood his struggle to articulate his gratitude and his embarrassment in speaking. She smiled gently. "Sword Saint, this is what I ought to do, especially since you're my mentor." As Qi Yi and his companions ventured into the mist for support, I too felt compelled to contribute in any way I could. Feng Yaozhi spoke as she stepped towards the still shimmering teleportation array. "Commander Yi, please inform my master that I shall retreat to the heavenly realm for 2 years. Additionally, Qi Yi and the others will return." With that, Feng Yaozhi gradually vanished from their sight. Huaxu and the other heroic spirits also took their leave. Yi Fan opened the palace doors, and the trio of Zhuqing, who had been waiting outside, froze in astonishment upon witnessing the living Zhou Ping and the unscathed Yi Fan. Guanzhan first expressed joy at Zhou Ping's survival, then was taken aback by Yi Fan's well-being. He turned to Zhuqing. "Did you not claim that Yi Fan would sacrifice his life?" Zhuqing appeared equally bewildered. Indeed, Yi Fan was supposed to exchange his life for another. Lu Wuwei cleared his throat, smiling as he remarked, "Isn't this a good thing? Zhou Ping has returned. And Commander, ye need not perish." Yi Fan clarified, "I initially intended to sacrifice my life, but it was Feng Yaozhi who used her essence and heart's blood to forge a divine body for Zhou Ping." Lu Wuwei glanced into the palace, noticing the absence of any figures. "Then where is she?" Zhuqing was astonished. "How did she enter? I have been guarding this place and did not see anyone come in." Yi Fan succinctly explained. "She entered through the teleportation array and departed the same way." Understanding dawned on Lu Wuwei as he nodded. Guanzhan approached Zhou Ping, conversing with him briefly, and upon confirming his safety, felt reassured. Standing before the palace, Yi Fan gazed into the distance and softly declared, "Zhuqing, we shall proceed according to the original plan. You will succeed me as the Supreme Commander, becoming the 6th Supreme Commander of the Great Xia." Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, but Yi Fan's expression turned serious. "Zhuqing, I have faith that you will excel beyond my capabilities. I have been too lenient. I am suited to sow seeds and nurture them. The weighty responsibilities of suppressing certain high-ranking officials shall rest upon your shoulders. I must join the ranks of the heroic spirits to safeguard the nation's destiny." Zhuqing regarded him thoughtfully before nodding in agreement. "Very well." Yi Fan smiled. Subsequently, the Chronicles of the Night Watch recorded, the 5th Supreme Commander of the Great Xia, Yi Fan, attained enlightenment on Jiuhua Mountain. Zhuqing succeeded him, becoming the 6th Supreme Commander of the Great Xia Night Watch. Meanwhile, Feng Yaozhi exited Jiuhua Mountain via the teleportation array, her feet alight on the wind and fire wheel as she soared towards Kunlun. Her intention to retreat to the heavenly realm was communicated to her after summoning the Emperor of Fengdu, when the Queen Mother of the West relayed the message. Now, she sought the Queen Mother to escort her to the heavenly realm, as she was uncertain of its current location. As she flew, Feng Yaozhi pondered. There was no need to worry about Wang Mian. Prior to her journey to Fengdu, she had located him and bestowed divine power upon him, ensuring he would remain impervious to the ravages of time for 2 years. Once Feng Yaozhi's own realm elevated further, she could resolve Wang Mian's predicament in its entirety, liberating him from concerns. She had yet to notify Nan Shi Just as she prepared to retrieve her phone to message Nanxi, she encountered a manifestation of the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother smiled gently. Yaozhi, come with me. Feng Yaozhi nodded. Your Majesty. Please hold on a moment while I send a message. The Queen Mother of the West inclined her head in assent. Feng Yaozhi held her phone, sending a message to Nanxi. Cici, due to certain circumstances, I must enter seclusion for 2 years. Rest assured, I shall be safe. Feng Yaozhi continued, when I emerge, I will seek you out. She concluded, see you in 2 years, accompanied by a heart emoji. After sending the message, she turned off her phone without waiting for a reply. Taking a deep breath, she said, Your Highness, I am ready. Let's depart. The Queen Mother of the West nodded slightly. Under her guidance, Feng Yaozhi stepped into the heavenly realm. Just before crossing the threshold, she glanced back towards the distant horizon and murmured softly, until we meet again in 2 years. Chapter 69. 2 years later, 2 years have passed, and during this time, the 7 individuals have traversed vastly different paths. Lin Xie, washed ashore by Yuzuki Rin, emerged as Japan's foremost host. After drifting for 2 years amidst the foggy seas, Jialan returned to the Great Xia and subsequently joined the ranks of the Japanese community alongside Wu Xiangnan. Shen Qingzhu ascended to the position of the leader of the Japanese Black Killing Group in just 3 sentences. And Qingyu and Jiang'er, starting with a modest 20,000 yen, thrived in Japan, ultimately seizing control of the Pure Land and bartering the Oracle's envoy at the door. Bailey Pang Pang was transported 50 years into the past, indulging in the pleasures of Japan, reclining on a mat for half a century in sheer bliss. After being slain by divine punishment, Chao Yuan witnessed the Black King emerge to obliterate a city and several Oracle envoys. Thereafter, he was resurrected due to the death of the Black King and confined in the Pure Land prison for a full 2 years. Both mortals and spirits were on display, yet only Chao Yuan endured the beating. The entire Japanese community was engulfed in turmoil. Yuzuki Takahaku cradled the dying Yuzuki Heija, having scoured through thousands of gaming worlds in vain for a means to save him. The silver-haired youth knelt helplessly on the ground, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of despair as his eyes, shimmering with starlit crosses, reflected his helplessness. Father, Yuzuki Heija managed a faint smile. Takahaku, to have been able to be your father, I am already content. I apologize for not protecting you well. You must take care of yourselves. At that moment, Lin Xie approached them without uttering a word. He summoned divine power to activate the talisman that had been inscribed in his palm by Feng Yaozhi 2 years prior. The talisman, brimming with vibrant life force, slowly emerged from Lin Xie's hand. This talisman contains life energy. If I implant it into Uncle Jingjia, it can restore his vitality. Lin Xie raised his hand and embedded the talisman into Yuzuki Heija's body. As soon as the talisman entered, it erupted with a vigorous life force, spreading outward and coursing through Yuzuki Heija's being, gradually replenishing the vitality that had been lost. Yuzuki Heija's pallid complexion began to regain its rosy hue. Yuzuki Takahaku observed the status panel above his father's head. Player, Yuzuki Heija health, 10. 28. 50. A wave of exhilaration washed over Yuzuki Takahaku, and he blinked in disbelief. Father, your health is improving. Yuzuki Heija did not respond, as he was diligently absorbing the life force to expedite his recovery. Upon hearing Takahaku's words, Lin Xie felt a profound sense of relief. Thank goodness it worked. When Takahaku had fallen unconscious due to a genetic defect, Lin Xie had intended to employ the talisman, but recalled Feng Yaozhi's words, that it should only be used when no other options remained. Thus, he had restrained himself from utilizing it. Little did he know, the true purpose of the talisman would manifest at this very moment to be used on Uncle Jingjia. Lin Xie silently commended Feng Yaozhi in his heart as he watched Yuzuki Heija's condition improve. In a fleeting moment, Yuli Heija absorbed the vitality contained within the talisman, and his health bar surged to 95. He slowly opened his eyes, meeting the worried gaze of Yuli Longbai. A smile graced his lips, radiating an aura of rebirth. Longbai, father can now be by your side, along with your sister. Yuli Longbai parted her lips, Father. Yoli Heijia's gaze fell upon the smiling Lin Xie. His voice laced with gratitude. Xie, thank you for saving me. Lin Xie shook his head with a smile. This is not my merit. The talisman was given to me by another member of our team. It is her accomplishment. Yoli Heijia stood from the ground, smiling. Then where is this teammate now? I wish to express my thanks. Lin Xie gazed slightly upward into the distance, his voice mingling with the wind, sounding somewhat ethereal. She is in the Great Xia, waiting for us to return home. Great Xia, Kunlun Yaoqi, within an elegant palace. A white-haired girl clad in a greenish-blue, front-opening skirt sat cross-legged on a mat, her hair cascading down to her waist, only partially secured by a greenish-blue plum blossom tassel. Sensing something, her long, thick eyelashes fluttered before she slowly opened her strikingly bright eyes, as clear as the starry heavens. Feng Yaozhi lifted her gaze, turning to peer through the window towards the horizon. As she moved, the plum blossom tassel swayed gently, a few strands of white hair falling onto her shoulders. Her lips, tinted like vermilion, seemed to murmur softly, "Finally they are returning." Yoli Heijia, armed with the mesmerizing eye, plunged into the fray, feeling an inexhaustible surge of strength, as if he had been completely reborn. Meanwhile, Yoli Longbai engaged the Thunder Beast in combat. Lin Xie, observing the Thunder Beast, slowly retrieved a wooden chopstick that Zhou Ping had previously given him. He dispatched the Thunder Beast with a chopstick and, adhering to the principle of waste not, used its blood and carcass to perform a summoning spell, directly calling forth a frost giant dragon. The calamity fled, and the other oracle bearers had perished. The chaos in the Japanese circle concluded at this juncture. The group gathered together, and Qingzhu observed the now vibrant Yoli Heijia, who bore no resemblance to his previously lifeless state, and a flicker of gray crossed her eyes as she noticed the abundant vitality radiating from him. And Qingzhu suddenly recalled their departure from the Great Xia and the talisman that Yaozhi had given to Xie before they entered the mist. She fixed her gaze on Lin Xie and inquired, "Did you use the talisman drawn by Yaozhi?" Lin Xie nodded slowly. "Yes. I believe Yaozhi foresaw that Uncle Jingjia would perish, which is why she gave me the talisman and instructed me to use it only when absolutely necessary." Upon hearing Yaozhi's name, Shen Qingzhu's eyes flickered, her fingers instinctively curling. Jiang air floated in the air, arching her brows. "I wonder how Yaozhi has fared these past 2 years." Jialan blinked, remembering that she had yet to inform Zhuagu and the others about Yaozhi's situation. "I forgot to mention, Commanders would told me that Yaozhi went into seclusion in the Heavenly Court 2 years ago. Commander Zhua, whom we have encountered before as Zhuqing, ascended to the position of the 6th Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers of the Great Xia, following Commander Ye's abdication 2 years ago after the divine battle. Furthermore, the esteemed Sword Saint received a divine body, crafted by Yaozhi using certain remarkable materials. Commander Zhua mentioned that he confided this information to me because we are allies with Yaozhi. Upon reuniting with Lin Xie, Jialan disclosed what he now knows regarding the Great Xia and Yaozhi. Upon hearing this, Bai Li, plump as ever, could not help but express his admiration. Yaozhi is indeed formidable. Not only did he single-handedly summon the Empress Nuwa and Fuxi to save Sangnan City, but now he is also capable of creating divine bodies. Jialan, standing with hands on hips, proudly declared, "Indeed, that is Yaozhi for you." Lin Xie chuckled softly, pondering, "I wonder what level Yaozhi has reached now." Chao Yuan speculated, "He has probably already attained the Klein level." Jiang Er nodded in agreement, affirming with Yaozhi's prowess. "He must have reached such heights." Bai Li feigned concern, exclaiming, "Yaozhi remains so impressive and extraordinary. It truly places a great deal of pressure on me." Chapter 70 Reunion. Upon hearing those words, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Shen Qingzhu's eyes. As he gazed at Lin Xie and the others, his sense of desolation deepened. He slipped his hand into his pocket, caressing the lollipop nestled within, gripping it tightly until his fingertips turned pale. Indeed, they were all exceptionally talented, particularly Feng Yaozhi. Bai Li Pang called out to Shen Qingzhu several times, but when he received no response, he leaned over and waved his hand before Shen Qingzhu's eyes. Instantly, Qingzhu snapped back to reality, suppressing his sorrowful emotions, and replied in a subdued tone, "What is it?" Li Pang blinked. "We should be leaving now. It's time to head home. Shouldn't you quickly inform the brothers of the Huaxu group?" Qingzhu casually nodded. Understood. After taking a few steps forward, he suddenly halted, turning to Qingyu. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Qingyu, teach me a few phrases in Japanese." The reason he chose not to ask Lin Xie for assistance was that Lin Xie was currently engaged in conversation with Yuli Hezhe, and he intended to bid farewell to Yuli Nai. And Qingyu's lips twitched slightly. "All right. To become a leader of the Huaxu group without knowing Japanese, should one say Shen Qingzhu possesses extraordinary talent?" And Qingyu approached Shen Qingzhu to teach him Japanese. Jialan and Jiang Er were chatting and laughing, while Li Pang playfully draped his arm over Chao Yuan's shoulder, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In the Great Xia, at the outpost of the Night Watchers Team 022, farewell papercraft shop, Feng Yaozhi donned a pale green qipao. Her waist-length white hair, elegantly styled in a new Chinese side bun held in place with an emerald plum blossom hairpin. As she walked, the wooden bracelets on her wrist gently slid, and she entered the paper craft shop clad in white stiletto heels. Team leader Zhang Shang was busy tallying accounts when she politely greeted, "Hello? May I assist you with something?" Feng Yaozhi smiled warmly. "Greetings, team leader Zhang. I am here to find Nanshi." Zhang Shang looked up, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the young woman before her. After a moment of reflection, she remarked, "I remember you are Nanshi's roommate?" Feng Yaozhi nodded slowly. "That would be me. A customer requires some funeral items, and Nan, she has gone to make a delivery with 2 others. As you know, our papercraft shop also offers spiritual ceremonies, so they're also performing rites for the deceased." As Zhang Shang spoke, her gaze lingered on Feng Yaozhi's white hair for a few seconds. "What happened to your hair? Did you dye it?" Feng Yaozhi smiled, providing a non-committal response. "The Night Watchers have no regulations against dyeing hair, so I chose according to my preference." Zhang Shang nodded. "That makes sense. How long until they return?" Feng Yaozhi glanced at her phone, aware that her time here was limited. Zhang Shang pondered for a moment. They left not long ago. The customer's residence is in a nearby village, and they still need to conduct rites for the deceased, likely taking 4 to 5 hours. Upon hearing this, Feng Yaozhi furrowed her brow. This posed a dilemma, as she needed to hurry to Qianlong Pass. Otherwise, the mirror calamity would soon infiltrate. She spent half a year in the heavenly realm, and as soon as the source of the heavenly realm was restored, she retreated to Kunlun's Yaoqi for a year and a half of cultivation. Yesterday, she sensed that a talisman had been activated. So today she departed from Kunlun to East Jiang City for an appointment. First, she intended to meet with Nan Shi before heading to Qianlong Pass. Feng Yaozhi had originally planned to call or message Nan Shi, but her phone had been turned off for 2 years, and her SIM card had been suspended due to lack of payment. She couldn't even settle her phone bill, and there was no network coverage in Kunlun. Thus, she directly used an invisibility talisman and soared on the wind and fire wheel to East Jiang City, only to find that Nanshi fortuitously had something to attend to. It seemed that today would not be the day to meet, which was regrettable considering how beautifully she had dressed, donning a qipao. Feng Yaozhi had no choice but to hand her prepared small gift to Zhang Chong, saying, "Captain Zhang, this is a present I prepared for Nanshi. Please help me pass it to her." Zhang Chong nodded and readily agreed. "Leave it to me." With a smile, Feng Yaozhi turned to leave. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the store, and Nanshi, dressed in casual attire, rushed into the papercraft shop. Upon seeing Feng Yaozhi, her eyes instantly sparkled. "Gigi, so it's you who came." "See," Feng Yaozhi exclaimed with delight, her brows arching in joy. "Little Shi, didn't you go out for deliveries? Why are you back?" Zhang Chang inquired, somewhat surprised. Nanshi chuckled sheepishly. "I felt unwell on the way, as if I would miss something important. The vice captain and the others were worried, so I returned since there were enough hands anyway." As she spoke, she smiled at Feng Yaozhi, her eyes brightening. "Good thing I came back. Otherwise, I would have missed you." Watching the two, Zhang Chang stuffed the gift that Feng Yaozhi had asked her to deliver into Feng Yaozhi's hands, smirking. "Since you're back, no need for me to pass it on. You two should go out and catch up. Don't block my business here." "Got it." She beamed, taking Feng Yaozhi's hand and leading her toward the backyard. When did you come out of seclusion? Why didn't you call me? We almost missed each other. Feng Yaozhi responded, I just came out today. My phone has been off for 2 years, and my SIM card is suspended. She handed the gift bag to Shi. This is a potion I personally refined, some for healing and others for restoring mental strength. Feng Yaozhi added, it's non-toxic and very effective. Shi chuckled lightly, accepting the gift bag with a playful grin. I'd eat it even if it were toxic. It's your heartfelt gift. Feng Yaozhi blinked, her tone serious. You mustn't eat anything toxic. Shi smiled mischievously. Well, if I were poisoned, you would be there to heal me. Feng Yaozhi laughed gently. You indeed. By the way, I have something to tell you. I've joined the 5th special team. The captain is Lin Qie, and the team includes your acquaintances Shen Qingzhu, Bai Li Pangpang, and Chao Yuan, along with others you haven't met, Jialan, and Qingyu, and Jiang Er. She was momentarily astonished, but quickly accepted the news. You're so remarkable. Not joining a special team would be a problem. She then inquired, by the way, why has your hair turned white? What a peculiar shade it has taken on, reminiscent of a hue that seems less the result of dye. Feng Yaozhi delicately twirled a strand of white hair between her fingers, concealing the true reason from Shi. Fearing it might cause concern, it had turned white on its own, likely nourished by divine energy. After a moment of contemplation, Shi responded, her tone imbued with understanding. Ah, I see. Indeed, the two, reunited after a long separation, engaged in conversation for an hour. Once their dialogue concluded, Feng Yaozhi changed into a more comfortable attire, applied her invisibility talisman once again, and soared towards the dragon gate of the deep. As she flew, she retrieved the dedicated phone that Yifan had previously given her and called Zhuqing. Hello, Commander Zhua, this is Feng Yaozhi. I have emerged from my retreat. I foresee a beast tide approaching the dragon gate, and I'm currently en route. Chapter 71, Slaying the Mirror Calamity. On the other end of the line, Zhuqing's expression grew increasingly grave. He understood that aside from the Nightfall squad, only Chen Fuzi, Yifan, Yuan Gang, and himself were aware of Feng Yaozhi's foresight. Zhuqing spoke with a slightly solemn tone. Understood. I will instruct the other special teams to rush over immediately. Feng Yaozhi blinked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. By the way, Qi Yi and the others are also returning. Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. Had Jialan and Wu Xiangnan returned so swiftly? After more than 2 years, Lin Qi and his companions were finally coming back. This was splendid news. I shall also make my way to Qianlong Pass shortly. It is time for your official promotion. Feng Yaozhi hung up the phone, focusing intently on her flight to Qianlong Pass. At Qianlong Pass, Feng Zhuo approached Lu Qiu, who stood solemnly upon the city wall. His expression was grave. Commander Zhuo just informed me that a beast tide is approaching Qianlong Pass. The members of the 5th special team, including the Huaxu agent, are en route here, along with other special teams. Lu Qiu, the temporary commander at Qianlong Pass, gazed into the fog for a considerable time before shouting, everyone, remain on high alert and be prepared for the beast tide. Yes. Before long, a vessel crafted by the Daxia emerged through the mist, heading towards Qianlong Pass. In the past, they would have allowed it to pass without hesitation, but with the impending beast tide, they had to remain vigilant against anything that might emerge from the fog. Lu Qiu called out to the silver-white ship, those aboard, come out and declare your identities. Silence enveloped the ship, as if no one were present. Lu Qiu furrowed his brow. Feng Zhuo queried, why is there no response from the ship? Should I go down to investigate? Lu Qiu stepped forward, ready to approach the drifting vessel. I will check. At that moment, a figure cloaked in dark red surged from the city wall, appearing above the tumultuous sea. A high ponytail billowed in the wind a meter above the city wall, her white hair flowing elegantly. Feng Yaozhi revealed her emblem, announcing, greetings, I am Feng Yaozhi of the 5th Special Team, here to support Qianlong Pass. Lu Qiu scrutinized the emblem and the girlesque cloak, confirming the identity of the suddenly appearing white-haired maiden. Hello, I am Lu Qiu, the temporary commander of Qianlong Pass. Feng's attention was captivated by her white hair. He mused that it was quite fashionable. Feng Yaozhi nodded slightly, her gaze shifting to the vessel. Her tone turning frosty. "Leave the individuals aboard to me." Lucio and Fenghuaxu were taken aback. Were there indeed people concealed on the ship? Moreover, her tone suggested they might be adversaries. Feng Yaozhi soared forward, propelled by her windfire wheel, as Klein's aura emanated from her, enveloping the entire ship with formidable force. The 6 paths of reincarnation materialized behind her, 6 massive, dark rings rotating erratically, exuding a faint aura of death and an overwhelming sense of oppression. Feng Yaozhi raised her hand, pointing towards the vessel, her voice as crisp as a glacial stream cascading down a snow-capped mountain. 6 paths of reincarnation. Judgment, mirror calamity, great arrow of Yangliang. As long as one is enveloped by the spiritual force of Feng Yaozhi, regardless of whether that individual has manifested, they will inevitably be ensnared by the cycle of 6 paths. A black light erupted from the cycle, sweeping across the surface of the sea, and accurately dragged forth the hidden mirror disaster from the vessel, clad in a silver robe. The mirror disaster was tightly bound by iron chains exuding a chilling aura of death and malevolence, his face a mask of terror, rendered utterly immobile. He had initially believed the inhabitants of this unfamiliar city to be feeble, confident in his ability to seize control with ease. However, he never anticipated the arrival of such a young girl, whose aura surpassed his own. Moreover, how did she know his name? An ancient voice resonated from the cycle of 6 paths judgment for the sinner Oya Kry. Oya Kry is guilty of murder, desecration of corpses, and soul annihilation. Let the adjudicator determine the sinner's fate. Feng Yaozhi's gaze was indifferent, each word deliberate. The sinner Oya Kry shall descend into the hell path. After enduring the 18 levels of hell, his soul and body shall be obliterated. Judgment successful. Oya Kry descends into the hell path, enduring the tortures of 18 levels of hell before the obliteration of soul and body. Punishment commences. The heavy iron chains dragged the terrified mirror disaster into the hell path, where he would endure the agonies of 18 levels of hell. Lucio, Fenghuaxu, and the others gazed in astonishment at Feng Yaozhi, radiating the essence of Klein, alongside the silver-robed man, also exuding the same essence but now captured by her. They were well aware that members of the special team were not weak. Each was formidable, especially Feng Yaozhi as a proxy of Huaxu, undoubtedly powerful. Yet, they had not anticipated that the youthful Feng Yaozhi had already attained the Klein realm. In contrast, their highest level was merely at the sea realm. Truly, the youth is to be feared. Feng's gaze fell upon the silver-robed man being dragged into the hell path. Who is this person? His name suggests he might be Japanese? Lucio shook his head. I do not know, nor is it necessary to know the identity of the deceased. That is indeed true. Fenghuaxu nodded in agreement. After enduring the 18 levels of hell, the mirror disaster was consumed by the cycle of 6 paths, his soul and body annihilated. Feng Yaozhi soared towards the city walls on the wind-fire wheel, landing gracefully upon the ground, and then gazed into the mist. The beast tide is approaching, perhaps in half an hour. The medium and the phoenix are likely to arrive as well. I will take the lead. You must guard the Shenlong Pass. Lucio furrowed his brow. No, we are also sentinels of the night. How can we allow you to face the beast tide alone? Feng Yaozhi's expression grew earnest. I am not alone. They will be here shortly, and you will provide artillery support from behind me, will you not? I am confident I can temporarily fend off the beast tide's assault. The Shenlong Pass is of utmost importance. You must defend it. Lucio stared at her for several moments, clenching his fist. Very well, I understand. Feng Yaozhi offered a gentle smile. She would not permit Lucio and the others to enter the fray against the beast tide, partly due to their insufficient strength, and partly out of concern for their safety, especially Lucio. In less than half an hour, urged by Chimera, thousands of mysterious beings surged through the mist, some galloping, others soaring, and some parading, all making their way directly towards the Dragon's Gate. Feng Yaozhi's expression tightened slightly. They have arrived. Lucio shouted sternly. All units prepare. The weaponry and ammunition previously set up were aimed squarely at the fog. I shall confront them. The defense of the Dragon's Gate is in your hands." Feng Yaozhi soared out of the city walls on her fire wheels, heading towards the mist. Thanks to the golden talisman within her spiritual consciousness, she was immune to the fog. This immunity stemmed from a year and a half prior when her deep meditation had inadvertently led her to follow the heavenly realm away from the Great Xia. However, after flying several kilometers beyond Great Xia, she regained consciousness, and upon entering the mist, she discovered her immunity to it, later realizing it was the effect of the golden talisman. This revelation sparked envy in Neza, for both mortals and deities typically suffered losses within the mist. Chapter 72, Nightfall. Feng Yaozhi, aware of the team's request to regroup, plunged into the mist. With her celestial vision, she could faintly discern the direction of the mysterious tide. Calculating the time, she anticipated that Shi Yi and the others would soon arrive. "Allow me to illuminate your path," she declared, gently raising her hand. She summoned the sun-shooting bow in her right hand. As her left fingertip brushed against the bowstring, a golden divine arrow materialized at her fingertips. Drawing the bow to its fullest, she aimed the arrowhead at the mysterious tide and swiftly released it. Whoosh! The arrow, imbued with immense divine power, sliced through the heavens, piercing the mist and racing toward the mysterious tide. The golden arrow emitted a resplendent glow as it traversed the fog, leaving only ashes in its wake, claiming numerous mysterious beings beneath its might. With a commanding shout from Feng Yaozhi, the divine arrow erupted violently, unleashing divine energy that rampaged through the mysterious tide, voraciously consuming the nearby entities. With relentless determination, she loosed another arrow, and by her hand, 1/3 of the mysterious perished, felled by the power of her divine arrows. On the other side, Lin Shiyi and his 7 companions, riding on the somersault cloud, were caught off guard by this spectacle. They witnessed 2 radiant golden arrows piercing the mist, hurtling toward the mysterious tide. Chao Yuan's eyes widened. That is, the sun-shooting bow, the divine arrow. Bali Pang Pang, recognizing the familiar arrow, became animated. "It's Yaozhi. She is over there." Shen Qingzhu, upon seeing the divine arrows, initially felt a surge of joy, but his expression quickly turned serious, his voice laced with concern. "It appears those mysterious beings intend to attack the Xia. Yaozhi is in danger." Upon hearing this, Jialan and Jiang Er instantly displayed worry, preparing themselves for battle. The sheer number of mysterious beings was staggering, including many of Klein realm strength. And Qingyu, analyzing the trajectory of the arrows, deduced their point of origin. Right there, Lin Qi nodded and accelerated the somersault cloud, racing toward the direction of the arrow's launch. All 7 bore expressions of concern, not only for Xia, but also for Feng Yaozhi. They were a united team, yet they had unexpectedly drifted away from Xia, leaving Yaozhi to face the perils alone for 2 years. Now, as danger loomed over Xia, it was likely that other specialized teams had congregated, leaving only Yaozhi to confront the mysterious alone. Feng Yaozhi gazed at the enraged mysterious beings and with a flick of her wrist invoked Night Parade of 100 Demons. A pitch-black portal to the underworld emerged behind her. And under the command of 3 demon kings, 10 armored demon generals, accompanied by several vengeful spirits, stepped forth from within. The demon kings possessed strength at the Klein realm, while the demon generals boasted powers in the limitless realm. As Feng Yaozhi's cultivation advanced, the strength and number of the spirits she could summon had also increased. The legion of spirits, undeterred by the mist, charged into the fog, engaging in fierce combat with the mysterious beings, for ordinary magical attacks were ineffective against them, as they were incorporeal. Yet, Feng Yaozhi did not relent. She continued to unleash the divine catastrophe of calamity. Countless invisible viruses burrow into the mysterious body, devouring its vitality. With the coordinated firepower unleashed by Lu Qiu and others, many of the enigmatic entities meet their demise here, consumed by divine flames, leaving no trace of their remains. Feng Yaozhi gazes at the seemingly endless mysteries, her eyes narrowing slightly. The battlefield unfolds upon the surface of the sea, where Feng Yaozhi possesses the divine element of water, granted by the deity Gonggong. achieving an affinity for water that reaches 100%. Truly, it is a convergence of heavenly timing, geographical advantage, and human endeavor. With a gentle lift of her right hand, the sea flows amicably around her, and a smile graces her lips. Good, go and drown them all. As she points, the seawater swiftly converges, forming a colossal waterspout that surges toward the mysterious tide. Wherever the waterspout passes, the enigmatic beings are swept away. The mysteries struggle within the water, gradually losing strength over time, until they are drowned and suffocated alive. Feng Yaozhi, while consuming a restorative pill to regain her spiritual energy, continues to combat the mysteries. Under her formidable assault, the mysterious tide falters, even displaying signs of retreat. Just as Feng Yaozhi intends to scatter a handful of seeds, discreetly placing them upon the mysteries with the aid of the sun wind, she triggers the wood element to encourage the seeds to grow, siphoning the mystery's nourishment, when suddenly the sky darkens. Night descends. The heavens are so dim that not a glimmer of light can be seen. Feng Yaozhi's eyes suddenly brighten, and a smile graces her lips. Finally, it has come. The individuals atop the city walls relentlessly bombard the mysteries with artillery. Fengzhu gazes at the sky in astonishment. Why has it darkened so swiftly? Lucio ponders for a moment. This does not seem like a natural darkness. Suddenly, a realization strikes him, and his eyes light up. Right. I remember that the captain of the 5th Special Team, Lin Xie, is a dual divine agent, representing both the Seraphim Michael and the goddess of Nightnecks. Night, could it be that they have returned? The nearby sentinels express their astonishment. Commander, are you suggesting that the other members of the 5th Special Team, who have been missing for over 2 years, have returned? Another sentinel peers through a telescope toward the distant mist. Look, a white cloud is flying toward us through the fog, and there are people atop it. Just as Feng Yaozhi scatters the seeds upon the mysteries, siphoning their vitality, a white cloud appears in her line of sight, upon which stand 7 individuals, each wearing a mask. Upon catching sight of Feng Yaozhi's flowing white hair, the 7 momentarily pause, but they quickly break into smiles, greeting her warmly. Yaozhi, we have returned. A few strands of hair flutter in the wind, obscuring Feng Yaozhi's view. She tucks the stray locks behind her ear and smiles softly at the 7 who wave enthusiastically. Her voice, gentle and light, carries on the wind to their ears. Welcome home. As they soar before her, Feng Yaozhi cheerfully declares, Nightfall. Team Feng Yaozhi, requesting to rejoin. Lin Xie removes his mask, a smile gracing his lips. Welcome back to the team. Bai Li, grinning broadly, adds, Yaozhi, welcome back, and welcome us home too. An Qingzhu and the others also remove their masks. They gazed at Feng Yaozhi, their eyes resting upon her silvery hair, filled with concern. Shen Qingzhu's gaze lingered on the snow-like strands. Her hand, tucked in her pocket, tightened around the lollipop, her fingertips turning pale. Yaozhi, why has your hair turned white? Shen Qingzhu voiced the shared curiosity of the other 6, for Yaozhi's hair did not appear to be dyed. The 7 of them collectively turned their attention to Feng Yaozhi, eagerly awaiting her response. With a gentle flutter of her eyelashes, Feng Yaozhi casually remarked, This change in color is the result of karmic backlash, but I assure you, I feel no discomfort or pain. So do not worry. Chapter 73, 3 Special Squads. The repercussions of causality, merely uttering the term, evokes a profound sense of anguish within them. Galen pressed her lips together, the corners of her eyes tinged with a hint of red. How could it not hurt? You need not conceal your feelings from us, Yaozhi. It is entirely natural to be concerned. Jiang air floated over, offering a gentle embrace to Feng Yaozhi. Indeed, how could it not be painful? It was precisely because of the repercussions of causality that she had experienced a separation of soul and body, and the weight of her own causality was but a fraction compared to what Yaozhi bore. The potency of her repercussions was undoubtedly hundreds, if not thousands, of times greater. And Qingzhu cast his gaze downward, adjusting his glasses with a serious demeanor and sincere tone. Yaozhi, why not allow me to study this? I could analyze the causality and perhaps find a way to mitigate its repercussions. Chao Yuan, not one for words, gazed at Feng Yaozhi with concern. She looked at them, warmth flooding her heart, and with a gentle blink and a soft laugh, she reassured them, "I truly do not suffer. I am not deceiving you. Do you recall when I mentioned that a golden talisman has been safeguarding me within my spiritual sea? I discovered that this talisman can devour causality. So when it descended upon me, it was consumed before it could take effect, subsequently nourishing my spiritual power. Thus, I'm no longer afraid of causality. No matter how much manifests, it will serve as sustenance for my spiritual strength. However, I must not misuse it. While I am unafraid, others still are. Is that truly the case?" Qingzhu scrutinized Feng Yaozhi, keenly observing her expression, fearing she might be hiding something from them. Feng Yaozhi nodded earnestly, her eyes sincere. "Indeed. Trust me." After a moment's hesitation, Galen replied, "Please, Yaozhi, do not keep anything from us. We are partners, family. We must face everything together and devise solutions." Feng Yaozhi smiled and nodded. "I understand." What she stated was indeed true. She no longer felt the torment of causality's repercussions, but rather had gained numerous advantages from it. The 8 of them floated amidst the mist, engaging in leisurely conversation, all thanks to the myriad mysteries being consumed by the seeds sown by Feng Yaozhi, compounded by the cover of night and the barrage of artillery fire, which temporarily hindered the mystery's advance. "By the way," Bali exclaimed, blinking at Feng Yaozhi, "how did you know our squad is called Nightfall? Did you foresee it?" Feng Yaozhi maintained her composure. "Indeed, I foresaw it." She pointed towards the encroaching mysteries, her tone earnest. "Our priority now is the mysteries. We can reminisce once this is all over." "Yaozhi is right. Let us act." Chao Yuan was the first to grasp his straight blade. The moment his fingers made contact, a malevolent aura enveloped him, heralding the emergence of the frenzied Chao Yuan. Galen, wielding the sky's edge, charged into the tide of mysteries, immune to all attacks due to her immortal status, leaving no trace of the mystery's onslaught upon her. Jiang Air launched a direct soul attack against the enigmatic beings, forcefully invading one after another, expelling their souls with unyielding vigor before tearing them asunder. And Qingyu unleashed frost-laden vines to assail the mysterious entities, which in turn emitted a purple mist, inducing a state akin to poisoning. Qingzhu compressed the air surrounding the violet haze and subsequently detonated it, obliterating the mystery. Lin Xie, bearing the soul of Merlin, donned a deep blue magical robe. His once black hair transformed into a striking white as he inscribed a magical array to vanquish the enigmatic foes. Qingzhu glanced at Feng Yaozhi and then at Lin Xie's white locks, pondering whether he should dye his hair white as well, believing it would complement his appearance. Meanwhile, Feng Yaozhi, wholly engrossed in the battle against the enigmatic entities, remained oblivious to Qingzhu's inner musings, fiercely engaged in combat. The mystery tide had already been diminished by nearly half by Feng Yaozhi, thus their pace of annihilation quickened. At that moment, 7 silver pillars of lightning rent the heavens, crashing down before their gaze. Feng Yaozhi took a fleeting glance, sighing inwardly. The entrance of the spirit medium team was undeniably impressive, far surpassing their previous arrivals in grandeur, though their blades were indeed lethal. Among the 8 members of the spirit medium team, only the Captain Bu Li and the Vice Captain Wu Tongxian remain alive, and ultimately, Bu Li fell, leaving only Wu Tongxian alive. Clad in a black cloak, Bu Li engaged in brief communication with Lin Xie before leading his team into the fray against the mystery tide. The battle raged with fervor and intensity. An armed transport aircraft bore the Phoenix team toward the Dragon Subduing Pass. Led by Xia Simeng, the members of the Phoenix team, cloaked in golden capes, descended rapidly on fiery wings, golden flames swirling around them. The 3 specialized teams united in their struggle against the mystery tide at the Dragon Subduing Pass. Through their concerted efforts, the enigmatic beings were entirely vanquished, marking the end of the calamity at the Dragon Subduing Pass. Zhuqing seemed to have meticulously timed his arrival at the Dragon Subduing Pass. Upon spotting several familiar figures, a flicker of amusement crossed his eyes. Yet he halted abruptly upon observing Feng Yaozhi's white hair. What had transpired? Why was Feng Yaozhi's hair completely white? Could it be the consequence of the heart extraction performed for Zhou Ping's divine transformation? If Master were to witness this, it would surely sadden him. And as for Yi Fan, he would undoubtedly feel immense guilt upon learning of it. Fortunately, Yi Fan was currently safeguarding the nation's fate, isolated from news, and likely would remain unaware for some time. Zhuo Qing sighed inwardly. They had ultimately wronged Feng Yaozhi, who had been the linchpin preventing the destruction of Cangnan City. Numerous disasters, both grand and minute, had been averted solely due to Feng Yaozhi's foresight. Yi Fan had initially intended to trade his life. Yet it was thanks to Feng Yaozhi that he survived, and Zhou Ping had successfully ascended to divinity, acquiring a divine body. Feng Yaozhi had done enough for the great Xia. They could hardly compensate for her sacrifices. The only recourse available to them was to bestow upon her medals such as the Star Sea, grant her bonuses, and endow her with numerous privileges. Arriving in haste, Zhuo Qing found himself rendered impotent, as the mysterious entities had already been eradicated by the 3 specialized teams. After the battle, Lin Xie also ascended to the formless realm, leaving only Shen Qingzhu and Qingyu and Jiang Er still in the sea realm. Bai Li, with his bright, sparkling eyes, gazed at Feng Yaozhi with a look of adoration, exclaiming, "Yaozhi, you are truly remarkable. You have already reached the Klein realm. Your achievements are truly enviable. Something we can only aspire to." Feng Yaozhi responded with a hint of resignation. "You exaggerate. I have trained in the Heavenly Palace for half a year and spent another year and a half in the Kunlun Yao Pool. After absorbing the power of causation, I also replenished my spiritual energy. Given all these factors, if I had not broken through to the Klein realm, that would have been quite disappointing." Chapter 74. The Starry Sea Metal Indeed. Bai Li, plump and jovial, nodded in agreement, a smile breaking upon his face. "I have long known of your formidable prowess. During our time in Japan, I surmised you must have ascended to the Klein realm." Feng Yaozhi's lips curved slightly as she responded with a gentle smile. "Fortunately, you did not guess incorrectly." Jialan and Jiang Er approached Feng Yaozhi, and the 3 shared affectionate banter. Shen Qingzhu's gaze lingered on Feng Yaozhi, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. After more than 2 years, they were finally reunited. Yet, a flicker of melancholy crossed Shen Qingzhu's eyes. The chasm between him and Yaozhi had widened. She had achieved the Klein realm, while he remained in the sea realm. Lin Xie pondered momentarily before speaking. "Yaozhi, your ability to enter the mist now suggests that the heavenly source has been restored, correct?" Feng Yaozhi nodded, her voice deliberately lowered. "Indeed. It was restored a year and a half ago, but the heavenly court is no longer within the great Xia." "Where has the heavenly court gone?" Jialan inquired, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Feng Yaozhi spoke mysteriously. "That is a secret." Jialan blinked. "Very well." Anqingyu recalled that when they had arrived, Yaozhi had shown no surprise at their presence. He asked, "Yaozhi, did you know we were coming? Was it foreseen?" "Sort of," Feng Yaozhi clarified. "Yesterday, I sensed that Qie had used that talisman, which led me to vaguely foresee your return." Speaking of talismans, Lin Xie expressed his conjecture. "Yaozhi, did you foresee that someone we know would perish on this journey into the mist? Is that why you provided me with the life-sustaining talisman and cautioned me to use it only as a last resort?" "Precisely," Feng Yaozhi replied softly. "I caught a glimpse of your fate line. It indicated that someone significant to you would die during this expedition into the mist. To prevent you from misusing the talisman, I felt it necessary to advise you." "I see." Lin Xie nodded slowly. As the 8 engaged in casual conversation, Xia Simeng approached with the other members of the Phoenix team. With a beaming smile, Xia Simeng greeted Lin Xie and Feng Yaozhi. "Captain Lin Yaozhi, how do you do?" Feng Yaozhi turned to Xia Simeng, her eyes crinkling with warmth. "Hello." "Hello," Lin Xie replied courteously before glancing at Xia Simeng. Confirming with a glance that this was their first encounter, he surmised she was a member of the Phoenix team. "Are you the captain of the Phoenix team?" Xia Simeng nodded with a smile. "I am. This marks our second meeting. Our first was during that divine battle in Cangnan City. However, you and Yaozhi were both unconscious then, so it's understandable that you do not remember." Lin Xie nodded slowly. "I see." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhuqing concluded her conversation with Lu Qiu and approached the group. Upon seeing Zhuqing, Xia Ximing's eyes lit up. Vacation, vacation, vacation. Commander Zhua. Zhuqing immediately discerned her thoughts and replied coolly, forget it. There will be no vacation. Xia Ximing pouted, her expression one of despondency. Zhuqing cast a glance over the 8 members of the Nightfall team, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he welcomed them back. Commander Zhua, Lin Qie inquired, voicing the question that had been on his mind. May I ask where Sword Saint and Commander Yi are now? Zhuqing sighed softly, his gaze settling on Feng Yaozhi. If you wish to know, let her tell you. Did she know? Everyone turned their eyes toward Feng Yaozhi, who met their gaze with a slow nod. Indeed, she was aware. Having learned of their whereabouts a year and a half ago, following the restoration of the Heavenly Quartz essence, before heading to Kunlun Yaoqi, she had made a special visit to the headquarters of the Night Watchman to meet Zhuqing and inquire about Yi Fan and Zhou Ping. At that time, her hair had not yet turned white. It was still black. Zhuqing informed her that Yi Fan had become a member of the Heroic Spirits team, guarding the nation's fate alongside the heroic spirits she had seen at Jiuhua Mountain, such as Huaxu on a secret island. Zhou Ping, on the other hand, had entered the mist to search for Lin Qie and the others. Before leaving, he entrusted Zhuqing with a stack of handwritten letters to deliver to Feng Yaozhi. These letters contained training methods tailored to her circumstances, as well as solutions to various challenges. Feng Yaozhi was not surprised to find the term raising animals mentioned within, and thus spent several months at Kunlun Yaoqi catching cranes and other celestial beasts to provide warmth. Zhuqing reminded the 8 of them. Remember to register the information of the 5th Special Team in the capital. Of course, there are also commendations. What you accomplished within the Japanese circles is sufficient to earn you A-star C medal. This time, your support at Shenlong Pass will also earn you A-star C medal. Altogether, you can receive 2-star C medals in one go when you visit the capital. Lin Qie turned to Feng Yaozhi. Commander Zhua. Yaozhi contributed the most during the battle at Shenlong Pass. By the time we arrived, the mysterious force had already been nearly wiped out. I believe the Star C medal should belong to Yaozhi. The other 6 members of the Nightfall team nodded in agreement. Indeed, we owe this to Yaozhi's brilliance. Feng Yaozhi blinked, seemingly recalling something as she began to speak. Actually, Zhuqing's voice interjected, laced with a hint of resignation. Rest assured, we will not overlook Yaozhi's contributions. She has vanquished the Klein Realm, mirror calamity, from the Japanese circles attempting to infiltrate the Great Xia and single-handedly eliminated a significant portion of the mysterious force, holding Shenlong Pass until reinforcements arrived. Naturally, she will also receive a personal Star C medal. Since Yaozhi is part of your team, you will all share in the accolades, earning both collective and individual medals. Oh, I see. Bailey felt reassured upon hearing this. Zhuqing observed the corners of his mouth lift into a gentle smile. Moreover, the personal Star C medal Yaozhi currently possesses surpasses the combined total of your 4 special teams. The group exchanged incredulous glances at the serene smile of Feng Yaozhi. Yaozhi, you are so remarkable. Chao Yuan's pupils widened in astonishment. Shen Qingzhu voiced the curiosity of all. Yaozhi, how many Star C medals do you currently have? The wind whispers softly, and she counts the Star C medals she has acquired. Let me see. 1 from the Divine Battle in Sangnan City, another from Lintang City, 1 from the Divine Battle over 2 years ago, and 1 for assisting the gods of Huaxia on their return. Additionally, there are various events, both great and small, for which the accolades were collectively bestowed upon me, resulting in another Star C medal. With this latest addition, I now possess a total of 6 Star C medals. Chapter 75. The new star of the Cowherd Realm, Xia Ximing gasped in astonishment. Who could comprehend the rarity of someone obtaining so many Star C medals? Her team, the Phoenix, had been tirelessly striving, yet had never acquired even a single Star C medal. Oh, how she longed for one. She was not greedy, just one would suffice. Bailey Pang Pang, in a daze, remarked, Yaozhi, you make it sound as if Star C medals are as common as cabbages. Jialan smiled lightly, wearing an expression of knowing. You all have known about Yaozhi's exceptional abilities for quite some time. Jiang Air floating in the air, nodded in agreement. Indeed, during training camp, I heard numerous tales about Yaozhi. She completed extreme training in just one session, taking only 9 hours. Her first shot was 10 bullseyes, graduating from the training camp with a total score of 99. As Jiang Er recounted Feng Yaozhi's legendary feats, it became evident that she had set numerous records that remained unbroken to this day. Bailey Pang grinned widely and added, and when she donned the acrobatics detonator, she uniquely maintained perfect control over her mental energy, unlike any other rookie who exhibited strange behaviors. Chao Yuan nodded occasionally in agreement. Xia Simeng and the others were taken aback. They knew Feng Yaozhi's overall score was 99, but were unaware of the multitude of records she had established during training. Feeling bashful from their praise, Feng Yaozhi cleared her throat. Everyone here is quite exceptional. All right, now, let us return to the main topic. And Qingyu smiled at them. Lin Xie, with a smile on his lips, turned to Zhuqing. Commander Zhua, how many Star Sea medals does the Mask team currently possess? Zhuqing replied. The Mask team acquired another Star Sea medal during the catastrophic Beast Tide 6 months ago, so they now have 2. Qingzhu remarked softly. That means they are on par with us. Bailey Pang rubbed his hands together, chuckling. Strictly speaking, we have more, as they do not possess an individual Star Sea medal, while Yaozhi holds 6 personal Star Sea medals. Indeed, Qingzhu nodded slightly. The group continued their conversation as they made their way toward the Dragon's Gate, where there were no casualties this time. The Medium team and the Phoenix team departed in succession, with Zhuqing and Guan also leaving shortly thereafter. The Nightfall team boarded a military aircraft bound for Shangjing City. On the way, Feng Yaozhi informed them of the whereabouts of Yi Fan and Zhou Ping, and Qingyu's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Heroic spirits? How is that possible? Feng Yaozhi knew the answer but chose to remain silent, gently shaking her head. I do not know. Lin Xie pondered for a moment. So, it seems that every former commander-in-chief ultimately becomes a heroic spirit safeguarding the nation's fortune. Precisely. Feng Yaozhi nodded emphatically. Chao Yuan sighed softly. I truly wish to see Commander Yi and the Sword Saint once more. For Chao Yuan, Yi Fan held a special significance, having been the one to rescue him from the abstinence center and transfer him to Jihua Mountain. Feng Yaozhi knew that they would meet again. 8 individuals were seated on the airplane, playfully bantering with one another. Despite 2 years of separation, their camaraderie remained unscathed. Feng Yaozhi sat in her seat, observing Jialan as she forcibly dragged Lin Xie to join Bailey Pang and Chao Yuan in a game of mahjong, forbidding him from utilizing any miraculous abilities. Jiang Er, after chatting with Qingyu for a while, drifted nearby to watch them play, while Qingyu remained seated, lost in thought. Feng Yaozhi gently fluttered her eyelashes, tilting her head to glance at Qingzhu beside her, and gestured toward the mahjong game, saying, Qingzhu, aren't you going to join in? Qingzhu met her gaze, a slight tension gripping his heart, and replied softly, not really in the mood to play. Oh, I see. Feng Yaozhi responded with a radiant smile. Qingzhu, I'm quite curious about your experiences over the past 2 years. Would you share them with me? Qingzhu's voice tightened as he clutched the lollipop in his pocket. All right, I awakened in the Japanese circle over a year ago. He recounted how he became the leader of the Black Hill Group and how he encountered Lin Xie and the others, detailing their tumultuous experiences that turned the Japanese circle upside down. Feng Yaozhi listened attentively to his narrative, remarking, your past 2 years have been quite thrilling, filled with both hardship and joy. Qingzhu, you truly are remarkable. Despite not speaking Japanese fluently, only knowing a few phrases, you became the leader of the Black Hill Group, which speaks volumes of your innate talent for undercover work in the underworld. Bailey Pang, engaged in the mahjong game, interjected indeed, just as we've previously mentioned. Zhuagu possesses the innate qualities of both an undercover agent and a leader of the underworld. His talent is truly unparalleled. At this, Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that some of his recent frustrations had dissipated. Indeed, he realized he wasn't as inadequate as he believed. Each person excelled in their own domain. Exactly. Chao Yuan sighed. If I possessed your talent, Zhuagu, I wouldn't have spent 2 years imprisoned. And Qingyu quietly added, your imprisonment ultimately stems from your tendency to lose control. Qiao Yuan reflected on this. It was true. His loss of control following an altercation had drawn the attention of the Thunder Beast, leading to an encounter with the Oracle's envoy, resulting in his 2-year confinement. Turning to Bailey Pang Pang, Qiao Yuan lamented, "Ah, if only I could be like you, Pang Pang, indulging in food, drink, and leisure for 50 years. Akin to a vacation in the Japanese circle." Jialan interjected softly, "Pang Pang enjoys a vacation, while I simply drift." Bailey Pang Pang made a gesture of prayer. "Sister Lan, I feel for you." Shen Qingzhu's gaze shifted to Qingyu and Jiang Er. Qingyu and Jiang Er seemed to be faring well too. They not only established a company, but also facilitated a change of ownership for Pure Land. Jialan eyed Lin Xie, pouting slightly with a hint of jealousy. Someone even became a gigolo suddenly. Lin Xie coughed, attempting to mask his embarrassment with the sound. "Jialan, are you hungry? Would you like some fruit?" Jialan, with a hint of mischief, expressed her desire to be pampered by the rising star of the escort world, the charming mature companion, a Sananaya, at an upscale venue. Lin Xiao remained silent, while Feng Yaozhi struggled to suppress her laughter. When would she ever manage to refrain from chuckling upon hearing such familiar words? Bai Li, appearing to recall something, retrieved a photocopied flyer from the free space, emblazoned with the bold title Black Wudong Club and featuring 4 individuals. Ignoring Lin Qiao's piercing gaze, he presented the flyer to Feng Yaozhi. "Yaozhi, take a look." As Feng Yaozhi accepted the flyer, she couldn't help but admire the visual feast it provided. Indeed, the new star of the escort realm was truly deserving of the acclaim. Bai Li chuckled. "Yaozhi, we each have a copy of this flyer. This one is for you." Feng Yaozhi solemnly tucked the flyer into her space, declaring, "I shall have it framed." Lin Qiao interjected, "That is entirely unnecessary." Chapter 76. The Crimson Nightfall laughter and merriment filled the air aboard the military aircraft, creating a joyful atmosphere. Meanwhile, the masked team, who had yet to arrive at the Shenlong Pass, along with Xiaoping Gu and Yuan Gang, were informed of the return of the 5th Special Team. At the estate near the fasting place, Master Qin sat alone in the courtyard, sipping tea, when suddenly his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was from Zhuqing. He picked up the phone and answered, "Hello, Zhuqing. What brings you to call?" Zhuqing's voice resonated from the other end. "Feng Yaozhi has emerged from her seclusion. The 5th Special Team has returned." Master Qin's face instantly brightened at the news. "Yaozhi has come out? Where is she and Lin Xie now?" "They are likely already in Shangjing," Zhuqing replied, pausing before continuing. "Feng Yaozhi has suffered greatly due to her ability to foresee the future, which has turned her hair white. However, she mentioned that a talisman within her has absorbed the consequences, and she is unhurt." Zhuqing had asked her about this concern during their time at Shenlong Pass. A look of worry crossed Master Qin's face as he replied, "All right, I understand. I will head to Shangjing at once." After hanging up the phone, he called out to the interior of the house, raising his voice, "Young one, Yaozhi has returned. We're going to Shangjing to see her." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from within the house. The young disciple rushed into the courtyard like a gust of wind, speaking rapidly. "Master, let's depart quickly." Master Qin chuckled helplessly, feeling no surprise at the disciple's eagerness. In Shangjing, Feng Yaozhi and her companions entered the headquarters of the Watchers, guided by Zhang Zhengtian of Team 006. Feng Yaozhi was somewhat familiar with the headquarters, having visited a few times before. As the 8 of them entered, they piqued the curiosity of the staff present. Under the watchful eyes of many, they approached the registration desk. Lin Xie politely addressed the staff. "Hello. We are here to register our team information." The staff grew even more intrigued. Only special teams were allowed to register at the headquarters, and the 7 individuals before them appeared unfamiliar. Could they truly be the 5th Special Team, which had vanished for 2 years? "May I ask which team you belong to?" one staff member inquired. Lin Xie responded, "We are the 5th Special Team of the Watchers. I am the captain, Lin Xie, and these are my teammates." The 6 individuals behind him wore smiles. Upon hearing this, the office erupted in excitement as staff members began to whisper among themselves, discussing the remarkable return of the 5th Special Team after 2 years, having secured 2 Star C medal for the team and 6 individual Star C medals. The staff member, slightly taken aback, maintained her smile as she presented the confidential documents to Lin Xie, carefully instructing her on the necessary details to be filled. Please show your emblem for identity verification. And fill in the names of the captain and vice captain, confirm the team name, and specify the color of the cloak. After inscribing her name in the captain's section, Lin Xie wrote Nightfall in the team name field. As for the vice captain, everyone turned their gaze toward Qingzhu, who was shouldering a coffin. Lin Xie nodded. Very well, Vice Captain Qingzhu. And Qingzhu responded. She looked at Feng Yaozhi earnestly and said, Yaozhi is stronger than I am. She should be the vice captain. Feng Yaozhi shrugged. Who says the vice captain must be the strongest? We believe you should be the vice captain. Your leadership skills are commendable, and you are quite clever. Besides, I prefer to take it easy and avoid work. Bai Li, who was rather plump, nodded vigorously. Indeed, Qingzhu, stop deflecting. It's settled that you will be the vice captain. Under the weight of their gazes, and Qingzhu gradually nodded. All right, satisfied, Lin Xie wrote in Qingzhu's name in the vice captain section. Regarding the cloak, Lin Xie turned to discuss with him again, and they ultimately decided on a deep red color for their cloaks. Our cloak color will be deep red. Feng Yaozhi smiled slightly. Deep red Nightfall. Once all the information was completed, the staff member noted that it would need to be submitted for higher-level approval, and the cloaks would require time for customization. Let us proceed to find Captain Xiao and Instructor Yuan. After taking a few steps, Feng Yaozhi's phone rang. It was a special communication device from Zhuoqing. She answered the call. Hello, Commander Zhua. Zhuoqing's voice resonated from the other end. Yaozhi, please come to the Commander's office. I need to discuss something with you. And your master, Chun Fuzi, is coming over. The mention of her master made Feng Yaozhi's lips curve into a smile, calculating the time. She realized it had been nearly 3 years since she last saw her master in Xiaotong. All right, I'll head over right away. After ending the call, she turned to the curious Shun Qingzhu and the others. Commander Zhua is looking for me regarding a matter, and since my master has arrived, I need to visit the Commander's office. It might take a few hours, so you all go ahead to Team 006 base, and I will catch up with you later. They understood that Feng Yaozhi's master was Chun Fuzi. The group nodded in understanding. Okay, Yaozhi, remember to call us if you need anything. After all, it had been a long time since they had seen her master, and Yaozhi must be missing him dearly. All right. It then occurred to Feng Yaozhi that her phone card had expired, but it was not an issue, as she could borrow someone else's phone. Moreover, Lin Xie also possessed a special device, allowing her to contact Lin Xie if necessary. After bidding farewell to the seven, Feng Yaozhi proceeded toward headquarters while Lin Xie and the others departed from the main office. In the Commander's office, Feng Yaozhi lightly tapped on the door. Knock! Knock! Commander Zhua. Zhuoqing, holding documents, glanced up slightly and smiled. Yaozhi, come in. Make yourself comfortable. All right. Feng Yaozhi gracefully settled into the chair before her desk. Facing Zhuoqing directly, she discreetly established a soundproof barrier, stating, Commander Zhua, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. Within the confines of the soundproof barrier, Zhuoqing immediately sensed the gravity of the situation, his expression turning serious. Yaozhi, please proceed, he urged. The necessity for such a barrier indicated the significance of her revelation and perhaps also served as a precaution against potential traitors and spies within the headquarters. Feng Yaozhi succinctly articulated the matters concerning Chunmoyu, Chunlu, the fishing village, and the Cthulhu mythos. With each detail, Zhuoqing's demeanor grew increasingly somber, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes. Chunmoyu was someone he had personally nurtured, while Chunlu had been instrumental in his development. The notion that Chunlu could betray the Night Watchers was difficult for him to fathom. His voice was tinged with a hint of bitterness as he inquired, Are you suggesting that all of this is orchestrated by the Cthulhu mythos? Chapter 77. The special invited instructor, Feng Yaozhi, nodded, acknowledging, indeed, I had foreseen the betrayal of Chunmoyu and Chunlu. The Cthulhu mythos was something I learned from the primordial heavenly sovereign and others. One of the reasons the celestial court departed from the great Xia was due to the Cthulhu mythos. Zhuoqing Wei sighed. I had initially considered sending your Nightfall team to serve as special instructors to train the new recruits, granting the mask team a few days of respite. However, it appears that a visit to the fishing village has become imperative. I shall lead the mask team to investigate the matter. Feng Yaozhi shook her head firmly. That is not permissible. The mask team cannot go, nor can you, Commander Zhua. I shall go alone. I have divine assistance. The special team cannot have time off, as calamities tend to arise during such intervals. The expedition to the fishing village is the very reason for the decline of the mask team, and I fear they may again fall victim to the narrative's control, leading to another demise there. Therefore, it is best for me to go. I exist independently of the narrative and serve as a variable in this world, unbound by its constraints, especially with the support of the Huaxia deity. Zhuqing resolutely countered. You cannot go. I am the commander-in-chief. This matter is my responsibility, and you have already sacrificed enough. His gaze lingered on Feng Yaozhi's snow-white hair, a silent sigh escaping his lips. Feng Yaozhi spoke earnestly. Commander Zhua, I assure you I am fine and will remain so. Allow me to handle the situation in the fishing village while the masked team continues their leave, and let Qie and the others serve as special instructors. If necessary, I can consult with Qie, and we can go to the fishing village together. Would that be acceptable? Lin Qie and the others possess the protagonist's aura and are unlikely to perish. After further deliberation on who would venture to the fishing village, Zhuqing ultimately acquiesced to Feng Yaozhi's plan, stipulating that in the event of any danger, her safety must be prioritized, and she should withdraw promptly. Feng Yaozhi nodded repeatedly. Understood. Zhuqing also learned from Feng Yaozhi that 4 individuals from the ancient god church had infiltrated the new recruits, but she advised him against intervening, suggesting that these 4 could serve to challenge the new recruits, allowing Nightfall to manage them. Having concluded their discussion, Feng Yaozhi dismantled the soundproof barrier. No sooner had she settled than Qingzhu and the young disciple rushed in, appearing weary from their journey. 3 years had passed, and Qingzhu looked slightly older, while the disciple had matured, now 15 years of age. Upon seeing Feng Yaozhi, Qingzhu felt a pang of sorrow. He gently stroked her snow-white hair, his voice trembling. Yaozhi, you have endured much hardship. You have grown thinner. Feng Yaozhi hurriedly reassured her master, extending her hand for him to take her pulse. Master, please check my pulse and see if I'm not healthier than before. I truly am well. It is merely my hair that has turned white. Moreover, I've been feasting on celestial fruits and dishes prepared by the god of cuisine in the celestial court and Kunlun Yaoqi, indulging in the likes of peaches of immortality. I am in excellent health. My cultivation has also reached decline realm. Qingzhu meticulously examined her pulse, confirming her robust health, yet his lingering worries remained unabated. Feng Yaozhi softly comforted her master and regarded the young disciple, whose eyes were slightly red from concern. After a considerable while, both Qingzhu and the disciple found solace. Qingzhu cast a lingering glance at Zhuqing, as if silently questioning how he could claim to protect his beloved disciple in such a manner. Zhuqing coughed softly, breaking the peculiar atmosphere. Feng Yaozhi seized the opportunity to rescue Zhuqing from his discomfort. With a smile, she glanced at the milk tea held by the young boy and gently asked, "Little one, is this milk tea for your sister?" The boy, unusually unembarrassed and without his typical pride, nodded solemnly, lifting the milk tea to present it to Feng Yaozhi. "Sister, this is the milk tea I bought for you." Feng Yaozhi accepted the tea, recognizing it as her favorite, and smiled warmly. "Thank you, little one." "No need to thank me," the boy replied, his cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson, feeling somewhat bashful. Feng Yaozhi, Master Chen, and the boy spent several hours together in the capital. As evening approached, Feng Yaozhi bid farewell to Master Chen and the boy as they departed in a carriage. During those hours, Zhuqing had secretly investigated Qingzhu and Chen Lu, managing to subdue both, along with some of Chen Lu's associates, while acquiring substantial information through the forbidden artifact, the Truth Ring. Upon joining Team 006, Lin Qie and his companions encountered an unusual scene. After uncovering the truth, they took the initiative to seek out Li Jinjin. Li Jinjin crossed paths with Feng Mo, who had transformed into a white cat, and together they confronted the mysterious threat, which ultimately fell to Qingzhu's decisive strike. Nonetheless, Li Jinjin was still rendered unconscious by the ethereal presence of Jiang Air. The 7 members of a Nightfall team transported the unconscious Li Jinjin back to the base of Team 006. Feng Yaozhi, having just acquired a new phone card and loaded it with ample credit, fortuitously met Yuan Gang, who was returning from headquarters, and they headed to the Team 006 base together. As the courtyard door swung open, a gathering of individuals preparing for dinner came into view. Instructor Yuan. They greeted one another enthusiastically. Jialan's eyes lit up upon spotting Feng Yaozhi, and she waved, "Yaozhi, come here." Feng Yaozhi smiled and replied, "I'm coming." She took her seat, conveniently positioned between Jialan and Shen Qingzhu, glancing at the beaming Bai Li, who seemed to have orchestrated this arrangement for her to sit beside Shen Qingzhu. However, as Feng Yaozhi observed Shen Qingzhu, her gaze flickered slightly. Unlike Lin Qie, she was not emotionally oblivious. She sensed a connection, but believed the moment for confession had not yet arrived. She hoped Shen Qingzhu would be the one to express his feelings first, yet it seemed as though the time was drawing near. Surely, he would confess soon. As soon as she settled, Shen Qingzhu poured a glass of drink for Feng Yaozhi and softly inquired, "Are you hungry?" She turned to him and shook her head. "Not at all. I had a cup of milk tea that the little one bought for me, and I'm quite full." Shen Qingzhu pondered. The little one is that child by Master Chen's side, the one responsible for driving the carriage? Feng Yaozhi confirmed with a nod. Shen Qingzhu inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. While the two engaged in quiet conversation, the atmosphere was filled with a sense of intimacy. Jialan's gaze shifted. She noted the similarly tender interaction between Qingyu and Jiang Er, then glanced at Li Jinjin before her eyes settled on Lin Qie, and a plan began to form in her mind. Before the meal commenced, Yuan Gang cleared his throat to share important news. Commander Zhua has requested you all to serve as special guest instructors to train the new recruits. The others, aside from Feng Yaozhi, displayed expressions of astonishment. Us? Indeed you. Yuan Gang bestowed upon them a reassuring gaze. Bai Li, feeling reminiscent of his days as a recruit, was instantly exhilarated by the vivid recollections of the appearances of the masked squad. How incredibly prestigious this was. Such a magnificent event had befallen them. The group exchanged glances, and Lin Qie remarked, "Instructor Yuan, we shall serve as special guest instructors." Yuan Gang responded with a smile and nodded, elaborating further on the matter. Chapter 78, Good night soon, dinner was served. The group gathered around a large round table, indulging in a sumptuous feast prepared by the members of Team 006. Consisting entirely of home-style dishes. The courtyard was filled with warmth and laughter as they enjoyed their meal together, and Qingyu seemed to recall something, and his gaze gradually settled on Lin Qie. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to voice his thoughts. "Qie, have you secretly given birth to a child?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Qie was instantly petrified, rendered speechless, struggling to believe what his ears had just registered. Jialan gripped her paper cup tightly, her knuckles cracking under the pressure. In an instant, the lively chatter at the round table ceased, and all eyes turned to Lin Qie, filled with curiosity. On the surface, Shen Qingzhu appeared nonchalant, yet inwardly, he was all ears for the gossip. Bai Li, visibly taken aback, gasped in astonishment. What astonishing news! Chao Yuan silently set down his cup, staring intently at Lin Qie, his pupils wide with shock. Jiang Er swayed slightly, glancing at Lin Qie, her mouth slightly agape. This. Lin Qie looked at Qingyu in disbelief, pointing at himself. Did you just say, I have a child? I don't recall winning the extraordinary fertility lottery. Technically, he had won, but under the time reversal of the Mei Lin, the extraordinary fertility was rendered moot. Moreover, even if he truly had won it, could extraordinary fertility directly lead to offspring? Lin Qie's mind was a whirlpool of questions, and he felt utterly unmoored. The calmest person present was Feng Yaozhi, who continued to eat while observing the unfolding misunderstanding. This scene was undeniably amusing, and Qingyu nodded, then uncertainly shook his head. It should be your child, as I sense your aura within him. According to genetic analysis, he is highly likely to be your offspring. And Qingyu's gaze shifted to the amused Feng Yaozhi, and he added uncertainly, Moreover, I also sense the essences of Nuwa and Fuxi within that child, identical to the aura emanating from Yaozhi. thus implying that you. And Qingzhu's words trailed off. But those who understood, understood. Feng Yaozhi, who had been thoroughly entertained, was taken aback by the revelation that she was somehow involved. What? In an instant, her amusement turned to disbelief. Qingzhu tightened his grip on his chopsticks, knowing that if he were not convinced that Feng Yaozhi and Lin Qie could never have a child together, he would have broken them by now. Jialan and the others shared the same thoughts, contemplating the origins of this child. The essences of Nuwa and Fuxi. Feigning confusion, Feng Yaozhi inquired, Qingzhu, what did the child you saw look like? And Qingzhu replied candidly. He was a boy, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years old. It seems he harbors the spirit of a cat within him, and that cat carries a hint of divine aura. Divinoha. Lin Qie's mind raced with speculation. Could this boy be a divine agent? Feng Yaozhi pondered for a moment, and then her eyes brightened. I believe I understand what's going on. What's going on? Qingzhu was the first to speak, genuinely curious about the child who bore a presence akin to that of Yaozhi. Feng Yaozhi, facing the inquisitive gazes of the crowd, gradually began to explain. As you all know, Sangnan City originally vanished due to the curse of Shiva, and it was the mortal realm of 7 nights that allowed the city to exist for a decade. 5 years ago, during the divine battle in Sangnan City, I summoned the Queen of Heaven and Fuxi to save the city, allowing all its beings to truly live. Later, the West Queen Mother informed me that the Erling god, Yang Jian, had chosen 12 children born during those 10 years in Sangnan City to be his disciples, training them to become the agents of the 12 golden immortals. Qingzhu, you mentioned that the child appeared to be around 14 or 15. I suspect that the soul is not that of the white cat, but rather the divine beast, the Baihu. This implies that the child is indeed one of the agents of the 12 golden immortals. Feng Yaozhi paused before continuing. As for why he possesses the aura of 7 nights, it is quite understandable. He exists because of 7 nights. Subsequently, when I summoned the Queen of Heaven and Fuxi to save the beings of Sangnan City, they naturally imparted their essence to him. And Qingzhu adjusted his glasses and nodded slowly. His confusion promptly resolved. So that's how it is. Lin Qie murmured to himself, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. When Qingzhu mentioned the possibility of him having a child, he felt an eerie sense of danger as the pressure around Jialan suddenly diminished. The aura surrounding Jialan swiftly returned to normal as she took a sip of her drink, her mood lifting instantly. Qingzhu discreetly loosened his grip on the chopsticks he had been clutching tightly, casting a furtive glance at them. There's a slight crack, but as long as I don't mention it, no one will know I broke them. The previously quiet atmosphere began to warm again, enveloping them in a cheerful ambience. Li Zhenjin, deep in thought, realized that the person who had abandoned her to flee alone was, in fact, a divine agent of Huaxia. After the meal, as the members of Team 006 washed the dishes, one of them picked up a pair of chopsticks, only for them to snap abruptly, breaking into 4 pieces. He stood there in shock, wondering if he had truly become so powerful that he could break chopsticks so easily. The thought amused him immensely. Perhaps someone was just too excited, causing the chopsticks to break. The room was limited. Feng Yaozhi, Jialan, and Jiang Er shared one room. Feng Yaozhi and Jialan lay on the bed, while Jiang Er's coffin rested on a stool, with her spirit floating above it as she slept. Just before bedtime, Feng Yaozhi stepped out of the room and unexpectedly spotted Qingzhu standing under the eaves, lost in thought. She moved quietly towards him, slowly extending her hand to tap his shoulder, only to have him swiftly grasp her wrist. The warmth radiating from his hand caused her to freeze momentarily, and as she looked up, she met Qingzhu's gaze, now turned towards her. Qingzhu did not release his grip, and they remained in that position for several seconds, both momentarily stunned. He lowered his eyes to the delicate wrist he held, observing it for a few moments, fair and slender, yet capable of fierce resistance. Finally, he released her wrist, his voice tinged with tension. What are you doing out here? Feng Yaozhi gently inquired. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Why you stand here in a daze? Qingzhu replied softly, I can't sleep. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yaozhi suggested, if you can't sleep, perhaps you could drink some milk. I have some here. From her spatial pocket, Feng Yaozhi retrieved a bottle of milk, thoughtfully heating it with divine fire, transforming the once cold liquid into a comforting warmth. She placed the bottle into Shen Qingzhu's hands, her eyes sparkling with delight as she encouraged, "Go on, drink up. Milk aids in sleep." Over 4 years ago, Shen Qingzhu had said the same to Feng Yaozhi. Gripping the warm bottle, he savored its comforting sensation, responding softly as he unscrewed the cap and took a sip. Once he finished the milk, Feng Yaozhi suddenly inquired, "Do you still smoke?" Shen Qingzhu paused, then quickly replied, "No, I keep smoking. Although during my time in the Black Hill group, I would occasionally mimic smoking by lighting a cigarette, but I do not actually smoke." Pleased, Feng Yaozhi smiled. "That's wonderful. It's good that you've quit." With her hands clasped behind her back, she beamed at him, her smile radiant. "Good night, Qingzhu." As Shen Qingzhu gazed at Feng Yaozhi basked in the silvery moonlight, his heart tightened unexpectedly, and he murmured softly, "Good night, Yaozhi." Chapter 79. The ceremony early the next morning. Feng Yaozhi and her companions journeyed towards the headquarters of the Night Watchers in a vehicle. Seated within the car, Feng Yaozhi took out her phone and messaged Captain Wang Mian, with whom she had long established contact, including his phone number for convenience. "Feng Yaozhi, Captain Wang. After the award ceremony, please wait for me at the entrance of the headquarters venue. I can resolve the issue regarding your time reversal lifespan." After a few minutes, Wang Mian responded, "Understood." It seemed he struggled to convey his gratitude, for after a brief pause, he added, "Thank you." Feng Yaozhi smiled gently. "No need to thank me." Upon sending her message, she tucked her phone away. Shen Qingzhu observed her every action with keen interest, pondering who she might be messaging. Her cheerful demeanor led Shen to wonder if it could be Nen Shi. Before long, the car arrived at the headquarters. As they disembarked, they were presented with the custom-made crimson cloaks ordered overnight. Bai Li, with his own cloak in hand, wore a grin that seemed to linger. Once the staff had departed, he lowered his voice and exclaimed, "At last, we possess a cloak that belongs to our Nightfall team." The group exchanged knowing smiles, donning their deep red cloaks as they strode toward the venue. Upon entering, the doors were opened by the staff, and those seated inside turned their attention to the entrance. 8 figures cloaked in deep crimson entered with commanding presence, their demeanor calm and composed, adorned with subtle smiles as they made their way directly to the award platform. The moment the Nightfall team arrived, whispers filled the venue, with attendees genuinely praising their remarkable achievements. Among the most animated were the members of the Masquerade team, particularly Su NW, Whirlpool, and Yu Gu, Moonghost. Su NW fixated on Feng Yaozhi's snow-white hair, puzzled. How did Feng Yaozhi's hair turn white? It doesn't appear to be dyed, and who would dye their hair white? Yu Gu glanced at Wang Mian. Could it be similar to the captain's time-related punishment? Perhaps Feng Yaozhi has endured a penalty of life's essence? Tianping scrutinized Feng Yaozhi's face and exposed skin. That shouldn't be the case. It seems her hair has merely turned white. Her face remains as it was, having matured slightly, yet retaining its youthful charm. Rose furrowed her brow with concern. Once the awards are presented, we should inquire. Did the captain not mention that Feng Yaozhi had something to discuss with us? Indeed. Tianping nodded in agreement. As Rose spoke, her eyes sparkled with curiosity, her fascination with Feng Yaozhi's white hair evident, as it resonated with her personal taste. On stage, Feng Yaozhi smiled as she listened to Xiaoping recount the Nightfall team's achievements, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Rose's gaze upon her was peculiar. Wait. Feng Yaozhi's smile faltered slightly. If her memory served her right, Rose had previously expressed a desire to change her name to Lily. Hadn't she? Could it be that Rose? Feng Yaozhi hesitated to ponder further, feeling an unsettling chill creep over her. Sandalwood and Starry Marks had not crossed paths with Feng Yaozhi much. Even during the duel at the training camp 5 years ago, they had refrained from intervening. Thus, they remained silent, merely listening to the Whirlpool recount the changes in Feng Yaozhi and others. Wang Mian's gaze swept over the individuals on stage, ultimately settling on Feng Yaozhi, his fingers tightening slightly, a hint of anxiety evident. Was the cost of reversing time truly destined to vanish entirely? Ever since Feng Yaozhi had invoked the power of life to ensure he would not age in the short term, He had maintained the appearance befitting his age for the past 5 years, untouched by the passage of time. Even the reversal of time bore no toll on his lifespan, for which he was genuinely grateful to Feng Yaozhi. However, he found himself bereft of opportunities to repay that kindness. Wang Mian focused on Feng Yaozhi's white hair, pondering briefly. Over 2 years ago, Feng Yaozhi's hair had not yet turned white. Since the punishment of time could not befall him, could he perhaps restore Feng Yaozhi's hair to its former black hue? He resolved to inquire later if Feng Yaozhi desired his hair to return to black. If so, he would attempt to see if it were feasible. This might well be the only course of action available to him at this stage. Standing beside Feng Yaozhi, Qingzhu caught a glimpse of Feng Yaozhi glancing at the audience, his expression momentarily stiffening. He discreetly spoke, "What is wrong?" Feng Yaozhi forced a smile, his demeanor still rigid. "Nothing. I'm just looking for the mask team." "Oh," Qingzhu replied softly. Soon, the award ceremony concluded. As they descended from the podium, Feng Yaozhi swiftly addressed Qingzhu and the others. "I have matters to discuss with Wang Mian. You need not wait for me. See you at the 006 Team S base." With that, he hurriedly departed. Lin Xie observed Feng Yaozhi's retreating figure, slightly taken aback. "What is Yaozhi in such a rush for?" And Qingyu responded calmly. "He is probably worried about keeping the mask team waiting. I've heard they plan to take a few days off." Jialan stared at Feng Yaozhi's silhouette for a few seconds before abruptly turning to Qingzhu, her tone laced with a hint of exasperation. "Bro, take the initiative. Otherwise, Yaozhi might end up with someone else." She shot a glare at Lin Xie. Lin Xie, caught off guard, was innocent in this exchange. Qingzhu, lost in thought regarding Feng Yaozhi's urgent matter with Wang Mian, was momentarily stunned. "No." Bai Li, chubby and earnest, nodded repeatedly, patting Qingzhu's shoulder with a serious expression. "Bro, you need to act quickly. We all can see the bond between you and Yaozhi is extraordinary. If necessary, we can offer you some suggestions." Jiang Adit Gavadi. "I could even leverage big data to orchestrate a flawless confession ceremony for you." Chao Yuan quietly interjected with piercing insight. "I've heard Wang Mian is still single, and both he and Yaozhi are divine agents, equally remarkable. Bro, your competition is formidable." Qingzhu fell into deep contemplation, and after a long pause, he murmured somewhat ambiguously, "Soon, just a little longer." He still felt a sense of hesitation, perhaps even a lack of confidence. As Chao Yuan aptly remarked, Yaozhi is exceptionally talented, surpassing any of her peers, having attained the Klein realm at such a tender age and possessing multiple divine ruins. In contrast, he is burdened with a singular, highly perilous forbidden ruin, still lingering in the sea realm, with his potential being the least impressive among the members of the Nightfall team. Yaozhi's brilliance is blinding. He does not wish to become a burden to her. Instead, he yearns to elevate himself, to cultivate the ability to stand beside her. Hence, he has hesitated to confess his feelings. As Feng Yaozhi stepped out of the venue, she remained oblivious to Qingzhu's inner turmoil. Nonetheless, she had long harbored suspicions that Qingzhu might be grappling with a burgeoning lack of confidence, perhaps feeling like a liability. Feng Yaozhi cast her gaze downward. Ever since Qingzhu returned from the Japanese circle, she had made it a point to frequently praise and encourage him, all in an effort to bolster his self-assurance. Qingzhu has never been a burden. He possesses a unique charm, and while his combat abilities may not be the highest, his talent for infiltration and his character are undeniably the finest among them. Qingzhu is simply Qingzhu. He has always been remarkable. Chapter 80. Breaking the chains of time. Feng Yaozhi had just stepped out of the venue when her gaze fell upon 7 figures clad in casual attire, standing beside the entrance. With a gentle smile, she approached them. Qiangwei was the first to greet her with a cheerful wave. "Yaozhi." Feng Yaozhi's lips curled slightly. "Sister Qiangwei." The group exchanged pleasantries before she cut to the chase. Her voice light, she addressed Wang Mian. "I have now reached a level where I can help you resolve the issue of shortening your lifespan in one go. Let's begin." Wang Mian clenched his fist tightly, a rare nervousness overtaking him. They stepped a few paces inward, arriving at a secluded corner devoid of passers-by. Feng Yaozhi and Wang Mian stood facing each other, and with her hands forming a seal, an ancient and mysterious array emerged beneath their feet, enveloping them in its protective embrace. A somewhat hazy, ethereal figure of Huaxu appeared behind Feng Yaozhi in a protective stance. In a surge of vibrant life, force emanated from both Feng Yaozhi and Huaxu, flowing like a tide directly into Wang Mian's being. Divine Sanctuary, life healing, activate. The aura of the Klein realm radiated from her, saturating the surroundings. Wang Mian felt the Klein realm's energy emanating from Feng Yaozhi, astonished that she had attained such a formidable level. She truly was extraordinary. Tanxiang and Xinghan exchanged incredulous glances. Feng Yaozhi's prowess was indeed astonishing, surpassing even that of their captain. The usually jovial Xuanhua now wore a tense expression, anxiously observing the two within the formation, fervently praying for a favorable outcome, that their captain would break free from the shackles of time, and that Feng Yaozhi would remain unharmed. Tianping and Yue Gui regarded the unfolding scene with grave expressions, their hands tightly clenched, embodying the tension of the moment. Qiang Wei bit her lip, silently wishing for success. Both individuals within the array closed their eyes. As Feng Yaozhi shut her eyes, a turquoise plum blossom mark appeared at her brow. With her back turned to Tianping and the others, none noticed this emblem, not even she herself. While she enveloped Wang Mian in a cocoon of life force and strands of divine energy, she communed with the golden talisman within her spiritual sea, successfully extracting a fragment of causal power. As this power brushed against Wang Mian, a flash of white light illuminated the scene, revealing the ethereal figure of Kronos materializing behind him, visible only to Feng Yaozhi. Kronos' gaze was impassive, his eyes resembling interlocking rings, fixated upon the essence of Feng Yaozhi's soul. Yet, she remained unaffected, the golden talisman shielding her from all direct assaults upon her soul and spiritual sea. Standing resolute before the pressure of the god of time, Kronos, she showed no sign of retreat. Kronos observed the human before him, attempting to breach the fabric of time to eradicate its penalties. He noted that the girl's past, present, and future were shrouded in a mist, impervious to scrutiny, and she possessed a remarkable abundance of fortune and causal power. Who exactly was she? Kronos turned his gaze towards the king's face, which was wholly absorbed in the absorption of life force and a trace of Huaxu's divine energy. He delved into the past of the king's face, and, from that, discerned the identity of the extraordinary girl. Feng Yaozhi, the Huaxu agent, possessed multiple divine ruins and could summon the myriad gods of Huaxia. Kronos glanced back at Feng Yaozhi, narrowing his eyes slightly. This individual was not as simple as she appeared. Perhaps she was the only variable in this world, one untainted by the influence of Cthulhu. Kronos' form gradually faded as the power of causality smoothly integrated into the king's face, taking root within him and fiercely devouring the punishment of time. As time passed, the lips of the two individuals within the formation grew pale, and beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. A series of subtle cracking sounds emanated from the king's face as the punishment of time began to shatter, ultimately transforming into specks of white light that dissipated into the air. From that moment on, the punishment of time could no longer descend upon the king's face, allowing him to maintain a normal appearance at any stage of life. The gray-haired elder would cease to exist as the formation slowly dissipated into the atmosphere. The king's face opened his weary eyes, yet a smile graced his features, for he was elated to be free from the torment of time. He weakly regarded Feng Yaozhi, his tone filled with concern. "How are you? Are you hurt?" Feng Yaozhi smiled gently and shook her head. "I am fine. However, you have endured greatly in breaking the influence of the time punishment. You will need several days to recuperate, and your holiday may be wasted as you cannot travel." Tianping quickly stepped forward to support the king's face. Xuanzhua grinned widely. "What does it matter? We can travel together next holiday." "Indeed." Wei eagerly nodded. "As long as the captain is all right." Qiang Wei smiled cheerfully. "Exactly. The captain's safety is of utmost importance." Tanxiang chuckled. "Count me in." Xinghan looked at them with a smile. Feng Yaozhi composed her expression, her voice turning serious. By the way, you all should remain in the capital during your days off to help the king's face recuperate. The king's face exchanged glances with Tianping and the others, then nodded in agreement. All right, we will stay in the capital and go nowhere. They all sensed a deeper meaning in Feng Yaozhi's words. Xuanzhua picked up his phone to cancel their tickets. I will refund all our plane tickets right away. Feng Yaozhi smiled at the 7 members of the masked team. The king's face posed a question he had been pondering. Do you wish to return a black hair? I might be able to help you revert your hair to its former color. Feng Yaozhi paused for a moment, then shook her head with a smile. No need. White hair is quite nice. The king's face nodded slightly, not pressing the matter. All right, feel free to contact me if you need anything. Okay. After bidding farewell, Feng Yaozhi walked briskly towards the exit. Just as she reached the door, she spotted a car parked by the roadside and 7 figures in deep red cloaks standing beside it. Feng Yaozhi paused briefly, then approached them with a smile. Why haven't you left? Jialan chuckled lightly. Of course, we are waiting for you. Bailey Pang Pang, with a cheerful grin, remarked. It's a rare occasion to have a few days off, and we have all gathered together. Shouldn't we take the opportunity to explore the capital and capture some photographs? Indeed, it was a valid point. Feng Yaozhi nodded in agreement. Lin Xie smiled gently. Let us first return to our headquarters to change into casual attire, and then we can venture out to explore the capital together. Let's go. Bailey Pang Pang was particularly excited. Once they boarded the vehicle, Jiang Er curiously inquired, Yaozhi, what business do you have with Wang Mian and the others? The group turned their attention towards Feng Yaozhi, except for Qingzhu, who was driving. To facilitate their movements, they had dismissed the driver. Feng Yaozhi succinctly replied, I have helped Wang Mian resolve his time penalty all at once. Chapter 81. The Soul's Temporary Return. A Punishment of Time? Bailey Pang Pang gazed in astonishment. Is it truly this remarkable? Even this can be resolved? He couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, Wen Yaozhi was extraordinary. Wen Yaozhi smiled lightly. This is largely thanks to the power of causality absorbed by the golden talisman within my spiritual sea. It was through this power and the divine strength of Huaxu that I successfully dispelled the karmic punishment upon Wang Mian. And Qingzhu's eyes sparkled with a hint of regret as he sighed softly, wishing to analyze the golden talisman within Yaozhi's spiritual sea, but alas, Yaozhi could not control the golden talisman. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Yaozhi's eyes brightened as they fell upon Jiang Er. Ada, your ability to have an out-of-body experience stems from the power of causality. I wish to attempt to see if I can use this power to bring your soul back into your body, though it may fail or only result in a temporary return. Jiang Er's situation was far more complex than Wang Mian's, and Wen Yaozhi held little confidence. Jiang Er's face lit up with joy as she smiled gently. All right, Yaozhi, I wish to try. Then it is settled, Wen Yaozhi replied cheerfully. Upon entering the temporary residence of the Nightfall team, Wen Yaozhi commenced her work, and Qingzhu placed the coffin upon the tea table and opened its lid, revealing Jiang Er, encased in ice. In no time, the ice melted away, and under the influence of life force, her body gradually warmed. Jiang Er floated above her body, her white dress billowing elegantly. Wen Yaozhi formed hand seals to cast a complex and ancient array, enveloping the two within its protective confines. She skillfully communicated with the golden talisman, once more drawing upon its power of causality again, though this time the plum blossom mark did not appear on her forehead. The white threads of causality, under her command, sought to connect Jiang Er's body and soul. The merging of body and soul was a lengthy process, and Qingzhu and the others watched with bated breath, their anxiety causing them to deliberately slow their breathing, fearful of disturbing the power of causality. And Qingzhu refrained even from analyzing the power of causality he had long wished to understand. As time passed, Jiang Er's soul gradually melded with her body, achieving complete harmony, and everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Just then, a surge of causality swept in from the sky, piercing through the house and racing towards Jiang Er. Wen Yaozhi swiftly commanded the power of causality to obstruct it, Although she successfully allowed the golden talisman to absorb the incoming force, the progress was interrupted. The speed of the causality was astonishing, almost instantaneous as it surged into the array, leaving Lin Qiyi and the others no time to react. The atmosphere grew tense as the array began to shatter. Jiang Er, lying within the coffin, slowly opened her eyes and under the healing influence of life force. She smoothly sat up from the coffin. Jiang Er gazed at her hands and body, her face radiating with joy. Have I succeeded? Feng Yaozhi observed the subtle change in expression and spoke with a weighty tone. It cannot be deemed a success. Error. Your soul has merely returned to your body temporarily. It is likely to last only a few hours. I must conduct further research to truly merge your soul with your body. This wretched plot is to blame. Just when Jiang Er was on the brink of success, with her soul and body poised to unite, the force of causality intervened to thwart it all. Must Jiang Er await the grand finale to achieve the fusion of her soul and body? Jiang Er was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled warmly. Well, it's not so bad. Yaozhi, you are remarkable. I never anticipated I could return to my own body. Feng Yaozhi full hip and shute. I will ensure that your soul remains in your body. Jiang Er returned her smile. All right, Yaozhi, I trust you. And Qingzhu spoke earnestly. Jiang Er, I will diligently research how to combat the force of causality and facilitate the merging of your soul and body. Jialan raised a fist, her expression serious. And I will stand in front of you next time to confront the force of causality with immortality. Bai Li Pang declared with grandiosity. Next time, we shall encircle you and devise a means to block them. If the force of causality seeks to wreak havoc, it must pass through us. Chao Yuan nodded solemnly in agreement. Lin Qiyi spoke with conviction. Next time, I shall employ a miracle to assist you. Shen Qingzhu nodded. We will all strive together. Jiang Er stood up somewhat awkwardly. Her vitality ensured her muscles had not atrophied, and she now resembled a normal person. She stepped out of the coffin and beamed at the seven before her. All right. Half an hour later, Shen Qingzhu and several boys, dressed in casual attire, sat in the living room, awaiting the three girls to emerge from their room. Feng Yaozhi, Jialan, and Jiang Er were still coordinating their outfits and applying light makeup. Bai Li Pang cast a glance at Shen Qingzhu and sighed. Bro, it's time for you to make your move. Look, Yaozhi has just helped Wang Mian lift the time penalty today. This is undeniably a life-saving favor. As the saying goes, a life-saving grace should be repaid with oneself. If Yaozhi and Wang Mian truly become involved, you won't know where to weep. And Qingzhu nudged his glasses, as the proverb states. Those closest to the water enjoy the moon first. Bro, don't let the opportunity slip away. Lin Qiyi nodded in agreement. Pang and Qingzhu make valid points. Chao Yuan suggested, how about we confess tonight? Shen Qingzhu lounged casually on the sofa, contemplating the words of the four as he gazed at the tightly closed door for a few seconds. Gripping the lollipop in his pocket, he gradually solidified his resolve, turning to the group with a serious tone. All right, we shall confess tonight. Please help me arrange it. And Qingzhu's lips curled into a slight smile. Bro, what kind of confession do you envision? Shen Qingzhu pondered for a moment and then slowly replied, I want. Just as the five had finished their discussion, the closed door swung open. Jialan emerged, adorned in a deep blue, newly styled traditional long dress, her long hair partially tied back with a matching blue ribbon, her makeup subtle yet enhancing her exquisite features. Jiang Er adorned a flowing white spaghetti strap gown, her black hair cascading gracefully, her makeup perfectly balanced, and her countenance strikingly cool. Feng Yaozhi, on the other hand, donned a teal off-shoulder mini dress, her white hair elegantly styled in a French chignon, enhanced by subtle makeup, radiating beauty. Several young men were momentarily taken aback. Shen Qingzhu's gaze deepened as he beheld the breathtakingly beautiful Feng Yaozhi. She, catching the intensity of his stare, smiled gently and said, Let's be off. It is time for lunch. Bai Li, the jovial one, interjected, I've already reserved a private room. After our meal, we shall indulge in some delightful activities. Thus, the group embarked on their journey to dine, and following their meal, they proceeded to explore the vibrant city of Shanjing. Jialan and Jiang Er had also heard of Shen Qingzhu's plans from Lin Xie and were quite exhilarated. Another chapter will be released later. It will be available for reading tomorrow morning. Unexpectedly, this chapter turned out to be longer than anticipated, so I shall express my sentiments in the next chapter. Chapter 82. A Sky Full of Fireworks. A dazzling galaxy. Jialan and Jiang Er were resolutely determined to ensure that Feng Yaozhi and Shen Qingzhu experienced a beautiful moment of mutual affection. After taking a few steps, Lin Xie suggested, "How about we split into 4 groups for our outing and reconvene at 8 o'clock?" Bai Li, chubby and enthusiastic, chimed in, "Sounds great." Feng Yaozhi observed them with a keen eye, sensing something amiss. She nodded. "All right then." Lin Xie cleared his throat. "Jialan and I will pair up, Qingyu with Jiang Er, Yaozhi with Shuaiga, and Bai Li, you can team up with Lao Chao." Bai Li and Chao Yuan exchanged glances, feeling somewhat odd about 2 grown men shopping together. Yet they endured it for the sake of Shuaiga's confession plan. "Okay." Lin Xie nodded in satisfaction. "It's settled then. We shall meet at 8 by the East Lake in People's Park." The 8 of them split into 4 pairs. Feng Yaozhi watched as Lin Xie and the others turned to leave, squinting her eyes mischievously. Do you think Lin Xie wants to be alone with Jialan? Or perhaps Qingyu wishes to spend time with Jiang Er? Shen Qingzhu, caught off guard by her earnestness, feigned ignorance. "I don't know, but that seems likely." "Is that so?" Feng Yaozhi decided against probing further and cheerfully said, "Well then, let us enjoy ourselves, Qingzhu." Shen Qingzhu felt a pang of nervousness. All right. As they wandered about, laughter and joy filled the air, creating a delightful atmosphere, and they captured many photos together. Shen Qingzhu's gaze towards Feng Yaozhi softened increasingly. Noticing a bubble tea shop ahead, he remarked, "I shall buy some bubble tea. Yaozhi, please wait for me here." "Sure," Feng Yaozhi replied, only to realize she had forgotten to specify her preferred flavor. However, Shen Qingzhu had already entered the store, leaving her to let it go. Never mind. She could enjoy any flavor, though matcha with mochi had always been her favorite. Standing beneath a streetlight, Feng Yaozhi perused the photos on her camera, deleting the less successful shots. Not far away, a young man in his 20s hesitated briefly before approaching her. "Hello." Startled by the sudden address, Feng Yaozhi looked up, encountering the young man's gaze. In an instant, numerous scenarios from novels flashed through her mind. Could he be here to add her as a friend? Would she have to decline him by mentioning her boyfriend? The young man slowly pulled something from his bag. Feng Yaozhi's heart raced. Here it comes. In the next moment, a flyer appeared before her, and the young man smiled shyly. "Miss, your appearance and demeanor are quite impressive. Would you be interested in experiencing our etiquette training class? We guarantee." Feng Yaozhi realized her thoughts had been unfounded. She politely declined. "No, thank you. I'm quite busy and don't have time for classes." "All right then," the young man said, looking somewhat disheartened, before walking away. Just as Shen Qingzhu emerged from the bubble tea shop, he noticed a man speaking to Feng Yaozhi for a few moments before departing. Shen Qingzhu's gaze flickered as he swiftly approached Feng Yaozhi, extending the cup of milk tea in his hand towards her. "This is the matcha mochi with normal ice and sugar, topped with tapioca," he said. Feng Yaozhi paused, accepting the milk tea while blinking in surprise. "How did you know I like this flavor?" she inquired. Shen Qingzhu cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "During the New Year celebration in Sangnan City, you always opted for this milk tea, though back then it was winter and you prefer it hot." Feng Yaozhi's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she leaned closer to him, her voice a crystalline melody laced with a teasing tone. "You've remembered for so long? It's been over 4 years." Shen Qingzhu, captivated by her proximity, unconsciously drew his fingers together, his throat tightening slightly. "Yes," he replied. With a soft smile, Feng Yaozhi straightened, puncturing the milk tea with a straw and sipping it, its icy sweetness refreshing her senses. Casually, she tucked her camera into the pocket of Shen Qingzhu's coat, holding the milk tea in one hand while intertwining her fingers with his, her serene smile meeting his startled gaze. "Shall we go? There's still plenty of time to explore." As they walked hand in hand along the street, Lin Xie stealthily trailed behind them, snapping photographs. Meanwhile, Jialan was nearly beside herself with excitement. As for Qingzhu and the others, they were busy preparing the scene. At 7:50 p.m., Feng Yaozhi and Shen Qingzhu arrived by the East Lake at People's Park, only to find that Lin Xie and the others had not yet arrived. After a few moments of waiting, Feng Yaozhi was about to message them when Shen Qingzhu spoke up. He glanced at his phone and said softly, "Xie and the others mentioned they would be a little late." Nodding, Feng Yaozhi lowered her gaze, sensing something amiss. Just then, at 8 p.m., the bustling crowd around them fell silent, as though the world had paused. A flicker of surprise crossed Feng Yaozhi's face. Is this the boundless ether? Before she could ponder further, the stars in the night sky suddenly illuminated, and in an instant, the celestial river sparkled above. Fireworks erupted on the western bank opposite the lake, bursting forth in a dazzling display of colors, merging seamlessly with the starry expanse. The scene transformed into a breathtaking paradise. Feng Yaozhi gazed upward, entranced by the fireworks and stars, while Shen Qingzhu observed her with a tender gaze. You admire the scenery, while I admire you. At that moment, any uncertainty dissipated for Feng Yaozhi. She turned to Shen Qingzhu, her lips curving into a soft smile. Qingzhu, was this your arrangement? Shen Qingzhu did not deny it. Suddenly, a taiji diagram illuminated the ground, and a bouquet of blooming greenish-blue plum blossoms appeared in his hand, presenting the flowers to Feng Yaozhi. His ears tinged with a faint blush. He spoke earnestly, his eyes brimming with warmth and affection. Yaozhi, I like you. I have liked you dearly since 4 years ago. During the 2 years I spent as an undercover agent within the ancient deity church, it was your presence and the symbols you created that sustained me. My fondness for you gradually deepened during my time among the Japanese community, eventually blossoming into love. I had initially intended to wait, to confess only when I felt capable of standing by your side, but fear has gripped me, the fear of you falling for someone else. Thus, I have resolved to declare my feelings to you. Shen Qingzhu spoke from the depths of his heart, gazing at Feng Yaozhi with gentle eyes. Yaozhi, would you be willing to be my girlfriend and spend a lifetime with me? Feng Yaozhi looked at Shen Qingzhu, who was confessing his feelings, and a smile gradually graced her lips. She reached out to accept the bouquet, her smile radiant and enchanting. I am willing. I like you as well. I only have eyes for you, only love you, and I will be with you. You are truly wonderful. Taking a step closer to Shen Qingzhu, she approached him, then rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck, and kissed him directly. Shen Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback by the sudden kiss, but quickly regained his composure. Bending slightly to meet her, one arm encircling her delicate waist while the other cradled her head, fingers gently entwined in her hair. As their lips met, both closed their eyes. Shen Qingzhu savored the moment, drawing her in deeper, their kiss imbued with passion. Hidden behind the bushes, 6 onlookers were nearly beside themselves with excitement. Lin Xie controlled a dazzling display of stars. Jiang Er orchestrated the fireworks, while in Qingyu, Bailey Pangpang, Jialan, and Xiao Yuan captured the moment from various angles. Due to a prohibition on fireworks in Beijing, they had informed Yuan Gang of their private matters and utilized Wujia space to orchestrate this event. The fireworks were funded by Shen Qingzhu, and the teal plum blossoms were a creation of Qingyu, who expedited their growth, causing them to bloom in just half an hour. The bouquet was delivered to Shen Qingzhu by Bailey Pangpang, utilizing the power of the universe. And Qingyu captured a photograph. In the image, Feng Yaozhi and Shen Qingzhu clasped hands, gazing at each other with smiles. The backdrop, a magnificent display of fireworks and a brilliant galaxy. Their love, ignited beneath the same celestial fireworks over 4 years ago, found its affirmation today, with the fireworks and stars bearing witness to their romance. Chapter 83. Love Letters and Possessiveness. Shen Qingzhu gazed tenderly at Feng Yaozhi, his eyes exuding a warmth capable of drowning souls. His voice, soft and gentle, inquired, "May I call you Zhi?" Feng Yaozhi tilted her head slightly, her gaze softening, a smile gracing her lips. "Of course, my dear boyfriend." Shen Qingzhu's voice deepened, rich with magnetism. Zhi. Feng Yaozhi's eyes crinkled with laughter. The fireworks, brilliant yet fleeting, illuminated the night sky before dissipating. In that moment, the boundless space was lifted, and People's Park returned to its lively clamor. Feng Yaozhi clasped Shen Qingzhu's long, slender fingers, turning to precisely aim at a thicket. Her tone laced with a hint of exasperation. "You all can come out now." Bailey Pang Pang emerged with a grin from behind the bushes, and with him leading the way, Lin Xie and the others followed suit. Feng Yaozhi's lips curved into a gentle smile, her brows resembling distant mountains shrouded in mist. "Thank you all. I truly appreciate it. The moments ahead should be shared with everyone from our Nightfall team." "All right, before we play, let us take a group photo," Lin Xie suggested, approaching a passerby to request assistance. The 8 gathered by the lake, beaming at the camera. Feng Yaozhi intertwined her fingers with Shen Qingzhu's, while cradling a bouquet in her other hand. With a click, the moment was captured. Jialan expressed her anticipation as they busily arranged their surroundings, eager to begin their festivities. "Where shall we head next?" Shen Qingzhu looked at Feng Yaozhi. "I shall follow Zi's lead." Bailey Pang Pang teased, "Our cool guy has changed since falling in love. He's calling her Zi now." Shen Qingzhu merely smiled in response. Feng Yaozhi cleared her throat, slightly bashful. "Haven't you all explored the capital yet?" "Indeed, we've been preoccupied with preparing for your confession," Chao Yuan acknowledged. With a twinkle in her eye, Feng Yaozhi proposed. "Then allow me to arrange our itinerary. Let us enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Go, go, go." A group of youthful spirits, still tinged with innocence, strolled through the streets of Qingzhou City, indulging in numerous attractions and sampling a variety of street snacks, capturing countless photographs along the way. The atmosphere was warm and inviting. At the Nightfall team's residence, Feng Yaozhi placed a green plum blossom bouquet into the space and settled onto her bed, surrounded by 4 cameras. She meticulously sifted through the photos, each one a candid shot captured by Lin Xie and the others of her and Shen Qingzhu together, retaining only the finest ones to develop tomorrow. The corners of her lips lifted as she gazed at the images. In the days leading up to the training camp, Feng Yaozhi and Shen Qingzhu had ventured out on dates every day. Even when they wished to stay in, Lin Xie and the others insisted on dragging them out, citing their aversion to witnessing couples in their affectionate reverie. Seated on a park bench, Feng Yaozhi and Shen Qingzhu admired the shimmering lake under the sunset. Their hearts buoyed with joy. Suddenly, recalling something amusing, Feng Yaozhi laughed and leaned closer to Shen Qingzhu, whispering softly into his ear, her warm breath brushing against him, causing a flutter of unease within him. "Qingzhu?" Shen Qingzhu responded softly. "What is it?" "I recall that your birthday is on September 21st. Is that correct?" "Indeed." "Are we celebrating his birthday?" Feng Yaozhi smiled lightly, her expression teasing. "In that case, I am older than you. I was born in February, making me 7 months your senior. You may call me sister." Shen Qingzhu felt somewhat helpless. "Yes, you are indeed the elder sister." Feng Yaozhi blinked. "So, will you call me sister?" Shen Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush creeping to his ears, and with a soft cough, he whispered provocatively, "If you wish for me to call you sister, you must take the initiative to kiss me." Feng Yaozhi batted her eyelashes. "I haven't prevented you from kissing me." Shen Qingzhu replied earnestly, "It is not the same. The feeling differs." Feng Yaozhi gazed at him for a long moment, her expression subtly shifting, as if to say, "How could you be this kind of person?" Reluctantly, she acquiesced. "All right then." Feng Yaozhi quickly scanned their surroundings, noticing the crowd. "Let us wait until we're back. There are too many people now." "Very well," Shen Qingzhu replied softly. But the next moment his gaze became evasive. After ensuring no one approached them, he leaned close to Feng Yaozhi's ear and whispered in a hushed tone, "Sister." Feng Yaozhi instantly froze in place. No need for words. She was thoroughly pleased. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Shen Qingzhu's slender waist, resting her chin on his shoulder, laughing heartily, her shoulders trembling with mirth. "Qingzhu, how can you be so adorable?" The redness in Shen Qingzhu's ears lingered, and he resignedly embraced Feng Yaozhi's waist. After a few moments of laughter, as if recalling something, she composed herself, straightened her posture, narrowed her eyes at Shen Qingzhu, and spoke earnestly. Qingzhu, may I bring up past matters? Certainly. Shen Qingzhu instinctively replied, only to realize the implications of his words. What past matters? What could he possibly have? Wait. The memory of that sister from earlier flashed in his mind, along with the words he had spoken 5 years ago under the True Words ring. Shen Qingzhu immediately sought to amend his misstep, his tone slightly flustered. Ji, please let me explain. Feng Yaozhi's expression betrayed no emotion. She nodded calmly. Speak. I am listening. Shen Qingzhu gazed earnestly at her, recounting the events. You may not know, but I am an orphan, raised in an orphanage. The headmaster was very kind to us, yet children from orphanages often lack both resources and affection. Next to the orphanage lived a family, and their youngest child was of my age. I was somewhat of a leader among the children, so he always played alongside me. One day, while we were playing, we accidentally injured ourselves, and at that moment his sister appeared, disinfecting our wounds, applying medicine, and bandaging us. His sister was gentle, comforting us not to cry, even though I had not been crying. From that moment on, I eagerly anticipated seeing the neighbor's sister again, hoping for her care. At that tender age of 4, I understood little and, influenced by old television dramas, naively thought that was love. I penned numerous love letters, one each day, totaling 114, yet not a single one was ever sent. Reflecting upon it now, it is clear that what I felt could hardly be classified as love. It was at most a form of familial affection. At that time, I envied him for having an elder sister, someone to nurture and care for him. The director, despite being a man of advanced age, was not particularly attentive and did not express his concern overtly, especially considering that the orphanage housed more than just me. The 114 love letters I penned were less about romance and more akin to a heartfelt confession of my yearning for familial bonds, further complicated by my tender age and limited writing skills. Only as I matured did I come to understand that it was not love I felt. My affection for the neighbor's sister was not genuine. What I truly longed for was someone to care for me, someone who valued my existence. Ji, you are my first love, the first person I have cherished in matters of the heart, and also the last. Feng Yaozhi, taken aback by his candid revelation, was aware of Shen Qingzhu's status as an orphan and recognized that the children in the orphanage yearned for love in all its forms, familial, platonic, and romantic. She was surprised to learn that Shen Qingzhu's letters were rooted in such profound longing. Cradling him gently, she soothingly patted his back and spoke in a soft, calming tone. Qingzhu, you have me, and you also have Chia, Jialan, and the rest of us. We are all family. You have never been alone. You possess familial love, friendship, and affection. We have always been here for you. Shen Qingzhu replied softly, I know you're always here. After the warmth of the moment, Feng Yaozhi hesitated, but ultimately voiced her disruptive thought. Although your initial intent in writing those love letters was not rooted in romance, what about my letters? I want them too. Just 115 will suffice, at least more than the neighbor's sister. Shen Qingzhu quickly countered, 115 is far too few. I shall write you love letters for a lifetime, every single day. Feng Yaozhi was not particularly eager for an abundance of letters. That's unnecessary. We can write them whenever we have the time. She then fixed her gaze upon Shen Qingzhu, speaking deliberately. Qingzhu, I possess a strong sense of possessiveness. I dislike others encroaching upon what is mine and those around me. Do you fear that? Feng Yaozhi was indeed somewhat petty, especially concerning those close to her. Her possessiveness being pronounced. She was uncertain as to why she felt this way, yet she did not wish to change. I'm not afraid. Shen Qingzhu not only felt no fear but smiled brightly. I am delighted that you possess such strong feelings of ownership over me. You must continue this way, always claiming me. Feng Yaozhi blinked and let out a light laugh. Very well. Chapter 84. Whom are you searching for? On the eve of the training session, Instructor Hong arrived at the dwelling of the Nightfall team to discuss the assessment methods for the new recruits. Bailey, upon learning that they would be engaging in an 8 versus 612 scenario, felt a sense of dismay. After Instructor Hong departed, the 8 of them sank into contemplation on the living room sofa, and Qingyu articulated her plan, which ignited a spark of enthusiasm in Feng Yaozhi, her eyes shimmering with excitement. I will be the atmosphere coordinator. I can summon malevolent spirits from the divine ruins to frighten them. And Qingzhu's mouth twitched slightly. That's acceptable. It will help develop their courage. Jiang air floated silently in the air, murmuring, Yaozhi, you truly are formidable. Feng Yaozhi, with an innocent smile, added, by the way, commanders would discover that among the new recruits, there are 4 members of the ancient God Church, one of whom is a member of the triad of deities, Qinma. Commanders' suggestion was that these 4 could serve as excellent training tools for the new recruits. Lin Xie was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the ancient God Church would send an undercover agent of Qianma's caliber among the new recruits. After a moment of reflection, he stated, indeed, these 4 individuals from the ancient God Church are exceptional instruments for honing the new recruits. We shall proceed with Qingzhu's plan tomorrow. And Qingzhu adjusted her glasses. To ensure that no one forgets, I will draft the script shortly. Her speed was remarkable, and soon each person had a copy of the script. Feng Yaozhi received the script for the atmosphere team, responsible for summoning spirits to terrify the recruits and awaken their potential. Shen Qingzhu took on the role of the undercover agent, tasked with blending in among the recruits to guide and mislead them. Feng Yaozhi smiled mischievously. New recruits, your nightmare is approaching. On the day of the training, the 8 sat aboard the plane, perusing their scripts to pass the time, occasionally engaging in light conversation. Below, in the training camp, Yuan Gang recited the same age-old lines, igniting the recruits' defiance. Bai Li, brimming with excitement, inquired, we should be about to make our entrance, right? Chao Yuan nodded in agreement. It should be soon. On the martial arts stage, Yuan Gang cast a familiar cold smile at the recruits below. He seized the walkie-talkie and called out, Nightfall. The 8 on the plane immediately donned their masks in unison. Lin Xie's lips curled into a slight smile. It is our turn to make an appearance. Suddenly, the night descended. As the recruits gazed in astonishment, the 8 donned masks and draped in deep crimson cloaks descended upon the training camp, riding the infernal dragon. The grandeur was palpable, even surpassing expectations. Standing on the martial arts stage, their deep crimson cloaks billowed in the wind, emanating a faint yet imposing pressure that bore down upon the recruits below. Lin Xie spoke calmly, greetings, we're the Nightfall team. The familiar scene unfolded once more. Yet this time, no one offered early greetings. A simple, airy statement sparked hushed whispers among the recruits, who began discussing the illustrious achievements of the 5th Special Team of the Daxia, Nightfall, which included, but was not limited to, 2 collective Star C medals and 6 individual Star C medals. Yuan Gang gazed at them with satisfaction, uttering the familiar lines. Before 9 o'clock, if any one of you can shatter their masks, I shall grant you your graduation tomorrow. Of course, the Nightfall Team-S realm will also be suppressed to the Pool realm. Perhaps this time, Yuan Gang, considering the Nightfall team comprised 8 exceptional individuals, felt emboldened to make such a bold proclamation. Had it been 5 years ago during the training in Sanan City, you would not have dared to utter such words. Fearful of being proven wrong, after delivering his statement, Yuan Gang descended from the martial stage, leading the instructors away and leaving the arena for the Nightfall team to exert their prowess. Lin Xie's gaze fell upon the new recruits. Let the challenge commence. No sooner had he spoken than numerous new recruits launched their Forbidden Ruins attacks against the martial stage, while others opted to retreat. As the dense onslaught approached them, Feng Yaozhi and Lin Xie each activated their teleportation arrays, whisking the recruits away to various locations. A barrage of Forbidden Ruins engulfed the martial stage, and when the dust settled, the area lay utterly deserted. As time gradually elapsed, the 8 members of the Nightfall team diligently trained the new recruits according to their plan. A group of several new recruits searched for the whereabouts of the Nightfall team members. Where are they? Where could they be hiding? They pondered. What is that commotion over there? It sounds as if there are cries of distress. Perhaps they have been caught by the Nightfall team. Should we head in that direction? It would save us the trouble of searching. A gentle voice resonated from the rear of the group. Who are you looking for? A boy furrowed his brow. What kind of nonsense is this? We're not searching for the Nightfall team. Are we looking for ghosts? As he spoke, he turned around, and not just he, but all the other recruits followed suit, only to be greeted with a chilling sight. a ghostly figure clad in a flowing red bridal gown, dragging a long tongue and with disheveled hair floated in the air, her long, blood-stained nails delicately tracing the air. The red bridal ghost smiled sweetly, her voice suddenly sharp. "So, you were looking for us?" Several timid recruits shivered in fear, haunted by childhood traumas. A few brave souls quickly launched their attacks against the red bridal ghost. The ghost responded with a sinister grin, unleashing her ghostly aura towards the recruits. Those who were fearful attempted to flee, only to confront a new horror. A headless male corpse stood rigidly before them, yet the voice resonated from the recruits' left. "Could you help me find my body?" "No, wait, could you help me find my head?" The head of the headless man rolled across the ground, heading straight for the recruits, causing their faces to drain of color as they hastily dodged. Just as another recruit prepared to unleash a Forbidden Ruins attack, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. He stiffly turned his head to find a ghostly infant, its body a ghastly shade of blue and purple, clinging to him. The ghostly infant, munching on its tiny hands and drooling, asked, "Brother, can you take me to find my mother?" The fragmented corpse, pieced together from severed body parts, grinned maliciously as it plunged its sharp, obsidian claws into the fissures of its own body. It extracted a small chunk of flesh and hurled it towards the recruits, dark, viscous blood oozing from the crevices, dripping rhythmically onto the ground, quickly forming a small pool of fetid liquid. The recruits were confronted with this horrifying spectacle, their pupils dilating in shock, and they let out piercing screams of terror. Several of the new soldiers, paralyzed by fear, fainted with their eyes shut tight upon witnessing the gruesome scene. In a neglected corner, behind a thicket, a few recruits trembled in fright, their faces pale, lips white, and their eyes filled with a deep sense of despair. Why is this training camp so filthy? Why are there so many apparitions? I still cannot fathom how I managed to escape. Wait, you didn't come with us. What is the situation like over there? Don't say a word. The members of the Nightfall squad have gone mad. They've slaughtered all the instructors. A soft voice echoed from above them. Mad? Are you speaking of me? The recruits froze, their bodies stiffening as they raised their gaze, filled with hopelessness. There, perched upon a branch, stood a member of the Nightfall squad, draped in a deep crimson cloak and adorned with a fearsome mask. Chapter 85. Deceiving the new recruits, Feng Yaozhi swiftly incapacitated several new recruits and deliberately allowed one to escape, weaving an illusion that led the new recruits to believe she had slain the others. After executing this ruse, she continued her search for more recruits to terrify. Meanwhile, Qingzhu, utilizing her exceptional acting skills and unparalleled talent for infiltration, ingratiated herself among the new recruits, earning their trust as a seasoned expert. Lin Xie and his companions also instilled considerable fear in the recruits, leaving the remaining 300 or so hidden within the auditorium, strategizing on how to survive this dire situation. After Jialan decisively knocked down Qianmo with 3 punches, Feng Yaozhi approached her. Jialan, having just retracted her fist, was pleasantly surprised to see Feng Yaozhi before her. "Yaozhi!" she exclaimed with delight. Under the gaze of the divine eye in the divine ruins, Feng Yaozhi, with her radiant golden eyes, looked at the unconscious Qianmo, her tone tinged with astonishment. "Jialan, this individual is not merely a new recruit. His true realm is Klein. He is likely one of the 3 deities of the ancient god church." Jialan turned to glance at the unconscious Qianmo, blinking in disbelief. "He is so weak, I knocked him down with just 3 punches." Feng Yaozhi smiled helplessly. "Jialan, your immortality is something even the gods cannot shatter." Jialan curved her lips, pointing at Qianmo. "What should we do with him? Shall we kill him outright?" Feng Yaozhi pondered for a moment. "First, let's bind him and then hand him over to Instructor Yuan and the others for interrogation. We might glean some information regarding the ancient god church from him using the truth ring." As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Yaozhi produced a radiant golden rope from her spatial bracelet, one of the gifts bestowed upon her by the Chinese deity during her time in the heavenly court. The binding rope could restrain even divine beings, making it a simple task to bind Qianmo securely, ensuring he had no chance of escape. Feng Yaozhi contacted Yuan Gang via walkie-talkie. Instructor Yuan, we have captured Qian Mo. Jialan has knocked him out, and I have bound him with a binding rope. Please send someone to take him away for interrogation. Yuan Gang was momentarily taken aback. Although Commander Zhou had informed him before his arrival that 4 members of the ancient God Church had infiltrated among the new recruits, one of whom was Qian Mo. He was still surprised by the speed at which Qian Mo was apprehended. The other infiltrators had yet to be revealed, yet Qian Mo, as their leader, was the first to be exposed. Soon, 2 instructors discreetly emerged from the underground central monitoring room, dragging Qian Mo away for interrogation. Feng Yaozhi and Jialan then rejoined Lin Xie and the others. Within the auditorium, Shen Qingzhu and Jiang Er, who had possessed Li Jinjin, collaborated to deceive the new recruits, who were immediately filled with fervor, displaying expressions of unwavering resolve to confront the ancient God Church. The 3 infiltrators from the ancient God Church were left momentarily dumbfounded. Lu Baoyu, having been disqualified, entered the oddly charged training camp, encountering the fiercely determined new recruits. As the agent of Lucifer, Lu Baoyu exchanged displeased glances with Feng Mo, who bore the essence of Michael within. The 2 engaged in a verbal spar. Under the persuasion of Ding Chongfeng, the 2 finally ceased their sharp exchanges. Lu Baoyu let out a cold snort and turned to leave, while the new recruits made their way to the training ground where the town monument stood. They resolved to defend the town monument staunchly, denying the ancient God sect any opportunity to breach it, all the while seeking ways to communicate with the outside world. The new recruits carried a sack full of mobile phones, with a female soldier capable of controlling telecommunication signals attempting to establish contact. The call was soon connected, but it was Jiang Er on the other end. A sinister smile spread across Jiang Er's face, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit clawing its way from the depths of hell to claim their lives, instilling an overwhelming sense of terror. You cannot escape. The new recruits turned pale with fear, many of them trembling uncontrollably, having faced malevolent spirits before. Shen Qingzhu observed their expressions with a subtle smile flickering in her eyes. Amidst the tension, Feng Yaozhi and others appeared before the new recruits, cloaked in deep red robes and masked, indistinguishable from the vengeful spirits pursuing them. With Shen Qingzhu's incitement and Ding Chongfeng's support, the morale of the recruits surged. Brothers and sisters, let us defeat them. We are not cowards. Feng Yaozhi watched Shen Qingzhu, who was thoroughly absorbed in the performance, as her lips curled upward uncontrollably beneath her mask. Lin Xie and the others wasted no time, launching an attack on the new recruits, knocking them out one by one. Feng Yaozhi seized a handful of vine seeds, casting them forth with a flourish. The moment the seeds touched the ground, she invoked the wood element of the divine ruins, causing them to grow rapidly. The deep green vines writhed, ensnaring the recruits, with their pointed tips striking at the recruits' necks, rendering them unconscious. And Qingyu surveyed the new recruits, searching for the infiltrators of the ancient God sect. Lu Baoyu, observing the scene, fixated on Lin Xie, who radiated the divine might of a seraphim. Anger surged uncontrollably within him, his dark red wings coalescing behind him as he soared towards Lin Xie with incredible speed. Feng Mo joined the fray, revealing his identity to Lin Xie. The 3, Lin Xie, Feng Mo, and Lu Baoyu, stood in opposition. Under Lin Xie's physical and verbal assaults, Lu Baoyu suffered a crushing defeat. After resolving a portion of the new recruits, Feng Yaozhi soared towards the infiltrators, Ming Lu and his companions. As a being of the divine ruins, she was not significantly restrained by the town monument, and, being at the Klein realm, had the upper hand against the true realm of the infinite realm represented by Ming Lu and his companions. Divine ruins plague. Feng Yaozhi unleashed a virus into Ming Lu's trio, as they writhed under the affliction, and Qingyu efficiently wielded a scalpel, dismembering them with precision, ensuring no blood spilled through the use of frost to control the cut surfaces. Even so, some of the standing recruits were overwhelmed by the visual impact, feeling as if they too were being torn apart, leading to a wave of nausea. Good heavens! Feng Yaozhi incinerated all the remains except for the heads with divine fire, just before the soul of the demonic child from the ancient god sect was consumed. It desperately escaped, burrowing into Lu Baoyu's eyes. Feng Yaozhi noticed the situation but refrained from intervening. Lu Baoyu required the presence of the demon child to temper his character. Only through this trial could he gradually evolve into a competent night watchman. As for the eyes that Lu Baoyu had sacrificed in his bid to rid himself of the demon child, Feng Yaozhi could employ life healing to restore them. Soon, the recruits collapsed in droves, with over 300 of them strewn across the training ground. Observing this, Yuan Gang and the other instructors emerged from below, collaboratively ushering the 612 recruits into the indoor training arena, where they proceeded to rouse them one by one. Chapter 86. The Nightfall Squad. The new recruits, abruptly awakened, scrambled to their feet, bewildered. Their memories lingered on the scene they witnessed before losing consciousness. As they surveyed their surroundings, whispers filled the air. At that moment, what more could they possibly misunderstand? The events they had just experienced were evidently orchestrated by their instructors. Feng Yaozhi stood on the second floor, observing the recruits with keen interest. Shen Qingzhu approached her, gently clasping her cool hand within his warm grasp. Leaning slightly against Shen Qingzhu, Feng Yaozhi glanced back with a soft smile, her voice deliberately lowered, laced with mirth. Qingzhu, the recruits are still below us. Be mindful of your influence. We mustn't lead the youth astray. Shen Qingzhu regarded her with a calm demeanor, replying nonchalantly, They cannot see us, and besides, we are merely holding hands. Feng Yaozhi edged closer, their breaths intertwined, a mere few centimeters from a kiss. With a teasing tone, she inquired, Do you wish to engage in something more? Shen Qingzhu, captivated by Feng Yaozhi's proximity, slightly pursed his lips. His throat bobbed as he spoke, his voice huskier than usual. Ji, do not tempt me. With a light cough, Feng Yaozhi retreated just enough to maintain a safe distance. Very well, let us continue observing the recruits. Shen Qingzhu sighed, a smile creeping onto his lips as he inhaled deeply, suppressing the restlessness within. Jialan watched the affectionate pair, her thoughts drifting to Lin Xie. Her gaze landed precisely on Li Zhenjin amidst the crowd on the first floor, and an idea began to take root in her mind, growing increasingly feasible with each passing moment. Beside her, Bailey Pang grimaced at the sight, feeling a